Who paid the pipers of Western Marxism? The Intellectual World War. Marxism versus the Imperial Theory Industry. Volume 1, by Gabriel Rockhill. To Jennifer Ponce de Leon, this book has benefited immensely from the constant intellectual exchange that is our daily life, as well as from the love and encouragement that fostered the courage necessary to pursue its conclusions to the very end. My gratitude is infinite. Psychological warfare is a weapon. As the airplane, the 155mm gun, the Patton tank, and the bazooka are weapons, so also is psychological warfare. Psychological strategy is not a separate course of action, but an integral component of all our policies and programs, economic, military, and political. Opening salvo of the intellectual world war ideas are not only an instrument to create consciousness so that people fight, but ideas have become the main instrument of struggle. Not an inspiration, not a guide, not an orientation, but the main instrument of struggle. This statement by Fidel Castro captures the central theme of this work. Che's head. The bullets were aimed much more at Che's spirit. They wanted his head. A worldwide manhunt, sparing no cost, was launched to track him down. The masters of empire and their minions needed the head of the man who was outsmarting them and who openly stated his ambition to spark 2, 3, or many Vietnams. Too much damage had already been done in the Caribbean as well as in Africa, and South America was next. They did not understand this task in metaphorical terms. Apparently, they literally wanted him decapitated so that his head could be placed in a jar and expedited to Washington as a war trophy. They wanted the head of the rebel who had seen through the psychological warfare undertaken by the United States Empire in the coup d'etat that would serve as one of its models for overthrowing foreign governments around the world. This was in Guatemala in the early 1950s when President Jacobo Arbenz decided to pursue a path of national development rather than have his country remain a woefully underdeveloped banana republic. Such a stance set him on a collision course with the United Fruit Company, which controlled the country as a neo-colony. He had to go, and the empire's other enemy, known as Ernesto Guevara at the time, was there to see it unfold. In the United States' long history of toppling governments, which includes more than 50 since the Second World War, it has consistently combined militant actions with psychological warfare in what we might call the 1-2 punch of empire. The war for hearts and minds, as innumerable internal documents attest, is a foundational aspect of United States empire building. In the case of Guatemala, one of the dons of modern propaganda, who was none other than Freud's double nephew, oversaw the entire operation for United Fruit. Serving as its counsel on public relations since the early 1940s, Edward Bernays opportunistically drew on his uncle's theories to engage in well-paid mass mind manipulation. United Fruit also retained an inside lobbyist in Washington, Thomas G. Corcoran, who had close friends in the Central Intelligence Agency and was involved in a CIA plot to arm Arbenz's opponent, known as Operation Fortune. Soon, multiple agencies of the United States government were engaged in what would become known as Operation PB Success, whose objective was to overthrow the Guatemalan government. This is unsurprising given the intimate relationship between the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois state. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles had, for decades, been one of United Fruit's principal legal counselors. His brother, Alan, the CIA director, had also done legal work for the company and owned a substantial block of its stock. John Moores Cabot, the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, was a large shareholder. So was his brother, Thomas Dudley Cabot, the Director of International Security Affairs in the State Department, who had been United Fruit's president. Dulles's CIA thus undertook a major psychological warfare operation that cross-pollinated with the campaign undertaken by Bernays, who collaborated with the agency, and the United States mainstream press marched in lockstep to the tune they called. Disingenuously depicting Arbenz as a staunch communist with links to the Soviet Union, they stoked the ire of the United States public, already broadly inculcated with anti-communist propaganda. The war for hearts and minds laid the ideological groundwork for the CIA's 1954 coup d'etat, which put in power the brutal dictator Carlos Castillo Armas, initiating 40 years of military government, death squads, torture, disappearances, mass executions, and unimaginable cruelty, totaling more than 200,000 victims. Guevara was radicalized, watching the coup unfold, and he joined a medical brigade to support the anti-imperialist resistance. He also learned important lessons, such as the need to arm a liberated people for their own self-defense, and he understood that war is played out on two fronts at once. The psychological battle lays the groundwork for imperialist warfare, preparing for military assaults that would otherwise be unthinkable. It also provides cover during and after the fact, Saiwa accompanying military war like its shadow. When the man who became known around the world as Che waged his own war, he also did it on two fronts. Having successfully organized with the Cuban people to overthrow another United States-backed dictator, Fulgencio Batista, he engaged in an international intellectual war of liberation. He helped found, among other things, Prensa Latina, a news outlet that broke the chains of information imperialism. Two young journalists working for Prensa Latina, Gabriel Garcia Marquez and Rodolfo Walsh, discovered and deciphered a CIA telex discussing the planned Bay of Pigs invasion to depose the Cuban government. They shared the information with the leaders of the country, who were already aware of it through other channels, and the Cuban people were thereby prepared for the attack and successfully routed the agency's invasion. They outsmarted empire and embarrassed a powerful state agency intent on projecting its omnipotence. Unable to kill him in Cuba and incapable of defeating him in Africa, they tracked him down in Bolivia, where he was training guerrillas to overthrow yet another United States-backed dictatorship. Having financed, armed, and trained counter-revolutionary battalions in the country, injecting $15 million between 1962 and 1968, the United States war machine, led by CIA officers, pursued its manhunt by any means necessary. When they finally caught up with him, they captured him alive. Fearful of how powerful he had become as a symbol and rallying point for the international anti-imperialist movement, they ignominiously murdered him. The movement was thereby decapitated, or so they hoped. They did not only want to kill the man, however, they wanted to kill the ideas and values he embodied. They therefore undertook a battle to take control of his literary estate by overseeing the publication of his Bolivian diary. It had fallen into the hands of the United States local strongman, Bolivian dictator René Barrientos, who immediately sent copies to the CIA, the Pentagon, and the United States government. The Barrientos regime eventually sought to auction off its publication rights to the highest bidder. Two intelligence assets vied for the rights. Andrew St. George, who had worked for the United States Army's intelligence service and was suspected of having links to espionage agencies, negotiated for Magnum Publishing. Then Sol Stein stepped in with his own publishing house. Stein was an across-the-board anti-communist propagandist who had been on the CIA's payroll at least twice, served as the executive director of the agency-supported American Committee for Cultural Freedom, ran the ACCF's The New Leader, collaborated with the Psychological Strategy Board, and worked for the United States propaganda agency Voice of America. Henry Butterfield Ryan maintains that it was the company, as the CIA is known in internal parlance, that almost certainly secured the Bolivian diaries for Stein's publishing house. The left organized a counterattack. Journalist Michelle Ray negotiated on behalf of French publisher Jean-Jacques Pauvert. The Yankees were shadowing her, sharing intelligence reports with the Bolivian generals, and her financial ceiling, despite her bluffs, was far lower than agency collaborators could muster. Barney Rosset of Grove Press also tried his luck and was able to publish 6 pages of Che's diary in his Evergreen Review. Reactionary Cuban exiles responded by bombing the Grove Press offices in downtown New York. And this time, they did not miss their target as they had in 1964, when they turned a bazooka on the United Nations during Che's speech. Grove Press filed a lawsuit accusing the CIA of being behind the bombing, as well as engaging in surveillance, infiltration, and economic sabotage by covertly financing Grove competitors like Prager, Incorporated, and Fodor, Incorporated. Castro, for his part, published what he could as quickly as possible, and he signed an agreement with Ramparts to serialize English translations. It was a veritable war of ideas, and it knew no limits. The agency responsible for assassinating Che was not satisfied with his murder. It sought to kill his revolutionary legacy and the ideas he incarnated. Its agents were committed to taking ownership over the past and present by rewriting history to fit their narrative and then flooding the market with their imperialist propaganda, which they fabricated with the assistance of collaborationist academics, journalists, publishers, and public relations experts. The publisher, Stein, who worked for the same agency that had assassinated the iconic revolutionary, thereby collaborated with an editor who showed numerous signs of being an agent of the CIA, Daniel James, to publish their own version of Che's Bolivian diary, without of course mentioning that this was a company product. According to their account of history, the aim of Che's intervention in Bolivia was not liberation from dictatorship. It was rather to create enough trouble for the Bolivian government that it would be forced to ask for major American intervention. However, as the CIA-connected writer claimed in his lengthy introduction, Che lacked the ability to plan a military campaign, and returning to guerrilla life at 39 after 7 years of chauffeur-driven limousines and comparatively rich living cannot have been easy. In spite of his purported inabilities and bourgeois softening, though, Che was apparently driven to try and fail because otherwise he would have fallen by the wayside and become lost to history. He needed a revolution far more than the revolution needed him. His final, quixotic quest for fame and glory led nowhere, however, other than to the definitive destruction of the myth of Che Guevara as a great guerrilla technician. The author of these lines, Daniel James, likely began a relationship with the CIA when he worked as a journalist for one of the magazines it funded, The New Leader, which was in the network of the ACCF, and had actively participated in the propaganda blitz against Guatemala mentioned above. In fact, James made a major contribution to this anti-communist campaign by penning a book that alleged that Guatemala's land reform was part of a sinister Soviet plot. He never mentions the CIA in the book, even as a suspected patron of the insurgents. However, it showed definite signs of CIA collaboration and was published by a company conduit. James's red design for the Americas. Guatemalan Prelude was so beloved by United Fruit that the company behind the 1954 coup bought up copies and distributed them to the media. The same CIA-aligned writer was thus involved in the Saiwa to overthrow Guatemala, as well as the fight to take ownership over Che's legacy. Although the imperialist propagandists lost this battle, thanks to Castro, Ray, Ramparts, and many others, they certainly did not give up on the war of ideas. The professional propagandist Daniel James began working on a biography of Che, which was published in 1969 by Stein's CIA-linked publishing house. Hackneyed anti-communism was its hallmark, and it depicted Che as more of the apostle of violence than the maker of revolution. Its conclusion, which was that the slogan Che lives resonates almost exclusively within a small pathological minority in the West, gives a clear sense of its overall tenor. Even in the West, where he has wider appeal, Che lives principally for small minority groups. The extremist students, the new left and some old left retreads, the incurably romantic liberals who cannot live without Cordio-type symbols, the rebellious adolescents and the frustrated middle-aged who are as much fans of Bonnie and Clyde, the Boston Strangler, and any anti-hero whose trademark is violence as they are of Che. The cure for propaganda, Edward Bernays maintained, is more propaganda. This is certainly true for the ongoing war over Che's life and legacy, including the incessant attempts to exonerate the United States government for his murder. Michael Ratner and Michael Stephen Smith have provided an overview of some of these endeavors, while also laying out extensive documentary evidence to the contrary, reminding their readers that the accused is a well-known serial killer. It was in the United States government's interest to have Che killed. The CIA and United States Special Forces trained the Bolivian Ranger Battalion that captured Che. CIA agents disguised as Bolivian officers accompanied the Rangers into the field. The United States supplied the weapons and provided the intelligence, and a CIA agent apparently was present at the time of his murder. One of the most interesting cases is Henry Butterfield Ryan's The Fall of Che Guevara. Ratner and Smith describe Ryan's book as the best researched account of Che's murder, and Ryan does come closer to pinning the responsibility on the United States than other publications. Yet he ultimately contends that the United States government exerted a moderating influence on its Bolivian allies in dealing with Guevara, and it neither killed him nor ordered him to be killed. To understand such a conclusion, it is helpful to know that Ryan, very much like Daniel James, has a series of connections that allow us to contextualize his work within the larger war of ideas. Although his byline for the book refers to him simply as a retired United States Foreign Service officer and professional historian, he spent 25 years working in the United States Information Agency. Here is how former USIA Director Alvin Snyder candidly described its role. The United States government ran a full-service public relations organization, the largest in the world, about the size of the 20 biggest United States commercial public relations firms combined. Its full-time professional staff of more than 10,000, spread out among some 150 countries, burnished America's image and trashed the Soviet Union 2,500 hours a week with a Tower of Babel comprised of more than 70 languages, to the tune of over $2 billion per year. The biggest branch of this propaganda machine is called the United States Information Agency. Reed Harris laid out the objectives of the USIA's book program in the following terms. We have books written to our own stipulations, books that would not otherwise be put out, especially those books that are strongly anti-communist. We control the book from its conception down to the final edited manuscript. Ryan spent his career working for this propaganda agency. His book on Che's murder was written at the Institute for the Study of Diplomacy at Georgetown University, which is stocked with national security state operatives, and even served as the publisher for a USIA report that Ryan helped oversee. He acknowledged, moreover, that his book was reviewed by United States officials and a CIA officer, but not by Castro or his supporters. This lifelong propagandist was clearly part of the historical cleanup crew, and he endeavored, once again, to whitewash the crimes of empire by academically laundering state disinformation. The intellectual world war is incessant. To return to the man, a CIA writer compared to the Boston Strangler, they literally wanted Che's head. His assassins wanted to cut it off and send it to Washington, via La Paz. Such a war trophy deserved to be admired by the masters of the game who had ordered and commissioned it but did not want blood on their hands, always preferring plausible deniability. The idea was apparently deemed too barbaric, in the telling words of on-site CIA operative Felix Rodriguez, who proposed cutting off a finger instead. The compromise reached was equally significant. His murderers decided to sever the revolutionaries' hands. Since the oligarchs of imperialism generally do not want to look their victims in the eye, they prefer beheading without a barbaric face. They would have it their way, thanks to the hands of their assassins. In the end, they ultimately preferred to have his head in the figurative sense. They wanted him dead, and they wanted to kill the idea that he embodied by taking over his legacy, thereby decapitating the global anti-imperialist movement. It is often said when you lose an ally on the left that you can kill a person, but you cannot kill an idea. This trilogy is an extended study of the forces in the world that have sought to put a much more radical thesis to the test, namely, that by killing an idea, that of communism, you can destroy a lot more people as well as the planet. Their failure is a testament to humanity. Empire of ideas. Ideas as weapons. The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. This statement by Steve Biko underscores the importance of the ideological front. Ideas are not separate from reality, hovering above it in a pristine realm of conceptual purity. They are developed within particular, concrete circumstances, and they result from specific theoretical practices, which themselves are an outgrowth of society's overall organization of intellectual production, as well as production more generally. In class societies, ideas are therefore situated, inevitably, in class struggle. This takes myriad and sundry forms, as we shall see, but the fundamental polarization of class society is a result of ownership. Those who possess and control the means of production also own and oversee the means of intellectual production. This gives them an incredible advantage in the battle of ideas since they are the proprietors of the very system that manages the mindscape of the masses. Capitalism has led to a greater concentration of wealth in the hands of an increasingly small minority, and this resulting polarization has only intensified in the monopoly and imperialist phase of capitalism. This socio-economic reality makes actually existing capitalism, objectively speaking, more difficult to maintain, since it obviously does not and cannot serve the material interests of the overwhelming majority of the population and the planet. Hence the importance of exercising, as much as possible, monopoly control over the world of ideas in the broadest sense of the term. Since the objective situation tilts in the direction of system change, at least in the big picture, and without considering some of the countervailing tendencies, this can be corrected by creating subjective conditions via ideology that lean in the opposite direction. Ideology is thus a crucial aspect of class struggle. Due to the degree of development of the imperialist system of ideological production and dissemination, which far surpasses anything seen before, ideology arguably exercises greater dominion over broader swaths of the population, imposes itself in massive quantities, abides by an accelerated rhythm of renewal, has been developed into ever more complex and sophisticated forms, is more centrally controlled, and increasingly reaches people in their intimate lives through the digital penetration of the private sphere. The battle against the dominant ideology is thus extremely difficult to wage, and the anti-imperialist forces have been obliged to fight like scrappy underdogs to get their message across wherever and however they can. Che famously set up Radio Rebelda in 1958 in the jungle of the Sierra Maestra in order to broadcast the aims of the July 26 movement. It went up against the juggernaut of an international system of cultural imperialism symbolized by Hollywood. This confrontation between the David of Radio Rebelda and the Goliath of Hollywood is precisely how the intellectual world war has been fought out in reality. Those who own the means of production have used their stolen wealth to exercise near monopoly control over the means of communication, whereas the dispossessed of the world have had to fight tooth and nail to develop their own systems of communication to help spread their ideas and defend a fundamental proposition. A better world is possible. Contemporary Cuban intellectuals like Antonio Ramón Barrido Vázquez and Raúl Antonio Capote have demonstrated how this battle is ultimately an all-encompassing cultural war. Drawing on government documents and personal experience, they have brought into relief the totalizing nature of this war for hearts and minds, highlighting how central it has been to the United States' specific version of empire building, particularly since the mid-20th century. In the words of Barrido Vázquez, cultural war is a system that encompasses all levels of consciousness and activity of a given society. It mobilizes instruments and resources from any of the spheres of social life: political, moral, economic, juridical, scientific, artistic, aesthetic, and others. It carries out public actions and, of course, maintains covert operations. They try by all means to exercise control over information, public opinion, tastes, preferences, feelings, to extend their power over education, promotion, and diffusion, to favor behaviors of submission, passivity, and demobilization, or of indiscipline and aggressiveness, which, together with the replacement and substitution of values, with the creation of other false ones, guarantee to secure domination and imperial hegemony. As diverse and totalizing as it is, the cultural war is nonetheless organized around a fundamental objective, namely, to achieve the political goal of advancing imperialism and destroying its principal impediment: socialism. Invisible empire. In 1964, the United States journalist Lisa Howard did an interview with Ernesto Che Guevara for a major outlet of imperial disinformation. She asked him, "It has appeared to us viewing the Cuban scene that two of your chief problems are this difficulty disciplining the people to a communist state and a kind of strangling bureaucracy. Do you feel these are two great problems?" After confirming that she was asking about Cuba's problems, he replied with a serious demeanor, "Our two main problems are." Che's face suddenly lit up with a broad smile as he counted on his fingers for emphasis. Imperialism and imperialism. The United States is and always has been an empire. From its very beginning as a settler colony on the eastern seaboard until today, it has been constantly expanding. As historian Daniel Immerwahr had demonstrated in How to Hide an Empire, the logo map image of 48 contiguous states, which most people have in mind when they think of the United States, was only a reality for 3 years of its existence. It continued to acquire overseas territories and has, today, ringed the globe with some 800 military bases, which is likely more than any other people, nation, or empire in history. This, of course, is only the geographic and military footprint of empire, but much the same could be said of its economic, political, social, cultural, and intellectual dominion. The United States is an empire, however, of a peculiar sort. It has a unique tradition of denying its own existence. This custom is certainly not the only one, since there is also a lineage of explicit imperialists, but it has deep historical roots. These are visible, for instance, in its self-description as a democracy and a land of the free, liberated from the stranglehold of the British Empire, when it was actually established as an anti-democratic republic, meaning oligarchy, founded on a violent war of aggression and dispossession against the working class, characterized by colonization, indigenous genocide, chattel slavery, indentured servitude, and domestic slavery. What is remarkable, though, about this United States tradition of empire denial is that it has tended to become predominant in precisely the time period when the United States came to assert itself as the world's leading imperialist power. This occurred in the wake of what Domenico Lacerdo calls the Second 30 Years' War, meaning the conflagration of inter-imperialist rivalry that lasted from roughly the early to the mid-20th century. As the United States emerged from this extended conflict as the primary empire in the world, it emphatically denied its imperial status, and it relied heavily on neocolonialism and clandestine operations to do so. One of the principal reasons for this is that its imperial expansion was held in check by the USSR, which not only supported anti-imperialist struggles but also engaged in the war of information to reveal the truth behind United States machinations around the world. Another important reason is that the United States, in wresting lands from the former imperialist powers, often presented itself as a liberator from empire rather than a new imperial overlord, which proved useful for mobilizing certain segments of the local population on its behalf, as well as garnering support for imperialism on the home front. The preferred solution has thus been to have imperial expansion go hand in hand with imperial denial, while propagandistically depicting the USSR as the real empire that, coincidentally, needed to be overthrown. Under the banner of democracy, freedom, and human rights, the United States has thereby extended its dominion over large swaths of the world, presenting itself as a benevolent benefactor rather than a domineering despot. It has, in this way, perfected the use of empire denial as the best cover for the construction of its imperium. In order to do this, it has developed the most powerful, far-reaching, and centrally controlled cultural apparatus in the history of humanity, which it has imposed as much as possible on the entire world through cultural imperialism. This apparatus is composed of an expansive system of cultural production, circulation, and consumption, and it forms a key component of the superstructure. It not only encompasses culture in the restricted sense of the arts and entertainment, but it also includes so-called news and information, the world of the professional intelligentsia, sports, digital culture, social media, and the entire realm of industrially produced or mediated culture in the broadest sense of the term. United States imperial expansion has thus been accompanied every step of the way by the construction of a cultural empire whose power and reach far outstrips such earlier endeavors due to the level of development of its ideological system. It is capable of magically transforming imperial vices into democratic virtues, at least in the hearts and minds of some of its consumers. These must be trained, however, not to perceive the entire process. One of the most important psychological wars is thus the battle to hide propaganda itself by passing it off as something else, such as journalism, academic scholarship, culture, art, or simply entertainment. In the big picture, and despite endless wars to try to prove the contrary, imperialism was on the retreat during this first phase of United States leadership. The neoliberal conjuncture of counter-revolution did turn the tide, and the destruction of the Warsaw Pact countries was a major setback for the socialist camp. However, the United States has still failed to definitively decapitate the many-headed hydra of anti-imperialist resistance and the global socialist movement more specifically. In the current conjuncture, there are many signs that the counter-revolutionary wave is cresting, at least in the sense that the imperial power of the United States is not what it once was. The world is looking increasingly multipolar, and the rise of China, as a self-declared socialist country, is one sign among many that the imperial dominion of the United States is still held in check. What Che and his comrades represented was an actually existing impediment to empire. They leveraged one of its prized colonial possessions, which had served as a center for gambling, prostitution, the drug trade, agricultural extractivism, and tourism, away from the Yankees, and they put it back in the hands of the Cubans. This is why they needed to be destroyed, and this is why the United States war on Cuba and its crippling illegal blockade have continued unabated. Whatever problems might occur within socialist countries, it should never be forgotten that they emerged out of and within a capitalist world intent on crushing them by any means necessary because of what they represent, an alternative to imperialism. Introduction to the intellectual World War class. Struggle in theory, ideas are developed within particular, concrete circumstances, and they result from specific theoretical practices, which themselves are an outgrowth of society's overall organization of intellectual production, as well as production more generally. In class societies, ideas are therefore situated, inevitably, in class struggle. This book, like the 2 volumes that will follow it, focuses on a specific aspect of the war of ideas by concentrating on the capitalist ruling class's failed attempt to destroy its nemesis, communism. The story of Che's Head recounted above provides in microcosm an overview of the fundamental issues at play in the macrocosm of this international class, struggle in theory. It thereby provides a concise summary of some of the key themes of the analysis that follows. First, imperialism is a total system of social organization that has a powerful superstructural component. This is the empire of ideas that manages and coordinates social consciousness. Second, this cultural intellectual superstructure has a somber and clandestine underside that works behind the scenes to tightly control the world of ideas. Third, this dark side of the bourgeois state is itself an outgrowth of the financial state intellectual complex, in which the capitalist ruling class works hand in hand with its managers in the state and the academy. Fourth, one of the principal functions of this complex is to wage an intellectual world war on communism and promote a version of the left that is compatible with imperialism. Fifth, this campaign is multifaceted and involves multiple forms of agency, including direct collaboration, academic laundering of state propaganda, and the promotion of purportedly advanced theoretical discourses that serve to misdirect or confuse. Sixth, the net effect of this system is to produce the illusion of a reasoned consensus on the part of the broader intelligentsia while masking the material relations of power that condition it. This study focuses on a specific aspect of the Saiwa on communism by concentrating on the intellectual world war fought out among the professional intelligentsia. As witnessed in the case of Che, this battle is multifaceted and is by no means the product of mechanical causes. The approach in this investigation is dialectical in the sense that it analyzes the nuances and complexities of this conflict as a many-sided phenomenon, emphasizing all of the different forms of agency at work. This includes, crucially, the political economy of knowledge, but not in a crassly reductivist sense. Rather than hypostasizing a superstructure and correlating it rather abstractly to an equally reified infrastructure, it examines the complex and fine-grained relationship between socioeconomic forces on the one hand and ideological production and dissemination on the other, while elucidating how dialectically enmeshed they are. This is not done, however, to shore up the Western Marxist thesis regarding the primacy of the ideological, but rather to demonstrate that socio-economic conditions, in the macroscopic sense, are ultimately the primary driving forces, but they do not mechanically determine ideology. Let us consider a few other examples, which illustrate one of the important but under-analyzed features of intellectual life in the imperial core, namely the sheer number of major figures who collaborated in various and sundry ways with imperial intelligence services and whose careers certainly benefited from this. The liberal feminist icon Gloria Steinem worked as an agent of the CIA for at least 4 years. When this was revealed by Ramparts, she defended herself by claiming that the agency's people were enlightened, liberal, non-partisan activists. If I had the choice, she added, I would do it again. She had found in the CIA powerful allies for promoting the diversity of our government's ideas over and against communism. Steinem's close collaboration with Saiwa Supremo and Time Incorporated executive CD. Jackson, who worked closely with the CIA, surely helped bolster her career as the face of United States feminism, thereby shoring up liberal and corporate approaches to gender and sexual relations over and against socialist feminism. In undertaking the dialectical analysis of intellectual collaboration, it is essential to avoid focusing narrowly on particular agencies, such as the CIA, and instead construct a comprehensive understanding of the social totality. encompassing various state agencies, non-governmental organizations, and corporate soft power initiatives. An intellectual did not have to collaborate directly with the CIA to play a role in the intellectual world war on communism. The world-famous anthropologist Margaret Mead, for instance, served as a State Department consultant and secured funding from the Air Force's new think tank, the RAND Corporation, to set up a studies in Soviet culture project. Ernesto Laclau, a towering figure in post-Marxist critical theory, was employed as a researcher in the Ford Foundation's Proyecto Marginalidad. According to analyses of this 1960s project, it sought to identify what would happen to the sectors of the working class that would become unemployed and marginalized. The imperialists were thereby preparing for the neoliberal shock therapy that would begin in earnest in Chile after the CIA's 1973 coup d'etat, and they wanted to understand possible reactions in order to develop counterinsurgency plans. Behind Ford stood the world's leading counterinsurgency institution. The CIA, moreover, collaboration comes in many forms, and it is important to be attentive to what we might call the concentric circles of collaboration. If the inner circle consists in direct witting employment, followed by another tight ring of unwitting work serving the same purpose, there are many other orbits, which often interact with one another. Some intellectuals were directly involved in anti-communist subversion campaigns, but were not, as far as we know, in the direct employ of intelligence services like the CIA. This was the case for major figures like Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, and Slavoj Žižek, who committed themselves, in very practical terms, to the overthrow of communism. Other professors collaborated with the knowledge network supported by the ruling class and, sometimes clandestinely, government agencies, thereby owing a portion of their fame to promotion by the bourgeoisie and its men and women of the shadows. As Frances Stonor Saunders asserted in her study of the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom, whether they liked it or not, whether they knew it or not, there were few writers, poets, artists, historians, scientists, or critics in post-war Europe whose names were not in some way linked to this covert enterprise. The war of ideas is not simply a battle over particular notions or specific issues. It is, at the highest level, a question of doctrinal warfare. This expression is used to refer to the fight to control people's overall ideological worldview or doctrine, meaning the general framework within which specific ideas are situated. The Psy warriors of the United States national security state recognize how important this is, because if you are able to consolidate an ideological gestalt, then any particular experience will be mediated by it, including ones that appear to contradict it. In this way, apparent exceptions are interpreted via an all-encompassing ideological paradigm which remains unshakable in spite of potential countervailing evidence. This approach to the war of ideas was clearly outlined by the United States Psychological Strategy Board, which was established in 1951 and tasked with the formulation and promulgation of overall national psychological objectives, policies, and programs. The goal was to provide permanent literature and foster long-term intellectual movements, which would appeal to intellectuals, including scholars and opinion-forming groups. Part of this project was negative, and internal documents clearly spell out the importance of an intellectual world war on communism as the rival doctrine to be broken down and ideally eliminated. At the same time, the other principal objective of doctrinal warfare is to foster a worldwide understanding and sympathetic acceptance of the traditions and viewpoints of America and the free world. One of the most intriguing and strategically significant tactics consists in a subtle, soft-sell campaign against communism. Rather than systematically attacking everything to do with Marxism and communism, it was preferable, at least in certain cases, to foster the development of a form of Marxism that could serve as a tool for both criticizing communism and defending the so-called free world. APSB Memorandum on Ideological Warfare therefore explicitly recommends two tasks: attacks against communist ideology developed in Marxist terms and defense of Western society in Marxist terms. In both cases, the objective was to mobilize Marxism to assail communism and defend the capitalist world. By putting Marxism itself in the service of doctrinal warfare, intellectuals convinced by Marxist theory were thereby encouraged to hold on to a purportedly authentic version of Marxism while using it to vilify Marxism in practice and accommodate capitalism. It is revealing that both tasks were taken up in earnest by Western Marxists of various stripes. Some of them had direct ties to the United States national security state, and others simply operated within the imperial intellectual system of knowledge. Among those who worked for the bourgeois state, Herbert Marcuse stands out as a particularly revealing case, because he was not simply one of the Western Marxists who took up the torch of the anti-communist Marxism that was being covertly promoted by government agencies. Rather than being a target of doctrinal warfare, he was one of its perpetrators. Successful doctrinal warfare therefore necessitates a powerful material system of ideological production, distribution, and consumption that constantly and consistently communicates the appeal of the dominant ideology while criticizing its rival through provocative and stimulating materials. The intellectual world war is an endeavor to turn the world upside down by presenting imperial expansion as democracy promotion and counter-revolutionary violence as the struggle for freedom, while simultaneously slandering anti-imperialist state-building projects grounded in democratic self-determination as part of an evil empire. The imperial forces have the most powerful cultural apparatus in the history of the world on their side. Yet they have been incapable of killing an idea that has meant so much to so many people around the world who are struggling for liberation and to save the planet from capitalist liquidation. Che's revolutionary conviction, his sense of humanity, and his demanding character that forced him to make common cause with the people, all of these were operative in the Burkinabe revolutionary project. The same was true, more generally, of his resolute anti-imperialism, his defense of self-determination, his dedication to building socialism, and his use of dialectical and historical materialism as the most powerful weapon of class struggle. Introduction to the Intellectual World War Class Struggle in Theory. Prologue. Some books take a decade to write. This one took 3. It even became 3 books in the process. It is the result of extensive research and a journey, with many unexpected twists and turns, through the heart of the imperial theory industry. Since it advances a counter-history of contemporary thought that not only challenges established interpretations and hallowed canons, but proposes a historiographical paradigm shift, it is essential that the reader be able to situate it within the material system of knowledge production out of which it emerged. This is what allowed me to develop my research agenda from subjective self-criticism to systemic ideology critique, from self-criticism to systemic ideology critique. It's easier to fool someone than convince them that they've been fooled. This statement captures a fundamental truth. In the fall of 2001, I was studying philosophy in Paris, France. I had completed a master's degree under the direction of Jacques Derrida, after having worked with Luce Irigaray, and I was enrolled for my doctorate with Alain Badiou. I thought I was on the top of the intellectual world, living my American dream of studying with the leading luminaries of French theory. When the attacks of September 11th happened, I was asked to make sense of the events in a public lecture. To say I was ill-equipped would be generous. What did I really have to say about what had just happened? Given my training, perhaps I could frame the events in terms of an irreconcilable difference between phrase regimens or a confrontation with the big other. Maybe the planet was being deterritorialized under our feet, or we had just entered the desert of the Lacanian Real. If all else failed, I could fall back on references to the ever-nebulous difference as a condition of possibility and impossibility of all thought and discourse, thereby making some ponderously abstract metaphysical claims that could not possibly be beholden to reality. As I tried to collect my thoughts and apply them to an actual historical occurrence, I could not help but feel like all of this conceptual gibberish sounded like I was saying we were living in La La Land, an imaginary world of big others and great mystical divides. I became nauseous thinking about it, and I desperately wanted to go back through the looking glass to retrieve some sense of reality. But it was too late, and all I could do with my elite education in the Imperial Corps was cobble together an ill-fated attempt to explain reality through the lens of trend-setting critical theory. Fortunately, there was at least one important lesson. I was forced to see an image of what I had become, an utterly useless intellectual. Even worse, I had been trained to think of myself in opposite terms, namely as a participant in the theoretical avant-garde of humanity. The world was upside down. This was one moment of crystallization in a much more complex trajectory, but it forced me to do something that I was never taught to do: self-critically reflect on my own theoretical practice. Here I was, after years of study at premier institutions in Paris, and I was ignorant of imperialism and the geopolitical world in which I was living. I knew so much about things that mattered so little, and I knew nothing about what counted most in the world. I had passed all of the exams with flying colors, but what had I really learned? What I had been trained in, most fundamentally, was imperial ignorance. How could I not be ashamed, given where I had come from? I had grown up on a farm in Kansas, working construction. What had first attracted me to the life of the mind was that I cherished the respite from grueling manual labor. My earliest intellectual ambitions were to understand why life was marred by such drudgery and figure out how it could be ended. What I had learned, instead, was that it is impossible to formulate meaningful sentences with the term social class. Apparently, if you are a renowned intellectual, you can simply will into non-existence the most fundamental structural aspect of life in class society. This, I later realized, was a flagrant performative contradiction. When I went to college in Iowa in the early 1990s, I sought out the most radical forms of theory available. What was on offer was French theory, Frankfurt School critical theory, and more recent trends in the Anglophone world. I dedicated myself to learning the languages and histories necessary to understand them. Having found French theory the most challenging, I moved to Paris in 1996. My interests were canalized through institutional mechanisms. When I arrived in Paris, I eagerly frequented the lectures of the most renowned thinkers. I also shunned those doing work that sounded old school or unsophisticated. As a sedulous student, I not only read the writings of these major theorists, but I also carefully studied the texts they interpreted. I was surprised to discover so many discrepancies. Derrida was so preoccupied with finding the spectre of Western metaphysics that he discovered it wherever he wanted, independently of the empirical reality of the texts. Michel Foucault's work revealed a similar pattern. If their writings did not hold up to a minimum of scholarly scrutiny, how could this work be celebrated as some of the most important in the world? My reaction was to seek out more radical discourses. I read broadly in Frankfurt School critical theory and Western Marxism. I began organizing international lecture series and interviews with cutting-edge critical theorists. Here, I thought, were truly political thinkers engaged in understanding the real world. I dedicated myself to studying the most revolutionary theory I could find. I continued to have doubts, however. For all of these theorists' radical phraseology, the principal takeaways were usually less than satisfying. They all agreed that Marxism could only be of value if it was spruced up with the requisite dose of bourgeois culture. The consensus was clear. They were all doing something more sophisticated than what the old-school Marxists had done. It took more than a decade of studying and teaching in Paris to finally start to see the system of knowledge production for what it was. Initially, I had only grasped it from the point of view of a rat in the maze. Little by little, however, the map started to cohere into a systematic outline. When I was asked to give that ill-fated lecture in 2001, it led to an intensification of my subjective ideology critique. However, once I was able to build up a materialist analysis of the system of knowledge production, I could map out the entire maze. This allowed me to begin the deeper task of systemic ideological criticism. This consists in diagnosing and seeking to dismantle the system that forges individuals and composes them as ideological subjects. If you teach people how the system works that brainwash them, they are given the tools necessary to liberate themselves and others. This is one of the ultimate objectives of this book. I was far from being the only one living in a conceptual la-la land where metaphorical thinking is considered a sophisticated substitute for rigorous argumentation. The bourgeois knowledge regime is not only epistemological, it is a system of power and control. Attempting to publish one's findings sets one on a collision course with those who own the means of communication. This research project has been extremely difficult to bring into the world. Many platforms have refused to publish its findings. In the most extreme case, I was given a crash course in the material operations of the imperial theory industry by a publishing house in Paris. Right before the project was set to go to press, they pulled the plug. They claimed I should have praised instead of criticized certain golden calves of the industry. This experience sharpened my analysis by offering a lesson in the political economy of knowledge production and the power dynamics of publishing. Motive. The truth is warlike. It does not only fight against untruthfulness, but also against certain people who spread untruth. This observation by Bertolt Brecht remains highly relevant. Why put so much time and energy into a systemic ideology critique of the Western left intelligentsia? The purpose is fourfold. First, it seeks to elucidate the driving forces behind ideological production and dissemination. It provides an understanding of the social totality that situates ideas within the framework of material reality and class struggle. Second, it provides a more scientifically rigorous analysis of reality in general. The intellectual world war is not only an ideological battle, it is a fight over the nature of reality and who has the power to define it. Third, it provides a coherent framework for practical action. Much of what passes for intellectual debate in the imperial core takes place within the same fundamental ideological framework. One of the most pressing tasks is to shore up and further develop the tradition of dialectical and historical materialism. Last, this critique is part of a broader reflection on the history of the left in the imperial core. The ultimate goal is to reorient the left toward an anti-imperialist politics that embraces projects of socialist sovereignty. Why be so critical of the Western left? Because they have abandoned, sidelined, or modified the primary weapon of class struggle. This is partially a result of the class standing of the Western left intelligentsia. As members of the imperial professional managerial class stratum, they have no material incentive to change the system. They have tended to accommodate capitalism and imperialism. This abandonment comes into sharp relief in a historical conjuncture where the stakes could not be higher. We have entered the age of exterminism. Capitalist social murder is systematically destroying life. Global socio-economic inequality has never been more extreme. Class struggle today is a question of life and death for the entire species. Given these circumstances, more trenchant forms of criticism are necessary to shake people out of the dominant ideology. Ideas do not change reality in and of themselves unless they become a material force through mass action. This investigation is specialized, but its fundamental message is simple. Socialism is the solution. Method: dialectics as living, many-sided knowledge with an infinite number of shades of every approach and approximation to reality. This definition by Vladimir Lenin guides the methodology of this study. One predominant account of the theoretical traditions examined here frames them in terms of a relationship between postmodernism and neoliberalism. These accounts generally tend to slip into idealist forms of historiography by relying on vague appeals to the spirit of the times. Class struggle often disappears, and there is little to no account of imperialism and the anti-colonial struggle for socialism. In these accounts, there is rarely a materialist analysis of the political economy of knowledge and culture. One of the methodological objectives of this book is to demonstrate the explanatory superiority of a dialectical and historical materialist approach. It delves into the concrete points of connection between economic forces and the ways they shape the production of knowledge. It situates class struggle at the center and elucidates how the radical theory industry is related to psychological warfare operations aimed at shoring up anti-communism. This study advances on the basis of a dialectical historiography that is attentive to time, space, and class stratification. Historical reality is highly differentiated based on geographical location and class stratum. There are no simple and clean breaks when a new era magically appears. This book provides an analysis of the dialectical relationship between the general system of knowledge and individual subjects. Rigorous materialist analysis always accounts for the subjects as well as the system. They are intertwined processes whose complexity far surpasses our concepts. This investigation analyzes in detail the lives and works of the subjects in question. It proposes a dialectical elucidation of the theoretical practices of subjects working within specific systems of knowledge. It makes little sense to act as if there were phenomena like Adorno's philosophy or Derrida's thought independently of the systems of knowledge that gave birth to them. Much of what passes for ideology critique within the Western Marxist tradition is a critical analysis of the ideology operative within a particular subject or object. This book is also dedicated to developing a level of ideology critique that focuses on the objective systems that produce particular ideologies. This is one of the reasons for examining such a broad swath of intellectual production. It is in order to demonstrate that there are objective socio-economic forces undergirding these theoretical trends. The subjects of knowledge production under scrutiny are all part of the same caste formation. They have been trained in elite educational institutions to participate in the same basic forms of theoretical practice. They have been working within a material system of knowledge production owned and controlled by the same class. This fosters a remarkable amount of ideological uniformity. This study mobilizes a constellational methodology. Rather than a linear narrative, it seeks to perform many-sided knowledge. Every subsection provides a detailed analysis of one facet of the overall reality. This allows us to descend to a level of microscopic scrutiny that brings out details that would otherwise be jettisoned. At the same time, each microstudy fits into a coherent system. Finally, dialectics is a living knowledge, meaning that it is constantly expanding and refining itself. The fundamental point of this diagnosis is for us to learn from the past and present so that we can transform our lived reality in the future. The road ahead. This book opens with 3 chapters that serve as a discourse on Marxist method. The first elucidates the dialectical and historical materialist approach to ideas. The second chapter provides an overview of the material networks of the empire of ideas that have been built up by the leading imperialist powers. The third turns to the imperial theory industry as a major force for shoring up a form of compatible critical theory. All 3 provide the framework necessary for understanding the more specific analyses that follow. Part 2 of this book focuses on the Frankfurt School. It begins with an analysis of the dogmatic anti-communism of Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer. It then examines the work of the 7 Frankfurt scholars who were directly employed by the United States government in propaganda organizations and intelligence agencies. It also examines the cases of research associates who were in contact with Soviet intelligence. The final chapter is a deep dive into the life and work of Herbert Marcuse. Now that the archival record has come to light, it is possible to situate Marcuse much more precisely within the intellectual world war on communism. The title of this first volume, Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism, echoes the work by Francis Stonor Saunders. Saunders demonstrated the role of the foundations of the ruling class and the intelligence services in funding anti-communist culture. The focus here is more specifically on the intelligentsia and the theory industry. By answering the question of who paid the pipers, we can bring to light the material forces driving the promotion of the dominant ideology. The Frankfurt School has commonly been interpreted as having contributed to a type of Marxism that is more sophisticated and culturally savvy. This was one of the primary ideological objectives of the powerful forces in the capitalist class and the bourgeois state. The position that is widely accepted today, namely that Western Marxism is somehow more advanced, is a consequence of an intellectual world war. This dogma will be called out for what it is. Western Marxism is an ideological construct aimed at transforming the theoretical weapon of class struggle into an ineffectual philosophical position. German-style critical theory has served as one of the two most important foundational reference points for the imperial theory industry. The other is French theory, and it is to this tradition that the second volume turns. Whereas the Frankfurt School revised Marxism to such an extent that it became anti-Marxism, French theory has been marketed as a more radical form of thinking that surpasses Marxism. One of its trademarks has been to question totalizing forms of explanation and dialectics. French theory's generalized anti-Hegelianism is but thin cover for its generalized anti-Marxism. The world's leading imperialist power not only supported them, but its global networks were largely responsible for making this coterie into superstars. The CIA identified French theory as a major ally in its intellectual world war. The final volume in the trilogy engages with the contemporary forms of cutting-edge theory promoted in the imperial core. Figures like Agamben, Badiou, Balabar, Butler, Hard, Negri, and Giek have put forth what many see as more politically trenchant forms of analysis. The third and fourth generations of Frankfurt School critical theory have witnessed a rejuvenation of interest in socialism and criticisms of capitalism. Finally, some of the most cutting-edge forms of theory have branded themselves as more deeply critical than anything that preceded them. All of this suggests that the Western left intelligentsia's complicity with empire is a thing of the past. The materialist analysis demonstrated just the opposite. The empire does not promote work that is a real threat to its existence. Although these intellectual traditions have marketed themselves as distinct, there is a remarkable degree of ideological consistency. What they all share is their opposition to actually existing socialism. They also generally reject communist parties and anti-imperialist state-building projects. Any political solutions they put forth usually amount to anarchist islands of resistance or social democratic reforms. Those that are self-declared communists generally provide little more than idealist projections of a magical third way. The figures of the imperial theory industry are producing ideas within a system that has promoted them precisely because they are doing the ideological work necessary to police the left border of critique. They exclude the idea that knowledge could have use, value by being put in the service of developing anti-imperialist, socialist state-building projects in the real world. Part 1. Imperial Knowledge. Chapter 1. Breaking the Chains of Imperial Knowledge. How to Hide a Cultural Empire. In some departments of our daily life, in which we imagine ourselves free agents, we are ruled by dictators exercising great power. This statement, made by Edward Bernays, captures a fundamental truth. Bourgeois culture presents itself as a realm of freedom, just as bourgeois knowledge prides itself on being based on open-ended, democratic, and meritocratic forms of inquiry. This appearance of freedom, in both cases, is belied by deeply determined structures that limit the purview and possibilities of bourgeois culture and knowledge. An analysis of the totality, including the systemic material relations of socio-economic production and reproduction driving culture and knowledge, is generally foreclosed, further fostering the illusion that the cultural and intellectual products pitched to the hearts and minds of the masses are autonomously produced, circulate meritocratically, and are consumed based on freedom of choice. The deficiencies of bourgeois culture and knowledge are particularly apparent in the standard accounts of the state and culture itself. The state is generally taken at face value, with little to no assessment of the large and powerful sectors of the state apparatus engaged in clandestine activities and not at all beholden to even the minimal forms of pseudo-democracy inherent in bourgeois electoral politics. Culture tends to be understood as a free realm of exploration rather than a highly regimented material system of production, circulation, and consumption that is intimately bound up with political imperatives. What is almost never perceived, then, is the connection between covert state operations, on the one hand, and the system of constraints that structures the broad cultural world, including academia, on the other. As we will see, however, the part of the bourgeois state, sometimes referred to as the invisible government, has a long and deep history of working behind the scenes to control culture, which includes promoting the illusion that it is a domain of freedom. The bourgeois state and bourgeois culture are products of a particular socio-economic system. Capitalism. This is what is driving the contradiction between democratic appearance and authoritarian reality. The dominant caste within this system faces a major problem. It endeavors to present itself as ruling in the interests of the common people when it systematically exploits the latter for its own benefit. One of the principal propaganda tools that it has developed to obscure this fundamental structural relationship is its use of foundations. These are front organizations which declare themselves to be philanthropic, but are actually mechanisms for leveraging stolen wealth for soft power projects that serve the interests of the ruling class. They are thus a thinly veiled attempt to mask the influence of power and wealth on cultural production, circulation, and consumption. As we will see, the foundations of the capitalist ruling class work hand in glove with the invisible government to tightly control cultural and intellectual work from the shadows, while broadcasting the illusion that the bourgeois cultural and intellectual system is a realm of unalloyed freedom. One example that clearly illustrates all of these points is the 1950 manifesto issued by the Congress for Cultural Freedom, an international organization explicitly dedicated to promoting the cherished liberties of the West. We hold it to be self-evident, the manifesto begins, that intellectual freedom is one of the inalienable rights of man. A veritable panegyric on freedom, a term it uses no less than 17 times, the document claims that freedom and peace are inseparable. It simultaneously condemns what it describes as the curtailments of freedom by totalitarian states, even claiming that neutrality in the face of their challenge to liberty amounts to a betrayal of mankind and to the abdication of the free mind. Far from being a free organization celebrating intellectual and cultural liberty, however, the Congress for Cultural Freedom was a CIA front, with funding from the capitalist ruling class through its foundations. This is the kind of freedom it represented. The freedom of the capitalist class and its bourgeois state operatives to intercede in culture and control it from behind the scenes, using front organizations to publicly promote the illusion of freedom in order to better control it, while waging an all-out war on those dedicated to freeing the world from capitalism. It is telling that the celebrated intellectuals analysed in this book and its companion volumes, who are often described as veritable masters of suspicion, have generally remained silent on the CIA's involvement in the Congress for Cultural Freedom, even though they were either directly or indirectly implicated themselves, or they participated in parallel projects serving the same fundamental objectives. What better collaborators in enterprises of free thinking like this than those who willfully ignore and thus accept how conditioned their freedom actually is? Confronting the limits of the bourgeois knowledge regime, the only thing of interest in the personality of a philosopher is, he was born then and then, he worked and died. This statement, made by Martin Heidegger at the opening of his 1924 lecture course on Aristotle, is a concise summary of intellectual commodity fetishism. The material circumstances of a philosopher's work, as well as the personal realities of their actual life, are generally judged to be irrelevant, except perhaps for peripheral information regarding their birth and death. The products of their intellect are all that really matter. The strong position that Heidegger took on biography and historical contextualization would soon prove to be particularly useful. Having embraced National Socialism with the expectation of a deliverance of Western existence from the dangers of communism, he joined the Nazi Party and oversaw the Aryanization of his university as its rector. Since the Nazis were eventually defeated, due first and foremost to the monumental sacrifices of those communists he judged to be so dangerous, Heidegger clearly had a vested interest in maintaining the purity of his intellectual project, preferring to go down in bourgeois history as perhaps the greatest thinker of the 20th century instead of a resolute fascist philosopher. Although he remained an unrepentant Nazi after the war, as his former students Herbert Marcuse and Jürgen Habermas helped demonstrate, the philosopher who presided over at least one public book, burning of Jewish Marxist literature, was not only rehabilitated, but his international fame grew precipitously in the imperial core. He had a major and lasting impact on two traditions of thought that figure prominently in this study, as well as those theoretical trends that emerged out of them: German critical theory and French theory. As a matter of fact, Heidegger became so important in France, where existential phenomenologists began to celebrate his work early on, that he attained the status of the principal philosophic reference, along with the radical aristocrat Friedrich Nietzsche, for many of the leading luminaries of French theory. As early as September 1st, 1945, Heidegger played the victim in his correspondence, grousing about how he was being mistreated in Germany while gloating over his reception abroad. "I am valued in Paris and France, where my philosophy is in vogue." Many of the French theorists who bore Heidegger's torch not only agreed with the statement in his Aristotle lecture, but they attempted to elevate it to the level of an unquestionable principle. This served them well in their own context, if I can take the liberty of using a concept they despised, since it was quite the intellectual feat to festoon the work of a Nazi scholar and bureaucrat while maligning the Marxist tradition in a historical conjuncture where the latter had enormous public support for having soundly defeated the social and political philosophy embraced by the former. Jacques Derrida provided a concise synthesis of the view he shared with his closest collaborators, which helped him champion the work of figures like Heidegger and the ardent Zionist Emmanuel Levinas. There is nothing outside the text. This philosophic fiat was also a particularly useful crutch when it was revealed that Derrida's close friend, who formed the other half of the dynamic duo of deconstruction, Paul de Man, had collaborated so closely with the Nazis that he had anticipated becoming a minister of culture in the post-war European Reich, though he had to settle instead with becoming the don of deconstruction at Yale, where he regularly invited his French counterpart. To be sure, Derrida's quintessentially logocentric affirmation, in the precise sense of the Greek term logos, which means both word and reason, or discourse, needs to be understood in its full-blown metaphysical or Heideggerian sense. He postulated arco-writing as the process of spatial differing and temporal deferring that is the condition of possibility and impossibility of all language and thought, and ultimately of everything, meaning that he was not simply talking about empirical texts. Nevertheless, the same basic methodology orientation was at work. Discourse in this absolutized sense, according to Heideggerian being, is all that really matters, not its material conditions of production or a supposed reality outside the text. The views expressed by Heidegger and Derrida are common tropes within the bourgeois humanities, which tend to recount the history of ideas and of philosophy more specifically in terms of a largely immaterial trajectory of thought punctuated by individual discursive contributions. This logocentric understanding of intellectual history which undergirds bourgeois canons goes hand in hand with a homologous logic of circulation and consumption. The thoughts of these luminaries are disseminated via consumer products, which are then analyzed in isolation through internal analysis. This practical logic of theoretical production, circulation, and consumption is imbibed with and fosters intellectual commodity fetishism. The specific theoretical product takes on the magical quality of a singular creation, and the material social relations of intellectual production disappear behind its enchanting aura. There is, just as Derrida insisted, nothing outside the text for those under the spell of intellectual commodity fetishism. In contrast to the humanities, the bourgeois social sciences have often attempted to flesh out particular facets of the concrete relations of intellectual production. While many of the social scientific criticisms of the philosophic fetishism just mentioned are welcome correctives, the social sciences nonetheless bear the traces of their own material history since they have also emerged, like philosophy and the humanities, within a unique ideological framework grounded in a specific material world. Although this history developed at diverse rates and varied considerably based on the precise time, place, and class strata, a brief and general overview allows us to clearly understand the contributions and significant limitations of the bourgeois social sciences, while also bringing to the fore the extent to which regimes of knowledge are the result of specific material social relations. As capitalism emerged and developed in its long and complex history, it brought with it profound transformations of a socio-economic order that had been largely naturalized, leading in certain cases to major upheavals in the form of bourgeois revolutions. Within this general context, there was a need to forge new tools of analysis to understand and try to control a changing world. In order to fill this gap, the bourgeois social sciences began to emerge in the imperial core in a rather inchoate fashion through the course of the long 18th century, and they were later consolidated and institutionalized between approximately the mid-19th century and the mid-20th century. They were influenced, in part, by the earlier developments of the natural sciences, which created forms of secular, verifiable, empirical analysis with concrete, practical applications. There were, and still are, some hermeneutically oriented elements of the bourgeois social sciences that remain closer to philosophy. However, they generally distinguished themselves from the humanities and encroached upon their institutional space, forcing them to consolidate themselves around the spiritual and intellectual realm of culture. This social scientific intrusion was, and still is, considered to be a threat by those invested, like Heidegger and Derrida, in maintaining an idealist form of theologically infused speculation as the highest form of thought, thereby securing their social position as the specialists of generalities or, in more extreme cases, the high priests of the unknowable. The overall framework of analysis for the bourgeois social sciences, including their disciplinary divisions, is a direct outgrowth of the material social relations of modern capitalism. According to the dominant ideology that developed, the world is composed of the separate spheres of the market, the state, and civil society, which each have their own ways of operating. It thereby makes sense, ideologically, to have distinct sciences for each of these realms, at least when it comes to analyzing the present state of the developed societies of the capitalist core, which have been, at least historically, the primary focal points of these social sciences. The study of the past of the developed capitalist world required its own discipline, history. In its modern form, history tended to break with the naturalized, circular patterns of the chronicles of great men in favor of a linear development where the past was recognized as an autonomous realm that needed to be studied empirically as it actually was. As capitalist societies grew and expanded through colonization, there was a need for another discipline, anthropology, focused specifically on studying the underdeveloped societies in the periphery that were subjected to colonialism. Although this is no longer a common category, the countries of the capitalist core also established a discipline, Orientalism, focused on analyzing developed societies that did not follow the pattern of Western capitalist modernization, like Persia, India, and China. There are other disciplines, of course, and their precise configurations and interrelations have always depended on the specific historical situation. Nevertheless, a basic pattern is visible. The bourgeois social sciences, like the humanities, are products of a particular material world, namely that of capitalist societies involved in colonial expansion. Far from being impartial then, as their structure itself reveals, they have generally been oriented towards shoring up the dominant ideology within colonial capitalism, in spite of sometimes being mobilized by specific actors at particular moments for alternative ends. Moreover, as Vladimir Lenin cogently explained, in one way or another, all official and liberal science defends wage slavery. It has a normative orientation that is so deeply ingrained that it is often considered to be value neutral. Similarly, bourgeois social science does not provide people with an adequate account of the fundamental force of history, namely class struggle, which would allow them to understand how social reality has been formed, the mechanisms undergirding and driving it, as well as how best to intervene in order to transform it. As Walter Rodney argued, the very division between the natural and social sciences is itself a product of a particular class dynamic. Scientific knowledge of the natural world is aggressively pursued and not subjected to deliberate mystification insofar as this knowledge aids in production and thus ultimately in capitalist accumulation. By contrast, the bourgeois class, the capitalist class, has an interest in specifically mystifying the application of scientific principles to society, because the same application of scientific principles to society would suggest that we must understand the changes, the transitions by which capitalism itself came into being and by which the particular class in power will be removed from power. Echoing Friedrich Engels, Rodney maintained that the severing of the natural from the social world is the result of a metaphysical assumption which makes a separation between the application of scientific principles to the society as distinct from the application of scientific principles to the real world, to the natural world. These are inordinately complex histories, and many nuances would need to be added to this account, including the fact that the disciplinary regime and intellectual Taylorism of bourgeois research have nonetheless made some major contributions which should by no means be abandoned. Given the centuries-long domination of capitalism around the world, bourgeois knowledge is the most advanced form currently available, due to the fact that no other type of knowledge has had so much material support for its development. As Lenin argued, we need to learn from, and often draw on, all of the most developed forms of thought, but we also have to be very vigilant regarding their ideological orientation. I am intentionally painting in broad strokes in order to bring an essential point into focus. The dominant system of knowledge is a product of the material relations operative in the history of capitalism. The bourgeois regime of knowledge has been based on a fundamental separation between nature and society, ensconced in the intellectual division of labor between the natural and the social sciences, and this separation has been seconded by a partition within the social sciences between a series of different disciplines rooted in liberal ideology and its colonialist worldview. The humanities have, over time, been whittled down to being the guardians of the spiritual, and they tend to be a refuge for superstitious thinking, except for those sectors, like certain forms of analytic philosophy, that have modeled themselves on techno-scientific social sciences. Just as Heidegger's and Derrida's approach to the history of ideas is largely a consequence of the material relations of their intellectual production, and more precisely, their ideological conditioning within the modern institutionalized discipline of philosophy, the bourgeois social scientific accounts of knowledge are similarly undergirded by the dominant ideology that structures those disciplines. This means that they tend to be characterized by a fragmentary and non-holistic worldview, the social chauvinism of the imperial core, partiality to wage slavery, and the obfuscation of class struggle. It is certainly true that efforts have been made on the part of some intellectuals to stitch the world back together again through interdisciplinary endeavors. However, these are reactions to the problems inherent in the ideological division between nature, society, and the individual. They are destined to remain feckless if they do not go to the root of the problem. An ideological and non-dialectical worldview grounded in material social relations that obscures the totality and the class struggle driving it. Dialectical materialist epistemology. The Marxist doctrine is comprehensive and harmonious and provides men with an integral world outlook irreconcilable with any form of superstition, reaction, or defense of bourgeois oppression. This statement by Vladimir Lenin highlights the holistic nature of the approach. What is fundamentally lacking in the bourgeois humanities and social sciences is an analysis of the socio-natural totality and the systemic material relations of socio-economic production and reproduction, as well as the forces driving them. Such an approach is capable of situating the specific relations of intellectual labor within this totality in order to elucidate the dialectical relationship between objective forces and subjective agency. Dialectical and historical materialism provides this. Rather than beginning with abstract thoughts isolated in the work of an individual or one facet of a collective world, it situates intellectual labor within the general socio-economic relations of production, which themselves are embedded in the natural world. It thereby starts out, as Marx and Engels wrote, from the real premises of human beings in their actual empirically perceptible process of development under definite conditions. Humans, as material beings capable of thinking, are produced, and they participate in their own production and reproduction within a larger system of relations. What they are coincides with their production, both with what they produce and with how they produce. Hence, what individuals are depends on the material conditions of their production. Those operating within the ideological confines of the bourgeois humanities, like Heidegger and Derrida, often dismiss such an approach as reductivist or determinist. This is usually due to their deep-seated, though sometimes unacknowledged, investment in the bourgeois ideology of individual freedom, which excludes a dialectical understanding of the relationship between objective material conditions and subjective agency. They desperately aspire to put consciousness first and thus suffer from idealism, the dominant ideology of the humanities, which always, in one way or another, amounts to the defense or support of religion. The bourgeois social sciences have also frequently criticized dialectical and historical materialism for reductivism, albeit for different reasons, namely that there are specific logics of the social world that are not reducible to class dynamics. This, for instance, was the argument made by one of Derrida's arch-enemies on the French theoretical scene, Pierre Bourdieu. He framed his entire book on Heidegger in terms of a double refusal that not only rejected the absolute autonomy of the philosophic text according to Derrida, but also rebuffed the direct reduction of the text to the most general conditions of its production. Claiming that the philosophic field within which Heidegger operated followed its own autonomous logic, distinct from that of the political field, Bourdieu took what he described as a non-incriminating stance on Heidegger's Nazism, disparaging not only those who attribute too much autonomy to his philosophic discourse, but also those who accord it too little autonomy because they situate it, as well as the academic marketplace of ideas in which he participated, within class struggle. One of the other criticisms commonly leveled against dialectical and historical materialism by those ensconced in the bourgeois knowledge regime is that it is dogmatic and objectivist, or even that it purports to be totalizing in its knowledge claims. However, dialectical and historical materialism understands itself to be a science in the broad sense of Wissenschaft, meaning a reliable method and form of knowledge in general, and makes a more minimal claim. It is possible to distinguish between more or less accurate accounts of reality. This does not require omniscience or some form of total and absolute understanding of the real, including perhaps predicting the future. Wissenschaft is, instead, a historical process of collectively developing tools of analysis, testing them in reality, and modifying them based on experience. As a Wissenschaft, dialectical and historical materialism is founded on the primacy of practice, not the dogmatic preeminence of theory or the rigid objectivism found in positivistic bourgeois sciences. Unlike the extremes of idealism and empiricism, materialism draws on as much concrete data as possible to account for the socio-natural totality, but it concretely abstracts from the minutiae of empirical details in order to integrate and synthesize them at a higher level by establishing the most coherent explanatory framework, which it continues to test and modify based on practical trials. It is important in this regard, and it needs to be emphasized, that dialectical and historical materialism does not simply scrap all of the work done within the framework of bourgeois knowledge production. On the contrary, it draws on whatever aspects of it that can make valuable contributions, but it seeks to move knowledge to a higher level of synthesis, coherence, and practical relevance by developing a superior explanatory and transformative science of human life on planet Earth. Regarding intellectual production, dialectical and historical materialism maintains that the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. That is, the class which is the ruling material force of society is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal consequently also controls the means of mental production. In the capitalist world, it is the bourgeoisie that, directly or indirectly, owns and controls the schools and universities, think tanks, libraries, media, publishing platforms, culture industries, the means of communication, the digital world, and numerous other institutions of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption. It makes perfect sense, then, that the dominant forms of knowledge, such as the bourgeois humanities and social sciences, would reflect the material world that produced them. Knowledge, in this regard, is a product of power, which is a consequence of property in class societies. This does not mean, however, that everything is rigidly determined. There is instead a dialectical play of forces between the extant system of theoretical production and the agents participating in it. Except as an abstract category, freedom does not disappear. Instead, it takes on a specific material form. The freedom to mobilize one's agency within a defined field of action, conditioned by a set of constraints, albeit an agency that can sometimes push against certain restrictions, while nonetheless being formatted by them to varying degrees. In one of Marx's most detailed descriptions of the relationship between the systems of material and mental production, he wrote, "In the social production of their existence, humans inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite social forms of consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. The relationship between the socio-economic infrastructure on the one hand and the ideological superstructure on the other is dialectical through and through. Marx was not postulating a completely separate realm of economics that is not affected by the forms of social consciousness described above, nor was he claiming that ideology has no internal logic of its own. Engels had to insist on these points later in life after Marx's death in order to avoid any confusion. In a letter to Franz Mehring on July 14, 1893, he explained that ideology formally develops semi-autonomously and has a historical efficacy insofar as it may exert a reciprocal influence on its environment and even upon its own causes. It is imperative, therefore, to avoid hypostasizing the infrastructure and superstructure as two entities. They are complex, intertwined processes which are only really assumed to be distinct and somehow separate elements due to our impoverished conceptual vocabulary. If one of these processes is identified as more foundational, or what Engels referred to as the determinant in the last instance, this is because it serves as the fundamental organizational structure of production and reproduction, meaning the overall economic mode of production, such as feudalism or capitalism, that conditions the material lives of human beings and their ideological composition. Returning to the quote from Marx, we can see that the ideological superstructure is composed of two heuristically distinct elements: the politico-legal apparatus and forms of social consciousness operative in the religion, culture, and philosophy of a particular society. This formulation, and others like it, has led to a rich debate regarding how exactly this process of ideological composition operates and is related to the infrastructure. This book, along with the rest of the trilogy, is in many ways a detailed investigation into this question, with the focal point being the superstructure of the most developed imperialist countries. It seeks to provide, among other things, a nuanced dialectical materialist account of the intricate relations and complex forms of mediation operative in the political economy of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption. A note on terminology. Within the bourgeois knowledge regime, dialectical and historical materialism is often reductively described with the label Marxism. Since under capitalism, intellectual property law regulates theoretical production, establishing a correlation between ideas and their supposed progenitor for the purposes of commodification, this makes perfect sense. However, it occludes something fundamental. Dialectical and historical materialism is an ongoing collective science that requires innovation and adaptation to changing circumstances. It is not a theory established once and for all in the sacred text of a genius figure who transcends history. Marx was a man living in a specific material context which inevitably conditioned his work, and he collaborated on a common project with Engels and many others, while also drawing on so much work that preceded them. He made extraordinary contributions, but he did not work alone, nor did he establish biblical texts to be worshipped rather than tested. He contributed to the collective project of dialectical and historical materialism, and the greatest homage we can pay him is by endeavoring to do the same, which includes materially situating him in his concrete context. It is the collective project of scientific elucidation and social transformation that is primary, not the individual, as Marx himself would have said, and did in fact say. When the term Marxism or Marxist is used in this study, then, this should not be interpreted as a tradition of thought governed by a patronym and abiding by the bourgeois laws of intellectual property. It is simply a convenient label for a collective science to which Marx and Engels made foundational contributions. Dialectical and historical materialism. Sub-rosa politics and the intellectual apparatus. Marx and Engels understood that intellectual production functioned like an industry and that it was therefore necessary to analyze it from the point of view of the social relations of theoretical production. They opened the German ideology, were the brilliant description of the industrialists of philosophy who opportunistically contrived singular theoretical concoctions that they retailed, entering into competition with one another. When they later encountered a glutted market, these manufacturers of ideas then engaged in cheap and spurious production in a bitter struggle to push their commodities. Soundly criticizing those who naively interpreted the young Hegelian movement as an intellectual upheaval of world significance, thereby indulging in intellectual commodity fetishism, the authors of the German ideology explained that their theoretical practice was ultimately anchored in socio-economic relations and driven by opportunist careerism. Given the fact that Marx and Engels were writing in the 19th century, we have the advantage of historical perspective. In an effort to further develop dialectical and historical materialism within the current conjuncture, I draw on this perspective in order to elucidate the evolution of the two intertwined components of the superstructures in the imperial core. Regarding the political legal apparatus, to begin with, it has increasingly developed a division of labor between the visible form of legal government that administers the spectacle of public politics on the one hand, and a largely invisible government that manages capitalist social relations, often through illegal means, on the other. As historian Annie Lecoiris has explained, the increasing concentration of wealth under monopoly capitalism has required greater recourse to the men and women of the shadows. The arrival of socialism on the world's historical stage, which poses an existential threat to capitalism, has exacerbated the need to rely on covert mechanisms of governance, particularly because the governments of the imperial core have attempted to maintain their hegemony by presenting themselves as democracies rather than plutocratic oligarchic empires. The bourgeois state, under these conditions, has thus increasingly developed its somber underside. The fact that Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky were both, for a few days in the spring of 1917, in the custody of the networks of the United Kingdom's recently minted 1909 Secret Intelligence Service provides insight into how important shadow government became in the monopoly imperialist phase of the war on communism. Military Intelligence Section 6 then collaborated with United States and French intelligence with the financial backing of both of these countries in planning a failed anti-communist coup d'etat against the Bolsheviks. Unfortunately, the bourgeois social sciences and political science more specifically focus almost exclusively on overt forms of governance, thereby foreclosing the possibility of analyzing the full spectrum of activities of the bourgeois state. Indeed, there is no extant discipline for studying the governmental agencies engaged in the dark arts of covert operations. Consider Professor David N. Gibbs's findings. I surveyed the 5 top journals in political science that specialize in international relations during the period 1991 to 2000. I did not find a single article in any of these journals that focused on CIA covert operations. Mentions of these operations were very rare and, when they occurred at all, they were confined to a few sentences or a footnote. In effect, an entire category of international conduct has been expunged from the record as if it never occurred. Elsewhere, citing the additional fact that a significant number of social scientists, especially political scientists, regularly work with the Central Intelligence Agency, Gibbs has been doing important work to bring to light the ways in which the bourgeois social sciences have served to whitewash the sordid history of United States foreign policy. More generally, former CIA officer turned university professor Richard Smith aptly pointed out that not a single university in the United States fosters a serious research effort into the organization and activities of the intelligence community, that massive bureaucratic conglomerate that has played such a major role in our foreign policy. Bourgeois knowledge production is thus complicit in covering up the crimes of the United States national security state, whose depth and breadth boggle the imagination. For instance, according to the meticulous calculations of 14 former members of the CIA, the agency they worked for was responsible for the death of at least 6 million people between 1947 and 1987. If one assumes the same pace, these numbers would have doubled by 2017. This veritable Third World War, to use CIA officer John Stockwell's apt expression, is rarely, if ever, so much as registered within the realm of bourgeois knowledge. This book, like the next 2 in the series, draws on extensive archival research and innumerable Freedom of Information Act requests, as well as a large body of scholarship based on archival research and first-person testimonies of those involved in covert operations. This research was undertaken in order to both overcome the limitations of bourgeois knowledge and demonstrate the superior explanatory power of dialectical and historical materialism regarding how the bourgeois state functions, particularly in the monopoly and imperial phase of capitalism. This is not to deny in the least that parallel structures have played a major role in the deeper history of capitalist governance, which they most certainly have. The argument is rather that they have been developed at an industrial scale in the contemporary world and become increasingly central to both the hegemonic and repressive modalities of political management. The other focal point of this study is the sector of the superstructure that formats social consciousness, with particular attention paid to its industrial-scale development in the contemporary world. The superstructure, as the name suggests, is not simply the result of ideologies that are organically produced through class relations. While arising from class dynamics, these ideologies are structured and organized through a powerful institutionalized system that forges and formats subjects in every aspect of their being, including their consciousness, but also their values, affects, perceptions, practices, desires, and drives. The superstructure thus includes all of the cultural, religious, educational, media, intellectual, and other institutions that compose people as ideological subjects and direct their activities, as well as the entire material system by which cultural productions circulate and are consumed. In the imperialist phase of monopoly capitalism, especially in its latest form, the superstructure is so highly industrialized and centralized that it arguably exercises an awesome degree of power never before seen in history. To take but one telling example, journalist Alan MacLeod claimed in 2019 that 5 gigantic corporations control over 90% of what America reads, watches, or listens to. The dark underside of the politico-legal superstructure has been much more involved in consolidating the cultural and intellectual sector of the superstructure than most people are aware, and this clearly demonstrates the central importance of a dialectical approach that does not reify these two elements as separate components, but rather conceptualizes them as interrelated forces. Cultural production under capitalism, like intellectual production more specifically, is characterized by a fundamental contradiction. It has to appear to be free and open to all, based on the principles of democratic meritocracy, while actually being tightly controlled by those who own the means of intellectual production. Cultural production under capitalism, like intellectual production more specifically, is characterized by a fundamental contradiction. It has to appear to be free and open to all, based on the principles of democratic meritocracy, while actually being tightly controlled by those who own the means of intellectual production. Political economy of knowledge. The Foundation, CIA, University Nexus. The political economy of knowledge allows us to track the impact of political and economic forces on the types of knowledge that are produced and consumed. Universities, think tanks, and the publishing industry are major players. The capitalist ruling class uses foundations to exercise its dominion over intellectual life, often working with state agencies. Foundations of the ruling class work hand in glove with the invisible government to control culture while promoting the illusion of freedom. The CIA's intrusion into the foundation field in the 1960s was massive. CIA funding was involved in nearly half the grants the non-Big Three foundations made during this period in international activities. The Big Three foundations, Ford, Rockefeller, and Carnegie, were considered the best funding cover. William B. Bader, an agency man, investigated the relationship between the CIA and the academic world for the Church Committee. He discovered an enormous operation that minimized the CIA's penetration in the final report. Thousands of American academics have done the bidding of the CIA by identifying and recruiting students and participating in research. Many are aware of their roles and receive compensation. The university serves as a recruitment site, research partner, and consultancy hub. The CIA has collaborated on summer intern programs and seminars. In the wake of the Church Committee hearings, no reform prevented the CIA from continuing its practices. Robert Gates explained the agency's involvement in the academic world, including consulting, research, and information sharing. Scandals like the one at the Rochester Institute of Technology did not alter the fundamental architecture of the CIA academic complex. United States intelligence today touches virtually every facet of academic life. Universities provide training for current or future officers and research for intelligence agencies. The Big Three foundations have a long history of working with the CIA on psychological warfare. Alan Dulles used large foundations to fill the gaps left by the government. Shepard Stone at the Ford Foundation worked closely with CIA officials. The Ford Foundation influenced cultural and intellectual production on a global scale. The Rockefeller Foundation had similar ties, with high-level officials moving between the foundation and the government. These foundations and the bourgeois state function as an organic totality. Direct intercession is not always necessary if the system simply provides rewards to those who give it what it requires. Academics receive perks and international fame for their ideological alignment. This is an essential aspect of the political economy of bourgeois knowledge. Marshall Plan for the Mind, the Cold War, was a war fought with ideas instead of bombs. This was the view of CIA officer Tom Braden. The Congress for Cultural Freedom mobilized intellectuals and artists on a worldwide scale to fight an ideological war. The Psychological Strategy Board ran an anti-communist doctrinal program to foster associations among intellectuals. The Marshall Plan played a role in integrating Western Europe into the United States zone of influence. Covert actions complemented the endeavors of the Marshall Plan. Marshall Plan funds were funneled into psychological and political warfare operations. The Economic Cooperation Administration collaborated with the Office of Policy Coordination to influence Europe secretly. The International Organizations Division, headed by Tom Braden, managed relationships with unions, media, and student associations. Braden aimed to unite artists and writers to demonstrate the West's devotion to freedom of expression. The centerpiece for the Cultural Cold War was the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Headquartered in Paris and run by CIA operative Michael Josselson, it became a major artistic patron. Braden claimed there were never any budgetary limits for these projects. The agency disguised the extent of its interest by using legitimate existing organizations. A key tactic was to support the compatible left, which was hostile to actually existing socialism. Cold warriors sought to create divisions in the left between pro-Soviet and anti-Soviet camps. Covert Cold warriors like Braden funded a vast array of activities through the non-communist left. The compatible left's orientation was compatible with capitalism and United States imperialism. Braden's frank insider account was a limited hangout, providing restricted information to take control of the narrative. The agency sought to run a faith in government campaign by confessing to some abuses. Braden continued to collaborate with the agency after he officially left. Our big family, the Cold War was a battle for the minds of men. This was the view of the CIA. Paris was considered the cultural capital of the world and an ideal imperial outpost. The CCF promoted collaborationist academics like Raymond Aron and Hannah Arendt. Its mission was to nudge the intelligentsia of Western Europe away from Marxism. Almost every intellectual in post-war Western Europe was caught up in its web. By the middle of the 1960s, many knew that the CCF was a CIA front organization. Intellectuals like Aron and Arendt claimed ignorance, but many believed they wanted to walk with the devil in the shadows secretly. CIA. Officer Tom Braden said of the intellectuals that, of course, they knew. The CCF was publicly recognized as an anti-communist organization subcontracting for the capitalist class. The international conferences organized by the CCF were major affairs with media coverage. Seminars and study trips were also supported. The list of participants included some of the most well-known intellectuals. The flagship enterprise was a network of prestige magazines oriented against communism. These journals generally followed the CCF's editorial line by being opposed to communism and neutralism. The CCF also funded a large book publishing program, producing titles in many countries and languages. It collaborated with leading publishers and was involved in covert operations. Authors like Arendt, Aaron Bell, and Adorno were represented. Lucrative deals and intellectual fame were offered to scholars whose worldviews were compatible with the agency's agenda. The cases of Raymond Aron and Daniel Bell are revealing. Aron's international renown was due in part to company business. Bell's most famous book, The End of Ideology, asserted that Marxism was exhausted. Many of the chapters in his book were published in agency journals. Despite their affiliations, both remain major intellectual reference points. Intellectuals collaborated within a vast network of knowledge production. This global web included institutes and feature services that distributed reports by its venal intellectuals. This infrastructure allowed scholars to ascend to influential positions. It fostered the illusion that anti-communist worldviews were freely embraced. The Ford Foundation took over financing the CCF after it was revealed to be a CIA front. The organization reconfigured itself and persisted under a different name. Many of its projects and magazines continued with alternative sources of funding. State agencies and non-governmental organizations have since taken up the CCF's work of promoting cultural freedom. The mighty Wurlitzer deception is a state of mind and the mind of the state. This statement by James Jesus Angleton, head of CIA counterintelligence, captures the agency's philosophy. Frank Wisner called his international media jukebox the mighty Wurlitzer. Hundreds of journalists worked surreptitiously for the CIA. Major news and information organizations were embraced by the agency. Establishment venues and journalists operated within these networks. Executives of the New York Times and CBS worked closely with the CIA. Henry Luce's Time Incorporated was a powerful collaborator. Luce agreed to hire agency operatives as journalists. These practices continued in later years, with the agency persuading reporters to postpone or scrap stories. Anderson Cooper and Tucker Carlson have had ties to the CIA. The United States Agency for International Development has funded support for journalists and media outlets around the world. The CIA owned or controlled newspapers and press services, using them as cover for agents. It infiltrated media organizations and paid journalists to publish propaganda. Propaganda stories were manufactured and placed in press outlets worldwide. Intelligence operators occupy key positions at major big tech and social media companies. Books were treated as the most important weapon of strategic propaganda. The agency engaged in subsidizing, producing, and promoting books without acknowledging its role. It could ghostwrite books and have propaganda academically laundered. Some authors make a living writing books for the CIA that are favorable to the agency. Factitious forms of scholarly production went hand in hand with artificial manipulation of circulation. The CIA collaborated with embassies to buy up books and guarantee widespread distribution. Franklin Publications was a private non-profit used as cover for government-funded propaganda efforts. It built a network of publishing infrastructure for the Cultural Cold War. 10 million books were distributed to Warsaw Pact countries by the CIA front organizations. The goal was to weaken the loyalty of party and state cadres by promoting revisionist trends. Prominent members of the Western left intelligentsia were represented in the book list. The agency also published and promoted the writings of Eastern dissidents as a propaganda ploy. The CIA has been deeply involved in the art world, promoting United States American art over socialist realism. It worked with major art institutions, including the Museum of Modern Art, high-level CIA. Officers had backgrounds in prominent museums and media organizations. The capitalist ruling class works with the national security state to control the cultural apparatus. The United States government's penetration of the entertainment industry is extensive. The Department of Defense and the CIA have supported hundreds of movies and television shows with censorship rights. The culture industry provides cover for imperial butchery, promotion and repression. The IRD and the CCFS were major organizations for psychological warfare in a global war on communism. They helped foster a compatible left intelligentsia while dividing it from the incompatible left. Promotional networks of the ruling class go hand in hand with the direct repression of alternative knowledge production. Systematic repression has been organized against the very idea of communism. Operation Chaos was a domestic spying operation that targeted leftists and sought to eliminate incompatible news networks. Promotion and repression function as complementary mechanisms of ideological management. The overall objective is to produce the illusion of a scholarly and cultural consensus freely arrived at across society. Operation Chaos was a domestic spying operation run by the CIA, which segued with COINTELPRO. Ostensibly focused on foreign influence upon American descent, it targeted leftists, amassed thousands of files on Americans, and sought to eliminate incompatible news and information networks. Chaos, Joel Whitney explained, was a scheme to spy on and destroy a large independent strain of the American free press, bluntly quashing all homespun editorial opposition and preemptively striking against embarrassing stories. Project Resistance fed into Chaos by focusing more specifically on radicals in the university, and it set up collaborative networks between campus officials and governmental authorities in order to do so. Promotion and repression are thus two sides of the same war of ideas. Although this study primarily focuses on the former by detailing the global material networks that promoted the compatible left intelligentsia, it must never be forgotten that these have gone hand in hand with repressive networks aimed at destroying the so-called incompatible left and alternative systems of knowledge. Whereas promotion seeks to shore up hegemony, repression strives to exclude and ideally eliminate counter-hegemonic voices. The overall objective is to produce, more or less from behind the scenes, the illusion of a scholarly, journalistic and cultural consensus that has been freely arrived at across society at large. Chapter 3. The Imperial Theory Industry Toward a Systemic Analysis. Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer provided some insightful criticisms of the culture industry, excoriating the system operative behind mainstream capitalist culture without subjecting the industry within which they worked, the theory industry, to the same blistering critique. Michel Foucault wrote at length about the historical relationship between knowledge and power, even introducing his own concept of knowledge power to underscore the intertwined nature of the deployment of force and the establishment of truth. But he never rigorously examined the principal powers at work within the knowledge network that promoted him. This lack of self-reflective critique, in which tools of critical analyses applied to external objects of study are turned back on the subject, reveals the existence of a significant blind spot, and it is a clear sign that their approaches are non-systematic and undialectical. They are subjects who have criticized systems while shunning the critique of the very systems that produce the subjects performing such critiques. In the case of Adorno and Horkheimer, it is surely their bourgeois background and petty bourgeois class position that drove them to denigrate the entertainment industry to which the masses are subjected, while generally exonerating the realm of high art and theory, which are forms of bourgeois culture in which they willingly indulged and participated, as well as celebrated. Paul Boran's biting critique captures this dynamic. The dialectic of these gentlemen, from which all history and all philosophy has fallen away, has been transformed into pure obscurantism despite all of Adorno's sharp-sighted observations and deep insights. With Horkheimer, even all of these have disappeared, and what remains is an old well-to-do gentleman who yearns for the good old days when there were servants and when one could pursue his fine self-cultivation. Foucault's orientation is not dissimilar, and it further reveals the difficulty that the imperial intelligentsia has in perceiving the imperial power that supports it. If it is difficult to get a person to understand something when his or her salary depends upon not understanding it, it is next to impossible to get an imperially promoted intellectual to apprehend the powers undergirding their social status and the global prominence of their discourse. The class position of these intellectuals and their specific standing within the international relations of intellectual production go a long way to explaining their blind spots, as well as their ideological alignment. As the leading luminaries of the radical theory industry, they are not only members of the intellectual labor aristocracy, but they are its creme de la creme. Their purported knowledge is completely saturated with power, and more specifically, the power of the theory industry that promotes them. Perched atop a global pyramid of symbolic value creation, they had lucrative positions at elite institutions with significant platforms and perks. Destined to go down in bourgeois history as the greatest thinkers of their generation, they had no material or intellectual incentive to seriously combat the system that continues to promote them. For those on the left fringe of the imperial intelligentsia, who desire to be seen on the side of the people without losing their superior social standing, petty bourgeois symbolic gestures of radicality can easily serve as a substitute for any real investment in substantive social change. In this way, they can recuperate their reputation as radicals, while simultaneously using their discourse to try and co-opt revolutionaries within the consumerist and symbolic realm of bourgeois culture. This is one of the social functions of the radical fringe of the intellectual labor aristocracy, namely to serve as the radical recuperators who reintegrate potentially insurgent forces within the anti-communist and ultimately pro-capitalist camp. As knowledge brokers who are power brokers, they police the left border of critique, excluding communism as beyond the pale. It is for these reasons, ultimately, that they have not diagnosed and critically assessed the theory industry, which is the capitalist-driven system of knowledge and power that promotes them. Their blind spot is not accidental, it is a constitutive feature of their ideology as imperial intellectuals. As the leading lights of the theory industry, they have been trained, and they train others, not to see the imperial power structures that have promoted their anti-communist knowledge as the most sophisticated form of critical theory in the world. The theory industry. Everything becomes saleable and purchasable. Circulation becomes the great social retort into which everything is thrown, to come out again as the money crystal. Nothing is immune from this alchemy. The bones of the saints cannot withstand it, let alone more delicate consecrated objects beyond human commerce. This observation by Karl Marx remains highly relevant today. Just as there is a movie industry and a music industry, there is a theory industry. Intellectual production is not the result of individuals thinking on their own or entering a free marketplace of ideas. It is a consequence of the overall social relations of theoretical production, and thus, under modern capitalism, an entire industry that not only creates and distributes intellectual products, but also manufactures the people who produce and consume them. Whereas the commodification of ideas has accompanied capitalism like its shadow, there has been a veritable industrialization of knowledge production in the modern age. In our day and age, there is a tremendously powerful industry with global networks for the production, circulation, and consumption of ideas. Its apex is situated in the imperial core led by the United States. The leading producers for the imperial industry of ideas are part of the intellectual labor aristocracy, a group of privileged thinkers in the imperial core elevated socially and economically above those in society at large, as well as those situated in the periphery and semi-periphery. To become a member of this labor aristocracy, you need to spend years, even decades, proving your fealty to the establishment and being tested on your ability to perform and conform. The highest echelons of this academic aristocracy are generally occupied by those who have made the greatest contributions to the ideological agenda of those who own and control the means of intellectual production. They are the leading thinkers of the day because they are the top manufacturers of ideological products. This is how we need to understand what is often, rather naively, referred to as the star system. The distinguished careers of Samuel Huntington and Francis Fukuyama illustrate one of the important themes of this book, the military-industrial academic complex, which is an outgrowth of a more general phenomenon, the financial state-intellectual nexus. This refers to the deeply intertwined relationship between the bourgeoisie, the bourgeois state, and the bourgeois intelligentsia. The theory industry, far from functioning as an autonomous sphere of theoretical production, is bound up with and largely conditioned by governmental forces and ultimately the capitalist ruling class. Like so many other business sectors in the United States, the theory industry is connected to a model of capitalist development that is profoundly militaristic and imperialist. The theory industry's radical fringe is no less linked to these imperatives, although the primary form that this takes is an intellectual war on communism. This complex is illustrated by Huntington and Fukuyama's careers at Harvard and Stanford. Huntington spent half a century at Harvard's Center for International Affairs, founded by figures with deep ties to intelligence and the state. He had connections to the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom and helped review its materials. Much later, he was uncloaked as a CIA asset, working with agency consultants and publishing documents that were both paid for and censored by the agency. He also served in the National Security Council and did research for reactionary elements of the ruling class. His most famous book, The Clash of Civilizations, was made possible by the financial support of foundations that have long funded neoconservative and anti-communist projects. As an intellectual subcontractor for such interests, Huntington delivered a theoretical framework that obscured international class struggle, promoted myths about the West and the rest, fostered cultural divisions within the global working class, and thereby aided the advance of imperialism. Fukuyama owed much of his academic career to Paul Wolfowitz, a hawkish national security figure who recruited him into government positions and later into academic leadership roles. Both spent time at the RAND Corporation, a conservative think tank born from the Air Force and supported by foundation money. Fukuyama's most well-known work, The End of History and the Last Man, grew out of a lecture invitation at a foundation-sponsored center. He received institutional support and office space from leaders embedded in defense and national security networks. The resulting theoretical product repurposed teleological narratives to consecrate a triumphalist anti-communist worldview that made capitalism and pseudo-democracy into the end of history. Like Huntington, Fukuyama is a leading imperial intellectual whose work was propelled by knowledge networks of the ruling class and its managers, helping make his books bestsellers and cultural landmarks. Although this book provides a framework for understanding these ideologues of empire, it does not take them as its principal focal point. Instead, it concentrates on the left wing of the imperial intellectual industry by examining the work of those who have been marketed as radical theorists. Some of them are self-declared Marxists, while others present themselves as anti-capitalists inspired by anarchist or libertarian socialist traditions. What they all share is that they have been promoted internationally as the most important leftist intellectuals of the day. They are the leading luminaries of a sector of intellectual production that might best be described as the industry of compatible left critical theory. Compatible left critical theory. One of the fundamental ideological objectives of the bourgeoisie has been to isolate, discredit, and attempt to crush the communist left. This has been particularly difficult given the proven ability, on the part of the communists, to address the most serious problems facing the working and oppressed masses. One of the key tactics that has been developed by the imperialist powers has been to support socialists of the non-communist sort, which has been facilitated by their social chauvinist tendencies, particularly in the imperial core. The intelligence agencies of the imperialist powers have done everything they can to foster splits on the left by driving a wedge between what they consider the compatible left of socialists who traffic in capitalist and imperialist accommodation and the incompatible left of communism. This book focuses on the intellectual and academic front of this war on communism and, more specifically, on the endeavor to shore up a form of compatible left critical theory. Since it has not been possible to simply eliminate Marxism due to its broad public appeal, the managers of bourgeois society have been faced with the dilemma of how best to deal with its existence. Their preferred tactic has been to use their monopoly control over the superstructure to internationally promote a commodified version of Marxism, often referred to as Western or cultural Marxism, as well as forms of edgy theory that purport to surpass Marxism in radicality and sophistication. If we simplify things, we might say that the implicit mantra driving the imperial theory industry has been, if you cannot beat your competitors, then flood the market with seductive but cheap knockoffs, promote them to no end, and try to bury your competitors as outdated. Intellectual imperialism. Imperialism cannot be understood merely as an economic military system of control and exploitation. Cultural domination is an integral dimension to any sustained system of global exploitation. This statement by James Petras highlights the necessity of cultural imperialism. The intellectual labor aristocracy that occupies the radical niche of the imperial theory industry is aristocratic in more ways than one. Its highest ranks are composed of a small coterie of intellectuals who are elevated above all others as worthy investments, and they receive a long series of economic and symbolic rewards for their work. Some of these rewards are substantial by any standard, with top salaries at elite institutions, lucrative visiting appointments, and honoraria for high-profile lectures. These numbers are far larger than the average salaries of full-time professors and tower over the income of the majority of university teaching staff. Most adjunct faculty make low wages per class with limited to no benefits and little job security. Graduate students who work as teaching assistants earn far less. These numbers only indicate income and do not account for major differences in workload, teaching support, research budgets, grants, benefits, and retirement. Moreover, they are only national comparisons, and the discrepancy between the upper echelons of the intellectual labor aristocracy and the global professoriate would also need to be taken into account. These pyramidal frameworks are international in scope and part of a global hierarchy of knowledge production. The comprador intellectual labor aristocracy in the periphery garners value from its proximity to the guaranteed values of the imperial core. Cultural imperialism functions through colonized intermediaries. Upwardly mobile professionals who imitate the style of their patrons, servile to the West and arrogant to their people. The intellectual labor aristocracy, particularly its upper echelons, is empowered to vet the compradors, engaging in a form of intellectual neocolonialism. In some cases, scholars at elite institutions filter theoretical production from the global south, celebrating work that is ultimately counter-revolutionary like their own and casting a long shadow over those who do not conform to their ideological orientation. This is equally the case for other radical theoretical discourses promoted by the Imperial Academy. The intellectual patriciate is endowed with the authority to judge all of those beneath it, at least within its immediate market niche. These stars of the imperial system of knowledge production are aristocratic and imperial in another sense. They have historically come from, or been strongly influenced by, Western Europe. As the home of former leading imperialist powers, Western Europe retains cultural cachet within the symbolic economy due to its historically developed cultural apparatus. There is a persistence of the old regime in the cultural world. Western European bourgeois culture is still widely respected for its added value of sophistication in art, literature, culture, and theory. These relationships have been changing, however, as the United States has continued to assert itself as the leading imperialist power and has sought to become the global center of cutting-edge bourgeois cultural production. Today, it is increasingly the principal site of radical anti-communist theoretical fabrication. These imperial structures of knowledge production are seconded by an imperial logic of circulation and consumption. The products of the empire's theory industry are available everywhere in the world, and they are usually marketed as innovative and cutting-edge. While it is often difficult to find certain classic works in the history of Marxism, the distribution of radical theory is readily on offer. Moreover, there is enormous pressure to consume them. If one wants to be a sophisticated cultural creator, it is imperative to consume the leading work from the empire. Marxism, by contrast, can be systematically ignored and dismissed as outdated. In fact, it is common to criticize it without ever seriously engaging with it. It is fashionable to glory in one's ignorance, to say that we are against Marxism. When pressed about it, one responds, but why bother to read it? It is obviously absurd. This observation by Walter Rodney captures the anti-intellectualism of the academic establishment. The products of the theory industry, by contrast, are frequently objects of cultish cultural commodity fetishism. They require sycophantic worship and will not tolerate the slightest criticism. Moreover, the theory industry abides by a temporal logic where tried and true values anchor consumerist traditions while an endless stream of new products vie for that status. This means that scholars are forced to stay up on the latest fads, otherwise they come off as backward. In many cases, they have no time for serious materialist scholarship because they are so busy studying the latest permutations of the dominant ideology. These international networks of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption have a particularly pernicious effect on the intelligentsia of the global south. Since the imperial core has the most developed intellectual apparatus, many intellectuals from around the world are drawn to study and work in the capitalist core. Those searching for radical ideas to address the effects of imperialism in their home countries are led to drink from the poison well of the imperial theory industry. If they return to their countries of origin or share their work with them from abroad, they have nothing but this poison to spread, though they often believe it to be a novel form of social medicine. Since the countries most brutalized by imperialism have often seen their working class movements crushed, these imperially trained intellectuals sometimes have an easy job selling their nostrums as if they were a proven cure. Finally, if the intellectuals who are the stars of the radical theory industry are revolutionary thinkers, we need to ask a simple question. Would an empire really promote its enemies to such an extent? Is that what it did with major Marxist intellectuals like Michael Parenti, George Jackson, or Walter Rodney? Parenti was never able to secure a tenured faculty position, and the other two were killed in assassinations linked to state forces. In situating the radical theorists promoted by empire within the social totality, we also have to ask, do they have any material interest in overthrowing a system that promotes them as the greatest intellectuals of the day and provides them with financial and symbolic rewards? Even for those who know nothing about their work, examining the social relations of intellectual production should make at least one thing obvious. These theorists are not at all considered to be a real threat by the capitalist ruling class. The opposite is the case. Dialectical analysis of theoretical production. A dialectical analysis of the social totality always situates the subjective theoretical practices of intellectuals within the objective world of international class struggle. It does not accept the arbitrary dividing line that many try to erect between intellectual production and socio-economic reality. Such a non-dialectical assumption is a symptom of an idealist approach to theoretical work, which presumes that there is a spiritual realm that functions independently of material reality. This presupposition perpetuates intellectual commodity fetishism, and it fosters the development of cults of personality around their producers. This assumption also serves the interests of those who have bought into a particular franchise within the imperial theory industry because it protects the brand image of the franchise itself, whereas intellectual commodity fetishism is a principal feature of consumption within the theory industry. Brand image management is the hallmark of production. The satraps of the franchise defend it with the ferocity of intellectual guard dogs. For a dialectical analysis, it is important to acknowledge that the intellectuals under scrutiny have mobilized their subjective agency in various ways. Far from being pawns on empire's chessboard, they have, in certain instances, formulated critiques of capitalism, neoliberalism, and consumer society. Some have taken public positions worthy of support, such as opposition to United States imperialist war or settler colonialism. They do not all share the same political orientations, and there is a relatively broad spectrum within the radical theory industry. They have all evolved over time, and it is rare for them to maintain a single position throughout their lives. Sometimes, their stances waver even within a single text. Dialectical hermeneutics does not reduce interpretation to simply bearing witness to the infinite complexity of the object. As a method of materialist analysis, it seeks to account for all of these intricacies, while also synthetically conceptualizing them at a higher level. In the case of the compatible critical theorists, all of their petty disagreements could easily distract us from where they stand on the most fundamental questions of international class struggle. A dialectical approach to hermeneutics allows us to shed light on all of the complex differences operative at an empirical level, while also synthetically grasping the fundamental ideological orientation of particular theoretical practices. Before turning to an examination of this orientation, it is important to note that the approach taken here is not purely negative, but does recognize some positive contributions. Given their conditions of intellectual production, it would be surprising if this elite group was not capable of making contributions that could be of use. Many of the most important insights advanced by the compatible left theorists result from materialist analysis or have been borrowed from the Marxist tradition. Adorno provided insightful accounts of the impact of recording technologies on musical production. Bourdieu's conceptualization of the habitus could be drawn on to advance a more developed account of the embodied aspects of ideology. Badiou has intervened in the French political scene with incisive critiques of the establishment. Dialectical hermeneutics accounts for this, but the principal goal of this book is to engage in a dialectical ideology critique that examines how their subjective output has largely been conditioned by the objective forces of the imperial intellectual apparatus. There is always a play of forces between objective elements and subjective agency. The simple fact that someone works for a corporation or receives a grant does not mean they are a complete sellout. Everyone has to survive and find means to do so, which often leads to compromises within the capitalist world. This is particularly the case with intellectual labor, which requires substantial material support. The argument advanced here is not a reductive form of guilt by association. There have been many levels and degrees of collaboration, and it is important to distinguish between them. A direct CIA collaborator and agency apologist did not play the same historical role as an anti-communist intellectual who operated within CIA-backed networks without working directly for intelligence services. We can register these differences while also recognizing a consistent pattern. Leading leftist luminaries perched at the top of the intellectual labor aristocracy tend to agree with the most fundamental aspects of the dominant ideology. There is a confluence of interest between the overseers of the intellectual system and those who successfully work within it, which means that direct ties are often not even necessary. Intellectuals who want to advance within the imperial academic world are trained to give it what it wants because a powerful system of rewards and punishments induces them to do so. ABS theory. Imperial uplift and opportunism. The failure of all socialist and communist experiences in the last century had as its consequence that we have not today a great and clear idea of another world. This statement by Alain Badiou illustrates the position of the compatible left. Like many other bourgeois cultural products, radical theory has, at times, formulated significant criticisms of capitalism. If we situate these within the objective social world, it makes sense to ask a simple question. If capitalism is recognized as having negative effects, what is to be done about it? The deeper one drills down into the work of the radical theorist, the more obvious their response becomes. Although they often gesture toward a world beyond capitalism, they all regularly affirm that there is no real alternative in the sense of a concrete project of collectively constructing a socialist world through anti-imperialist state-building projects. In this regard, they tend to condemn actually existing socialism, usually in the most categorical terms. They regularly genuflect to anti-communist dogma in totalizing judgments based on what they present as absolute truths. In extreme cases, those on the left fringe occasionally identify lost opportunities, but even these are explainable exceptions that confirm the rule. In any case, these theorists' criticisms of the capitalist world generally pale in comparison to their uncompromising condemnation of all socialist projects in the real world. Their brand of radical theory ultimately leads to a politics of capitalist accommodation, since socialism is judged to be far worse than the extant capitalist order. They therefore proffer anything but socialism theory. The theorists examined in this book have used their agency in dedicating themselves to specific political and ideological struggles. Many of them have worked explicitly within the anti-communist tradition of Friedrich Nietzsche and Martin Heidegger in order to combat Marxism, and a few have directly participated in anti-communist subversion operations. Some, including many members of the Frankfurt School, work directly for the United States national security state or for soft power projects funded by the ruling class. Others have primarily participated in ideological and cultural efforts to discredit communism with the support of the capitalist class. Still others have presented themselves as the only real communists by advocating for a mysterious third way beyond both capitalism and real-world socialism. They have positioned themselves on an idealist path in an attempt to convince their readership that a magical way transcends the class struggle. Even if they lack direct ties to the ruling class, they nonetheless do the type of ideological work that their institutions support. A significant portion of this analysis elucidates the objective social forces that encourage and foster these activities. At the same time, it is essential to recognize and account for the agency of those involved. The intellectuals who succeed within the imperial theory industry often work hard to do so. Far from acting as simple automatons, they meet the system halfway, a third of the way, or some other ratio. In doing so, they receive uplift in return, opportunities to advance within the academic establishment and ultimately occupy a position in the pantheon of bourgeois history. Given the extensive development of the theory industry and its imperial dominion, the uplift it provides far surpasses simple career preferments. It literally makes individual theorists into global superstars perched at the very top of the intellectual labor aristocracy, a lucrative position accompanied by an awesome power of cultural influence. One of the principal forms of agency these thinkers mobilize is therefore opportunism. It is not surprising that these intellectuals have been widely supported and promoted within the capitalist world. To shore up the compatible, non-communist left over and against the threat of actually existing socialism, what better tactic than to champion scholars like these as some of the most important, and even most radical, thinkers of the contemporary world? Critical theory and Marxism can thereby be redefined as a kind of anti-communist, radical theory that is not directly connected to class struggle from below. Instead, it freely criticizes all forms of domination, including so-called authoritarian socialism, and it thereby ultimately sides with capitalist control societies over and against what earlier critical theorists described as the horrors of powerful socialist states. In this regard, the compatible left theorists, promoted by the imperial theory industry, have played the role of radical recuperators in both senses of the expression. They occupy the left, radical fringe of capitalist recuperation, and they help recuperate potentially real radicals seeking system change. Under the guise of radicality, they work to recuperate potentially insurgent forces within the extant system by denying the existence of a real, concrete alternative. Their purported radicality can take different forms. Some identify with reactionary philosophies, others are insurgent anarchists or engage in communist cosplay, and still others are progressive liberals or social democrats who believe they are radicals due to how far right the political spectrum is within the imperial core. These extremes demonstrate the instability of petty bourgeois ideology, which can quickly jump from one position to another. The petty bourgeoisie is sandwiched between bourgeois politics of capitalism and proletarian politics of socialism, often dreaming of an enchanting but non-existent third way. Fearful of proletarianization yet attracted to bourgeois lifestyle, it is sometimes resentful of corporate overlords and capable of celebrating jackeries while lacking a concrete long-term collective project. Its members generally content themselves with promoting greater access to power for their social group, while rejecting system change because they do not want to undermine their privileged standing. It is for this reason that they guide followers towards symbolic, culturalist, or discursive solutions that ultimately maintain the status quo of extant material reality. Their support for anything but socialism is thus, in the end, a BS theory aimed at preserving their class standing in the imperial world. Theoretical practices. For use. Value or exchange. Value. The industry of compatible left theory maintains a specific logic of production, circulation, and consumption. Production is assumed to be driven by individual producers and grounded in the liberal ideology of the free subject as the source of meaningful theoretical creation. In extreme cases, the producer is elevated to the status of a genius who transcends historical context. The products of these individuals are isolated from social relations through intellectual commodity fetishism. The connection between products and their producer is maintained through bourgeois intellectual property, binding them together under a trademark. Each brand circulates in the marketplace of ideas, competing with other marquees, and intellectual consumerism is mediated by brand identification and established canons of guaranteed values. Within this framework, the dominant form of theoretical practice is based on exchange value. The objective is to develop marketable theoretical products and, ideally, a unique brand that allows one to outshine rivals. This is what occurs at the pinnacle of the intellectual labor pyramid. Most intellectuals work at lower levels, contributing to brand values as members of a franchise or in other ways. Those at the highest echelons are compelled to develop their own brand of thinking, with an idiosyncratic conceptual vocabulary, unique theoretical framework, and distinctive references. Their system must be singular to differentiate itself from other marques, even if alliances can be formed for mutual brand enhancement. Another essential aspect of exchange, value-driven theoretical practice, is discursive proliferation and devotion to the cult of the new. It is imperative to get one's name out there by constantly sharing new and innovative work, or simply hot takes and blurbs. A specific symbolic economy operates in these forms of intellectual production. A premium is placed on sophistication and a higher order of thought that supposedly surpasses the ability of most people to understand it. This is visible in obscurantist language and convoluted phraseology that implicitly communicate that only the initiated can grasp the message. Clarity and science based on collective communication and the use value of ideas are scoffed at as beneath the high priests of theory. They adorn their discourses with endless references to the bourgeois canon, constructing complicated intertexts that can only be parsed by advanced scholars. They also indulge in a cult of complexification when nothing is quite as it appears, and many have a passion for paradoxes. They avoid dialectics that resolve contradictions, preferring to freeze dialectics at a standstill and regress to pre-dialectical worlds of reified oppositions and metaphysical abstractions. Sometimes they indulge in doggerel dialectics of endless rhetorical inversions, reducing dialectics to a sophistic device. Overall, this idealism for the initiated communicates class standing. They are members of the intellectual labor aristocracy and high priests of the imperial theory industry. This idealism often goes hand in hand with subjectivism. The dominant theoretical practice is not oriented towards scientifically elucidating the objective world. It focuses instead on the subjective construction of personal conceptual systems and individual philosophies. The value of one's philosophy depends less on its ability to describe and transform the world than on its capacity to construct a singular system that resonates with the bourgeois canon and carves out a market niche as a unique theoretical contribution. The subjectivism of this practice reveals how profoundly undialectical it is. The world of subjective theoretical practice is primary, severed from the objective world, which is treated as secondary or ignored. These subjectivist discourses are grounded in exchange value within bourgeois culture rather than use value for class struggle. They are doomed to scientific failure. Intellectual practices developed in the subjectivist bubble of bourgeois culture will inevitably be less capable of grasping the objective world than practices undertaken by subjects dialectically engaged with that world and dedicated to collectively understanding and changing it. This is another reason why subjectivist discourses resort to obscurantism, to create the illusion that their word webs reveal something special about the world when, in fact, they are largely disconnected from it. The obscurantism of these theorists is not accidental. They are in the business of turning the world upside down by declaring that socialism in practice is equivalent to slavery, that there is no real-world alternative to capitalism despite the fact that large portions of the global population have lived under socialist governments, and that ideas and culture drive the world rather than the material forces of class struggle. These ideological inversions characterize their work. Methodologically, they often suffer from irrationalism, reacting to new questions posed by science and philosophy, by designating the insolubility of the problem as a higher form of comprehension, styling evasion as a positive solution. The declared insolubility becomes the hallmark of wisdom, and flight from answers is presented as a deeper understanding of reality. A dialectical approach recognizes that objective reality is fundamentally richer and more intricate than the best developed concepts of our thinking can ever be, while still striving to improve our apprehension of the real through an ongoing process of scientific elucidation. Unlike market-driven brand thinking based on exchange value, dialectical and historical materialism as a theoretical practice is grounded in use value. It puts intellectual labor in the service of developing the best possible understanding of the world and optimal strategies for transforming it. This undertaking is necessarily collective and recognized as such. Instead of cultivating a brand in order to market oneself, intellectuals in this scientific tradition strive to contribute to a common project that requires clear communication, collaboration, and collective testing of hypotheses. They are invested in science, understood not as positivism or naive faith in unmediated objectivity, but as Wissenschaft, an ongoing process of collective elucidation of the world. One of the strengths of the materialist approach is that it dialectically situates subjects within a broader objective world and understands that the former cannot fully grasp the latter. A system of knowledge that pretends to be final for all time is a contradiction in terms. These theoretical practices, one based primarily on exchange value and the other on use value, are largely incompatible. One is a product of the intellectual sector of the bourgeois superstructure. The other endeavors to develop a scientific apprehension of reality in order to transform it. In other domains, most people would recognize that it does not make sense to combine ideology with science or to confuse brand thinking with useful inquiry. Yet intellectual eclecticism within the bourgeois canon is one of the hallmarks of radical theory practices. By stitching together fragments of incompatible traditions, theorists can market novelty without confronting the underlying contradictions. This eclecticism serves the exchange value logic of the theory industry rather than the use value demands of revolutionary praxis. In sum, the imperial theory industry is not an innocent marketplace of ideas. It is a structured system that elevates certain products, rewards specific orientations, and disciplines those who stray from its script. Understanding its logic is a prerequisite for any serious effort to reclaim theory as a weapon for liberation. Actually, existing ignorance regarding socialism. Since benighted anti-communism has been so widely promoted within capitalist culture, and the imperial theory industry more specifically, major swaths of the population have been inculcated with the knee-jerk response of uninformed calumny rather than rigorous analysis when it comes to actually existing socialism. This ignorance has been industrially produced through the imperial superstructure, and it is an excellent example of its power of ideological indoctrination. The intelligence services of the imperialist powers have played a central role in developing and disseminating anti-communist scholarship in the academy and throughout the media. An incredible number of leading experts on communism within the imperial core have been revealed to have worked for disinformation services. Premier institutions for studying the Soviet Union in the United States were established by the CIA with funding from the capitalist ruling class. It would thus be unwise to take the work of these institutions and ideologues, which dominates the market, as objective scholarship devoid of an ideological agenda. Unfortunately, this is precisely what the compatible critical theorists have done. They have accepted imperialist propaganda regarding socialism as scientifically accurate while deriding communist scholarship as thoroughly ideological. Some have gone so far as to maintain that this disinformation is undeniably and absolutely true, while regularly calling into question the very idea of being able to establish historical truths in other areas. Foucault, for instance, celebrated the view that everything is fiction, yet he dug in his heels regarding the historical truth of anti-communist dissidents supported by imperial powers, insisting on the absolute specificity of the question of the Gulag and condemning all socialist societies in totalizing terms. He did not attempt to prove these claims. He treated them as universal truths that refuted Marxism. Many Marxists saw through the promotion of dissident propaganda at the time, which demonstrates the superior practical applications of their theoretical framework. Now it has been clearly demonstrated that the anti-communist disinformation accepted and produced by compatible radical theorists was manufactured and financially backed by imperialist states and the capitalist ruling class. It is part of the historical record that they were wrong and that they were ideological dupes of capitalist spin doctors. How could they be trusted to elucidate the relationship between knowledge and power if they have been incapable of understanding the power dynamics that condition their own knowledge claims? Moreover, since the imperial theorists who were alive at the time celebrated the destruction of the Warsaw Pact countries, many of them heralding it as a liberation from slavery, we now have a clear understanding of what post-socialism looks like. Far from being a utopia of democratic freedom, it has been a feast for the ruling class, which unleashed a horrific juggernaut of destruction on the overwhelming majority of the population. If we judge theories by their use value for apprehending reality and gaining traction over it, the theories of the compatible left intelligentsia did not grasp the true nature of socialism or post-socialism. Rather than providing a correct understanding of actually existing socialism with its complexities and contradictions, they have proffered actually existing ignorance regarding socialism, courtesy of the imperialist ruling class that funded the propaganda they peddle. For the purposes of this argument, readers do not need to have strong convictions regarding the value of real socialism. They only need to be willing to question the dominant dogma and remain open to the idea that socialism in reality has not been an unmitigated disaster, but that it has, at a minimum, had positive effects in particular cases. The value of socialism should not be considered in absolute and non-dialectical terms, but rather relationally, compared to the horrors of actually existing capitalism with its boundless waste of human life and nature. Capitalism operates as an international regime of waste that systematically destroys human life and the biosphere for the profit of a small coterie. Any serious assessment of socialism must situate it within this broader context. A dialectical assessment therefore requires attention to historical facts. Comparative studies that examine life expectancy, infant mortality, literacy, and other indicators have shown that, at similar levels of economic development, socialist countries frequently outperform capitalist ones. The differences were often greatest at lower levels of development, precisely where imperialist underdevelopment had been most severe. These findings do not imply perfection or uniform success, but they do undermine the reflexive claim that socialism is inherently worse. They indicate that socialist state building has, in many contexts, delivered tangible improvements in human well-being, especially among the most exploited and oppressed. It is imperative to note, moreover, that socialist projects have often played a leading role in lifting up the most exploited and oppressed, women, national minorities, and racialized groups. The socialist struggle has been pitted against exploitation as well as oppression, seeking to universalize the claim that all human beings are free and equal. The best elements of the dialectical and historical materialist tradition have conceived socialism as an anti-colonial and feminist struggle for universal liberation, and have been dedicated to overcoming the metabolic rift between human beings and nature. These histories have been misrepresented by the imperial theory industry, but they have been documented for anyone willing to look. Recognizing this does not require an uncritical embrace of every socialist project. It means only that we refuse the ideological reflex that denies any positive legacy in advance. This recognition also requires attention to contradictions and setbacks. Socialist histories unfolded under relentless imperial pressure and internal challenges, and they never escaped the persistence of ideological residues inherited from capitalist societies. The point is not to claim perfection, but to insist on a sober, dialectical evaluation rather than a pre-packaged condemnation. Only by abandoning actually existing ignorance can theory regain its use. Value for liberation. These points set the stage for the deeper historical analysis that follows of how the imperial theory industry has manufactured this ignorance and elevated it into common sense. Socialist histories also include sharp contradictions generated by the need to develop productive forces to fend off imperialist onslaught. Major tactical sacrifices have had to be made along the way, and internal struggles persist. To understand these histories, they need to be approached from the point of view of the dialectics of socialism and the recognition that it is a complex historical process of transforming a capitalist world to make it more egalitarian and ecologically sustainable. It is not an ideal society based on a theoretical blueprint, but a practical, collective, ongoing process of learning. This book does not mount an explicit and systematic defense of actually existing socialism for three reasons. First, it would require additional volumes beyond the two subsequent tomes that are forthcoming. Second, significant elements for such a defense are incorporated into this study as fundamental correctives to the theoretical and practical positions taken by the compatible left intelligentsia. In every chapter, there are references to dialectical and historical materialist analyses whose strengths become evident in contrast to the unresearched and superficial accounts of Western critical theorists. Third, the methodology seeks to demonstrate the superiority of dialectical and historical materialism by developing a counter-history of the Western intelligentsia, particularly its left wing, whose explanatory power surpasses standard accounts in the bourgeois humanities and social sciences, as well as those of the Western Marxists themselves. It lays the groundwork for drawing on the rich tradition of materialist analysis to account for the history of socialism, rather than relying on anti-scientific grand narratives and atrocity propaganda proffered by imperial critical theorists. Ideologues of empire. When it was revealed in the mid-1960s that the CIA had been running an expansive global psychological warfare operation through the Congress for Cultural Freedom to promote the non-communist left, the public debate was enormous. Adorno and Horkheimer, who had been actively weaving its networks, were positioned within this system. Foucault, a violent anti-communist at the time, aligned with its agenda. Although there is no proof he collaborated directly, he had just published The Order of Things, consigning Marxism to the 19th century and declaring it dead in the 20th. Internal documents reveal the CIA identified him by name, and French structuralism more generally, as major allies in the intellectual world war on communism. How did these critical theorists of the culture industry and knowledge power respond to the revelation that the theory industry within which they operated was clandestinely driven by imperial power dynamics? They did not respond at all. As far as the record shows, they did not utter a peep about what was arguably the greatest knowledge power scandal of their generation. Their fellow critical theorists were equally silent. Only those explicitly named as collaborators felt compelled to make public statements, which denied knowledge of the agency's role and were widely regarded as disingenuous. For the others, there was nothing to discuss, analyze, or criticize. It was business as usual. This moment lays bare the social function and ideological orientation of imperial critical theorists, as well as their position within global class struggle in theory. By acting as if nothing had happened, they ran cover for one of the CIA's greatest covert operations within the intelligentsia. Even years later, none of them mentioned that their knowledge networks had been infiltrated and manipulated by the agency. Their silence has been so systematic that many now treat the public record as conspiratorial. Refusing to speak out at the time and then running cover through their silence, the dons of the theory industry demonstrated the complicity between their forms of knowledge and the power of empire. Intermezzo Western Marxism, a product of the imperial superstructure. The expression Western Marxism is widely used to refer to the form of Marxism that developed in the imperial core. One account framed it as a product of defeat. The failure of socialist revolution to move westward after 1917 led Marxists in the West to turn away from Communist Party organizing and political economy toward academic, cultural, and philosophical issues. These are indeed characteristics of Western Marxism, but this account failed to situate its emergence within the totality of social relations of intellectual production and production more generally. By tracing the division between Western and Eastern Marxism back to the split in the socialist movement around the First World War, another account shed light on the socio-economic underpinnings of this divide. Western Marxism emerged historically as a social chauvinist version of Marxism within the imperial core, deriding the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist Marxism of the East. The earlier account was superstructural because it did not analyze the economic base of imperialism out of which Western Marxism emerged. A materialist approach centers the imperial system and explains why Western Marxists tend to accommodate imperialism and even capitalism while rejecting the real-world socialist alternative. In developing a detailed account of the superstructure of the leading imperialist power, this investigation extends that analysis by providing a political economy of knowledge, production, circulation, and consumption. By foregrounding the dialectical play between objective forces of the imperial superstructure and the subjective agency of intellectuals, we can more fully bring into relief the phenomenon known as Western Marxism, which would be better described as imperial Marxism. The second part of this book shifts focus from the imperial superstructure in general to a specific development within it that made a major contribution to Western Marxism, the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. Chapter 4 examines the lives and careers of Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, widely recognized as its leading figures because they collaborated on a common project and directed the Institute for Social Research. Far from being Marxist revolutionaries, they integrated themselves into the bourgeois order and curried favor with powerful elements of the capitalist class and leading imperialist states. They rose to global prominence within the elite networks of the anti-communist compatible left promoted by intelligence agencies with which they collaborated. By equating communism with fascism and defending certain acts of imperialism, the founding fathers of the Frankfurt School were precisely the kind of Marxists the imperial ruling class wanted to support as an ideological weapon against anti-imperialist Marxists and actually existing socialism. Chapter 5 examines the integration of the Frankfurt School into the United States military-industrial academic complex in the 1940s, when 7 affiliates went directly to work for the national security state and its propaganda agencies. It situates these scholars within the broader world of weaponized research and soft power politics. The Institute's collaboration with the United States government functioned as a springboard for its prominence after the war. Its version of Marxism served the interests of the United States empire, and its contributions catapulted its scholars into prestigious positions, secured major grants, and advanced their fame. The chapter also examines the complex cases of affiliates with ties to Soviet intelligence and addresses the myth that the Institute's governmental work was simply fighting fascism and beyond reproach. The last chapter studies the life and work of Herbert Marcuse, reputed to be the most radical member of the Frankfurt School. It begins with the most controversial aspect of his career: 11 years working for the Office of Strategic Services and the State Department. Comparing archival records to Marcuse's later misrepresentations yields an image that calls into question his status as an anti-establishment intellectual. This leads to a reassessment of his work, including his ties to the national security state, collaborations with the capitalist ruling class in promoting an anti-communist Marxism, his radicalization in the 1960s, his surveillance by the FBI, and his promotion as godfather of the New Left by the bourgeois media. A dialectical approach tracks the nuances of his trajectory while situating them within the social totality. The analysis shows that although Marcuse's radicalization made him an enemy of certain government sectors, he was also identified as a useful enemy by others because he remained a dedicated anti-communist. Overall, the second part of this book examines a specific field of intellectual production within the imperial superstructure that contributed to Western or imperial Marxism. Although this section and even individual chapters can be read independently, The first half provides the overall framework within which they need to be understood. The Frankfurt School can only be fully elucidated if it is situated within the social totality, and more specifically within the evolution of the imperial superstructure in the 20th century. Ralph says, I made chunk 4. Words done, 50,000 U,000. Next chunk starts at part 2, compatible critical theory. In order to do this, it has developed the most powerful, far-reaching, and centrally controlled cultural apparatus in the history of humanity, which it has imposed as much as possible on the entire world through cultural imperialism. This apparatus is composed of an expansive system of cultural production, circulation, and consumption, and it forms a key component of the superstructure. It not only encompasses culture in the restricted sense of the arts and entertainment, but it also includes so-called news and information, the world of the professional intelligentsia, sports, digital culture, social media, and the entire realm of industrially produced or mediated culture in the broadest sense of the term. United States imperial expansion has thus been accompanied, every step of the way, by the construction of a cultural empire, whose power and reach far outstrip such earlier endeavors due to the level of development of its ideological system. It is capable of magically transforming imperial vices into democratic virtues, at least in the hearts and minds of some of its consumers. These must be trained, however, not to perceive the entire process. One of the most important psychological wars is thus the battle to hide propaganda itself, by passing it off as something else, such as journalism, academic scholarship, culture, art, or simply entertainment. This process of dissimulation also applies to cultural imperialism itself, which the United States cultural apparatus generally describes as freedom of the press and media, as well as artistic, cultural, and intellectual liberty. What this so-called freedom actually means is that those who own the cultural apparatus are free to impose it everywhere in the world, and those who do not are free to consume it as much as possible. The United States Imperium can thereby also fight wars for people's freedom to be systematically indoctrinated by its cultural empire, as it has regularly done against Cuba and, more generally, against any country that lays claim to its own cultural sovereignty, meaning its right not to be the victim of imperial propaganda. An actually existing impediment to empire. The national liberation of a people is the regaining of the historical personality of that people. Its return to history through the destruction of the imperialist domination to which it was subjected. Amilcar Cabral. The greatest obstacle to imperial expansion has been actually existing socialism, which breaks the chains of empire in the name of defending the right of the peoples of this world to self-determination. Although the United States imperial dream machine is deeply invested in power projection, and many assume that the leading imperialist country has been the undisputed world leader for quite some time, it is crucially important to recognize, as analysts like Radhika Desai have emphasized, that it has never truly exercised global dominion. As a matter of fact, the United States took over the helm of imperialism at a moment of major losses and retreats. By imperialism, in this context, I mean what Amilcar Cabral referred to as a worldwide expression of the search for profit and the ever-increasing accumulation of surplus value by monopoly financial capital centered in two parts of the world, first in Europe and then in North America. At the close of the Second World War, imperialism faced a powerful adversary that had just done what many in the imperial core considered to be impossible. It routed the Nazi war machine and was the principal force responsible for liberating Europe from fascism. The Soviet Union helped break, moreover, many of the chains of imperialism and expand the socialist world. Between the official end of the Second World War and the early 1980s, the movements of anti-colonial liberation spread socialism across many countries in the global south, and numerous non-socialist or semi-socialist projects of national self-determination also blossomed. By 1950, around one-third of the global population was living under a self-declared socialist government. In 1959, with the Cuban Revolution, revolutionary socialism arrived in the Western Hemisphere, liberating an island that is literally on the doorstep of the United States Empire. In the big picture, and despite endless wars to try to prove the contrary, imperialism was on the retreat during this first phase of United States leadership. The neoliberal conjuncture of counter-revolution did turn the tide, and the destruction of the Warsaw Pact countries was a major setback for the socialist camp. However, the United States has still failed to definitively decapitate the many-headed hydra of anti-imperialist resistance, and the global socialist movement more specifically. In the current conjuncture, there are many signs that the counter-revolutionary wave is cresting, at least in the sense that the imperial power of the United States is not what it once was. The world is looking increasingly multipolar, and the rise of China as a self-declared socialist country is one sign among many that the imperial dominion of the United States is still held in check. The war against communism has thus been coextensive with the fight for imperialism. While the waging of the first battle has sometimes been open, at least for a few of the fronts of struggle, the second has frequently been disguised, even though they are ultimately the same war. The Empire of Ideas has been tasked with providing cover for the brutality of imperial warfare, while denigrating its enemies, the anti-imperialists, as the true monsters seeking global domination. The battle to turn the world upside down and capture hearts and minds for the imperial project thus constitutes one of the most fundamental features of the United States Imperium. To bring this clearly into view, consider a fact highlighted by William Bloom, namely that only one country in the world has since the Second World War endeavored to overthrow more than 50 foreign governments, most of which were democratically elected. Grossly interfered in democratic elections in at least 30 countries, attempted to assassinate more than 50 foreign leaders, some, such as Fidel Castro, multiple times, dropped bombs on the people of more than 30 countries, attempted to suppress a populist or nationalist movement in 20 countries. David Michael Smith calculated that this same country has been responsible or shared responsibility for the death of some 54 million people in its wars abroad between 1945 and 2020. If we add domestic social murder to the equation and open up the timescale to include the entire history of what Smith calls the endless Holocaust of the United States Empire, the number is close to 300 million deaths. Based on these brute facts, Blooms are 10 years old and would need to be updated. Most people would easily recognize this country for what it is. The greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, in the words of Martin Luther King Jr. Many, however, do not share this view, and for one principal reason. This same country, the United States, has developed an incredibly powerful empire of ideas to hide, obscure, or deny these facts. In other words, it is also the greatest purveyor of intellectual war in the contemporary world. What Che and his comrades represented was an actually existing impediment to empire. They leveraged one of its prized colonial possessions, which had served as a center for gambling, prostitution, the drug trade, agricultural extractivism, and tourism, away from the Yankees, and they put it back in the hands of the Cubans. This is why they needed to be destroyed, and this is why the United States war on Cuba and its crippling illegal blockade have continued unabated. Whatever problems might occur within socialist countries, it should never be forgotten that they emerged out of and within a capitalist world intent on crushing them by any means necessary because of what they represent. An alternative to imperialism. War of ideas. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. Edward Bernays. This book, like the 2 volumes that will follow it, focuses on a specific aspect of the war of ideas by concentrating on the capitalist ruling class's failed attempt to destroy its nemesis. Communism. The story of Che's head recounted above provides, in microcosm, an overview of the fundamental issues at play in the macrocosm of this international class, struggle in theory. It thereby provides a concise summary of some of the key themes of the analysis that follows. Imperial war goes hand in hand with ideological warfare. The battle for hearts and minds has multiple facets. It can serve to prepare for imperialist expansion, provide cover for repressive violence, manage the historical narrative, and much more. The intelligentsia, including journalists, writers, artists, pundits, and professors, plays a major role in psychological warfare and thus class struggle in theory. The ideas that have been the most denigrated by empire, particularly communism, are those that are the most dangerous to it, whereas the ideas that have been the most promoted are those that serve imperial interests in various ways, sometimes indirectly. Bourgeois culture seeks to domesticate and use for its own purposes whatever dangerous ideas it cannot destroy or control outright. The bourgeois democratic state, though it seeks to project an image of itself as a neutral guarantor of individual rights, works in the service of the bourgeoisie, whose bidding it does through both overt, government, and covert means, intelligence services. The relationship between a major corporation like United Fruit and a state agency like the CIA reveals a fundamental pattern regarding how the capitalist ruling class relates to its state, captured by the corrected acronym Capitalism's Imperial Agency, CIA. The war of anti-imperialist liberation is very much a material struggle, but it is also an ideological one. Theory, at some level, is engaged in class struggle, but ideas take on real transformative power when they grip the masses and are acted upon through organized politics. Anti-imperialist state-building projects that develop socialism in the real world are the principal means of fighting imperialism. This study focuses on a specific aspect of the Psy-war on communism by concentrating on the intellectual world war fought out among the professional intelligentsia. As witnessed in the case of Che, this battle is multifaceted and it is by no means the product of mechanical causes. The approach in this investigation is dialectical, in the sense that it analyzes the nuances and complexities of this conflict as a many-sided phenomenon, emphasizing all of the different forms of agency at work. This includes, crucially, the political economy of knowledge, but not in a crassly reductivist sense. Rather than hypostasizing a superstructure and correlating it rather abstractly to an equally reified infrastructure, it examines the complex and fine-grained relationship between socio-economic forces on the one hand and ideological production and dissemination on the other, while elucidating how dialectically enmeshed they are. This is not done, however, to shore up the Western Marxist thesis regarding the primacy of the ideological, but rather to demonstrate that socio-economic conditions, in the macroscopic sense, are ultimately the primary driving forces, but they do not mechanically determine ideology. It is therefore important to be attuned, from the outset, to the complex nature of the activities undertaken in the intellectual world war within the professional intelligentsia. These range from the practice of academically laundering state propaganda to the funding of publications and conferences, the establishment of research institutions and international knowledge networks, providing grants for particular projects, hiring theoreticians, wittingly or unwittingly, for certain tasks, promoting and translating the work of collaborationist intellectuals, and much more. It is essential to recognize in this regard how deeply Western intelligence services are involved in psychological warfare, which goes a long way to explaining why so many intellectuals have ties to them. The thinkers who have participated in these Saiwa projects have played many different roles, and they have exercised their agency rather than somehow being rigorously determined in their thoughts and actions. Some of them have worked for the United States National Security State, such as Sidney Hook and James Burnham, who were both prominent philosophy professors at New York University employed by the CIA. The same is true for most of the members of the Frankfurt School hired in Washington, who work for the Office of Strategic Services, the CIA's predecessor organization, the State Department, and propaganda agencies like the Office of War Information and Voice of America. Let us consider a few other examples which illustrate one of the important but under-analyzed features of intellectual life in the Imperial Corps, namely the sheer number of major figures who collaborated in various and sundry ways with Imperial intelligence services and whose careers certainly benefited from this. The liberal feminist icon Gloria Steinem worked as an agent of the CIA for at least 4 years. When this was revealed by Ramparts, she defended herself by claiming that the agency's people were enlightened, liberal, non-partisan activists. If I had the choice, she added, I would do it again. She had found in the CIA powerful allies for promoting the diversity of our government's ideas over and against communism. Steinem's close collaboration with Saiwa Supremo and Time Incorporated executive CD Jackson, who worked closely with the CIA, surely helped bolster her career as the face of United States feminism, thereby shoring up liberal and corporate approaches to gender and sexual relations over and against socialist feminism. The well-known anarchist political scientist James C. Scott also frankly admitted that he was recruited to the CIA when he went to Burma on a Rotary Fellowship, where he wrote reports for the agency on the local political situation. The anti-state radical then continued his sub-rosa work for the deep state when his CIA contacts arranged through the National Student Association, which they controlled, to have him go to Paris for a year and be an overseas representative. As the international vice president of the National Student Association, he was, in his own words, a CIA agent. Although he boldly claimed, in strict anarchist fashion, that when the revolution becomes the state, it becomes my enemy again, Scott neglected to add that the most powerful state, which was an enemy of all revolutions, also happened to be his secret friend. To take a final example, one of the leading intellectuals affiliated with world systems analysis, Immanuel Wallerstein, served in the United States Army during the Korean War from 1951 to 1953, and then began working in non-communist international student organizations. He even became vice president of the World Assembly of Youth, a confederation of 51 youth groups from Western and non-communist countries that served to counter the World Federation of Democratic Youth, headquartered in Warsaw. The World Assembly of Youth was financially precarious until the Foundation for Youth and Student Affairs became a major contributor. Bernice Bridges wrote to Wallerstein to express her concern about the Foundation's outsized contributions and that the World Federation of Democratic Youth could now prove their charges about American control. It is not clear what Wallerstein responded. However, about a decade later, the real source behind this foundation was revealed. The CIA, in fact, in 1967, former CIA officer Thomas W. of the Stein. Braden disclosed that the agency had placed one of its men in the organization, which was also deeply penetrated by French intelligence. It is interesting to note that Wallerstein avoided any direct mention of this in his autobiographical introduction to The Essential Wallerstein, and I'm not aware of any public statement he made about serving as one of the leaders of an anti-communist student organization funded by the CIA and penetrated by Western intelligence services. However, as his fellow student activist René Wadlow pointed out, Wallerstein maintained connections with members of these organizations, such as Andrei Shifrin, who later established the New Press and published many of Wallerstein's books. There was a real consensus between the American executive and the youth leaders of the time, according to Joel Kotek, and many of them later pursued academic careers, like Wallerstein, or chose to work for the CIA or one of its subsidiaries. The famous Columbia and Yale professor, for his part, made an international career in knowledge networks bound up with the intellectual world war on communism. Many other such cases could be cited. Collaboration with powerful state agencies often accompanies, like a shadow, intellectual fame in the capitalist world. This is not only the case for right-wing thinkers, but also, as we have just seen, for leftists subservient to anti-communist dogma, such as the liberal, the anarchist, and the eclectic Western Marxists just mentioned. These are all positions that the CIA identified as part of the compatible or respectable left, meaning the left that was compatible with capitalism and respectable because it condemned communism. The agency promoted this non-communist left from behind the scenes precisely because it was one of the best ways of fragmenting the left and, most importantly, waging an all-out war on the incompatible left of the communists. To be clear, connections to this project do not, in and of themselves, invalidate the entirety of a scholar's contributions. These need to be assessed dialectically through a nuanced process of interpretation that distinguishes useful developments from ideologically compromised positions. Wallerstein, for instance, has done some important work, which will be referenced in the pages that follow. In undertaking a dialectical analysis of intellectual collaboration, it is essential to avoid focusing narrowly on particular agencies, such as the CIA, and instead construct a comprehensive understanding of the social totality, encompassing various state agencies, non-governmental organizations, and corporate soft power initiatives. An intellectual did not have to collaborate directly with the CIA to play a role in the intellectual world war on communism. The world-famous anthropologist Margaret Mead, for instance, served as a State Department consultant and secured funding from the Air Force's new think tank, the RAND Corporation, to set up a Studies in Soviet Culture project. Ernesto Laclau, a towering figure in post-Marxist critical theory, was employed as a researcher in the Ford Foundation's Proyecto Marginalidad, or Marginality Project. According to Nestor Cohen's insightful analysis, which draws on Daniel Hopin's exacting scholarship, this 1960s project sought to identify what would happen to the sectors of the working class that would become unemployed and marginalized. The imperialists were thereby preparing for the neoliberal shock therapy that would begin in earnest in Chile after the CIA's 1973 coup d'etat, and they wanted to understand possible reactions in order to develop counterinsurgency plans. Everyone knew, according to Cohen, that behind Ford stood the world's leading counterinsurgency institution, the CIA. Moreover, collaboration comes in many forms, and it is important to be attentive to what we might call the concentric circles of collaboration. If the inner circle consists in direct witting employment, followed by another tight ring of unwitting work serving the same purpose, there are many other orbits which often interact with one another. Some intellectuals were directly involved in anti-communist subversion campaigns, but were not, as far as we know, in the direct employ of intelligence services like the CIA. This was the case for major figures like Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, and Slavoj Žižek, who committed themselves, in very practical terms, to the overthrow of communism. Other professors collaborated with the knowledge networks supported by the ruling class and, sometimes clandestinely, government agencies, thereby owing a portion of their fame to promotion by the bourgeoisie and its men and women of the shadows. Theodor Adorno, Hannah Arendt, Raymond Aron, Max Horkheimer, and countless others, but of course to varying degrees. As Frances Donor Saunders asserted in her path-breaking study of the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom, whether they liked it or not, whether they knew it or not, there were few writers, poets, artists, historians, scientists, or critics in post-war Europe whose names were not in some way linked to this covert enterprise. Many intellectuals have developed their work in what they consider to be an autonomous fashion and do not have clear connections to the networks just mentioned. However, they tend to ignore or downplay the fact that, materially speaking, they are working within systems of knowledge ultimately controlled by the bourgeoisie, so their advancement within them largely depends on how much their intellectual labor segues with the interests of the owners of the means of intellectual production. This is the real meritocracy. These nuances will be spelled out through the course of this analysis, but it is important to insist at the outset on a dialectical approach to intellectual collaboration in order to preempt crude and reductivist interpretations of the study that follows. This book, like its companion volumes, is most definitively not advancing a simplistic and reductive argument that the intelligentsia has been remote controlled by the CIA, or that there is a centralized theoretical conspiracy that explains every aspect of intellectual history. On the contrary, by examining the material reality of intellectual production dialectically, it brings to the fore the intricate complexities of social relations, with all of the various types of agency at work, which are never stagnant or isolated, but are rather interrelated as processes situated within the social totality. Doctrinal warfare. Doctrinal ideological warfare is, or should be, a central factor in our psychological warfare. It exposes the basic vulnerabilities of the hostile systems and exploits the beneficial or favorable aspects of one's own system to persuade people away from the former and to adopt rational solutions. It should provide the foundation on which effective propaganda could be based. Memo for the Doctrinal Ideological Warfare Panel of the Psychological Strategy Board. The war of ideas is not simply a battle over particular notions or specific issues. As clearly outlined in internal documents from the early Cold War, it is, at the highest level, a question of doctrinal warfare. This expression is used to refer to the fight to control people's overall ideological worldview or doctrine, meaning the general framework within which specific ideas are situated. The Psy Warriors of the United States National Security State recognize how important this is because if you are able to consolidate an ideological gestalt, then any particular experience will be mediated by it, including ones that appear to contradict it. In this way, apparent exceptions are interpreted via an all-encompassing ideological paradigm, which, if the doctrinal warfare is successful, remains unshakable, in spite of potential countervailing evidence. This resilience stems from the role of ideological doctrine in interpreting the totality of experience, allowing anomalies to be rationalized or dismissed without undermining the core system of belief. Doctrinal warfare thereby serves to fortify a foundational ideological worldview that remains impervious to empirical contradictions. This approach to the war of ideas was clearly outlined by the United States Psychological Strategy Board, which was established in 1951 and tasked with the formulation and promulgation as guidance to the departments and agencies responsible for psychological operations of overall national psychological objectives, policies and programs, and for the coordination and evaluation of the national psychological effort. Composed of agency directors, the Psychological Strategy Board reported to the National Security Council. In its June 29, 1953, report on the United States Doctrinal Program, it explained that the goal of the Psychological Strategy Board was to provide permanent literature and foster long-term intellectual movements, which will appeal to intellectuals, including scholars and opinion-forming groups. It explicitly recognized that the target audience for doctrinal warfare is the professional intelligentsia. The logic is simple. Because it manages the minds of the masses through the media, education, religious organizations, civic associations, and so forth, the intelligentsia, if correctly trained, can establish and consolidate an ideological doctrine among the general population. Part of this project was negative, and internal documents clearly spell out the importance of an intellectual world war on communism as the rival doctrine to be broken down and ideally eliminated. Indeed, there are long and detailed Psychological Strategy Board documents that provide point-by-point refutations of major communist themes, which served as guidelines for the intelligentsia. At the same time, the other principal objective of doctrinal warfare is to foster a worldwide understanding and sympathetic acceptance of the traditions and viewpoints of America and the free world. In its studies, the Psychological Strategy Board found that negative doctrinal warfare was much less effective if it was not combined with the positive battle for hearts and minds that sought to consolidate a belief in the superiority of the free world. One of the most intriguing and strategically significant tactics that is encouraged, which is essential to understand for a complete picture of the history of Western Marxism, consists in a subtle, soft sell campaign against communism. Rather than systematically attacking everything to do with Marxism and communism, the Psychological Strategy Board recognized that it was preferable, at least in certain cases, to foster the development of a form of Marxism that could serve as a tool for both criticizing communism and defending the so-called free world. A Psychological Strategy Board memorandum on ideological warfare therefore explicitly recommends two tasks that might sound surprising to those who assume that the United States government was crudely anti-communist across the board. Attacks against communist ideology developed in Marxist terms, and defense of Western society in Marxist terms. In both cases, the objective was to mobilize Marxism to assail communism and defend the capitalist world. By putting Marxism itself in the service of doctrinal warfare, intellectuals convinced by Marxist theory were thereby encouraged to hold on to a purportedly authentic version of Marxism while using it to vilify Marxism in practice and, at a minimum, accommodate capitalism. It is revealing that both tasks were taken up in earnest by Western Marxists of various stripes. Some of them had direct ties to the United States National Security State, and others simply operated within the imperial intellectual system of knowledge, generally receiving uplift for their ideological alignment on the dominant doctrine. Among those who worked for the bourgeois state, Herbert Marcuse stands out as a particularly revealing case, as we will see in detail, because he was not simply one of the Western Marxists who took up the torch of the anti-communist Marxism that was being covertly promoted by government agencies like the Psychological Strategy Board. Rather than being a target of doctrinal warfare, he was one of its perpetrators. The Psychological Strategy Board used the memoranda of Marcuse's Committee on World Communism in the State Department as one of its most important sources of information. Unlike short-term propaganda campaigns then, doctrinal warfare is a long-term battle to shore up the ideology of the intelligentsia, thereby guaranteeing that the rest of the population will be constantly exposed to the same fundamental worldview. If all of the experts agree on the fundamentals, despite any minor disagreements, it sends the message that their consensus is based on objective reality rather than being driven by an ideological agenda. In order to be effective, doctrinal warfare cannot be intermittent, but instead requires the development of three interlocking projects, according to the Psychological Strategy Board. 1. Long-range plans for the production and distribution of intellectual materials and for the direction of activities aimed separately and concurrently at appealing to intellectuals, including scholars and opinion-forming groups. 2. Provocative and stimulating doctrinal materials which critically and effectively analyze communist doctrines, as well as those objectively setting forth the viewpoints of America and the free world. 3. Improved distribution mechanisms for permanent literature, not only American but also foreign materials. Successful doctrinal warfare therefore necessitates a powerful material system of ideological production, distribution, and consumption that constantly and consistently communicates the appeal of the dominant ideology, while criticizing its rival through provocative and stimulating materials. The massive industry of anti-Cuban ideological production and dissemination would be one example of how doctrinal warfare works, as long as it is understood as part of a much larger anti-communist war that seeks to shore up the doctrinal belief in the superiority of the supposed free world, that is, the one intent on destroying Cuba's freedom. You cannot kill ideas that fight back. The upside-down world teaches us to suffer reality instead of changing it, to forget the past instead of listening to it, and to accept the future instead of imagining it. That is how it practices crime, and that is how it recommends it. In its school, the school of crime, the classes of impotence, amnesia, and resignation are obligatory. But it is clear that there is no misfortune without fortune, nor a side that does not have its flip side, nor discouragement that does not seek its encouragement, nor is there a school that does not encounter its counter-school. Eduardo Galeano. The intellectual world war is an endeavor to turn the world upside down by presenting imperial expansion as democracy promotion and counter-revolutionary violence as the struggle for freedom, while simultaneously slandering anti-imperialist state-building projects grounded in democratic self-determination as part of an evil empire. The imperial forces have the most powerful cultural apparatus in the history of the world on their side. Yet they've been incapable of killing an idea, in the broad sense of a general ideological worldview, that has meant so much to so many people around the world who are struggling for liberation and to save the planet from capitalist liquidation. They have also failed to crush the autonomous systems of cultural production built up by the anti-imperialist camp, the counter-school mentioned by Galeano, in an effort to spread this idea and mobilize it for a material project of social transformation. Thomas Sankara, sometimes referred to as the Che of Africa, gave a speech in 1987 at the inauguration of an exhibition honoring the life of the great revolutionary. Titled "You Cannot Kill Ideas," Sankara asserted that for us Che Guevara is not dead. He was alive in Burkina Faso and Africa more generally, because some of his ideas live in each of us in the daily struggle we wage. Che's revolutionary conviction, his sense of humanity, and his demanding character that forced him to make common cause with the people. All of these were operative in the Burkinabe Revolutionary Project. The same was true, more generally, of his resolute anti-imperialism, his defense of self-determination, his dedication to building socialism, and his use of dialectical and historical materialism as the most powerful weapon of class struggle. A week after this speech, Sankara's revolutionary government was overthrown and he was assassinated, revealing once again that the intellectual world war is not simply theoretical. It is a fight for the kind of world that we want to live in, a battle over the very nature of reality and what we think is possible. It is a conflict that positions us all and forces us to take sides. Are we with the imperialists, reaping material rewards for trampling on others, or do we make common cause with the anti-imperialists who seek to uplift the lives of all? Whose ideas do we want to carry forth in the world and embody in material reality through our struggles? Those of the liberators who have strived, under dire circumstances and constant onslaught, to make the idea of a better world into a material reality, or those who have sought to stop the socialist project in its tracks by not only killing its leaders, but also attempting to destroy the very idea they embody. Introduction to the Intellectual World War Class. Struggle in Theory. Prologue. Some books take a decade to write. This one took 3. It even became 3 books in the process, or actually 4, if one counts the French version I wrote before this trilogy, which the publisher pulled the plug on at the last second for political and economic reasons. It is the result of extensive research and a journey, with many unexpected twists and turns, through the heart of the imperial theory industry. Since it advances a counter-history of contemporary thought that not only challenges established interpretations and hallowed canons, but proposes a historiographical paradigm shift, at least regarding the standard imperial narratives, it is essential that the reader be able to situate it within the material system of knowledge production out of which it emerged. This, after all, is what allowed me to develop my research agenda from subjective self-criticism, which was its starting point, to systemic ideology critique. The autobiographical interlude that follows, the tone of which is markedly different than the rest of the book because it is narrated in the first person, provides an opportunity to dialectically situate the author within the broader material reality that is the project's focal point. This also serves to clarify the motivations behind this work, while detailing its basic orientation, method, and structure. From self-criticism to systemic ideology critique, it's easier to fool someone than convince them that they've been fooled. Attributed to Mark Twain. In the fall of 2001, I was studying philosophy in Paris, France. I had completed a master's degree under the direction of Jacques Derrida, after having worked with Luce Irigaray, and I was enrolled for my doctorate with Alain Badiou. I thought I was on the top of the intellectual world, living my American dream of studying with the leading luminaries of French theory. When the attacks of September 11th happened, I was asked to make sense of the events in a public lecture at one of the institutions where I was teaching. To say I was ill-equipped would be generous. What did I really have to say about what had just happened? Given my training, perhaps I could frame the events, which I scarcely understood at the time, in terms of an irreconcilable difference between phrase regimens or a confrontation with the big other. Maybe the planet was being deterritorialized under our feet, or we had just entered the desert of the Lacanian Real. If all else failed, I could fall back on references to the ever-nebulous difference as the condition of possibility and impossibility of all thought and discourse, thereby making some ponderously abstract metaphysical claims that could not possibly be beholden to reality. As I tried to collect my thoughts and apply them to an actual historical occurrence, I could not help but feel like all of this conceptual gibberish sounded like I was saying we were living in La La Land, an imaginary world of big others, great mystical divides, shifting sands, and personified landscapes. Why not add cellophane flowers and marmalade skies to this surreal conceptual scenery, which made the world seem like an utterly meaningless plaything? I became nauseous thinking about it, and I desperately wanted to go back through the looking glass to retrieve some sense of reality, to have something concrete and meaningful to say. But it was too late, and all I could do with my elite education in the Imperial Corps was cobble together an ill-fated attempt to explain reality through the lens of trend-setting critical theory. Fortunately, there was at least one important lesson. I was forced to see, reflected back at me, an image of what I had become, an utterly useless intellectual. Even worse, I had been trained to think of myself in opposite terms, namely as a participant in the theoretical avant-garde of humanity. The world was upside down. This was one moment of crystallization which I am intentionally simplifying in a much more complex trajectory, but it forced me to do something that I was never taught to do. Self-critically reflect on my own theoretical practice. Here I was, after years of vigorous study at premier institutions in Paris, and I was ignorant of imperialism and the geopolitical world in which I was living. I knew so much about things that mattered so incredibly little, and I knew nothing about what counted most in the world and was literally an issue of life or death for the majority of humanity and the biosphere. I had passed all of the exams with flying colours and received the highest possible academic distinctions, but what had I really learned? What I had been trained in, most fundamentally, was imperial ignorance. How could I not be ashamed given where I had come from and what I had set out to do? After all, I had grown up on a farm in Kansas, working construction. What had first attracted me to the life of the mind was that I cherished the respite from grueling manual labour. My earliest intellectual ambitions were to try to understand why life was marred by such drudgery and figure out how it could be ended. What I had learned, instead, was that, in the words of my legendary Maître Derrida, it is impossible to formulate meaningful sentences with the term social class. Apparently, if you are a renowned intellectual, you can simply will into non-existence, through supercilious proclamation, the most fundamental structural aspects of life in class society. This, I later realized, is a flagrant performative contradiction. Derrida was signaling his class standing in the very act of making such a statement. It was a shibboleth in the precise sense of this term. When I went to college in Iowa in the early 1990s, I sought out the most radical forms of theory available because I wanted the tools necessary to understand and change a world characterized by exploitation and oppression. What was on offer was French theory, Frankfurt School critical theory, as well as more recent trends in the Anglophone world inspired by these traditions. I therefore dedicated myself to learning all of the languages and histories necessary to understand them. Having found French theory, and in particular the work of Derrida, the most challenging and, at least in my young mind, the most radical, I decided that I wanted to try and study under him in Paris. I was able to obtain a scholarship from Rotary International, and I moved there in 1996. My interests in radical theory were thereby canalized through institutional mechanisms in a very specific direction. When I arrived in Paris, I eagerly frequented all of the lectures and seminars by the thinkers who were the most renowned in the United States, as well as those who had potential to become so, including, in addition to those under whom I was studying, Etienne Balibar, Hélène Sichus, Julia Kristeva, François Lorel, Jean-François Lyotard, Jean-Luc Marion, Jacques Rancière, and Paul Ricoeur. I also shunned those doing work that sounded old school or unsophisticated. As a sedulous student intimidated by being outclassed by my peers, I not only read the writings of these major theorists, but I also carefully studied the texts that they interpreted. I was surprised to discover so many discrepancies between the two. As I would later write in my first book, Derrida was so preoccupied, a la Martin Heidegger, with finding the spectre of Western metaphysics haunting canonical texts that he discovered it wherever he wanted, independently of the empirical reality of the texts themselves, not to mention their material context, which he systematically ignored. Although he presented himself as a serious student of history, unlike Derrida, Michel Foucault's work ended up revealing a strikingly similar pattern. For instance, he haughtily proclaimed that there was a crucial distinction between Herkunft and Ursprung, both translatable as origin, in Friedrich Nietzsche's writings, but he referenced innumerable texts where these words either did not appear at all or were employed in ways that directly contradicted his interpretation. If their writings did not hold up to a minimum of scholarly scrutiny, how could this work be celebrated as some of the most important in the world? My reaction to these disappointments was to seek out more radical discourses that were directly engaged in elucidating the concrete material world. I read broadly in Frankfurt School critical theory and Western Marxism. I also enrolled for a master's degree in the historical social sciences, writing a thesis under the guidance of Bourdieusian sociologists, and I later completed a postdoctoral degree in political theory. In a similar vein, I began a working group and pooled resources to organize an international lecture series and interviews with cutting-edge critical theorists like Sailor Benhabib, Judith Butler, Nancy Fraser, Chantal Mouffe, Emmanuel Wallerstein, and Cornel West. Here, I thought, were truly political thinkers engaged in understanding the real world and struggling to change it. Increasingly attracted to radical discourses, I dedicated myself to studying the most revolutionary theory I could find, which included the writings of Badiou and Rancière, as well as those of Giorgio Agamben, Michael Hart, Antonio Negri, Slavoj Zizek, and many others. I continued to have doubts and self-doubts, however. For all of these theorists, radical phraseology, the principal takeaways were usually less than satisfying. Some, for instance, flatly proclaimed that Gilles Deleuze's adult statements on control societies could better elucidate the world than the scientific approach of dialectical and historical materialism, but they could never clearly explain why or how. Others seemed to be formulating Marxist critiques, but they would frequently be interrupted by the need to proliferate pseudo-intellectual references or engage, à la Zizek, in navel-gazing reflections about their jouissance and what they saw online that day. They all agreed, including those in the Frankfurt School, that Marxism could only be of value if it was spruced up with the requisite dose of bourgeois culture. This ran the gamut from raucous Lacanian sex jokes on the ultra-left to pedantic Habermasian palaver further to the right, but the consensus was clear. They were all doing something innovative and much more sophisticated than what the old-school Marxists had done. It took more than a decade of studying and teaching in Paris, as well as nearly 2 decades of activism and doing my own research on the history of anti-imperialist Marxism and the global socialist movement, to finally start to see the system of knowledge production for what it was. Initially, I had only grasped it from the point of view of a rat in the maze, and I began by mapping out the parts that I knew well. Little by little, however, the map started to cohere into a systematic outline, and everything began to fall into place. It was this shift that was the most fundamental. When I was asked to give that ill-fated lecture on September 11th, 2001, it led to an intensification of my subjective ideology critique, which consisted in an extremely painful but absolutely necessary process of calling into question my own indoctrination, which I had misinterpreted as education. However, whilst I was able, over the course of decades, to build up a materialist analysis of the system of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption within which I had been trained, I could map out the entire maze. It is this that allowed me to begin the deeper and much more important task of systemic ideological criticism. This consists in diagnosing and seeking to dismantle the system that forges individuals and composes them as ideological subjects. If you demonstrate to someone that they've been ideologically inculcated, they may be able to overcome it. If you teach them how the system works that brainwash them, they are given the tools necessary to liberate themselves and others, because objective ideological criticism of this sort brings into relief the system that produces and will continue to produce and reproduce ideological subjects. This is one of the ultimate objectives of this book, as well as the rest of the trilogy, namely to provide an objective ideological critique of the material system of ideas that produced an ideological subject like me, and, much more importantly, legions of others indoctrinated into the same brand of imperial ignorance. I was, after all, far from being the only one living in a conceptual la-la land where metaphorical thinking and superstitious free association are considered a sophisticated asset for rigorous, empirically grounded argumentation, as anyone who has been to a theory conference is, or should be, well aware. And I was certainly not unique in mistakenly assuming that Western or cultural Marxism was the most advanced form of Marxism. The bourgeois knowledge regime is not only epistemological, however, it is a system of power and control. It is one thing to recognize how it works and study it systematically. It is something else entirely to be able to publish one's findings and have them be taken seriously. Attempting to do so sets one on a collision course with those who own the means of communication and their managers. I will be remiss then not to mention that this entire research project has been extremely difficult to bring into the world. Many platforms have refused to publish its findings, and an equal number have taken potshots at it, usually with no engagement with the evidence. In the most extreme case, I was given a crash course in the real material operations of the imperial theory industry and the awesome power of its gatekeepers by Editions La Fabrique in Paris. As briefly mentioned, this trilogy began years ago as a book I finished for this publishing house, which is approximately the French equivalent of verso books. After a long process of constant interventions by editors who admitted that they knew little or nothing about the material, but nonetheless insisted that I make changes, they pulled the plug on the entire project right before it was set to go to press. They claimed, in short, that I should have praised instead of criticized certain golden calves of the imperial theory industry. But the real reason for sinking the project was that it called into question La Fabrique's market niche. I was too naive to understand this at the time, and I thought that self-declared radical publishers would support well-researched scholarship that was pushing the envelope, even if it was critical of some of their established values. La Fabrique provided me with a practical understanding of how the gatekeepers of the imperial theory industry will exclude any in-depth critique of their profit model. Fortunately, although I lost years of research time, this experience sharpened my analysis by offering an invaluable lesson in the political economy of knowledge production and the power dynamics of publishing. Motive. The truth is warlike. It does not only fight against untruthfulness, but also against certain people who spread untruth. Bertolt Brecht. Why put so much time and energy into engaging in a systemic ideology critique of the Western left intelligentsia? The purpose of this critique is fourfold. First of all, it seeks to elucidate the fundamental driving forces behind ideological production and dissemination, while also detailing the precise mechanisms by which the entire system operates. It thereby provides people with an understanding of the social totality that situates ideas within the broader framework of material reality and class struggle. This aspect of ideology critique cultivates a scientific understanding of how the world of ideas operates, shedding light on the ways in which the dominant ideology is produced and perpetuated, whose interests it serves, whom it targets, and how exactly it functions in specific situations. Ideological criticism of the left intelligentsia in the imperial core contributes in this way to a more scientific account of the production, circulation, and consumption of ideas. The second purpose is to provide a more scientifically rigorous analysis of reality in general, above and beyond ideology. Science should not be understood in reductively positivist terms as the perfect apprehension of objective reality, but rather as a collective process of establishing the most coherent framework of explanation, testing it in practical reality, and continuing to perfect it based on new information. Science is thus a fallibilistic process of developing knowledge via the dialectical relationship between human beings and the larger material world. Engaging in systemic ideological criticism thereby not only allows us to properly diagnose and fully understand the disease of ideology, but it also helps to cultivate the cure by apprehending material reality in the most rigorous manner possible. The intellectual world war that is the focal point of this study is not only an ideological battle, it is a fight over the very nature of reality, as well as who has the right and the power to define it. The third reason to undertake a systemic ideology critique is to provide the most coherent framework for practical action, since the point is not only to understand reality, but to change it. One of the goals of this project is to rejuvenate class struggle in theory as a contribution to an overall revitalization of class struggle. Much of what passes for intellectual debate in the imperial court takes place within the same fundamental ideological framework, and it is relatively rare to have this called into question. Anti-communism, for instance, remains largely hegemonic, even among those who are self-declared Marxists or even communists. One of the most pernicious effects of the dominant ideology has been a discrediting and perversion of dialectical and historical materialism based on widespread misrepresentations and propagandistic versions of history. Given the proven ability of dialectical and historical materialism to serve as a practical guide to action with a proven record of success, one of the most pressing tasks of class struggle in theory is to shore up and further develop this tradition. Last, but certainly not least, this critique of the Western left intelligentsia is part of a broader critical reflection on the history of the left in the imperial core and the need for a fundamental reorientation. Theory, Marx incisively explained, takes on real power in the world when it comes to grip the masses. The anti-communist, capitalist accommodationist theory of the Western left intelligentsia has seized the masses to the point of becoming hegemonic within the broader left. This is due in large part to the material position of the working class in the imperial core, which is situated as a labor aristocracy at the apex of the global division of labor, but it is also the result of the ideological power wielded by the imperial intelligentsia. In attacking the latter, the ultimate goal is to reorient the left in general, above and beyond the intelligentsia, toward an anti-imperialist politics that embraces rather than rejects projects of socialist sovereignty. Why, though, be so critical of the Western left and its leading intellectuals? The short answer is because they have abandoned, sidelined, or modified beyond recognition the primary weapon of class struggle for the working and oppressed peoples of the world. This is partially a result of the global class standing of the Western left intelligentsia, or what would better be described as the intellectual labor aristocracy. As members of the imperial professional managerial class stratum, these intellectuals are perched comfortably atop a global system of intellectual production. They do not have any material incentive to change the system, since it supports and even promotes them, and they have therefore tended to accommodate capitalism and even imperialism by maintaining that there is no real-world alternative. The Western left intelligentsia's general abandonment of revolutionary politics comes into sharp relief in a historical conjuncture where the stakes of international class struggle could not be higher. We have definitively entered the age of exterminism, according to Georges Gastal, when it is code red for humanity and the entire planet. Capitalist social murder is systematically destroying life, as Ali Qadri has powerfully argued, and global socio-economic inequality has never been more extreme. The doomsday clock that measures the risks of nuclear annihilation is closer to midnight than at any point in history. The destruction of the biosphere, already well underway, is advancing at the most alarming rate ever known. Class struggle today is not only a question of life and death for certain individuals or even large groups. It is for the entire species and the planet. Given these material circumstances, more trenchant forms of criticism are clearly necessary to shape people out of the dominant ideology of anti-communism before it is too late. Ideas do not change reality in and of themselves, unless they become a material force through coordinated mass action. This investigation is rather specialized because it drills down into the material history of the fetishized commodities of the imperial theory industry. Its target audience is the intelligentsia, in the broadest sense of this term. However, its fundamental message, that socialism is the solution, does not at all require specialized knowledge. This work thereby seeks to contribute to the all-important task of reorienting the left before it is too late. Method: dialectics as living, many-sided knowledge, with the number of sides eternally increasing, with an infinite number of shades of every approach and approximation to reality, with a philosophical system growing into a whole out of each shade. Vladimir Lenin. One of the predominant accounts of at least some of the theoretical traditions examined in this trilogy, including by self-declared Marxists of the Western persuasion, consist in framing them in terms of a relationship between so-called postmodernism, an extremely loose conceptual category with questionable value, and neoliberalism. Since they both emerged at about the same time, and the latter refers to the economic base and the former the ideological superstructure, it is assumed that there must be some kind of connection between the two. Both categories are often reified in very abstract terms, and the accounts of their interrelationship generally tend to slip, a la Frederick Jameson, into idealist forms of historiography by relying on vague appeals to the zeitgeist or spirit of the times. Furthermore, class struggle often disappears into thin air, and there is little to no account of imperialism and the anti-colonial struggle for socialism. Instead, we are simply told that there is a new era of capitalism that ushered in a novel way of thinking and producing culture. In these accounts, there is rarely, if ever, a materialist analysis of the political economy of knowledge and culture, the institutional matrices of the superstructure, geopolitical class struggle, psychological warfare operations, concrete theoretical and cultural practices, and all of the linkages between specific cultural networks and the material forces driving and shaping them. In other words, what tends to be lacking is detailed materialist analysis and dialectics in the precise sense defined by Lenin in the epigraph. Dialectics, In addition to recognizing reality as composed of interrelational processes rather than reified entities, is a form of living knowledge that is multifaceted and fine-grained insofar as it seeks to grasp the intricacies of material reality in an ongoing process of conceptual elucidation that strives to delineate the overall system of relations. One of the methodological objectives of this book and its companion volumes is to demonstrate the explanatory superiority of a dialectical and historical materialist approach to knowledge and, by extension, culture. Far from postulating reified binary abstractions and arbitrarily linking them via idealist historiography that occludes class struggle, it delves into the minute details of the concrete points of connection between the economic forces driving society and the specific ways in which they shape the production, circulation, and consumption of knowledge. It also situates class struggle at the center of its analysis and elucidates how the radical theory industry in the imperial core is related to a broad series of psychological warfare operations aimed at shoring up, at a minimum, anti-communism and capitalist accommodation. Furthermore, it simultaneously demonstrates how these operations have failed to contain the many-headed hydra they are trying to defeat, precisely due to ongoing class struggle in both theory and practice. Unlike the zeitgeist historiography of reified epochs characteristic of many Western Marxist accounts, this study advances on the basis of a dialectical historiography that is always attentive to three heuristically distinct dimensions of history: time, space, and class stratification. Historical reality does not march along undialectically as a unified entity with absolutely distinct stages. It is a highly differentiated reality, based on the geographical location under discussion, as well as the specific class stratum, both of which are essential dimensions for bringing into relief the realities of class struggle, which has often taken the form of the struggle between nations. Moreover, change is always variably distributed across these three dimensions, meaning that there are no simple and clean breaks when a new era magically appears, such as that of neoliberalism or postmodernism. This book, as well as the others in the trilogy, provides a fine-grained analysis of the dialectical relationship between the general system of knowledge and individual subjects of knowledge production. Marxism has often been denigrated for purportedly privileging the system over and against the subject, so much so that Western Marxists have regularly claimed that it was necessary to supplement their analyses with subjectively oriented discourses like phenomenology, existentialism, and psychoanalysis. In general, the subjectivism and idealism that plagues these approaches have not, however, enhanced Marxism, but have rather served to dilute it with liberal ideology. Rigorous dialectical and historical materialism analysis always accounts for the subject as well as the system, individuals along with collectivities, agency, as well as forms of determination. However, it does not reify these as distinct and opposed poles, but rather understands them as intertwined processes whose complexity far surpasses our simplistic concepts. This investigation does not only include a materialist elucidation of the political economy of knowledge, the intellectual sector of the superstructure, and the imperial theory industry. It also goes to great lengths to analyze in detail the lives and works of the subjects in question, including many of the major figures in the Frankfurt School, French theory, and contemporary critical theory more generally. Instead of relying on an opposition between internal analysis, the preferred method of the bourgeois humanities, and external analysis, the dominant approach in the bourgeois social sciences, this study proposes a dialectical elucidation of the theoretical practices of subjects working within specific systems of knowledge. It thereby brings into relief how both of these reference points are actually processes that are so enmeshed in one another that separating them out through conceptual abstraction distorts their material reality. In other words, it makes little sense to act as if there were phenomena like Adorno's philosophy or Derrida's thought independently of the systems of knowledge, as well as the forces driving them, that gave birth to thinkers like these and played a major role in producing and disseminating their work. The same is true of these systems themselves, which could not function without the subjects operative within them, and that would not operate in the precise manner that they have without the specific contributions that particular subjects have made. Much of what passes for ideology critique within the Western Marxist tradition amounts to a critical analysis of the ideology operative within a particular subject or a specific object, such as a cultural product. Although this book, like its sister tomes, engages with this type of work, it is also dedicated to developing a level of ideology critique that focuses on the objective systems that produce particular ideologies. This is one of the reasons for examining such a broad swath of intellectual production across traditions that are often considered to be distinct or even openly opposed to one another, as German critical theory and French theory are often presented. It is precisely in order to demonstrate that there are objective socioeconomic forces undergirding these theoretical trends and contributing to their ideological alignment on the most fundamental issues. From a dialectical and historical materialist perspective, it makes perfect sense that there would be so much ideological consistency. The subjects of knowledge production under scrutiny are all part of the same class formation and have been ideologically composed in a similar manner. They have been trained in elite educational institutions in the imperial core to participate in the same basic forms of exchange value-driven theoretical practice. They have also generally operated within nearly identical international networks and participated in similar activities. In many cases, particularly with the later traditions of French theory and United States-driven radical theory, they have generally spent their lives reading and responding to one another. Most important, they have been working within a material system of knowledge production, owned and controlled, directly or indirectly, by the same class that sets the ultimate rules of the game. One thing they all share is that they have succeeded, albeit in different ways, in playing that game. There is thus a coherent relationship between their subjective ideologies and the objective systems that have produced them, which fosters a remarkable amount of ideological uniformity. In an effort to give the best possible form to this dialectical approach to history and hermeneutics, this study mobilizes a constellational methodology. Rather than a linear narrative, a big picture overview, or snapshots of purported time periods or individual thinkers, it seeks to discursively perform what Lenin called many-sided knowledge. Every subsection of each chapter provides a detailed analysis of one facet of the overall reality under examination. This allows us to descend to a level of microscopic scrutiny that brings out all of the various details that in a broader overview would need to be jettisoned. At the same time, each of these microstudies fits into a coherent system that take the shape of a constellation in which every subsection is a nodal point. This brings into view a telescopic apprehension of the totality of the system of knowledge under analysis. This constellational method thereby fosters a clear understanding of the total system, with all of its complexities and different dimensions, via a nuanced account of specific nodal points within it. Finally, it bears recalling that dialectics is, as Lenin emphasized, a living knowledge, meaning that it is constantly expanding and refining itself in relationship to a relationship to a relationship to a simple conceptual tools. There is, in this regard, much more work to be done, and these books do not presume to be exhaustive or definitive. They seek instead to make a contribution to a living knowledge in the material sense, meaning a knowledge of our lives that can serve as a vital force for practically reconfiguring them. The fundamental point, then, of the diagnosis that follows is not simply for us to increase our knowledge, it is for us to learn from the past and present so that we can transform our lived reality in the future. The road ahead. This book opens with 3 chapters that serve as a discourse on Marx's method for the project as a whole. The first elucidates the dialectical and historical materialist approach to ideas, shedding light on the modus operandi of the imperial intellectual superstructure in general. The second chapter provides an overview of some of the material networks of the empire of ideas that have been built up by the leading imperialist powers over the last century or so, and which serve as the general backdrop for their intellectual world war. The third turns, more specifically, to the imperial theory industry as a major force for shoring up and promoting a form of compatible critical theory over and against the revolutionary tradition of dialectical and historical materialism. All 3 of these chapters provide the methodological and conceptual framework necessary for understanding and correctly situating all of the more specific analyses that follow. Part 2 of this book focuses on the Frankfurt School, and it drills down into a tradition that has been one of the principal driving forces behind what is called Western or cultural Marxism. It begins with an analysis of the deep-seated and dogmatic anti-communism of Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, which was appreciated and supported by powerful segments of the capitalist ruling class and sectors of the bourgeois state, including the CIA. It then examines the work of the 7 Frankfurt scholars who were directly employed by the United States government in propaganda organizations like the Office of War Information and Voice of America, intelligence agencies like the Office of Strategic Services, and the State Department. It also examines the complexities of these developments by unpacking the convoluted case of Frankfurt School research associates who were in contact with Soviet intelligence. The final chapter is a deep dive into the life and work of perhaps the most prominent figure in Western Marxism, the man the bourgeois press proclaimed to be the godfather of the New Left, Herbert Marcuse. Many questions have been raised about his work for the United States government, and some have accused him of being an agent of imperialism. Now that the archival record has finally come to light, it is possible to situate Marcuse much more precisely within the intellectual world war on communism, and his contributions are more far-reaching and problematic than most would likely assume. The title of this first volume, Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism, echoes the path-breaking work by Francis Stonewall Saunders, Who Paid the Piper? The CIA and the Cultural Cold War. Engaging in extensive archival research, Saunders demonstrated the role of the foundations of the ruling class and the intelligence services in funding and promoting anti-communist culture and the compatible left. The focus here is more specifically on the intelligentsia and the theory industry, but it shares with Saunders' book the fundamental question of the political economy of cultural production, distribution, and consumption. It is by answering the question of who paid the pipers that we can bring to light the material forces driving the promotion of the dominant ideology. The Frankfurt School has commonly been interpreted, at least within the imperial core, as having contributed to a type of Marxism that is more sophisticated and culturally savvy than those forms of Marxism, many of them Eastern-oriented, that purportedly suffered from economism, reductive determinism, productivism, authoritarianism, totalitarianism, teleology, and so forth. This was one of the primary ideological objectives of the powerful forces in the capitalist class and the bourgeois state that supported Western Marxism as a weapon of ideological warfare against the revolutionary Marxism of the anti-imperialists. The position that is widely accepted today as common sense by the imperial intelligentsia, namely that Western Marxism is somehow more advanced, is thus a consequence of a semi-clandestine intellectual world war. This dogma will be called out for what it is, and the real specificity of Western Marxism will come clearly into view. Is an ideological construct aimed at transforming the greatest theoretical weapon of class struggle from below into an ineffectual philosophical position that is accommodationist toward capitalism and even imperialism. German-style critical theory has served as one of the two most important foundational reference points for the imperial theory industry. The other is French theory, and it is to this tradition that the forthcoming second volume turns, whereas the Frankfurt School revised Marxism to such an extent that it became, in many important ways, anti-Marxism. French theory has largely been marketed as a more radical form of thinking that surpasses Marxism, or at least remakes it in highly original and idiosyncratic ways. One of its trademarks has been to question totalizing forms of explanation, identity thinking, the resolution of contradictions through dialectics, and so forth. What Deleuze referred to as French theory's generalized anti-Hegelianism is but thin cover for its generalized anti-Marxism, as we will see, in spite of the fact that some French theorists have sought to recuperate Marx as one philosopher among others within the bourgeois canon, thereby using him to bolster their symbolic capital as radicals. In either case, one of the goals of the French theorists has been to bury anti-imperialist Marxism as passé and promote themselves as the vanguard of human thought. The world's leading imperialist power, the United States, not only strongly supported them in this endeavor, but its global networks of knowledge production were largely responsible for making this coterie of anti-Marxist French intellectuals into global superstars. Following the same basic pattern as the Frankfurt School, the capitalist ruling class was in on the coup, as well as the state, and the CIA identified French theory as a major ally in its intellectual world war on communism. The final volume in the trilogy engages head-on with a question that my previous publications on the Frankfurt School and French theory have often generated. If there has been a confluence of interest between the imperial ruling class and compatible critical theory of the German or French variety, are these patterns visible in the contemporary forms of cutting-edge theory promoted in the imperial core? In particular, many scholars and activists, including self-proclaimed Marxists, have been impressed by a relatively novel brand of radical theory that has been heavily marketed since the turn of the 21st century. Figures like Agamben, Badiou, Balibar, Butler, Hard, Laclau, Moffat, Negre, Rancière, and Zizek have, according to many, put forth more politically trenchant forms of analysis, sometimes openly rejecting French theoretical developments affiliated with so-called postmodernism and a perceived turn away from the political. In addition to this band of radicals in theory, some of whom are self-proclaimed communists, the third and fourth generations of Frankfurt School critical theory have witnessed a rejuvenation of interest in socialism. Axel Honneth, and overt criticisms of capitalism, Nancy Fraser and Rahel Yagi. Finally, some of the most cutting-edge forms of theory, including post-colonial theory, subaltern studies, decolonial theory, Afro-pessimism, liberal queer theory, and so forth, have branded themselves in an implicit teleology as more profoundly political or deeply critical than anything that has preceded them. A few have even claimed à la Bruno Latour to surpass critique itself in their level of sophistication. All of this suggests, at least to some, that the Western left intelligentsia's complicity with empire is a thing of the past. The dialectical and historical materialist analysis of these theoretical trends and their knowledge networks demonstrates just the opposite. The patterns analyzed in the first two volumes are alive and well. To perceive them, we have to be able to see through the chameleonic nature of ideology and identify the material relations of ideological production behind it. Engaging in this political economy of knowledge and working through the nuances of the philosophic positions taken by some of the theorists in question will bring to light a lesson that equally applies to the Frankfurt School and French theory. The empire does not promote work that is a real threat to its existence. Although these intellectual traditions have marketed themselves as distinct, and each thinker within them has promoted their own idiosyncratic brand to seemingly no end, there is a remarkable degree of ideological consistency. What they all share in common, and what becomes visible via a materialist analysis of the social totality, is their opposition to actually existing socialism, with only the rarest and absolutely explainable exceptions. They also generally reject communist parties and anti-imperialist state-building projects, and some of them even rebuff parties and disciplined political organizations in general, as well as any focus on state power. Any political solutions they put forth for the problems they diagnose within the capitalist world usually amount to jacqueries, anarchist islands of resistance, liberal political measures, or social democratic reforms devoid of an understanding that the welfare state in the imperial core was, among other things, a class compromise, an ideological construct necessitated by the existence of the Soviet Union. Those that are self-declared communists generally provide little more than idealist projections of a magical third way beyond capitalism and socialism that only exists in their minds. Hence the importance of systemic ideological criticism, which examines the complex inner workings of the imperial intellectual superstructure and situates the agency of individual knowledge producers within it. This sheds light on the fact that the towering figures of the imperial theory industry are not working in a vacuum. On the contrary, they are producing ideas within a very specific material system of knowledge production that has promoted them precisely because they are doing the type of ideological work necessary to police the left border of critique. They exclude, as beyond the pale, the very idea that knowledge could have real use, value by being put in the service of developing anti-imperialist, socialist, state-building projects in the real world of the here and now. Part 1. Imperial Knowledge. Chapter 1. Breaking the Chains of Imperial Knowledge. How to Hide a Cultural Empire. In some departments of our daily life, in which we imagine ourselves free agents, we are ruled by dictators exercising great power. Edward Bernays. Bourgeois culture presents itself as a realm of freedom, just as bourgeois knowledge prides itself on being based on open-ended, democratic, and meritocratic forms of inquiry. This appearance of freedom, in both cases, is belied by deeply determined structures that limit the purview and possibilities of bourgeois culture and knowledge. An analysis of the totality, including the systemic material relations of socio-economic production and reproduction driving culture and knowledge, is generally foreclosed, further fostering the illusion that the cultural and intellectual products pitched to the hearts and minds of the masses are autonomously produced, circulate meritocratically, and are consumed based on freedom of choice. The deficiencies of bourgeois culture and knowledge are particularly apparent in the standard accounts of the state and culture itself, in the broad sense, including knowledge and the intellectual world. The state is generally taken at face value, with little to no assessment of the large and powerful sectors of the state apparatus engaged in clandestine activities and not at all beholden to even the minimal forms of pseudo-democracy inherent in bourgeois electoral politics. Culture tends to be understood as a free realm of exploration rather than a highly regimented material system of production, circulation, and consumption that is intimately bound up with political imperatives. What is almost never perceived, then, is the connection between covert state operations, on the one hand, and the system of constraints that structures the broad cultural world, including academia, on the other. As we will see, however, the part of the bourgeois state, sometimes referred to as the invisible government, has a long and deep history of working behind the scenes to control culture, which includes promoting the illusion that it is a domain of freedom. The bourgeois state and bourgeois culture are products of a particular socio-economic system. Capitalism. This is what is driving the contradiction between democratic appearance and authoritarian reality. The dominant class within this system faces a major problem. It endeavors to present itself as ruling in the interests of the hoi polloi when it systematically exploits the latter for its own benefit. One of the principal propaganda tools that it has developed to obscure this fundamental structural relationship is its use of foundations. These are front organizations which declare themselves to be philanthropic, but are actually mechanisms for leveraging stolen wealth for soft power projects that serve the interests of the ruling class. They are thus a thinly veiled attempt to mask the influence of power and wealth on cultural production, circulation, and consumption. As we will see, the foundations of the capitalist ruling class work hand in glove with the invisible government to tightly control cultural and intellectual work from the shadows, while broadcasting the illusion that the bourgeois cultural and intellectual system is a realm of unalloyed freedom. One example that clearly illustrates all of these points, which will be spelled out in much greater detail below, is the 1950 manifesto issued by the Congress for Cultural Freedom, an international organization explicitly dedicated to promoting the cherished liberties of the West. We hold it to be self-evident, the manifesto begins, that intellectual freedom is one of the inalienable rights of man. A veritable panegyric on freedom, a term it uses no less than 17 times, the document claims that freedom and peace are inseparable. It simultaneously condemns what it describes as the curtailments of freedom by totalitarian states, even claiming that neutrality in the face of their challenge to liberty amounts to a betrayal of mankind and to the abdication of the free mind. Far from being a free organization celebrating intellectual and cultural liberty, however, the Congress for Cultural Freedom was a CIA front, with funding from the capitalist ruling class through its foundations. This is the kind of freedom it represented. The freedom of the capitalist class and its bourgeois state operatives to intercede in culture and control it from behind the scenes, using front organizations to publicly promote the illusion of freedom in order to better control it, while waging an all-out war on those dedicated to freeing the world from capitalism. It is telling that the celebrated intellectuals analysed in this book and its companion volumes, who are often described as veritable masters of suspicion, have generally remained silent on the CIA's involvement in the Congress for Cultural Freedom, even though they were either directly or indirectly implicated themselves, or they participated in parallel projects serving the same fundamental objectives. What better collaborators in enterprises of free thinking like this than those who willfully ignore and thus accept how conditioned their freedom actually is? Confronting the limits of the bourgeois knowledge regime. The only thing of interest in the personality of a philosopher is, he was born then and then he worked and died. This statement, made by Martin Heidegger at the opening of his 1924 lecture course on Aristotle, is a concise summary of intellectual commodity fetishism. The material circumstances of a philosopher's work, as well as the personal realities of their actual life, are generally judged to be irrelevant, except perhaps for peripheral information regarding their birth and death. The products of their intellect are all that really matter. The strong position that Heidegger took on biography and historical contextualization would soon prove to be particularly useful. Having embraced National Socialism with the expectation of a deliverance of Western Dasein existence from the dangers of communism, he joined the Nazi Party and oversaw the Aryanization of his university as its rector. Since the Nazis were eventually defeated, due first and foremost to the monumental sacrifices of those communists he judged to be so dangerous, Heidegger clearly had a vested interest in maintaining the purity of his intellectual project, preferring to go down in bourgeois history as perhaps the greatest thinker of the 20th century instead of a resolute fascist philosopher. Although he remained an unrepentant Nazi after the war, as his former students Herbert Marcuse and Jürgen Habermas helped demonstrate, the philosopher who presided over at least one public book burning of Jewish Marxist literature was not only rehabilitated, but his international fame grew precipitously in the imperial core. He had a major and lasting impact on two traditions of thought that figure prominently in this study, as well as those theoretical trends that emerged out of them: German critical theory and French theory. As a matter of fact, Heidegger became so important in France, where existential phenomenologists began to celebrate his work early on, that he attained the status of the principal philosophic reference, along with the radical aristocrat Friedrich Nietzsche, for many of the leading luminaries of French theory. As early as September 1st, 1945, Heidegger played the victim in his correspondence, grousing about how he was being mistreated in Germany while gloating over his reception abroad. I am valued in Paris and France, where my philosophy is in vogue. Many of the French theorists who bore Heidegger's torch not only agreed with the statement in his Aristotle lecture, but they attempted to elevate it to the level of an unquestionable principle. This served them well in their own context, if I can take the liberty of using a concept they despised, since it was quite the intellectual feat to festoon the work of a Nazi scholar and bureaucrat, while maligning the Marxist tradition in a historical conjuncture where the latter had enormous public support for having soundly defeated the social and political philosophy embraced by the former. Jacques Derrida provided a concise synthesis of the view he shared with his closest collaborators, which helped him champion the work of figures like Heidegger and the ardent Zionist Emmanuel Levinas. There is nothing outside the text. This philosophic fiat was also a particularly useful crutch when it was revealed that Derrida's close friend, who formed the other half of the dynamic duo of deconstruction, Paul de Man, had collaborated so closely with the Nazis that he had anticipated becoming a minister of culture in the post-war European Reich, though he had to settle instead with becoming the Don of Decon at Yale, where he regularly invited his French counterpart. To be sure, Derrida's quintessentially logocentric affirmation, in the precise sense of the Greek term logos, which means both word and reason or discourse, needs to be understood in its full-blown metaphysical or Heideggerian sense. He postulated arcs writing as the process of spatial differing and temporal differing. Difference, that is the condition of possibility and impossibility of all language and thought, and ultimately of everything, meaning that he was not simply talking about empirical texts. Nevertheless, the same basic methodological orientation was at work. Discourse, in this absolutized sense, a la Heideggerian being, is all that really matters, not its material conditions of production or a supposed reality outside the text. The views expressed by Heidegger and Derrida are common tropes within the bourgeois humanities, which tend to recount the history of ideas, and of philosophy more specifically, in terms of a largely immaterial trajectory of thought punctuated by individual discursive contributions. This logocentric understanding of intellectual history, which undergirds bourgeois canons, goes hand in hand with a homologous logic of circulation and consumption. The thoughts of these luminaries are disseminated via consumer products texts, which are then analyzed in isolation through internal analysis. This practical logic of theoretical production, circulation, and consumption is imbibed with and fosters intellectual commodity fetishism. The specific theoretical product takes on the magical quality of a singular creation, and the material social relations of intellectual production disappear behind its enchanting aura. There is, just as Derrida insisted, nothing outside the text for those under the spell of intellectual commodity fetishism. In contrast to the humanities, the bourgeois social sciences have often attempted to flesh out particular facets of the concrete relations of intellectual production. While many of the social scientific criticisms of the philosophic fetishism just mentioned are welcome correctives, the social sciences nonetheless bear the traces of their own material history, since they have also emerged, like philosophy and the humanities, within a unique ideological framework grounded in a specific material world. Although this history developed at diverse rates and varied considerably based on the precise time, place, and class strata, a brief and general overview allows us to clearly understand the contributions and significant limitations of the bourgeois social sciences, while also bringing to the fore the extent to which regimes of knowledge are the result of specific material social relations. As capitalism emerged and developed in its long and complex history, it brought with it profound transformations of a socio-economic order that had been largely naturalized, leading in certain cases to major upheavals in the form of bourgeois revolutions. Within this general context, there was a need to forge new tools of analysis to understand and try to control a changing world. In order to fill this gap, the bourgeois social sciences began to emerge in the imperial core in a rather inchoate fashion through the course of the long 18th century, and they were later consolidated and institutionalized between approximately the mid-19th century and the mid-20th century. They were influenced, in part, by the earlier developments of the natural sciences, which created forms of secular, verifiable empirical analysis with concrete, practical applications. There were, and still are, some hermeneutically oriented elements of the bourgeois social sciences that remain closer to philosophy. However, they generally distinguished themselves from the humanities and encroached upon their institutional space, forcing them to consolidate themselves around the Gestik, meaning both spiritual and intellectual, realm of culture. This social scientific intrusion was, and still is, considered to be a threat by those invested, like Heidegger and Derrida, in maintaining an idealist form of theologically infused speculation as the highest form of thought, thereby securing their social position as the specialists of generalities, or, in more extreme cases, the high priest of the unknowable. The overall framework of analysis for the bourgeois social sciences, including their disciplinary divisions, is a direct outgrowth of the material social relations of modern capitalism. According to the dominant ideology that developed, the world is composed of the separate spheres of the market, economics, the state, political science, and civil society, sociology, which each have their own modi operandi. It thereby makes sense, ideologically, to have distinct sciences for each of these realms, at least when it comes to analyzing the present state of the developed societies of the capitalist core, which have been, at least historically, the primary focal points of these social sciences. The study of the past of the developed capitalist world required its own discipline, history. Form. History tended to break with the naturalized circular patterns of the chronicles of great men, in favor of a linear development where the past was recognized as an autonomous realm that needed to be studied empirically as it actually was. As capitalist societies grew and expanded through colonization, there was a need for another discipline, anthropology, focused specifically on studying the underdeveloped societies in the periphery that were subjected to colonialism. Although this is no longer a common category, the countries of the capitalist core also established a discipline, Orientalism, focused on analyzing developed societies that did not follow the pattern of Western capitalist modernization like Persia, India, and China. There are other disciplines, of course, and their precise configurations and interrelations have always depended on the specific socio-historical conjuncture. Nevertheless, a basic pattern is visible. The bourgeois social sciences, like the humanities, are products of a particular material world, namely that of capitalist societies involved in colonial expansion. Far from being impartial then, as their structure itself reveals, they have generally been oriented towards shoring up the dominant ideology within colonial capitalism, in spite of sometimes being mobilized by specific actors at particular moments for alternative ends. Moreover, as Vladimir Lenin cogently explained, in one way or another, all official and liberal science defends wage slavery. It has a normative orientation that is so deeply ingrained that it is often considered to be value neutral. Similarly, bourgeois social science does not provide people with an adequate account of the fundamental force of history, namely class struggle, which would allow them to understand how social reality has been formed, the mechanisms undergirding and driving it, as well as how best to intervene in order to transform it. As Walter Rodney argued, the very division between the natural and social sciences is itself a product of a particular class dynamic. Scientific knowledge of the natural world is aggressively pursued and not subjected to deliberate mystification, insofar as this knowledge aids in production and thus ultimately in capitalist accumulation. By contrast, the bourgeois class, the capitalist class, has an interest in specifically mystifying the application of scientific principles to society. Because the same application of scientific principles to society will suggest that we must understand the changes, the transitions by which capitalism itself came into being and by which the particular class in power will be removed from power. Echoing Friedrich Engels, Rodney maintained that the severing of the natural from the social world is the result of a metaphysical assumption which makes a separation between the application of scientific principles to the society as distinct from the application of scientific principles to the real world, to the natural world. These are inordinately complex histories, and many nuances would need to be added to this account, including the fact that the disciplinary regime and intellectual Taylorism of bourgeois research have nonetheless made some major contributions which should by no means be abandoned. Given the centuries-long domination of capitalism around the world, bourgeois knowledge is the most advanced form currently available due to the fact that no other type of knowledge has had so much material support for its development. As Lenin argued, we need to learn from and often draw on all of the most developed forms of thought, but we also have to be very vigilant regarding their ideological orientation. I am intentionally painting in broad strokes in order to bring an essential point into focus. The dominant system of knowledge is a product of the material relations operative in the history of capitalism. The bourgeois regime of knowledge has been based on a fundamental separation between nature and society, ensconced in the intellectual division of labor between the natural and the social sciences, and this separation has been seconded by a partition within the social sciences between a series of different disciplines rooted in liberal ideology and its colonialist worldview. The humanities have, over time, been whittled down to being the guardians of the Geistig, and they tend to be a refuge for superstitious thinking, except for those sectors, like certain forms of analytic philosophy, that have modeled themselves on technoscientific social sciences. Just as Heidegger's and Derrida's approach to the history of ideas is largely a consequence of the material relations of their intellectual production, and more precisely, their ideological conditioning within the modern institutionalized discipline of philosophy, the bourgeois social scientific accounts of knowledge are similarly undergirded by the dominant ideology that structures those disciplines. This means that they tend to be characterized by a fragmentary and non-holistic worldview, the social chauvinism of the imperial core, partiality to wage slavery, under cover of neutrality, and the obfuscation of class struggle. It is certainly true that efforts have been made, on the part of some intellectuals, to stitch the world back together again through interdisciplinary endeavors. However, these are reactions to the problems inherent in the ideological division between nature, society, and the individual, the privileged realm of the humanities and psychology, a discipline that has a more scientific wing and a wing methodologically oriented like the humanities. They are destined to remain feckless if they do not go to the root of the problem. An ideological and non-dialectical worldview, grounded in material social relations, that obscures the totality and the class struggle driving it. Dialectical materialist epistemology. The Marxist doctrine is comprehensive and harmonious and provides men with an integral world outlook irreconcilable with any form of superstition, reaction, or defense of bourgeois oppression. Vladimir Lenin. What is fundamentally lacking in the bourgeois humanities and social sciences is an analysis of the socio-natural totality and the systemic material relations of socio-economic production and reproduction, as well as the forces driving them. Such an approach is capable of situating the specific relations of intellectual labor within this totality in order to elucidate the dialectical relationship between objective forces and subjective agency. Dialectical and historical materialism provides this. Rather than beginning with abstract thoughts isolated in the work of an individual or one facet of a collective world, it situates intellectual labor within the general socio-economic relations of production, which themselves are embedded in the natural world. It thereby starts out, as Marx and Engels wrote, from the real premises of human beings in their actual, empirically perceptible process of development under definite conditions. Humans, as material beings capable of thinking, are produced, and they participate in their own production and reproduction within a larger system of relations. What they are coincides with their production, both with what they produce and with how they produce. Hence, what individuals are depends on the material conditions of their production. Those operating within the ideological confines of the bourgeois humanities, like Heidegger and Derrida, often dismiss such an approach as reductivist or determinist. This is usually due to their deep-seated, though sometimes unacknowledged, investment in the bourgeois ideology of individual freedom, which excludes a dialectical understanding of the relationship between objective material conditions and subjective agency. They desperately aspire to put consciousness first and thus suffer from idealism, the dominant ideology of the humanities, which always, in one way or another, amounts to the defense or support of religion. The bourgeois social sciences have also frequently criticized dialectical and historical materialism for reductivism, albeit for different reasons, namely that there are specific logics of the social world that are not reducible to class dynamics, as if dialectical and historical materialism, rather than capitalism, was intent on reducing the world to class warfare. This, for instance, was the argument made by one of Derrida's arch-enemies on the French theoretical scene, Pierre Bourdieu. He framed his entire book on Heidegger in terms of a double refusal that not only rejected the absolute autonomy of the philosophic text à la Derrida, but also rebuffed, in an obvious attack on Marxism, the direct reduction of the text to the most general conditions of its production. Claiming that the philosophic field within which Heidegger operated followed its own autonomous logic, distinct from that of the political field, Bourdieu took what he described as a non-incriminating stance on Heidegger's Nazism, disparaging not only those who attribute too much autonomy to his philosophic discourse, since it is structured by the field, but also those who accord it too little autonomy because they situate it, as well as the academic marketplace of ideas in which he participated, within class struggle. One of the other criticisms commonly leveled against dialectical and historical materialism by those ensconced in the bourgeois knowledge regime is that it is dogmatic and objectivist, or even that it purports to be totalizing in its knowledge claims. However, dialectical and historical materialism understands itself to be a science in the broad sense of Wissenschaft, meaning a reliable method and form of knowledge in general, and makes a more minimal claim. It is possible to distinguish between more or less accurate accounts of reality. This does not require omniscience or some form of total and absolute understanding of the real, including perhaps predicting the future. Wissenschaft is, instead, a historical process of collectively developing tools of analysis, testing them in reality, and modifying them based on experience. As a Wissenschaft, dialectical and historical materialism is founded on the primacy of practice, not the dogmatic preeminence of theory or the rigid objectivism found in positivistic bourgeois sciences, let alone the godlike omniscience that anti-Marxists sometimes project on it. Unlike the extremes of idealism and empiricism, materialism draws on as much concrete data as possible to account for the socio-natural totality, but it concretely abstracts from the minutiae of empirical details in order to integrate and synthesize them at a higher level by establishing the most coherent explanatory framework, which it continues to test and modify based on practical trials. It is important in this regard, and it needs to be emphasized, that dialectical and historical materialism does not simply scrap all of the work done within the framework of bourgeois knowledge production. On the contrary, it draws on whatever aspects of it that can make valuable contributions, but it seeks to move knowledge to a higher level of synthesis, coherence, and practical relevance by developing a superior, explanatory, and transformative Wissenschaft of human life on planet Earth. Regarding intellectual production, dialectical and historical materialism maintains that the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. That is, the class which is the ruling material force of society is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal, consequently, also controls the means of mental production. In the capitalist world, it is the bourgeoisie that, directly or indirectly, owns and controls the schools and universities, think tanks, libraries, media, publishing platforms, culture industries, the means of communication, the digital world, and numerous other institutions of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption. It makes perfect sense, then, that the dominant forms of knowledge, such as the bourgeois humanities and social sciences, would reflect the material world that produced them. Knowledge, in this regard, is a product of power, which is a consequence of property in class societies. This does not mean, however, that everything is rigidly determined. There is instead a dialectical play of forces between the extant system of theoretical production and the agents participating in it. Except as an abstract category, freedom does not disappear. Instead, it takes on a specific material form. The freedom to mobilize one's agency within a defined field of action conditioned by a set of constraints, albeit an agency that can sometimes push against certain restrictions while nonetheless being formatted by them to varying degrees. In one of Marx's most detailed descriptions of the relationship between the systems of material and mental production, he wrote, "In the social production of their existence, humans inevitably enter into definite relations which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite social forms of consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. The relationship between the socio-economic infrastructure on the one hand and the ideological superstructure on the other is dialectical through and through. Marx was not postulating a completely separate realm of economics that is not affected by the forms of social consciousness described above, nor was he claiming that ideology has no internal logic of its own. Engels had to insist on these points later in life after Marx's death in order to avoid any confusion. In a letter to Franz Mehring on July 14, 1893, he explained that ideology formally developed semi-autonomously and has a historical efficacy insofar as it may exert a reciprocal influence on its environment and even upon its own causes. It is imperative, therefore, to avoid hypostasizing the infrastructure and superstructure as two entities, approaching them from the point of view of what G.W.F. Hegel called the understanding, or, more precisely, what Engels described as metaphysics. They are complex, intertwined processes which are only really assumed to be distinct and somehow separate elements due to our impoverished conceptual vocabulary. If one of these processes is identified as more foundational, or what Engels referred to as the determinant in the last instance, this is because it serves as the fundamental organizational structure of production and reproduction, meaning the overall economic mode of production, such as feudalism or capitalism, that conditions the material lives of human beings and their ideological composition. Returning to the quote from Marx, we can see that the ideological superstructure is composed of two heuristically distinct elements: the politico-legal apparatus and forms of social consciousness operative in the religion, culture, and philosophy of a particular society. This formulation, and others like it, has led to a rich debate regarding how exactly this process of ideological composition operates and is related to the infrastructure. This book, along with the rest of the trilogy, is in many ways a detailed investigation into this question, with the focal point being the superstructure of the most developed imperialist countries. It seeks to provide, among other things, a nuanced dialectical materialist account of the intricate relations and complex forms of mediation operative in the political economy of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption. Nota bene, within the bourgeois knowledge regime, dialectical and historical materialism is often reductively described with the label Marxism, since under capitalism, intellectual property law regulates theoretical production, establishing a correlation between ideas and their supposed progenitor for the purposes of commodification. This makes perfect sense. However, it occludes something fundamental. Dialectical and historical materialism is an ongoing collective science in the sense of Wissenschaft that requires innovation and adaptation to changing circumstances. It is not a theory established once and for all in the sacred texts of a genius figure who transcends history. Marx was a man living in a specific material context, which inevitably conditioned his work, and he collaborated on a common project with Engels and many others, while also drawing on so much work that preceded them. He made extraordinary contributions, like a Charles Darwin or an Albert Einstein, but he did not work alone, nor did he establish biblical texts to be worshipped rather than tested. He contributed to the collective project of dialectical and historical materialism, and the greatest homage we can pay him is by endeavoring to do the same, which includes materially situating him in his concrete context. It is the collective project of scientific elucidation and social transformation that is primary, not the individual, as Marx himself would have said, and did in fact say. When the term Marxism or Marxist is used in this study, then this should not be interpreted as a tradition of thought governed by a patronym and abiding by the bourgeois laws of intellectual property. It is simply a convenient sobriquet, given its brevity, for a collective science to which Marx and Engels made foundational contributions. Dialectical and historical materialism, sub rosa politics, and the intellectual apparatus. Marx and Engels understood that intellectual production functioned like an industry and that it was therefore necessary to analyze it from the point of view of the social relations of theoretical production. They opened the German ideology with a brilliant description of the industrialists of philosophy who opportunistically contrived singular theoretical concoctions that they retailed, entering into competition with one another. When they later encountered a glutted market, these manufacturers of ideas then engaged in cheap and spurious production in a bitter struggle to push their commodities. Soundly criticizing those who naively interpreted the young Hegelian movement as an intellectual upheaval of world significance, thereby indulging in intellectual commodity fetishism, the authors of the German ideology explained that their theoretical practice was ultimately anchored in socio-economic relations and driven by opportunist careerism. Given the fact that Marx and Engels were writing in the 19th century, we have the advantage of historical perspective. In an effort to further develop dialectical and historical materialism within the current conjuncture, I draw on this perspective in order to elucidate the evolution of the two intertwined components of the superstructures in the imperial core. Regarding the political legal apparatus, to begin with, it has increasingly developed a division of labor between the visible form of legal government that administers the spectacle of public politics, on the one hand, and a largely invisible government that manages capitalist social relations, often through illegal means, on the other. As historian Annie Lequaris has explained, the increasing concentration of wealth under monopoly capitalism has required greater recourse to the men and women of the shadows. The arrival of socialism on the world's historical stage, which poses an existential threat to capitalism, has exacerbated the need to rely on covert mechanisms of governance, particularly because the governments of the imperial core have attempted to maintain their hegemony by presenting themselves as democracies rather than plutocratic oligarchic empires. The bourgeois state, under these conditions, has thus increasingly developed its somber underside. The fact that Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky were both, for a few days in the spring of 1917, in the custody of the networks of the United Kingdom's recently minted Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, also known as MI6, provides insight into how important shadow government became in the monopoly imperialist phase of the war on communism. MI6 then collaborated with the United States and French intelligence, with the financial backing of both of these countries, in planning a failed anti-communist coup d'etat against the Bolsheviks. Unfortunately, the bourgeois social sciences, and political science more specifically, focus almost exclusively on overt forms of governance, thereby foreclosing the possibility of analyzing the full spectrum of activities of the bourgeois state. Indeed, there is no extant discipline for studying the governmental agencies engaged in the dark arts of covert operations. Consider Professor David N. Gibbs's findings. I surveyed the 5 top journals in political science that specialize in international relations during the period 1991 to 2000. I did not find a single article in any of these journals that focused on CIA covert operations. Mentions of these operations were very rare and, when they occurred at all, they were confined to a few sentences or a footnote. In effect, an entire category of international conduct has been expunged from the record as if it never occurred. Elsewhere, citing the additional fact that a significant number of social scientists, especially political scientists, regularly work with the Central Intelligence Agency, Gibbs has been doing important work to bring to light the ways in which the bourgeois social sciences have served to whitewash the sordid history of United States foreign policy, more generally, former CIA. Officer-turned-university Professor Richard Smith aptly pointed out that not a single university in the United States fosters a serious research effort into the organization and activities of the intelligence community, that massive bureaucratic conglomerate that has played such a major role in our foreign policy. Bourgeois knowledge production is thus complicit in covering up the crimes of the United States national security state, whose depth and breadth boggle the imagination. For instance, according to the meticulous calculations of 14 former members of the CIA, the agency they worked for was responsible for the death of at least 6 million people between 1947 and 1987. If one assumes the same pace, these numbers would have doubled by 2017. This veritable Third World War, to use CIA officer John Stockwell's apt expression, is rarely, if ever, so much as registered within the realm of bourgeois knowledge. This book, like the next 2 in the series, draws on extensive archival research and innumerable Freedom of Information Act requests, as well as a large body of scholarship based on archival research and first-person testimonies of those involved in covert operations. This research was undertaken in order to both overcome the limitations of bourgeois knowledge and demonstrate the superior explanatory power of dialectical and historical materialism regarding how the bourgeois state functions, particularly in the monopoly and imperial phase of capitalism. This is not to deny in the least that parallel structures have played a major role in the deeper history of capitalist governance, which they most certainly have. The argument is rather that they have been developed at an industrial scale in the contemporary world and become increasingly central to both the hegemonic and repressive modalities of political management. The other focal point of this study is the sector of the superstructure that formats social consciousness, with particular attention paid to its industrial scale development in the contemporary world. The superstructure, as the name suggests, is not simply the result of ideologies that are organically produced through class relations. While arising from class dynamics, these ideologies are structured and organized to a powerful institutionalized system that forges and formats subjects in every aspect of their being, including their consciousness, but also their values, affects, perceptions, practices, desires, and drives. The superstructure thus includes all of the cultural, religious, educational, media, intellectual, and other institutions that compose people as ideological subjects and direct their activities, as well as the entire material system by which cultural productions, in the broader sense of this term, circulate and are consumed. In the imperialist phase of monopoly capitalism, especially in its latest form, the superstructure is so highly industrialized and centralized that it arguably exercises an awesome degree of power never before seen in history. To take but one telling example, journalist Alan MacLeod claimed in 2019 that 5 gigantic corporations control over 90% of what America reads, watches, or listens to. The dark underside of the politico-legal superstructure has been much more involved in consolidating the cultural and intellectual sector of the superstructure than most people are aware, and this clearly demonstrates the central importance of a dialectical approach that does not reify these two elements as separate components, but rather conceptualizes them as interrelated forces. Cultural production under capitalism, like intellectual production more specifically, is characterized by a fundamental contradiction. It has to appear to be free and open to all, based on the principles of democratic meritocracy, while actually being tightly controlled from behind the scenes in order to enforce the dominant ideology. It is for this reason that capitalist states have developed powerful propaganda and disinformation agencies, which, through covert operations, have been deeply but discreetly involved in the system of intellectual and cultural production, distribution, and consumption. This is indeed one of the key functions of the intelligence agencies of imperialist states. They are engaged in an intellectual world war, as Ralph W. McGehee explained, based on his 25 years of experience as a CIA case officer. The CIA is not an intelligence agency. In fact, it acts largely as an anti-intelligence agency, producing only that information wanted by policymakers to support their plans and suppressing information that does not support those plans. As the covert action arm of the president, the CIA uses disinformation, much of it aimed at the United States public, to mold opinion. William Casey, CIA director from 1981 to 1987, explained what this meant in concrete terms during a meeting with newly elected President Ronald Reagan. When he was asked to explain the goal of his agency, he flatly stated, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false." In this regard, ideology, while arising out of class dynamics, is shaped, developed, and overseen by an ensemble of institutionalized forces that condition social life. Organic class ideologies, such as that of the imperial professional managerial class stratum, are structured, enhanced, and incentivized by the cultural system within which members of this middle layer operate. It is essential to remember in this regard that Marx's metaphor of the base and the superstructure is precisely that, a metaphor. It is not intended to capture every aspect of the relationship between these two heuristically distinct components. It is instead focused on bringing into relief one key feature of the reality it indexes: the dependence of the ideological superstructure on the economic base that supports it. It thereby leaves aside, for purely pedagogical purposes, other important aspects, like the fact that these two elements are ultimately dialectically enmeshed. We must not, then, approach this metaphor as if it was a literal description, nor should we apprehend it as mentioned above, but it bears repeating from an undialectical point of view, assuming, for instance, that there are literally two fixed and clearly differentiated entities, with one literally perched upon the other and having absolutely distinct parts. In order to materially demonstrate the dialectical relationship between the infrastructure and the superstructure, this study proposes a political economy of knowledge that details the intricate relationships between the capitalist base, the politico-legal superstructure, the cultural intellectual sector of the superstructure, and the subjects of knowledge production and consumption. For the purposes of this work, the focal point is much more specifically the academic side of the intellectual apparatus, meaning the industrialized system of theoretical production, circulation, and consumption that governs the professional academic intelligentsia and forms a key component of the superstructure. Political economy of knowledge. The Foundation CIA University Nexus. The political economy of knowledge, which is integral to the analysis that follows, allows us to track the impacts of political and economic forces on the types of knowledge that are produced, widely circulated, and consumed. It also sheds light on which forms of knowledge are excluded from support, marginalized, and targeted for widespread discrediting or even elimination. As we shall see, multiple forces have been at work in the political economy, driving the intellectual sector of the superstructures in the imperial core. Universities have, of course, been key since they are major corporations involved in the manufacturing and dissemination of knowledge. The same is true of think tanks, and various intellectual organizations and associations have also played supporting roles. The publishing industry has been central for its importance in the distribution and consumption of knowledge, as well as the mass media and culture industries more generally. The capitalist ruling class, which controls and oversees the institutions just mentioned, has also interceded directly by using its foundations to exercise its dominion over intellectual life. In doing so, it has often worked hand in glove with state agencies. This intimate relationship between the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois state is important to understand for everything that follows, because these are the two principal forces at work within the political economy of bourgeois knowledge. Although liberal ideology attempts to drag a wedge between the two, by distinguishing between so-called private and public sectors, the materialist tradition of Marx and Engels has long understood that the state is not a neutral body independent of economic interests, but rather an agent of class warfare. Another powerful illusion pushed by liberal ideology is that there is a fundamental difference between corporations and their foundations. This distinction, however, is little more than a propagandistic stratagem. It allows companies to steal twice over, once from the worker via exploitation, and a second time by funneling money owed in taxes into foundations, thereby avoiding making payments to the government that could, at least in principle, indirectly redistribute wealth to the workers. They then use their twice-stolen pelf for soft power initiatives marketed as philanthropic endeavors in order to whitewash their reputations, whose fundamental purpose is to advance their interests and increase accumulation, that is, theft. The big three foundations, Rockefeller, Ford, Carnegie, have historically played the leading roles in fashioning the intellectual world in their own image, but many smaller foundations have contributed as well. The bourgeois state has been very involved at multiple levels, especially through its national security state, which has played an important, though widely under-theorized, role in psychological warfare operations alongside the foundations. In 1975, the Church Committee, convened to investigate abuses committed by intelligence services and the Internal Revenue Service, helped shed light on the intimate relationship between the United States ruling class's foundations and its government. The CIA's intrusion into the foundation field in the 1960s can only be described as massive. Excluding grants from the Big Three, Ford, Rockefeller, and Carnegie, of the 700 grants over $10,000 given by 164 other foundations during the period 1963 to 1966, at least 108 involved partial or complete CIA funding. More importantly, CIA funding was involved in nearly half the grants the non-Big Three foundations made during this period in the field of international activities. In the same period, more than one-third of the grants awarded by non-Big Three in the physical, life, and social sciences also involved CIA funds. It is thus part of the public record that the CIA has worked closely with the foundations of the ruling class to advance their common agenda, and nothing has prohibited this tendency from continuing or even intensifying. It is notable that the Church Committee intentionally excluded the Big Three in its analysis, although it did admit that they were considered the best and most plausible kind of funding cover, and they allowed the CIA to finance a seemingly limitless range of covert action programs affecting youth groups, labor unions, universities, publishing houses, and other private institutions. The illogical exclusion of the Big Three makes perfect sense if one is familiar with the modus operandi of faith in government campaigns like the Church Committee. It is enlightening, in this regard, that the person put in charge of investigating the relationship between the CIA and the journalistic and academic world for the Church Committee was William B. Bader, a lifelong servant of the United States military and national security state, as well as governmental propaganda organizations like the United States Information Agency. Bader was in fact a former member of the CIA, which is renowned for never having any retirees. Once a company man, always a company man is the operational mantra of the agency. The multi-layered hypocrisy of this endeavor should not be lost on us. In response to public outcry regarding major crimes committed by the bourgeois state, the latter convened a committee to investigate itself, and its examination of the relationship between its most notorious agency, the CIA, and the intelligentsia was overseen by an agency man. Nevertheless, the bourgeois state is a site of struggle, and some important evidence did come to light through this process. In spite of the reticence of his former colleagues to turn over the most damning information, Bader was able to discover an enormous operation that far surpassed even his own expectations. His findings were never discussed by the Church Committee, however, and they were not integrated into its final report, whose account clearly minimizes the CIA's penetration into the media and the university. It did nonetheless report that the agency was in contact with many thousands in academics in hundreds of institutions. William Corson, who served as an intelligence officer in the United States Marines and worked very closely with the CIA in this capacity, was an unofficial advisor to Frank Church and his investigative committee. In preparing his 1977 book, Armies of Ignorance, he had extended discussions with William Bader, as well as Bill Miller and Fritz Schwartz of the Church Committee. If their private knowledge of the depth and breadth of CIA penetration into the academy leaked into the public, Corson's book would have likely been one of its main sources. Here is what he said. Today, the original band of Office of Strategic Services academics has been expanded tenfold. producing a situation in which some 5,000 American academics are doing the bidding of the CIA, not only identifying and recruiting American students to its service, but providing screening committees designed to select 200 to 300 future agents in place from among the 250,000 foreign students who come to the United States each year. Of these 5,000 professors, administrators, and researchers, approximately 60% are fully aware of what they are doing and either receive compensation directly from the CIA as contract employees or indirectly in the form of research grants or subsidies to carry out intelligence-related tasks. The other 40% appear to believe that they are assisting the career development of their foreign student charges by identifying those with the potential for employment by one of the United States multinational firms. Rarely, if ever, does the unwitting academic relate to the fact that the recruiter from Corporation X is other than he represents himself. The CIA's collaborations with the Academy are too extensive to summarize, but a wealth of internal documents testify to the fact that the university serves as its principal site of recruitment, a major research partner, a training and experimentation center for agency operatives and their collaborators, a consultancy hub, a residency refuge for its officers, and much more. The CIA has collaborated, for instance, on a summer intern program with students, agency, academic seminars, a program that hosts college deans and other administrators at the agency, and regular briefings with students and faculty. It has also provided CIA speakers to address academic groups, hosted scholars at the agency, coordinated publication and teaching opportunities for its officers, and run public relations campaigns in order to improve the image of the CIA on university campuses. By 1976, the collaborations between the company and the academy were so extensive that the agency assigned 2 full-time officers as academic coordinators. When the National Foreign Assessment Center was established in 1977, the academic relations program was additionally upgraded, and these 2 officers formed the core of the new academic relations staff. In the wake of the Church Committee hearings in 1975, no reform prevented the CIA from continuing or expanding its practices in the university. As a matter of fact, Admiral Stansfield Turner, CIA Director from 1977 to 1981, openly rejected the committee's recommendations about transparency and relative guidelines put forth by Harvard, which only 10 schools adopted in diluted form. He made it clear that the agency had no intention of following them. This is borne out by later examples of ongoing collaboration. Robert Gates served for 26 years in the CIA, including working as its director before becoming president of Texas A&M University. In a 1986 lecture at Harvard titled CIA and the University, he explained that the agency's involvement in the academic world includes consulting work by academics, sponsorship of conferences, the funding of research, scholars and residence programs that cycle academics through the CIA, full security clearances, and general information sharing. According to the 1991 Gates Memo on Greater CIA Openness, the agency has a wide range of contacts with academics through recruiting, professional societies, contractual arrangements, and Office of Training and Education. The agency's Public Affairs Office maintains a mailing list of 700 academicians who receive unclassified agency publications 4 times a year. The Public Affairs Office also sponsors the Director of Central Intelligence Program for Deans that exposes administrators of academic institutions to senior agency officials. The same year as Gates's memo, a scandal rocked the Rochester Institute of Technology when it was revealed that its president was clandestinely working for the CIA. He had signed a memorandum of agreement with the company that converted Rochester Institute of Technology into a virtual subsidiary of the CIA, with the president giving the CIA a say in faculty appointments and curriculum. This scandal did not, however, alter the fundamental architecture of the CIA academic complex, due in part to the public relations efforts of the agency. For instance, a 1996 Directorate of Intelligence memo calls public outreach a top priority and targets academia in particular. According to Chris Mooney, who cites intelligence experts to support his claim, this strategy has worked. Since the end of the Cold War, spies and scholars have grown more cozy than at any time since Vietnam drove a wedge between professors and the government. Daniel Golden has provided one of the most recent overviews of these relationships in his 2017 book, Spy Schools. Citing numerous examples, he draws the following conclusion. Invited or not, openly or not, United States intelligence today touches virtually every facet of academic life. Its influence likely equals or surpasses its previous peak in the 1950s. The intelligence agencies are involved in a very wide array of activities. Universities remain, to begin with, primary recruitment sites, as well as being important for intelligence gathering and threat assessments. Second, they provide training and education for current or future officers, with universities routinely offering degrees in homeland security and courses in espionage and cyber hacking. Third, university administrators, as well as national associations of higher education trustees and attorneys, are provided with trainings from the intelligence community, such as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, sponsored seminars that have taken place at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Michigan State, Stanford, and other colleges. Fourth, universities do research for intelligence agencies as well as their cutouts, like Centra Incorporated, a leading independent provider of high-end intelligence support and one of the government's elite pre-approved contractors. They vie for lucrative governmental grants and for federal designation as intelligence community centers for academic excellence and national centers of academic excellence in cyber operations. Obscure federal agencies like the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects activity, which sponsors high-risk, high-payoff research that has the potential to provide our nation with an overwhelming intelligence advantage, have funded researchers representing more than 175 academic institutions. Fifth, the intelligence agencies sponsor and monitor conferences worldwide, often paying professors handsome honoraria for participating, plus expenses. Finally, though this list is not exhaustive, agencies like the CIA are involved in exchange and residency programs such as the following. In 1982, it brought 14 college presidents to its Langley headquarters to meet the director and other top officials. In 1977, it started a Scholars in Residence program in which professors on sabbatical from their universities were given contracts to advise CIA analysts and made privy to information that would never be available to them on campus. In 1985, the agency added an officers in residence component, which placed intelligence officers nearing retirement at universities at CIA expense. Returning to the ruling class foundations, multiple sources testify to the intimate working relationship between the United States government, particularly intelligence services like the CIA, and the Big Three in the field of psychological warfare, CIA. Director Alan Dulles explained in his correspondence with Shepard Stone in 1956 that he was able to use secret company funds from time to time for cultural projects, but then had the idea of encouraging large foundations to fill the gaps left by the government. This also had the great advantage, considered entirely necessary by Dulles's colleague Frank Wisner, of creating the illusion that the cultural projects of the agency were not linked to the imperialist ambitions of the United States government. Stone himself had worked in the intelligence service of the United States Army, then as a journalist at the New York Times, and he helped CIA agent Melvin Lasky launch the Ford-funded magazine, The Monarch. Ford even paid Lasky's salary at the time. In 1952, Stone became the Director of International Affairs at the Ford Foundation. This was by far the largest United States foundation and one of the first to embark on an international cultural program. No other foundation had carried out a global mission of such magnitude or had comparable resources. It became the most powerful philanthropic organization in the world and influenced the cultural and intellectual production of the planet like no other. Its assets in 1960 were $3.316 billion, the equivalent of $35 billion in 2024, while the Rockefeller Foundation was in second place with $648 million. Even before Stone arrived at Ford, there were talks between the automobile company and the CIA. Wisner had reportedly asked if the foundation could serve as a conduit for government funding, but Ford preferred to directly finance the same operations as the infamous agency, such as the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Stone regularly visited his many contacts at the CIA, including Dulles and Cord Meyer, and many believed he was an agency man. It is revealing that David Rockefeller has suggested to Alan Dulles that he could become president of the Ford Foundation if he wanted, but he was named head of the CIA 2 days later. Stone's colleagues at Ford, John McCloy and Henry Heald, the former president of New York University, as well as at least one board member, Charles Wazanski, were aware of the collaboration with the agency. After participating in the formation of the Office of Strategic Services, McCloy spent his life between Washington and Wall Street, becoming known as the chairman of the American establishment. He went from his post as Assistant Secretary of War to head of the World Bank, then United States High Commissioner for Germany, where he had agreed to provide cover for scores of CIA agents before becoming chairman of the Ford Foundation, and so on. At Ford, he established an administrative unit responsible for managing the relationship between the foundation and the CIA, which met whenever the latter wanted to use the former. With this arrangement, they collaborated on innumerable projects together, including, for instance, Ford's channeling of $523,000 into Chekhov Publishing House for the purchase of proscribed Russian works and translations into Russian of Western classics. Philip Mosley, a top-level CIA consultant and a close personal friend of Herbert Marcuse, was at least partially involved in the machinations surrounding the Chekhov publishing house. James Petras, drawing out the ultimate consequences from Francis Stonor Saunders's groundbreaking archival research, explained the situation with the hallmark clarity of historical materialist analysis. From its very origins, there was a close structural relation and interchange of personnel at the highest levels between the CIA and the Ford Foundation. This structural tie was based on the common imperial interests which they shared. The Ford Foundation funding of anti-Marxist organizations and intellectuals provided a legal cover for their claims of being independent of government funding, CIA and the relationship between the intelligence services and the Rockefeller Foundation followed the same pattern. Nelson Rockefeller had regional jurisdiction over Latin America in the intelligence field. He ran his own intelligence and propaganda agency, the Office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs, which worked so closely with the Office of Strategic Services, the CIA's predecessor organization, that there was talk of it absorbing the Office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs, a personal friend of longtime CIA. Director Allen Dulles, Rockefeller was chosen by Eisenhower to serve on the National Security Council in the mid-1950s, where he gave the green light to clandestine operations. Rockefeller would also become the Vice President of the United States from 1974 to 1977. John Foster Dulles, Allen's brother, served as president of the Rockefeller Foundation, as did Dean Rusk. They both subsequently became Secretary of State. Nelson Rockefeller also hired many former Office of Strategic Services operatives, such as Charles Farrs, who became head of the Humanities Division in 1950, and his assistant, Chadbourne Gilpatrick, who also worked for the CIA. To take one last example, David Rockefeller, Nelson's brother, served in a special army intelligence unit during the war tasked with spying on the anti-colonial movement in Algeria, before becoming a spook in Paris, where he surveilled resistance communists and set up an espionage network within de Gaulle's provisional government. A close friend of Dulles and high-ranking CIA officer Thomas Braden, the latter often debriefed him informally, with Dulles's permission. In a confession that reveals the inner workings of this dark world of the plutocratic elite, Braden explained that David Rockefeller was of the same mind as us, and very approving of everything we were doing. He had the same sense as I did that the way to win the Cold War was our way. Sometimes David would give me money to do things which weren't in our budget. He gave me a lot of money for causes in France. The Carnegie Foundation also had similar ties to the United States national security state. Inderjeet Parmar has provided a detailed overview of many of the links between the Big Three and their government, which brings this pattern clearly into view. The connections have been so tight between the CIA and the major foundations of the capitalist ruling class, as well as with the leadership of premier educational corporations, that sociologist Pierre Gremion described in the following terms: the decision-making elite that was responsible for United States cultural diplomacy. The State Department, the senior management of the major foundations, their trustees, as well as the trustees of the major universities involved in the nationalization and internationalization of the American intellectual system, were fully informed regarding the CIA's funding of the Congress for Cultural Freedom and thus its involvement in collaborative cultural warfare with the foundations. In the 1950s, when a senior executive of the Ford Foundation took up their post, not 3 weeks went by before they were aware of Koordmeyer's programs, that is, CIA programs. The quality of CIA personnel, surpassing that of the State Department, made the agency a super foundation, if not the foundation of foundations. Rather than the capitalist foundations and the bourgeois state operating in separate spheres, according to the liberal ideology of the private and public sectors, they function as two elements within an organic totality which generally work in concert with one another toward common objectives. Although this investigation uncovers a number of direct links between intellectuals and their financial backers in the ruling class and bourgeois states, this should not obscure a broader phenomenon of which they form a decisive part. There is a relationship of ideological confluence between the bourgeois regime of knowledge production and its leading producers. This means that direct intercession or additional resources are not always necessary if the system of bourgeois knowledge simply functions as it is supposed to, by providing uplift to those who excel at giving to the system what it demands. In concrete terms, at least for academics, uplift means perks like prestigious appointments, lucrative book deals, academic awards, lavish junkets, funded translations, major grants, coverage by the bourgeois press, international fame, and much more. Many of these rewards are simply part of the normal functioning of the bourgeois system of knowledge production, and there is not an exceptional money trail revealing extraordinary interventions by ruling class foundations or the state. This is crucially important to emphasize because many of the imperial sophists under scrutiny in this study have not received special treatment from the men and women of the shadows. They have simply reaped the benefits of the system of bourgeois knowledge by giving to it what it requires for preferment. They are, in brief, the highest performing and thus the highest paid ideologues. This is an essential aspect of the political economy of bourgeois knowledge. Conspiracy theories and conspiratorial realities. Often the term conspiracy is applied dismissively whenever one suggests that people who occupy positions of political and economic power are consciously dedicated to advancing their elite interests. Even when they openly profess their designs, there are those who deny that intent is involved. Michael Parenti. Labels like conspiratorial thinking and conspiracy theory, as they are generally used in public discourse, are often mobilized as weapons of class warfare whose principal objective is to peremptorily exclude as beyond the pale certain forms of materialist analysis. By labeling them as conspiracy theories, they can be banished from the realm of rational discourse as heretical without even having to look at the evidence. Such an act nips sober scientific scrutiny in the bud, in favor of an ideologically conditioned reflex that requires absolutely no knowledge. In a benighted gotcha moment, an entire materialist analysis can be disregarded as preposterous in a split second by someone who is completely ignorant of the facts. They simply need to say, perhaps with a disdainful smirk, to effectively communicate their dim-witted sense of intellectual superiority. That sounds conspiratorial. One of the ways that conspiracy theories have been used as ideological weapons of war against scientific investigation is by affiliating the materialist examination of actually existing conspiracies on the part of the capitalist class and its state managers with superstitious conspiracy theories that traffic in the most bizarre forms of free association and magical thinking. Imagined unidentified flying object, landings and convoluted cabals based on wacky assumptions and crackpot theories are thereby put under the same umbrella as concrete investigations into ruling class collusion, thereby discrediting the latter as unscientific and unworthy of being taken seriously. Moreover, since conspiracy theories are associated with mental illness and paranoia, using the label serves to pathologize those who proffer them as irrational crazies whose evidence should not even be considered. It is important to recognize in this regard that the capitalist ruling class has widely supported and promoted certain forms of conspiratorial thinking, such as the idea of an international communist conspiracy, or what used to be referred to as the Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy to destroy Western civilization. The problem is not, then, with conspiracy theories per se, but rather with the scientific examination of the ways in which the capitalist class and its political elite acts behind the scenes in their own self-interest and lie about it to the general public in order to advance their agenda. What is verboten is the study of capitalist conspiracy. Yet there are a number of conspiracies of precisely this nature, including some that have even been proven by bourgeois courts and governmental commissions. The 1934 business drop was a conspiracy on the part of some of the leading United States robber barons, the Morgan, DuPont, Rockefeller, Pew, and Mellon families to establish a fascist dictatorship in the United States. This was proven by the McCormack-Dickstein Committee, and it is therefore part of the public record, even though none of the conspirators were prosecuted for their actions. The General Motors streetcar conspiracy was proven to exist in a court case that took place in 1949. General Motors and related companies had monopolized the sale of buses and supplies to National City Lines and subsidiaries as part of a largely successful effort to destroy streetcar transit systems. Operation Gladio is a well-documented conspiracy of the most heinous sort in which the CIA collaborated with MI6 to commit brutal acts of terrorism against an innocent civilian population and blame those acts on communists in order to throw them in prison and pressure the public into supporting authoritarian anti-communist governments. This was proven in Italian courts, and there was also a European Parliament resolution on Gladio. Although too few people are aware of this fact, it was demonstrated in a court of law in 1999 that Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in a conspiracy involving governmental agencies. Similarly, in Hunt versus Liberty Lobby, a United States court of law found that President Kennedy had indeed been murdered by a conspiracy involving, in part, CIA operatives E. Howard Hunt and Frank Sturgis and Federal Bureau of Investigation informant Jack Ruby. There are many other examples that could be pointed to, including conspiracies that are highly probable but not proven beyond a reasonable doubt or part of the public record. The most important point, though, is that it is possible for the capitalist ruling class and its state managers to conspire in their own interest, and they have done this so regularly that it makes perfect sense to keep capitalist conspiracies within the realm of scientific investigation instead of banishing them as beyond the pale of reason. Moreover, a scientific analysis of conspiracy theories allows us to better understand the inner workings of the bourgeois state. This is particularly important when examining the dark underside of the state apparatus. After all, as Michael Parenti pointed out, in most of its operations, the CIA is by definition a conspiracy using covert actions and secret plans. According to former CIA officer John Stockwell, between 1947 and 1987, the agency launched some 3,000 major operations and 10,000 minor operations. These cannot, therefore, be interpreted as mere exceptions, but they are rather fundamental aspects of how the bourgeois state functions. Parenti drew the pertinent conclusion: national security state conspiracies are components of our political structure, not deviations from it. Dual governance is one of the best descriptions of how the bourgeois state actually operates. In bourgeois democracies, there is, on the one hand, the public face of the visible government and, on the other, the invisible government of agencies that work in the shadows to guarantee the rule of capital. They function in tandem with one another to maintain the extant system and advance the interests of the capitalist class. There was a brief moment in the 1954 CIA orchestrated coup d'etat in Guatemala that perfectly illustrates this. After Jacobo Arbenz was deposed, Colonel Diaz took power and publicly vowed to continue the struggle against imperialism. It only took a few hours before he received a visit from John Doherty and Enno Hobbing, the two principal CIA operatives overseeing the operation. The latter explained to Diaz that he was not convenient for the requirements of American foreign policy. When Diaz protested and demanded to see the United States ambassador, Hobbing laid out the essence of dual governance in very simple terms to his ill-fated interlocutor. Well, Colonel, there is diplomacy and then there is reality. Our ambassador represents diplomacy. I represent reality. And the reality is we don't want you. Within a few days, reality prevailed. Diaz was removed from power and Castillo Armas became president, unleashing a brutal reign of terror. In order to discourage reductivist and simplistic readings of this book and its companion tomes, let me be crystal clear. There is not some mysterious cabal of capitalists and state agents who control absolutely everything from behind the scenes, including the entire intellectual world. Scholars are not just puppets on strings, with master spies playing the role of puppeteers. Moreover, agencies like the CIA are not omnipotent, and they do not manipulate and regulate the entirety of social life from the shadows. They have regularly failed in their missions, and they continue to do so. To cite one telling example, the Cuban writer and university professor, Raúl Antonio Capote, revealed in his 2015 book Enemigo that he had worked for the CIA for years on its destabilization campaigns, targeting intellectuals, writers, artists, and students in Cuba. Although the cocksure master spies considered him one of their agents engaged in their sordid bag of dirty tricks to continue their non-stop imperialist war on the small island country, Capote was actually pulling one over on his supercilious handlers. He was working undercover for Cuban intelligence the entire time. This is a clear sign that the imperialist intelligence agencies, in spite of some partial victories on the battlefield, are ultimately fighting a war that has proven itself to be extremely difficult to win. They are desperately attempting to impose a global order that is detrimental to the overwhelming majority of the world's population. Cuba's Directorio General de Inteligencia, DGI, has been so successful in routing United States intelligence that it was revealed in 1987 that every agent the CIA had recruited in Cuba since 1961 was a Directorio General de Inteligencia double agent. The United States only learned this, however, when Cuban intelligence officer Florentino Aspilaga Lombard defected there. Knowing that this had become common knowledge, the Cubans then released an 11-part television series on their successful operations against the United States Empire, showing footage from hidden cameras that captured the supposedly clandestine activities of the CIA aimed at turning Cuba back into a colony. Between 1985 and 2001, Annabella Montes, a senior analyst with the Defense Intelligence Agency, a key producer of intelligence for the Pentagon, spied for the Cubans from inside the United States intelligence community itself. In 2023, Manuel Roca, who served as United States ambassador to Bolivia and had access to a wealth of classified and sensitive intelligence information, was arrested and admitted to working as a Cuban agent for 40 years. According to United States Attorney General Merrick Garland, Rocha's alleged crimes constituted one of the highest-reaching and longest-lasting infiltrations of the United States government by a foreign agent. These are but some of the examples that led James Olson, who headed counterintelligence at the CIA when Aspilaga Lombard defected, to admit in 2024. They, the Cubans, owned us. They beat us. They have been so successful in operating against us. When Gerardo Hernández Nordelo, one of the 5 Cuban agents who infiltrated terrorist groups in Miami that organized attacks against Cuba, was asked to comment on Roja's case, he said that ideological spies like him are harder to detect and more skilled at their trade than those who are in it for the money. Someone that does something not out of money or profit but for his ideals is always a better professional in this area. The dialectics of agency. Far from being a reductivist account, the analysis that follows is a meticulous study of a complex material system of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption in which special attention is paid to all of the different types of agency at work, including their various levels of determinacy, their particular ranges of efficacy, their specific sites of operation, and their struggles in relationship to a larger force field of agencies. The methodology deployed is thus explicitly multi-agential, which is an important aspect of dialectics, and it openly rejects reductive determinism. Bourgeois ideology postulates a reified opposition between objective determinants and the subjective freedom of the individual, assuming either that there is an external force controlling the subject or that there is an individual acting freely. Neither is the case, and this opposition is the consequence of pre-dialectical thought. The dialectical approach advocated here examines the intricacies of a complex force field of agencies, while also clearly identifying the hierarchical relationship between them and bringing to the fore the deepest, driving forces. In the case of the CIA, it needs to be understood first and foremost as one among many other agents of ruling class power, when addressing the liberal outrage over CIA funding of university activities. The French journalist Claude Julien appropriately raised the following rhetorical question. Is there such a difference between Michigan State University accepting money from the CIA to train police forces in Vietnam and the University of California receiving $363 million in 1965 from the Pentagon, with $246,470,000 going into atomic research for military purposes? 53% of the budget of the University of California in 1965 came from the government of the empire. The CIA is part of a much broader institutional network of agencies within the bourgeois state that work with the representatives of the bourgeoisie to advance a common agenda, part of which includes presenting bourgeois society as free, open, and devoid of any ruling class program. The detailed list of governmental agencies involved in psychological warfare are incredibly long, as attested to by internal documents that are over 70 pages in length. These agencies have many different strategies for advancing their work. If we were forced to use the metaphor of puppets, since it is so often invoked when discussing the CIA, it would be more appropriate to say that state agencies like this generally prefer to build and manage marionette theaters, allowing the puppets to come of their own accord. This has the distinct advantage of eliminating the strings and maximizing the impact of their agenda, while allowing the marionettes to exercise their own agency. Jason Epstein, the co-founder of the New York Review of Books, grasped this point well in an article written in the wake of the 1966 revelations concerning CIA interventions in the cultural field. It was not a matter of buying off and subverting individual writers and scholars, but of setting up an arbitrary and factitious system of values by which academic personnel were advanced, magazine editors appointed, and scholars subsidized and published, not necessarily on their merits, though these were sometimes considerable, but because of their allegiances. In the case of the Congress for Cultural Freedom and the CIA's many other front organizations, Pierre Gremion described the standard operating procedure in the following terms. Money is channeled through foundations to organizations, and the agency limits itself to controlling their administrative secretariat. It is important to note, finally, that the dominant system of knowledge production in a capitalist world nonetheless allows for, to some degree, vital space within which critical scholarship can operate. This is the result of class struggle and valiant efforts to keep the university open to forms of critique that overstep the boundaries of the dominant ideology. It is also due, in part, to the fundamental contradiction highlighted earlier. The academic system needs to appear to be democratic and meritocratic, while actually being tightly controlled by those who own the means of intellectual production. Critical scholarship can therefore be tolerated to some degree because it can be used as supposed proof of the system's openness, thereby contributing to the myth that it is not primarily a system of power. There is, in any case, a margin of maneuver for research that contests this system from within. The Imperial Academy is far from being omnipotent, and it is incapable of controlling all of those who operate within it. It is imperative to take full advantage of this vital space and attempt to expand it. As Lenin argued, intellectuals play an essential role in the revolutionary transformation of society because they have the skills and training necessary to serve as the cartographers of class struggle, mapping the extant play of forces and providing a systemic apprehension of the social totality. However, they cannot perform this duty properly if they are deprived of the material conditions necessary to do so. The intellectual class traitor is thus a crucial figure in the history of Marxism. And there are many such renegades at work around the world, including within the imperial core, imperial intellectual apparatus, imperial ideological warfare. We should use ideas as weapons. John Foster Dulles, United States Secretary of State and brother of CIA Director Allen Dulles. When the United States emerged in the mid-20th century as the world's leading imperialist power, it had to contend with wide public support for communism, since the Soviet Union had just played the leading role in defeating fascism. Waging an open war on the anti-fascists in the name of expanding empire was a hard sell. Therefore, the mind managers had their work cut out for them because they needed to quickly change the narrative, depicting the United States as the greatest purveyor of democracy in the world, which had just defeated fascism, while smearing the Soviet Union as an evil empire intent on global domination, very much like the fascists. The full force of its powerful industries of indoctrination had to be unleashed in this process in order to present empire building as democracy promotion and counter-revolution as the fight for freedom. For such a colossal feat, the United States had to become the global information superpower that it is. This war for hearts and minds took on a specific form in the imperial core as the United States sought to integrate the former imperialist powers of Western Europe, which had been ravaged by the war, as junior partners in an international war on communism. That way, the imperial looting of the Third World could continue unabated, with the United States taking the leading role. Since the communists were the principal anti-fascist force in Europe, there was a serious risk that they would become the leaders of Western European countries. Prohibiting this was of the utmost importance, and the United States thereby undertook to lead an overt and covert war on communism in every possible sector, including economics, the Marshall Plan, the military, NATO, fascist, stay-behind armies as part of Operation Gladio, military interventions to prop up anti-communist forces in Greece, and so forth. Politics, support for anti-communist governments, including fascist ones, and clandestine control of parties and unions, society, extensive propaganda and control of organizations of civil society, culture, cultural imperialism, and the spread of anti-communist culture and academia, support for anti-communist institutions, organizations, and intellectuals. The broad aims of this expansive psychological warfare campaign were spelled out in a 1952 CIA paper. 1. Eliminate communist influence. 2. Reduce neutralist sentiments. 3. Transmute nationalism from a single country basis to identification with membership of the large European community. 4. Unite Western Europe with Atlantic world. 5. Demonstrate to non-Europeans that Atlantic community is not a white man's club, but rather the democratic bastion of the free world. In what follows, we will focus on the cultural and intellectual aspects of the war on communism, with a particular concentration on the North Atlantic relationship between the United States and Western Europe. This is where the imperial superstructures of the contemporary world were forged, notably by the gradual development of a dominant system of ideological production, distribution, and consumption, which arose out of the imperial economic base. While each society has its own specific superstructure, the United States, as the foremost imperialist state, has developed the most powerful superstructure, and it has engaged in cultural imperialism to extend its influence as much as possible around the world. Given that this book, like the rest of the trilogy, focuses on the intellectual apparatus, meaning the sector of the superstructure that regulates the production and dissemination of knowledge, it is essential to understand this apparatus as a systemic, objective totality in order to be able to situate subjects within it. This is not to deny that the subjects of knowledge production and consumption have agency. However, subjects and their agency do not exist in the abstract or in some pristine ethereal domain. They only exist as concrete subjects acting within specific material realities. As we will see, the imperial intellectual apparatus systematically fosters particular types of subjects, while defining, in general terms and under normal conditions, the range and conditions of their agency. One of the fundamental patterns that will emerge is the use of professional academics, writers, journalists, and other cultural producers to launder state propaganda and present it to the public as the autonomous result of free intellectual inquiry. This information is thereby given academic, journalistic, or artistic credentials, and many others in the same networks often end up circulating it as authentic or corroborating its claims in their own work. Propaganda spreads in this way through multiple forms and is broadcast by various sources, creating the illusion of a reasoned consensus on the part of the broader intelligentsia. Those involved certainly exercise their agency, either by being directly implicated or by recirculating and promoting, perhaps unwittingly, the work of the propagandists. Their actions, however, are conditioned by the material system in which they operate. If they do not feel the constraints and therefore have the impression that they are free, it is simply because they are not pushing up against them. You only feel a leash if you run far enough from your owner. This system for the production, distribution, and consumption of ideas is artificially constructed and managed from behind the scenes, but in such a way that it appears to be a natural development animated by free cultural producers and consumers. Given the ideological consensus required for participating in this system, it fosters the illusion that anti-communism, instead of being an ideology promoted by imperialist powers and their minions, is an organic occurrence and the inevitable result of open-minded inquiry. Moreover, due to the number of institutions, organizations, networks, and individuals participating in this system, the dominant ideology is regularly corroborated by numerous sources, and it thereby maintains a remarkable consistency and ubiquity. Calling it into question comes to look, from within the system, like a complete aberration, as if someone was simply unhinged or irrational, and it is also an affront to the democratic consensus of the established community of the broader intelligentsia. It therefore appears as if it must obviously be driven by ideology. In fine, the dominant ideology becomes reason itself, and actual reason is dismissed as ideology. The material system of ideological production thereby succeeds in turning the world upside down, a model of imperial disinformation. The Information Research Department in the British Foreign Office was a powerful propaganda agency that served as one of the models for the United States-led empire of ideas. The Information Research Department was established by the Labour government in 1948. It grew out of the disinformation agencies founded during the Second World War. SO1, the propaganda arm of the Special Operations Executive that had been set up in 1940, became a separate entity known as the Political Warfare Executive. By 1941, according to Paul Lashmar and James Oliver, the Political Warfare Executive was housing some 458 propagandists, mainly from universities and the press corps. It exercised full political control over the British Broadcasting Corporation's foreign broadcasts, and, during the war, this nominally independent news agency became an instrument of state information policy, guided by the Ministry of Information and the Political Warfare Executive in all of its activities. The Ministry of Information and the Political Warfare Executive, which also worked extensively with other media outlets, were closed down after the war. The rebirth of the latter, which was focused on covert rather than overt propaganda like the Ministry of Information, emerged out of Christopher Mayhew's proposal to develop an anti-communist propaganda agency in the Foreign Office that would target the general public but also distribute its materials to ministers, Labour Party officials, union delegates, and other community leaders. Mindful of the risks of straightforward anti-communism in a context of strong pro-socialist sentiments due to the Soviet defeat of Nazism and the electoral success of the Labour Party, Mayhew cleverly proposed a third force propaganda campaign that would attack capitalism as well as communism and promote the social democratic values associated with the Labour government. This support for the compatible left and its social democratic agenda were, for Mayhew, purely tactical, a cover designed to undermine any left-wing opposition. The Information Research Department emerged out of Mayhew's proposal, and it was financed through the budget of the Secret Intelligence Service, also known as MI6. The Information Research Department made use of the intelligence coming into MI6, worked closely with the anti-Soviet Section 9 of the Secret Service, and later collaborated with the CIA. The role of this governmental organization was to run an international anti-communist propaganda campaign, which was as clandestine as it was far-reaching. Its sprawling networks engulfed newspapers, magazines, news agencies, radio stations, publishing houses, academic institutions, and more. It was in constant contact with the British Broadcasting Corporation and worked directly with such significant bourgeois outlets as London Press Service and Reuters. The Information Research Department also placed its people in the media and the academic world, who would publish Information Research Department content under their own name, dissimulating its true origin. It established working relationships with several British publishers and even set up its own publishing house, Ampersand Limited. The Information Research Department was one of the largest and best-funded departments in the Foreign Office, and its staff grew to an estimated 400 to 600 professional anti-communist propagandists. By 1950, Hugh Walford writes, the Information Research Department had succeeded in establishing permanent channels for the routine transmission of its by now considerable output of anti-communist propaganda all over the world, as Lashmar and Oliver explain. While to the man in the street, it appeared that a diverse range of media was separately coming to similar conclusions about communism and the nature of the Cold War. In fact, much of the media was singing from a hymn sheet which was provided by Information Research Department. This is a particularly potent psychological warfare strategy, because if sources from different perspectives, which might have significant disagreements, all concur on certain fundamentals, it sends the message that these agreements are based on fact, not ideological persuasion when, in reality, the exact opposite is the case. MI6 and the CIA both use journalism as a form of deep cover for their officers, and they also hire journalists as agents. In the case of the Information Research Department, from the mid-1950s, it developed a hard core of trusted and like-minded journalists and academics who were to remain remarkably consistent throughout its existence. A circulation list for 1976, report Lashmore and Oliver in their analysis of Information Research Department networks, list 92 British journalists working for publications including The Observer, The Guardian, The Financial Times, The Times, The Daily Mirror, The Daily Mail, The Telegraph, and The Sunday Express, as well as freelance journalists and journalists working for independent television news and Reuters. Many of these reporters passed off Foreign Office research as if it was their own, thereby laundering state propaganda as independent journalism. MI6 had penetrated the English mass media on a wide scale, according to double agent Kim Philby, with scores of paid agents. The British Broadcasting Corporation was completely controlled at multiple levels, and MI5, the United Kingdom's domestic security service, vetted its staff for subversives from the 1930s until the practice was revealed in 1985. The Information Research Department also established, penetrated, subsidized, collaborated with, or took control of numerous news agencies in order to disseminate its propaganda around the world, including Reuters, Foreign News Service, Britannuva, Arab News Agency, Near and Far East News, International News Rights and Royalties, and World Feature Services Limited. In the early 1960s, the Information Research Department became involved in supporting wider media projects in the private sector, including television programs, and it provided disguised support for non-governmental organizations. In 1970, the Information Research Department's Brian Crozier founded the Institute for the Study of Conflict, which joined a team of private anti-left organizations producing anti-communist propaganda like the Economic League and Aims in Industry. The reactionary oligarch Richard Mellon Scaife funded the Institute for the Study of Conflict, and Crozier also secured money from Shell and British Petroleum. The Information Research Department became both a customer and a source of information for the Institute for the Study of Conflict, which increasingly came to fill the role that the Information Research Department was playing. The Information Research Department also collaborated with the United States State Department and the CIA, and it was part of a broad international anti-communist network. The agency took a leading role in the cultural war against communism, beginning around the early 1950s, and its Congress for Cultural Freedom, discussed below, borrowed much of its structure and modus operandi from the Information Research Department. The United Kingdom chapter of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, the British Society for Cultural Freedom, founded in 1951, had ample connections to the Information Research Department. The overlapping international networks fed off and supported one another in numerous ways, and they all contributed to the common objective of an intellectual world war on communism. It was to the Information Research Department that George Orwell submitted his infamous list of suspected communists in 1949. The author of 1984 and Animal Farm, widely celebrated as a left critic of state power and propaganda, was up to his eyeballs in them himself. While writing books that purportedly denounced them, or rather, decried their supposed totalitarian perversions in the East, he was cozying up, quite literally, to Western state power and propaganda. He pursued an Information Research Department officer, Celia Kirwan, courting her and then even asking for her hand in marriage. It was to her and her fellow thought police that he denounced those whom he suspected of communism. He also, according to internal documents, expressed his wholehearted and enthusiastic approval of the department's aims. He was repaid in full for his dutiful service as an anti-communist snitch. The Ministry of Truth, known in the real world as the Information Research Department, gained the foreign rights to a significant portion of Orwell's literary output, and it spent years distributing his anti-communist literature all over the world, translating it into at least 20 languages, creating an animated film version of Animal Farm, and collaborating with the CIA on a feature length. One of the principal forces that made him into a literary superstar, whose books are still obligatory reading in many schools. Orwell was, however, by no means the only one. The thought police at the Information Research Department also enrolled many other writers and academics to publish anti-communist propaganda under their own name. It also bought, translated, and distributed their work around the world in order to guarantee their fame. In addition to Orwell, these authors included figures like Bertrand Russell, Arthur Koestler, Czeslaw Milosz, Viktor Kravchenko, and hundreds of others. Many of the leading bourgeois historians of communism were products of the Information Research Department. Robert Conquest, an acclaimed scholar and longtime research fellow at Stanford University's Hoover Institution, served in the Information Research Department and drew extensively on its files for his famous work, The Great Terror. Stalin's Purge of the 30s, published in 1968. He also edited 7 volumes of material from Information Research Department on Soviet politics, without acknowledgement that the book's source was a secret government agency, or that the publisher, Frederick A. Prager, was subsidized by the CIA journalist David Barzilai. Similarly presented the Information Research Department's propaganda material in his writings as if it were his own. Oxford historian A.J.P. Taylor and Leonard Shapiro, a professor at the London School of Economics, both had strong Information Research Department ties, and the latter was a member of its inner circle. Brian Crozier, a well-known bourgeois historian of communism, was actually one of the central staff members of the Information Research Department. In his autobiography, Free Agent, he admitted to working with MI6 and the CIA on numerous projects, as well as to using Information Research Department files as the basis for some of his books. MI6 officer Robert Carew Hunt was also in on the state-backed anti-communist propaganda war, and he penned the widely circulated Information Research Department book titled The Theory and Practice of Communism, published in 1950. Maurice Cranston, a professor at the London School of Economics, contributed books to the Information Research Department's background book series. In fact, the London School of Economics formed a centre for anti-communist academics. Conquest had a research fellowship there in the 1950s. St. Antony's College, Oxford, was another anti-communist outpost with many connections to the intelligence community. Sir William Deakin, the warden of St. Antony's College, was involved in Information Research Department projects, and former Special Operations Executive man David Footman headed the Soviet Studies Department. The British agency not only selected authors and often provided them with propaganda material to sanitize, but it also subsidized production through bulk orders amounting to tens of thousands of pounds. This guaranteed massive distribution and high visibility for an impressive number of scholarly books, which were actually little more than undercover Foreign Office propaganda. The Information Research Department's background book series, for instance, published nearly 100 titles over 2 decades. By promoting and supporting specific intellectuals, politicians, and trade unionists, it helped shape and define the political consensus of a generation. It is important to apprehend this overall system of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption, as well as its specific modus operandi, because it was widely used by the CIA and other disinformation agencies. One of its key features was the academic or cultural laundering of state propaganda. The Information Research Department fabricated anti-communist misinformation, which it would whitewash through the academy or the broader cultural world by finding a professor or writer who would put their name on it, removing all references to its original source. Academic or journalistic imprimatur was thereby accorded to imperial lies, which would be consumed by readers as if they were the autonomous and informed opinion of an independent researcher. To ensure that its laundering would have maximum impact, the Information Research Department, sometimes along with other agencies, would buy and distribute tons of copies of the publications, often making the author famous in the process. This stratagem, which was widely employed by other capitalist propaganda agencies, was remarkably simple and effective. All that it required was sufficient lucre and authors interested in fame and glory. Marshall Plan for the Mind, the Cold War was and is a war, fought with ideas instead of bombs. CIA officer Tom Braden, no one before the Congress for Cultural Freedom, had tried to mobilize intellectuals and artists on a worldwide scale in order to fight an ideological war against oppressors of the mind. This was Nicholas Nabokov's opinion on the expansive operation in which he played a central role. Born to landed Russian gentry who had fled the Bolshevik Revolution, he was the cousin of the writer Vladimir Nabokov. In 1951, he became the General Secretary of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was at the center of the international ideological war on communism, as we shall see. However, it is important to note at the outset that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was only one part of a larger operation. For instance, the Psychological Strategy Board, formed in 1951 to provide for the more effective planning, coordination, and conduct of psychological operations, ran an anti-communist doctrinal program that aimed to develop a more extensive and intensive use of serious books and of highly intellectual periodical materials, as well as the fostering of associations and meetings among intellectuals. Wary that any intellectual effort which might be identified as selling the United States or as a strictly American propaganda effort would be doomed to stagnation and defeat, the program sought to manipulate nationalist feelings to the advantage of American objectives and the weakening of communist influences, which included unofficial assistance to indigenous authors and publishers to produce and circulate critical analyses of communist doctrine and the viewpoints of the West. The Marshall Plan played a particularly important role in integrating Western Europe into the United States zone of influence and control, including ideologically. The $13.3 billion in economic recovery, the equivalent of $173.7 billion in 2024, far from being a benevolent expenditure, sought to develop capitalism in Western Europe as a bulwark against communism. It also had the benefit of producing extensive markets for United States goods in order to alleviate crises of overproduction. Powerful figures in the United States administration, including General George C. Marshall himself, Secretary of State at the time, and Secretary of Defense James Forrestal, argued that there was a need for covert actions that could complement the imperial endeavors of the Marshall Plan. On June 18, 1948, the National Security Council approved NSC 10/2 and established the Office of Policy Coordination, which would be used to clandestinely funnel Marshall Plan funds into sub-rosa political activities in Europe, including psychological and political warfare operations. From its creation in 1948 until 1952, when the Marshall Plan was terminated, explains Sally Pisani, the Office of Policy Coordination operated as the plan's complement. Its actions were meant to be and remain covert so that they could be plausibly denied by the government. Richard Bissell was the Deputy Administrator of the Economic Cooperation Administration at the time, which oversaw the management of the Marshall Plan, and he later became, following a stint at the Ford Foundation, the CIA's Deputy Director for Plans, who is responsible for clandestine activities. Interviewed by Pisani in 1983, he explained how the Office of Policy Coordination siphoned funds from the Marshall Plan for covert actions. Office of Policy Coordination was formed right after the Marshall Plan. It was a complementary operation to secure Western Europe. Frank Wisner, the Office of Policy Coordination's director, got counterpart funds for the Office of Policy Coordination from the Marshall Plan. Recipient governments had to deposit 100% of the value of their received aid in their own banks. 5% in each country was tapped privately. When I was Deputy Administrator of the Marshall Plan, counterpart funds were funneled to the Office of Policy Coordination. Wisner came for the funds, but said I didn't have to know what for. My feeling was that we needed this procedure because we needed a political action arm. The Economic Cooperation Administration thus collaborated with the Office of Policy Coordination to secretly use Marshall Plan funds to influence Europe without their actions being attributed to the United States. There was a particular focus on political, economic, and psychological warfare. We know from the files of the Psychological Strategy Board that the Economic Cooperation Administration had 69 employees working in psychological warfare in the United States. The State Department had 2,724, and there were 180 Americans working on propaganda in the Paris office. The Office of Policy Coordination, the Economic Cooperation Administration's close collaborator on this Marshall Plan for the Mind, originally functioned semi-autonomously to maintain plausible deniability, though it was given quarters and rations by the CIA and received guidance from the Departments of State and Defense. However, it was gradually integrated into the CIA beginning in 1950. The International Organizations Division was a department set up within the Office of Policy Coordination to manage the CIA's relationships with unions, the media, student and professional associations, and other organizations. It was headed by Tom Braden, who had served in the Office of Strategic Services during the war, taught English at Dartmouth College, worked as executive secretary at the Museum of Modern Art, pursued his career in the CIA, and later worked as a journalist. Braden was what some scholars call a professional Psy warrior, meaning an official dedicated to the psychological war for hearts and minds, which was generally judged to be more important than military warfare. In his covert operations, he strives to bring together intellectuals, writers, artists, and other cultural producers in a common front against communism. We wanted to unite all the people who were artists, who were writers, who were musicians, and all the people who follow those people, to demonstrate that the West and the United States was devoted to freedom of expression and to intellectual achievement, without any rigid barriers as to what you must write and what you must say and what you must do and what you must paint, which was what was going on in the Soviet Union. In a classic case of projection, the CIA, Mann was apparently convinced that the direct control that he exercised with his organization over cultural production was preserving freedom, even though communist culture was banned and excluded, whereas the cultural system that operated outside of the agency's control was fundamentally lacking in liberty. This is not to suggest that there were not cultural barriers erected in the Soviet Union. It is only to point out the hypocrisy of defining control as freedom in the United States case, while claiming that control was unfreedom in the Soviet Union. The centerpiece for the International Organizations Divisions and CIA's Cultural Cold War was the Congress for Cultural Freedom, run by undercover CIA operative Michael Josselson. From its Paris headquarters, the Congress for Cultural Freedom evolved into one of the most important artistic patrons in world history, sponsoring an unprecedented range of cultural activities. According to Congress for Cultural Freedom documentation, the organization's budget rose from $860,619 in 1955 to over $2 million in 1966, which is about $19 million in 2024. Francis Stonewall Saunders estimated the CIA's investment in the Congress for Cultural Freedom at tens of millions of dollars. Braden claimed that there were never any budgetary limits for this or other projects, a point corroborated by CIA officer Gilbert Greenway, who also noted that they were not required to obtain authorization from the United States Congress or account for their spending. There was so much pell floating around for psychological warfare that Frank Wisner started calling it candy. Braden did note that he was cautious to cover his tracks as much as possible, which appears to be the only limit he had on spending. One of his rules was, use legitimate existing organizations, disguise the extent of American interest, protect the integrity of the organization by not requiring it to support every aspect of official American policy. Support for left-wing forces that were non-communist was a key tactic, which is an important fact for understanding the intellectual world war. Given the strong leftist sentiments across Europe in the wake of the communist defeat of fascism, which had also discredited much of the liberal left for its role in aiding and abetting fascism, the Cold Warriors sought to create or enhance divisions in the left between the pro-Soviet and the anti-Soviet camps. The former, composed of Communist Party members and fellow travelers, were the true enemies. The latter, made up of socialists of various stripes who did not support actually existing socialism in the East, were considered to be part of the compatible or respectable left. This meant that their orientation was ultimately compatible with capitalism and the interests of United States imperialism. They were precisely the ones who could be relied upon, at least in many instances, to shield Europe from communism. According to Braden, in much of Europe in the 1950s, socialists, people who called themselves left, the very people who many Americans thought no better than communists, were the only people who gave a damn about fighting communism. This explains why covert Cold Warriors like Braden went behind the back of the United States Congress, which was too anti-communist to appreciate the nuances and difficulties of the ideological struggle in Europe, to fund, support, and promote the non-communist left. Braden used the unlimited funds at his disposal to clandestinely finance a vast array of activities, including political parties, unions, women's organizations, media outlets, cultural endeavors, intellectual work, and much more. The compatible left's hostility to actually existing socialism made it a natural ally of United States imperialism. Braden's frank insider account, I'm Glad the CIA, is Immoral, published in 1967, is what is called in company parlance a limited hangout, which is a propaganda tactic that consists in providing restricted insider information to stem the tide of further investigations and take control of the narrative. The story of CIA. Involvement in all of these activities had been broken by investigative journalists in the mid-1960s, and the agency sought to nip them in the bud and run a faith in government campaign by confessing to some abuses. Braden's story, published in the agency-connected Saturday Evening Post, was thus vetted by the CIA and even shared with the president prior to publication. Although he had officially left the company in 1954, it is likely that this was simply to go undercover as a journalist and, in any case, he continued to collaborate with the agency. His article should thus be understood for what it is, a series of limited admissions regarding activities whose depth and breadth likely surpass what he claimed. Our big family, the Cold War may well be termed a battle for the minds of men. CIA Memorandum. In the wake of the Second World War, France, like Italy, had one of the strongest communist parties in Europe. If it had been integrated into the socialist camp, this would have been catastrophic for the imperialists. This helps explain why it was no accident that the European headquarters for Marshall Plan activity was in Paris. It is likely for the same reason that the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom was headquartered there as well, not to mention the fact that Paris was considered by many to be the cultural capital of the world at the time, and thus an ideal imperial outpost. Established in 1950, the Congress for Cultural Freedom promoted on the international scene the research of collaborationist academics such as Raymond Aron and Hannah Arendt over and against their Marxian enemies like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir. The material support poured into the Congress for Cultural Freedom far outstripped and stood in stark contrast to the meagre resources available for cultural projects in war-torn Europe. As Francis Stonor Saunders explains, at its peak, the Congress for Cultural Freedom had offices in 35 countries, employed dozens of personnel, published over 20 prestige magazines, held art exhibitions, owned a news and features service, organized high-profile international conferences, and rewarded musicians and artists with prizes and public performances. Its mission was to nudge the intelligentsia of Western Europe away from its lingering fascination with Marxism and communism towards a view more accommodating of the American way. The Congress for Cultural Freedom's honorary presidents included renowned thinkers and politicians like Benedetto Croce, John Dewey, Theodore Heuss, Karl Jaspers, Jacques Maritain, Bertrand Russell, and Leopold Senghor. The reach of the organization was so broad that Saunders claims that, wittingly or not, almost every intellectual, writer, and cultural producer in post-war Western Europe was somehow caught up in its web. Some continue to debate how many people knew that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was a CIA front organization and at what time they realized it. Editor Jason Epstein asserted that by the middle of the 1960s, everyone basically knew who was paying the bills. After all, it did not take a genius to figure out in a war-ravaged and destitute Western Europe that had been overtly funded by the Marshall Plan, who had an interest in and was capable of lavishly funding non-communist international conferences and seminars, prestige magazines, scholarly journals, book publications, art exhibits and concerts, media campaigns, and much more. Those intellectuals who claimed that they were ignorant of what was going on, such as Aron and Arendt, were either being disingenuous, which seemed highly probable, or simply admitting that their philosophic views were so out of touch with material reality that one should question the validity of their philosophies in general. Retired CIA official E.J. Applewhite understood their opportunist attitude in the following terms: "We knew they wanted to have it both ways. To be walking with the devil in the shadows secretly and to be walking in the sun." A former official of a CIA conduit apparently told Richard Ellman. They, the writers, knew where the money was coming from, and in a general way what was happening all along. If anybody says they didn't, they were just being naive or false naive. When shown the 1967 public statement signed by Arendt and 16 others who claimed to openly oppose the CIA's subsidization of culture in the wake of the revelations concerning the Congress for Cultural Freedom, CIA officer Tom Braden laughed out loud. Looking at the list of signatories, the man who was one of the agency's leading cultural warriors in Western Europe bluntly stated, "Of course they knew." They also knew, because it was publicly disclosed, that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was being financed by the capitalist ruling class in the United States via its foundations. Internal documents reveal that CIA officer Michael Josselson even shared with Aaron, who was his close friend and with whom he went on at least one family vacation, the budget allocated to the Congress for Cultural Freedom by two of the biggest robber barons in United States history, Ford and Rockefeller. In 1957, the former provided $500,000 and the latter $40,000. This funding, as everyone knew, was to promote non-communist scholarship in Western Europe that served the interests of its American benefactors. Although the Congress for Cultural Freedom's connections to the CIA demonstrate that it was a psychological warfare operation overseen by the United States government, it is essential to recognize that, even if it had not received agency sponsorship, the Congress for Cultural Freedom was publicly recognizable as an anti-communist organization engaged in intellectual subcontracting for the capitalist class of the world's leading imperialist power. Moreover, it had open ties to the United States government and its political operators in Europe, including major figures like the State Department operative, renowned for advocating a policy of containment of the Soviet Union, George Kennan, who participated in its conferences and internal deliberations. The international conferences organized by the Congress for Cultural Freedom were not humble affairs, as they drew on its seemingly unlimited budget. They often brought together scores of intellectuals from numerous continents, provided simultaneous translations in multiple languages, partnered with prestigious institutions, and benefited from ample media coverage in the international press. According to Peter Coleman's selective list, 37 conferences were sponsored by the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and they often led to major publications, sometimes in more than one language. The same organization hosted some 50 international seminars in addition to a large number of local meetings around the world, from Tokyo, Cairo, and Pune to Kampala, Madrid, and Oxford. The Ford Foundation stepped in to support this program, and some of the most prestigious universities collaborated. Coleman's partial list of institutions that co-sponsored Congress for Cultural Freedom seminars includes 38, among them the Free University of Berlin, St. Anthony's College of Oxford, University of California, Berkeley, University of Montevideo, Bengali Academy, and the University of Khartoum. The Congress for Cultural Freedom also began sponsoring university chairs, granting scholarships, and financing study trips. The list of participants is much too long to summarize here, but some of the most well-known intellectuals involved in Congress for Cultural Freedom networks included, in addition to Aaron and Arendt, Max Horkheimer, Sidney Hook, Friedrich von Hayek, Daniel Bell, Arthur Koestler, Czesław Milosz, Roger Caius, and Edgar Morin. The flagship enterprise of the Congress for Cultural Freedom was its network of prestige magazines. It created or helped sustain more than 20 monthlies, bi-monthlies, and quarterlies, and its financial largesse allowed it to influence a broad circle of secondary journals and magazines aligned on its agenda. The Congress for Cultural Freedom's funding supported exquisite publications and large print runs, which contributed to making its magazines some of the most influential in the post-war era. CIA agent Melvin Lasky ran Der Monat in Germany, which had been launched before the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and also received funding from the Office of Military Government, United States, and the Ford Foundation. Replete with illustrations on glossy paper, it was able to reach a circulation of 25,000 copies in the mid-1950s, making it the largest journal of its sort and the model for the Congress for Cultural Freedom's other publications. Its mission was cultural and transatlantic, and it aimed at orienting the intelligentsia against communism, while boasting on its presentation page that it was a forum for open debate and discussion based on the free expression of opinion. The network of magazines and journals included Encounter, United Kingdom and United States, Minerva, Soviet Survey, the China Quarterly, Proofs, Tempo Presente, Forum, Partisan Review, Commentary, Mundo Nuevo, Cuadernos, Quest, and Quadrant. Although there were variations, they generally took the Congress for Cultural Freedom's soft sell approach by avoiding unhinged anti-communism and allowing minor criticisms of the United States in order to maintain their credibility and reinforce their cover. In general, however, they tended to follow the Congress for Cultural Freedom's editorial line by being opposed to communism and neutralism, while supporting Atlanticism, a unified Europe, NATO, and the United States. They also regularly boasted, of course, that they were tribunes of free cultural expression. The Congress for Cultural Freedom had an annual budget of around $15,000, approximately $160,000 in 2024, for book publishing, and it produced 170 titles according to Coleman's calculations. The books were published in 19 countries and at least 7 languages. The CIAA Front collaborated on these projects with some of the leading publishers in the world, including, in the Anglophone sphere, Oxford University Press, Massachusetts Institute of Technology Press, Beacon Press, Free Press, Routledge, and Frederick A. Prager. It was also directly involved in covert psychological warfare operations like running book and magazine programs in communist or communist-leaning countries, where it sent thousands upon thousands of its publications to institutions and intellectuals who represented a potential force for liberalization, while also creating publishing opportunities for them in the West. The authors implicated in the book and magazine programs are too numerous to summarize, but they included figures like Arendt, Aaron, Bell, Dewey, Jaspers, Koestler, Orwell, Theodore Adorno, Albert Camus, André Malraux, and Richard Wright. The Congress for Cultural Freedom, given its means and connections, was able to offer incredibly lucrative deals and opportunities for intellectual fame. To take but one revealing example, in 1961 it invited anthropologist Clifford Geertz to present a series of lectures at the University of Khartoum, where it also planned to invite half a dozen equally eminent scholars from around the world and the same number of the most outstanding scholars of the region. The lectures would then be collected into a book that the Congress would help to have published, or which would be published under its auspices by a reputable commercial press. All of the expenses connected to the trip would be covered by the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Geertz would receive $1,500 for the lectures, the equivalent of $15,700 in 2024, and all royalties arising from the publication of a book would be his. Among those involved in such projects, the cases of Aaron and Bell are particularly revealing, since they are both major figures in the post-war social sciences. Aaron was arguably France's most prominent conservative public intellectual, and Bell was an esteemed Harvard professor renowned for his theses on the end of ideology and post-industrialism. Thanks in part to funding from the world's most notorious spy agency, 10 books that Aaron contributed to were published, including his manuscript, 3 essays on the industrial age, and the Japanese translation of his anti-communist classic, Opium of Intellectuals. The Congress for Cultural Freedom also covered all expenses, paid trips, which it treated as major public relations campaigns to promote Aaron's work around the world. For instance, on his first voyage to Tokyo in 1953, the Congress for Cultural Freedom planned news releases to be sent to all the leading outlets, a large press conference, interviews in the big 3 newspapers and one of the main magazines, lectures to students, and negotiations with the big 3 to see if one of them would regularly translate Aaron's column in Le Figaro, as well as meetings with various organizations, intellectuals, political figures, union leaders, journalists, and artists. His international renown was thus due in no small part to company business. Bell's most famous book, The End of Ideology, asserted that the grand humanistic ideologies of yesteryear, Marxism was a particular target, where exhausted and revolutionary movements would no longer be able to attract the working class. As he indicated in the acknowledgements, deftly leaving aside any reference to the CIA, many of the chapters in the book were either published in agency journals or presented at its conferences. He also expressed his gratitude to major CIA cultural warriors like Aaron, Irving Kristol, and Saul Levitas. Without ever mentioning the company, he referred to CIA. Agent Melvin Lasky, as an old comrade, stated that he owed much to agency operator Michael Josselson for his practical political wisdom, and praised CIA consultant Sidney Hook as one of the great teachers of the generation. This was in the 1988 edition of the book, when many of these company connections had been public knowledge for over 20 years. With such a record shilling for the most infamous spy agency in history, known for its record of overthrowing foreign governments and assassinating political leaders, one might assume that the scholarly reputations of Aaron and Bell would have suffered from their affiliations. Nothing could be further from the truth. They both remain major intellectual reference points in the post-war social sciences. Bell's anti-communist creed, which he explicitly framed as part of the war of ideas between Marxist and CIA-affiliated intellectuals in the 1988 afterword to the end of ideology, was included in the Times Literary Supplement's list of the most influential 100 books since the Second World War. Aaron, for his part, was showered with some of the highest forms of public praise in France, including being named Officier de la Légion d'honneur, commandeur de l'Ordre des Palmes Académiques, and professor at the Collège de France. All of the people involved in these programs were part of what undercover CIA officer and Congress for Cultural Freedom director Michael Josselson referred to, in an expression reminiscent of the mafia, as our big family. They collaborated within a vast network of knowledge production and dissemination capable of promoting the work of intellectuals whose worldviews were compatible with the CIA's agenda. This global web included the Latin American Institute of International Relations, which established 7 national centers in capital cities across South America that pursued activities similar to those of the Congress for Cultural Freedom: study groups, publications, seminars, art exhibits, and lecture tours. It also comprised major feature services: Forum Information Service, based in London, and Prus Informations, and El Mundo en Español, based at Congress for Cultural Freedom headquarters in Paris. Its largest endeavor appears to have been an international press service called Forum Service or Forum World Features that distributed around the world, free of charge, reports and analyses by its venal intellectuals in 12 languages, which served 600 newspapers and reached 5 million readers. These included at least 30 domestic newspapers. The anti-communist journalist and historian Brian Crozier oversaw the Forum's daily operations. CIA Adrian Melvin Lasky served as its editorial director, and career CIA man Robert G. Gately worked as Forum's executive director in the early 1960s. All of this infrastructure provided a powerful social elevator that allowed scholars to travel the world, indulging in junkets, obtain funding for their research, present their work in prestigious international settings, publish their ideas in esteemed outlets with wide readerships, gain privileged access to the global media, have their work translated into multiple languages, receive favorable book reviews and press coverage, and quickly ascend to influential positions in the world's most prominent institutions. This covertly manufactured intellectual apparatus could and did make major academic reference points and even celebrities out of theoretical toadies. However, they often were not perceived as imperialist sycophants, due in large part to the expansive and compartmentalized nature of this system, its clandestine manipulation, and the prevalence of the bourgeois ideology of meritocracy. This cyclopean network thereby fostered the illusion that anti-communist worldviews were freely embraced by those who promulgated them, as well as by those who consumed them. The net effect was that an artificially constructed intellectual consensus often passed itself off as a natural development based on the freedom of cultural production and consumption purportedly characteristic of the West. Soon after, it was publicly revealed in 1966 that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was a CIA-front organization. The Ford Foundation, which had been co-funding the operation, took over its financing. To try to save the Saiwa enterprise from sinking, the president of the Ford Foundation and former National Security Advisor, George Bundy, asked Aaron to become the president of the revamped organization, whose name would henceforth be the International Association for Cultural Freedom. It is worth noting that, in their correspondence on the topic, Bundy admitted that he was a little stunned to learn, after the recent New York Times investigation, that the executive committee was unaware of what had been the subject of cafe gossip in New York for years. He knew, in other words, that most thinking people had long understood that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was a propaganda platform discreetly funded by the United States government. To navigate the choppy waters that came with the official revelations, the Congress for Cultural Freedom thus proposed to make a minor change to its name, assign a new director, replacing a CIA officer by one of his agents and his close friend, slightly reconfigure the executive committee, and replace agency funding by the support of one of its most faithful accomplices, the Ford Foundation. Aaron eventually turned down the presidency after a second wave of revelations, but the organization's mild makeover allowed it to persist until 1979. Its legacy continued much longer. To take but a few concrete examples, a number of its magazines went on publishing with alternative sources of funding, such as Encounter, until 1991, as well as Quadrant and China Quarterly, which still exist. In 1998, Encounter Books was launched, explicitly drawing on the name and orientation of the CIA's Encounter magazine. It seeks to advance its love of liberty and the cultural achievements of the West against a rising tide of collectivist sentiment and the soft totalitarianism of intellectual conformity. The European Intellectual Mutual Aid Fund, originally established as an affiliate of the Congress for Cultural Freedom to imbue Eastern European scholars with anti-totalitarian and pro-capitalist ideas, later merged with George Soros' Open Society Foundation. Moreover, the Katzenbach Commission, convened by President Johnson in 1967 to examine the relationships between the CIA and civil society organizations, recommended the creation of a public-private mechanism that would allow for the overt distribution of governmental funds. State agencies like the National Endowment for Democracy and non-governmental organizations like Freedom House have since taken up the Congress for Cultural Freedom's work of promoting so-called cultural freedom around the world. Alan Weinstein, a former professor and co-founder of the National Endowment for Democracy, clearly explained the shift when discussing his organization. A lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. Although the lid was blown on the Congress for Cultural Freedom in 1966, the structures and strategies that it established have thereby continued, sometimes under slightly different and more overt forms. Furthermore, institutional inertia carried forth a number of its projects by promoting its venal intellectuals into major positions of power and shoring up an anti-communist network of institutions, associations, and networks. One of the greatest legacies of the Congress for Cultural Freedom has thus been the consolidation of an anti-communist system of intellectual production, circulation, and consumption, which continues to serve as one of the best guarantees for preserving capitalist hegemony. Intellectuals and cultural producers in need of employment will thereby be forced to find their place within it, conforming to its constraints for very material reasons. Such a system has no strings attached, so to speak, because there are no puppet masters or marionettes, only a tightly controlled theatre with actors acting as if, and often believing, that they are free to say whatever they want, since their lines never stray far from the anti-communist script. The mighty Wurlitzer deception is the state of mind and the mind of the state. James Jesus Angleton, head of CIA Counterintelligence 1954 to 1974. CIA officer Michael Josleson's big family was just a small part of what his colleague Frank Wisner called his mighty Wurlitzer, the international jukebox of media and cultural programming controlled by the company. Wisner wanted to be able to press a single button at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, and have the same propaganda tune play in all of the agency's media assets around the world. To take but a few examples of this gigantic program of psychological warfare, Carl Bernstein marshaled ample evidence in a well-known article to demonstrate that at least 400 United States journalists worked surreptitiously for the CIA between 1952 and 1977. Following these revelations, the New York Times undertook a 3-month investigation and concluded that the CIA embraced more than 800 news and public information organizations and individuals. These 2 exposes were published in establishment venues by journalists who themselves operated in the same networks they were analyzing, so these estimates were likely low. Arthur Hayes Sulzberger, the director of the New York Times from 1935 to 1961, worked so closely with the CIA that he even signed the confidentiality agreement. William S. Paley's Columbia Broadcasting System was unquestionably the agency's greatest asset in the field of audiovisual broadcasting. It worked so regularly with the company that it installed a direct phone line to CIA headquarters, which was not routed through its central operator. Paley himself had worked as the deputy chief of the Psychological Warfare Division of the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force during the war, so he was deeply familiar with the United States National Security State PSYWA operations. Henry Luce's Time Incorporated was the CIA's most powerful collaborator in the weekly and monthly arena, including Time, Life, Fortune, Sports Illustrated. Luce agreed to hire agency operatives as journalists, which became very common cover. As we know from the Task Force on Greater CIA Openness, convened by Agency Director Robert Gates in 1991, these types of practices continued in later years and up to the present. Public Affairs Office of the CIA now has relationships with reporters from every major wire service, newspaper, news weekly, and television network in the nation. In many instances, we have persuaded reporters to postpone, change, hold, or even scrap stories. In the contemporary world, we should note that CNN's Anderson Cooper interned with the CIA and Tucker Carlson apparently applied to join the agency. It was revealed, more generally, that in 2023, the United States Agency for International Development, which has a long history of covert collaboration with the CIA, funded training and support for 6,200 journalists, assisted 707 non-state news outlets, and supported 279 media sector civil society organizations. It had a budget of $43 billion, and its foreign aid budget in 2025 included $268,376,000 allocated by Congress to support independent media and the free flow of information. The same year, WikiLeaks revealed that United States Agency for International Development financed the shadowy group Internews Network, which had a $472 million budget to quietly work with 4,291 media outlets and more than 9,000 individual journalists around the world promoting pro-Western views. The CIA also took control of the American Newspaper Guild, and it became the owner of press services, magazines, and newspapers that it used as cover for its agents. It has owned, at least in part, Rome Daily American, Okinawa Morning Star, Manila Times, Bangkok World, Tokyo Evening News, and other outlets in Athens and Rangoon. It has also had offices in other press services, such as LATN, Reuters, Associated Press, United Press International, and Ritz House in Scandinavia. William Sharp, an expert on governmental disinformation, testified that the CIA owned or controlled some 2,500 media entities all over the world. In addition, it had its people, ranging from stringers to highly visible journalists and editors, in virtually every major media organization. We had at least one newspaper in every foreign capital at any given time, one CIA man told journalist John Crudson. Furthermore, the source related, those that the agency did not own outright or subsidize heavily, it infiltrated with paid agents or staff officers who could have stories printed that were useful to the agency and not print those it found detrimental. Most CIA stations, former CIA officer Philip A.J. explained, paid journalists to publish the CIA's propaganda as if it were the journalist's own work. John Stockwell, another former case officer, spoke out candidly about the work of the agency in recruiting journalists, sometimes setting them up, and he also explained how the CIA directly manufactures propaganda stories and places them in press outlets around the world. In the digital age, this process has continued. Yasha Levine, Alan MacLeod, and other scholars and journalists have detailed the extensive involvement of the United States national security state in the realms of big tech and social media. They have demonstrated, among other things, that major intelligence operators occupy key positions at Facebook, X, TikTok, Reddit, and Google. Books have been particularly important to the intellectual world war on communism, according to the chief of the CIA's Covert Action Staff in 1961. Books differ from all other propaganda media, primarily because one single book can significantly change the reader's attitude and action to an extent unmatched by the impact of any other single medium. Books are the most important weapon of strategic long-range propaganda. The agency has therefore engaged extensively in commissioning, subsidizing, producing, translating, publishing, distributing, buying, reviewing, and promoting books, without acknowledging its role in any of this. Before the end of 1967, well over 1,000 books were produced, subsidized, or sponsored by the CIA. In some cases, its officers oversaw the project from start to finish. The advantage of direct contact with the author is that we can acquaint him in great detail with our intentions, that we can provide him with whatever material we want to include, and that we can check the manuscript at every stage. In other words, the agency can more or less ghostwrite a book and have its propaganda academically laundered by passing it off as the work of a purportedly autonomous intellectual. This is the case, according to Mark Lane, for Christopher Andrew, the author of numerous high-profile books on the history of intelligence agencies, including the KGB, who makes a living writing books for the CIA that are favorable to the CIA, and is paid to write reviews denouncing books that are critical of the CIA. This is only one example, however, of a systemic series of arrangements involving multiple state agencies, not just the CIA. The Deputy Director of the United States Information Agency, Reed Harris, explained, for instance, that his agency has anti-communist books written according to its specifications, and that it controls every aspect of the books, from their conception to the final edited manuscript. One of Reed's associates added, "We try to obtain the assistance of renowned writers in the literary world. We ask them to write books for us. Their stature gives the book greater credibility. These factitious forms of scholarly production have gone hand in hand with the artificial manipulation of the circulation and consumption of cultural products." The CIA has collaborated with United States Information Agency, the United States Information Service, and United States embassies across the globe to buy up books for millions of dollars, thereby guaranteeing widespread distribution or even bestseller status for chosen publications, while also marshalling its power to shower them with awards. In 1965, for example, the United States Information Service spent several $million to distribute 40,453,000 books throughout the world. Analysts have also noted the practice whereby one CIA operative or asset would write a book and others review it for selected newspapers and magazines, thereby creating hype by producing the illusion that different sources appreciate the same book. If there is an invisible hand governing the supposedly free market of cultural goods, it should be clear whose it is. Franklin Publications, a group representing the most important trade, university, and educational publishers in the United States, was launched as a private non-profit corporation created for the purpose of avoiding either the stigma of an official agency of propaganda or the tyranny of the balance sheet. With a private non-profit facade to maintain credibility, it was discreetly funded from behind the scenes by the United States government, including the CIA via the Asia Foundation. It also worked closely with the United States Information Agency to promote American values, opening offices all over the globe, including in Egypt, Iran, Nigeria, Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan. It built an extensive network of international publishing infrastructure for the Cultural Cold War by using the private sector as cover for government-funded propaganda efforts. One of its objectives was to establish an overseas network to ensure wider distribution of its books, particularly in foreign languages. as the vice president of one of the textbook publishers involved, Silver Burdette Company, explained in a letter to the Psychological Strategy Board. The secret funding allowed it to compete with prices of books in the local market to guarantee wider distribution of American ideals, which is the primary purpose of our operations. Furthermore, the CIA distributed roughly 10 million books and other publications, generally free of charge, to 6 Warsaw Pact countries between 1956 and 1991. George Minden, who oversaw the project, explained that some 500 publishers, institutions, and individuals were involved by the end of 1962. The agency also set up multiple fronts, such as the International Advisory Council, to conceal its hidden hand, and it funded the creation of publishing houses like Bedford Publishing Company. In 1991, the annual expenditures for books and handling reached $1,850,900, the equivalent of $4.3 million in 2024. According to the plan published by the Free Europe Press, one of the principal organizations involved, the goal was to reduce the efficiency of the communist administration by weakening loyalty of the party and state cadres. This was done subtly, however, by systematically presenting materials under sponsorship of a cover organization and avoiding total attacks on communism. The project sought instead to promote revisionist trends among the new elites and prioritize practical alternatives to doctrinaire Marxist principles, while demonstrating the superior achievements of the West. Among the very long list of books sent, prominent members of the Western left intelligentsia were well represented: Arendt, Orwell, Isaiah Berlin, Herbert Marcuse, and Karl Wittfogel, among others. The book program was demonstrably effective according to the CIA, and it remained largely unexposed until 1991. Millions of people, Alfred Reich concluded, were affected one way or another by the book project without ever hearing about its existence. While the CIA was promoting the work of the Western anti-communist left in the East, it was simultaneously engaged in publishing, distributing, and promoting the writings of Eastern dissidents. To cite one of the most important examples, the CIA was responsible for the publication of Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago in Russian as a propaganda ploy after it had been rejected for publication by the Soviet literary journal Novy Mir, which judged that it was anti-socialist and condemned the October Revolution, as well as everything that followed from it. The company promoted Pasternak's work through its expansive channels in various formats and translations into other languages. Agency officials congratulated themselves that in one form or another, including full-length and condensed books and serials in indigenous languages, this book has been spread throughout the world, with assistance from this agency in a number of areas where interest might not normally be great. Such stalwart support for Eastern dissidents contrasted sharply with the CIA's open assault on Western dissidents. The cases of Victor Marchetti and Philip Agay are particularly remarkable. They had both been recruited into the CIA as university students and spent years as case officers, but their pangs of conscience led them to break ranks with the company. Marchetti was served with an official censorship order in order to prevent him from exercising his right to free speech by publishing his book, The CIA and the Cult of Intelligence. He was only able to bring it to the light of day by agreeing to let the CIA vet its contents, and his former employer deleted 140-plus passages. In Augie's case, the agency undertook a global harassment, defamation, and surveillance campaign, and it even had plans to assassinate him. All of this was in order to prohibit him from writing inside the company. CIA diary. After he managed to publish it, he was hunted, arrested, threatened, expelled from country after country, often illegally and sometimes prosecuted. The former CIA officer had definitively gone too far in his freedom of thought and speech because he dared to situate the United States police state within the social totality and draw the most coherent conclusion. American capitalism, based as it is on exploitation of the poor, with its fundamental motivation in personal greed, simply cannot survive without force, without a secret police force. The argument in this book is with capitalism, and it is capitalism that must be opposed, with its CIA, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and other security agencies understood as logical, necessary manifestations of a ruling class's determination to retain power and privilege. In addition to publishing, the CIA has also been deeply involved in the art world. For instance, it promoted United States American art, particularly abstract expressionism and the New York art scene, over and against socialist realism. It funded art exhibits, musical and theatrical performances, international art festivals, and more in a bid to disseminate what was touted as the free art of the West. The company worked closely with major art institutions in these endeavors. To take but a single telling example, one of the major CIA officers involved in the Cultural Cold War, Thomas Braden, was the executive secretary of the Museum of Modern Art before joining the agency. Museum of Modern Art's presidents have included Nelson Rockefeller, who became the super coordinator for clandestine intelligence operations and allowed the Rockefeller Fund to be used as a conduit for CIA money. Among Museum of Modern Art's directors, we find René de Harnoncourt, who had worked for Rockefeller's Wartime Intelligence Agency for Latin America. John Hay Whitney of the eponymous museum and Julius Fleischmann sat on Museum of Modern Art's Board of Trustees. The former had worked for the CIA's predecessor organization, the Office of Strategic Services, and allowed his charity to be used as a conduit for company money. The latter served as the president of the agency's Farfield Foundation. William S. Paley, the president of Columbia Broadcasting System and one of the major figures in United States psychological warfare programs, including those of the CIA, was on the members board of Museum of Modern Art's International Program. As this web of relations indicates, the capitalist ruling class works closely with the United States national security state in order to tightly control the cultural apparatus. A copious body of literature has demonstrated the depth and breadth of the United States government's penetration of the entertainment industry. Matthew Alford and Tom Secker have documented that the Department of Defense has supported, with complete and absolute censorship rights, a minimum of 814 movies, with the CIA involved in at least 37 and the Federal Bureau of Investigation 22. Regarding television shows, some of which have been very long-running, the Department of Defense totals 1,133, the CIA 22, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation 10. Above and beyond these quantifiable cases, there is also the qualitative relationship between the national security state and Tinseltown. John Rizzo explained as much in 2014. Has long had a special relationship with the entertainment industry, devoting considerable attention to fostering relationships with Hollywood movers and shakers, studio executives, producers, directors, big-name actors, having served as the deputy counsel or acting general counsel of the CIA. For the first 9 years of the War on Terror, during which time he was involved in overseeing global rendition, torture, and drone assassination programs, Rizzo was well placed to understand how the culture industry could provide cover for imperial butchery. Promotion and repression. The Information Research Department and the Congress for Cultural Freedom were two major, well-funded organizations for psychological warfare that both enrolled and targeted intellectuals in a global war on the very idea of communism. They were so expansive and powerful that leading specialists on the Congress for Cultural Freedom have described it as one of the greatest cultural patrons in world history that likely left almost no Western European intellectual of the time unaffected. Due in particular to institutional inertia and normalization, integration into later organizations, and a generalized proliferation of overt operations over the last 50 years or so, the practices of the Information Research Department and Congress for Cultural Freedom are alive and well in the contemporary world, although they have taken on different forms. These two state propaganda organizations were, as we have seen, part of a much broader attempt to establish monopoly control over the world of ideas. They were nested within and intertwined with the CIA's mighty Wurlitzer, another global network that persists to this day. Although there are many other components, the Information Research Department, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and the mighty Wurlitzer are all part of an overall superstructural framework for the production, circulation, and consumption of ideas. They have helped foster a compatible left intelligentsia while dividing it from the incompatible left by providing uplift to the former and demotion for the latter. The promotional networks of the ruling class go hand in hand with the direct repression of alternative material systems of knowledge production. This takes many forms and would require volumes to document. In the interest of space, suffice it to say that for every intellectual promoted by these networks, there have been many that have been demoted, sidelined, discredited, and, in certain cases, killed. Such repression does not simply occur on an individual level, however. It has been systematically organized as a global war on the very idea of communism and knowledge networks that promote it, or even simply want to examine it scientifically. In the United States, the so-called Red Scare is a euphemism for a war on the Reds that took many forms, began well before Senator McCarthy, and continues today. To cite but three telling examples, the documentary history of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, exposes the secret, systematic, and sometimes savage use of force and fraud by all levels of government to sabotage progressive political activity supposedly protected by the United States Constitution. They reveal ongoing, countrywide CIA-style covert action, infiltration, psychological warfare, legal harassment, and violence against a very broad range of domestic dissidents. Operation Chaos was a domestic spying operation run by the CIA, which segued with COINTELPRO. Ostensibly focused on foreign influence upon American descent, it targeted leftists, amassed thousands of files on Americans, and sought to eliminate incompatible news and information networks. Chaos was a scheme to spy on and destroy a large independent strain of the American free press, bluntly quashing all homespun editorial opposition and preemptively striking against embarrassing stories. Project Resistance fed into chaos by focusing more specifically on radicals in the university, and it set up collaborative networks between campus officials and governmental authorities in order to do so. Promotion and repression are thus two sides of the same war of ideas. Although this study primarily focuses on the former by detailing the global material networks that promoted the compatible left intelligentsia, it must never be forgotten that these have gone hand in hand with repressive networks aimed at destroying the so-called incompatible left and alternative systems of knowledge. Whereas promotion seeks to shore up hegemony, repression strives to exclude and ideally eliminate counter-hegemonic voices. The overall objective is to produce, more or less from behind the scenes, the illusion of a scholarly, journalistic, and cultural consensus that has been freely arrived at across society at large. Socialist traditions and still others are progressive liberals, or they proffer forms of radical critique that openly refuse to be contained within any of these categories. What they all share in common is that they have been promoted internationally as the most important leftist intellectuals of the day. They are the leading luminaries of a sector of intellectual production that might best be described as the industry of compatible left critical theory. Compatible left critical theory. There are Marxists who have become legal or armchair Marxists, who would like to see Marxism as merely another variant of philosophy and who treat it in a very eclectic fashion, as though one is free to draw from Marxism as one draws from Greek thought and its equivalent, without looking at the class base and without looking at whether an ideology is supportive of the status quo or not. Walter Rodney. One of the fundamental ideological objectives of the bourgeoisie in the imperialist phase of capitalism has been to isolate, discredit, and attempt to crush the communist left. This has been particularly difficult given the proven ability on the part of the communists to address the most serious problems facing the working and oppressed masses of the world. One of the key tactics that has been developed by the imperialist powers has been to support socialists of the non-communist sort, which has been facilitated by their social chauvinist tendencies, particularly in the imperial core. These propensities had come clearly into view when the left split during the First World War between what Vladimir Lenin incisively diagnosed as the social chauvinists of the European labor aristocracy and those who would become known as the communists, though they were still sometimes called social democrats at the time. The former lined up and supported their national bourgeoisies in the war, whereas the latter, dedicated to anti-colonial and anti-imperialist liberation, followed Lenin in embracing the slogan, "No war but class war." It is essential to recognize, then, that there are material forces that drive specific class strata toward particular ideologies, and this continues to be true, of course, in the contemporary world. There is often a powerful confluence of interest between the imperial intelligentsia and anti-communist ideology. The intelligence agencies of the imperialist powers have done everything they can to foster splits on the left by driving a wedge between what they consider to be the compatible left of the socialists, who traffic in capitalist and imperialist accommodation, and the incompatible left of communism. This book, like the two to be published in its wake, focuses on the intellectual, and particularly the academic, front of this war on communism and, more specifically, on the endeavour to shore up a form of compatible left critical theory. Since it has not been possible to simply eliminate Marxism due to its broad public appeal, clear explanatory power, and proven ability to transform the socio-economic order, the managers of bourgeois society have been faced with the dilemma of how best to deal with its existence. As we shall see, their preferred tactic has been to use their monopoly control over the superstructure to internationally promote a commodified version of Marxism, often referred to as Western or cultural Marxism, as well as forms of edgy theory that purport to surpass Marxism in their radicality and sophistication. If we simplify things, we might say that the implicit mantra driving the imperial theory industry has been, if you cannot beat your competitors, the actual Marxists, then flood the market with seductive but cheap knockoffs, promote them to no end, and try to bury your competitors as passé. Intellectual imperialism. Imperialism cannot be understood merely as an economic military system of control and exploitation. Cultural domination is an integral dimension to any sustained system of global exploitation. James Petrus. The intellectual labor aristocracy that occupies the radical niche of the imperial theory industry is aristocratic in more ways than one. Its highest ranks are composed of a small coterie of intellectuals who are elevated above all others as worthy investments, and they receive a long series of economic and symbolic rewards for their work. To share some concrete numbers that are part of the public record, the radical liberal theorist Judith Butler received a gross salary of $341,927 in 2020 from the University of California, Berkeley. Invited professors like Etienne Balibar, Catherine Malabou, and Gayatri Spivak regularly received around $50,000 as visiting professors for offering mini-courses in California. The Tanner Lectures at Cambridge University come with an honorarium of tens of thousands of dollars for 2 presentations as well as a book deal. Butler, Wendy Brown, Bruno Latour, and James Scott have all presented Tanner lectures. These are by no means the most lucrative deals, and it is important to remember that celebrities of the imperial intellectual apparatus usually accumulate from multiple sources at the same time. Nevertheless, these numbers are very large compared to the average salaries of full-time professors in the United States, $101,810 in 2020 to 21, and they tower over the income of the majority of the university teaching staff. Most adjunct faculty, according to a 2020 report, make under $3,500 per class and less than $50,000 a year, usually with limited to no benefits and zero job security. Graduate students who work as teaching assistants earned on average $38,040 in 2021. These numbers only indicate income and do not account for the major differences in workload, as well as research and teaching support, not to mention many other factors like supplemental pay, research budgets, grants, benefits, retirement, and so forth. Moreover, they are only national comparisons, and the discrepancy between the upper echelons of the intellectual labor aristocracy and the global professoriate would also need to be taken into account. It is worth mentioning in this regard that the average monthly salary for a professor at a public institution in the United States in 2012 was $6,054, whereas in Armenia it was $538 and in Russia $617 in United States purchasing power parity dollars. Furthermore, the prize theorists in the imperial core are situated at the apex of pyramidal structures of intellectual labor, with broad masses of scholars positioned beneath them, who often contribute directly to their work but rarely receive credit. University staff and office assistants, less prominent and junior colleagues, students at various levels, including former students who have become professors, editors, translators, and so forth. The intellectual value streams flow up, with the menial labor being performed at the bottom and the value being extracted at the top. Intellectual property law, grounded in bourgeois ideology, guarantees that the individual at the summit receives the symbolic and monetary rewards for what is often collective labor. Furthermore, these material social hierarchies allow the lords of the theory industry to develop veritable fiefdoms within the Imperial Academy, establishing powerful networks of sycophantic collaborators and formidable allies that can have a far-reaching impact on the job market, the conference circuit, the publishing industry, and much more. These pyramidal frameworks are international in scope, and they are part of a global hierarchy of knowledge production. The comprador intellectual labor aristocracy in the periphery garners value from its proximity to the guaranteed values of the imperial core. As James Petras insightfully explained, cultural imperialism functions best through colonized intermediaries, cultural collaborators. The prototype imperial collaborators are the upwardly mobile third-world professionals who imitate the style of their patrons. These collaborators are servile to the West and arrogant to their people. The intellectual labor aristocracy, and particularly its upper echelons, is generally empowered to vet the compradors, thereby engaging in what is ultimately a form of intellectual neocolonialism. Jennifer Ponce de Leon has perceptively diagnosed how this operates in the case of decolonial theory, where scholars at elite institutions in the North filter theoretical production from the global South, celebrating work that is ultimately counter-revolutionary like their own and casting a long shadow over those who do not conform to their ideological orientation. This is equally the case for the other radical theoretical discourses promoted by the Imperial Academy. The intellectual patriciate is endowed with the authority to judge all of those beneath it, at least within its immediate market niche. These veritable stars of the imperial system of knowledge production, in the case of the radical theorists who will interest us here, are also aristocratic and imperial in another sense. They have historically come from, or at least been strongly influenced by, Western Europe. As the home of the former leading imperialist powers, Western Europe still boasts a level of cultural cachet within the symbolic economy that is a consequence of having the most developed cultural apparatus historically. There is, thus, a persistence of the ancien regime in the cultural world. Western European bourgeois culture is still widely respected for its added value of suave sophistication in the realms of art, literature, culture, and theory. These relationships have been changing, however, as the United States has continued to assert itself as the leading imperialist power and has sought to become the global center of cutting-edge bourgeois cultural production. Today, it is increasingly the principal site of radical anti-communist theoretical fabrication. These imperial structures of knowledge production are seconded by an imperial logic of circulation and consumption. The products of the empire's theory industry are available everywhere in the world, and they are usually marketed as innovative, iconoclastic, cutting-edge, and even sexy and edgy. While it is often difficult, if not impossible, to find certain classic works in the history of Marxism, the distribution of radical theory is very much like that of other imperial products, and it is readily on offer even to those looking for something more substantial. Moreover, there is enormous pressure, at least within certain sectors of the intelligentsia and the broader world of cultural production, to consume them. The equation is simple. If one wants to be a sophisticated cultural creator conversant in cutting-edge theoretical developments, it is imperative to consume the leading work from the empire. In fact, many intellectual communities will not even take you seriously if you have not expressed your bona fides by communicating a basic familiarity with the consumer products of the imperial theory industry. Marxism, by contrast, can be systematically ignored and dismissed as old school. In fact, it is common to criticize it without ever seriously engaging with it, particularly as a vast international tradition including innumerable figures beyond Marx. The guiding assumption is that you do not have to because it has already been proven to be so fundamentally flawed. Walter Rodney, discussing the English tradition that has had a significant impact on regions around the world, explains this phenomenon with biting wit and insight. It is fashionable to glory in one's ignorance, to say that we are against Marxism. When pressed about it, one responds, but why bother to read it? It is obviously absurd. So, one knows it is absurd without reading it, and one doesn't read it because one knows it is absurd, and therefore one glories in one's ignorance of the position. The products of the theory industry, by contrast, are frequently objects of the most extreme forms of cultish cultural commodity fetishism. They require sycophantic worship and will not tolerate the slightest criticism, unless perhaps it is only a minor amendment by an acolyte or a critique formulated in favor of another imperial intellectual product. Moreover, the theory industry abides by a temporal logic similar to other culture industries, where tried and true values anchor consumerist traditions, while an endless stream of new products vie for that status in the future. This means that scholars who want to or need to play the game are forced to stay up on the latest fads of imperial intellectual fabrication, otherwise they come off as backward and unsophisticated. In many cases, they have little to no time for any serious materialist scholarship because they are so busy studying the latest chameleonic permutations of the dominant ideology. These international material networks of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption have a particularly pernicious effect on the intelligentsia of the global south. Since the imperial core, due to the history of the capitalist underdevelopment of the rest of the planet, has the most developed intellectual apparatus, with the greatest symbolic and monetary value attached to it, many intellectuals from around the world are drawn to study, work, and publish in the capitalist core. Those who are more progressively oriented and in search of radical ideas that might help address the effects of imperialism in their home countries are led to drink from the poison well of the imperial theory industry. If they return to their countries of origin or share their intellectual work with them from abroad, instead of being able to deliver the weapon of revolutionary theory as the antidote to imperialism, they have nothing but this poison to spread, though they often believe it to be a novel form of social medicine that surpasses the supposed toxin of Marxism. Unfortunately, since the countries most brutalized by imperialism have generally seen their working class movements crushed and leftist culture decimated, these imperially trained intellectuals, with their prestigious credentials, sometimes have an easy job selling their nostrums as if it were a proven cure. Finally, if the intellectuals who are the stars of the radical theory industry are revolutionary thinkers, as they are often presented, we need to ask a simple question. Would an empire really promote its enemies to such an extent, showering them with lucrative awards and fame? Is that what it did, for instance, with major Marxist intellectuals like Michael Parenti, George Jackson, or Walter Rodney? Parenti, arguably one of the greatest political analysts in the contemporary United States, was never able to secure a tenured faculty position, and the other two were killed in assassinations linked to state forces. In situating the radical theorists promoted by empire within the social totality, we also have to ask another basic question. Do they have any material interest in overthrowing a system that promotes them as the greatest intellectuals of the day and provides them with ample financial and symbolic rewards, ensuring that they will go down in bourgeois history as philosophical grandees? Even for those who know nothing about their work, examining the social relations of intellectual production should make at least one thing obvious. These theorists are not at all considered to be a real threat by the capitalist ruling class. The opposite is the case. Dialectical analysis of theoretical production. A dialectical analysis of the social totality always situates the subjective theoretical practices of intellectuals within the objective world of international class struggle. It does not accept the arbitrary dividing line that many desperately try to erect between intellectual production and the extant socio-economic reality, as if someone's thought could and should be separated from their life, as well as from the material system of theoretical production, circulation, and reception. Such a non-dialectical assumption is little more than a symptom of an idealist approach to theoretical work, which presumes that there is a spiritual and conceptual realm that functions independently of material reality and the political economy of knowledge. This presupposition perpetuates intellectual commodity fetishism in the sense of the idolization of the sacred products of the theory industry, and it fosters the development of cults of personality around their producers, both of which inhibit the ability to situate theoretical production within the overall social relations of production and class struggle. This assumption also serves the interests of those who have bought into or aspire to be part of a particular franchise within the imperial theory industry, whether it be Frankfurt School critical theory, French theory, contemporary United States critical theory, or any other, because it protects the brand image of the franchise itself. Whereas intellectual commodity fetishism is a principal feature of consumption within the theory industry, brand image management is the hallmark of production. The satraps of the franchise defend it with the ferocity of intellectual guard dogs. For a dialectical analysis, it is important to acknowledge that the intellectuals under scrutiny here have indeed mobilized their subjective agency in various ways. Far from simply being pawns on empire's chessboard, they have even, in certain instances, formulated critiques of capitalism, neoliberalism, consumer society, postmodernism, and the culture industry. Some of them have also taken public political positions that are worthy of support, such as opposition to the United States imperialist war in Vietnam, certain NATO interventions, or Israel's settler colonial war. They do not all share the exact same political orientations, and there is even a relatively broad spectrum within the radical theory industry, stretching from self-declared Maoists like Alain Badiou or other versions of Western Marxism to the more or less liberal neo-Habermasians. Moreover, they have all evolved over time, and it is rare for them to maintain a single position throughout their lives. Sometimes, their stances waver even within a single text. Slavoj Zizek, for instance, has jumped, within the same paragraph, from ultra-leftist posturing to an open embrace of fascism. Dialectical hermeneutics does not, however, reduce interpretation to simply bearing witness to the infinite complexity of the object of interpretation. As a method of materialist analysis, it seeks to account for all of these intricacies while also synthetically conceptualizing them at a higher level, moving from sense perception and brute empirical description to understanding, which itself is part of an ongoing process of reason reflection and nuance refinement. In the case of the compatible critical theorists, all of their petty disagreements and minor differences, which can be traced out empirically, could easily distract us from where they stand on the most fundamental questions of international class struggle. A dialectical approach to hermeneutics thereby allows us to shed light on all of the complex differences operative at an empirical level, while also synthetically grasping the fundamental ideological orientation of particular theoretical practices and situating them in relationship to the overall social relations of production. Before turning to an examination of this orientation, it is important to note that the approach taken here is not purely negative or critical, but does recognize some positive contributions. Given their conditions of intellectual production, which are, quite simply, the best in the world, it would be surprising if this creme de la creme of the intellectual labor aristocracy was not capable of making contributions that could, in some way, be of use. It is worth noting that many of the most important insights advanced by the compatible left theorists result from materialist analysis or have been borrowed from the Marxist tradition. To take a few examples, Adorno has provided insightful accounts of the impact of recording technologies and industrial commercialization on musical production. Bourdieu's conceptualization of practical sense and the habitus could be drawn on to advance a more developed account of the practically oriented, dispositional, and embodied aspects of ideology. Badiou has intervened in the French political scene with incisive and important critiques of the establishment. Other examples could surely be pointed to from the thinkers in question, and there has been ample scholarship praising their contributions. Dialectical hermeneutics accounts for this and the other differences mentioned above, and much of my earlier research has analysed some of their work in minute detail. However, this is not the principal goal of this book and its accompanying tomes, which are instead focused on engaging in a dialectical ideology critique that examines how their subjective output has largely been conditioned and shaped by the objective forces of the imperial intellectual apparatus that has promoted them, and to which they have made significant contributions. There is always, of course, a play of forces between objective elements and subjective agency. The simple fact that someone works for a corporation or receives a grant from a foundation does not mean that they are a complete sellout who needs to be publicly tarred and feathered. Everyone has to survive and find means to do so if they can, which often leads to inevitable compromises, at least within the capitalist world. This is particularly the case with intellectual labor, which requires substantial material support. The argument advanced here, then, is not a reductive form of guilt by association, where anyone who received a Ford grant, collaborated with a compromised intellectual, or published in a journal secretly backed by the CIA, is a spirited contributor to a global anti-communist conspiracy. There have been many different levels and degrees of collaboration, and it is important to distinguish between them. A direct CIA Collaborator and agency apologists like Gloria Steinem did not play the same historical role as an anti-communist intellectual like Hannah Arendt. The latter did not work directly for an intelligence agency, but she operated in and profited handsomely from the Congress for Cultural Freedom Networks, colluded with the Information Research Department and the British Foreign Office for at least one of her publications, received perks from the capitalist ruling class, and was a stalwart anti-communist in her later work. While registering these differences, one of the primary objectives of this study is to bring into relief a remarkably consistent pattern. The leading, purportedly leftist luminaries who are perched at the top of the intellectual labor aristocracy tend to agree with the most fundamental aspects of the dominant ideology. In many cases, they have a history of collaborating to various degrees with the power brokers that promote this ideology, if it be the capitalist class or bourgeois state managers. However, there is, more generally, a confluence of interest between the intellectual system's overseers and those who successfully work within it, which means that direct ties are often not even necessary between these elements. Intellectuals who want to advance within the imperial academic world are trained to give to it what it wants because a powerful system of rewards and punishments induces them to do so. ABS theory. Imperial uplift and opportunism. The failure of all socialist and communist experiences in the last century had as its consequence that we have not today a great and clear idea of another world. Alain Badiou. Like many other bourgeois cultural products, radical theory has, at times, formulated significant criticisms of capitalism. If we situate these within the objective social world, it makes perfect sense to ask a simple and practical question that is rarely raised in academic circles. If capitalism is recognized as having negative effects, what is to be done about it? The deeper one drills down into the lives and work of the radical theorists, sifting through the deliberate obscurantism that characterizes some of their discourses, the more obvious their response becomes, and the easier it is to understand their primary social function. Although they often gesture towards a world beyond capitalism, they all regularly affirm that there is no real alternative in the sense of a concrete project of collectively constructing a socialist world through anti-imperialist state-building projects. In this regard, they tend to condemn actually existing socialism, usually in the most categorical terms and without the least sense of having to seriously research it in order to cultivate an informed opinion. They regularly genuflect, in this way, to anti-communist dogma in totalizing universal judgments based on what they present as absolute objective truths. In extreme cases, those on the left fringe occasionally identify lost opportunities or golden moments, but even these are explainable exceptions that confirm the rule. In any case, these theorist criticisms of the capitalist world generally pale in comparison to their uncompromising condemnation of all, or nearly all, socialist projects in the real world. Their brand of radical theory ultimately leads, implicitly or explicitly, to a politics of capitalist accommodation, since socialism is judged to be far worse than the extant capitalist order. They therefore proffer what we might refer to as ABS theory. Anything but socialism. The theorists examined in this book and its companion volumes have exercised their agency in dedicating themselves to specific political and ideological struggles. Many of them have worked explicitly within the anti-communist tradition of Friedrich Nietzsche and Martin Heidegger in order to combat Marxism, and a few have directly participated in anti-communist subversion operations, including Derrida, Foucault, and Zizek. Some, including many members of the Frankfurt School, work directly for the United States National Security State or for soft power psychological warfare projects funded by the ruling class. Others have primarily participated in the ideological and cultural efforts to discredit communism with the support of the capitalist class and within the agency's knowledge networks, as is clearly visible in the work of Adorno and Horkheimer. Still others, like those drawn together around Badiou's supposedly new idea of communism, which is, in fact, a very old idea that Engels aptly described nearly 150 years ago as utopian socialism, have presented themselves as communists, or even the only real communists, by advocating for a mysterious third way beyond both capitalism and real-world socialism. Although they are critical of the former, they condemn the latter in the most resolute terms. They have positioned themselves on an idealist stairway to heaven in an attempt to convince their readership that a magical path transcends the terrestrial class struggle between imperialism and actually existing socialism. Even if they are devoid of direct ties to the overt or covert machinations of the ruling class and its state managers, they nonetheless do the type of ideological work that their institutions support. A significant portion of this projected trilogy elucidates the objective social forces that have encouraged and fostered these kinds of activities. However, it is absolutely essential to recognize and account for the agency of those involved, and much of what follows will be dedicated to tracking this in great detail. After all, the intellectuals who succeed and advance within the imperial theory industry have sometimes worked very hard in order to do so. Far from acting as simple automatons, they have met the system halfway, a third of the way, or some other ratio. In doing so, they have received uplift in return, meaning opportunities to advance within the academic establishment and ultimately occupy a position in the pantheon of bourgeois history. Given the extensive development of the theory industry and its imperial dominion, the uplift it provides far surpasses simple career preferments. It literally makes individual theorists into global superstars perched at the very top of the intellectual labor aristocracy, which is an extremely lucrative position accompanied by an awesome power of cultural influence, at least within the academic world, but often more broadly. One of the principal forms of agency that these thinkers have mobilized is therefore opportunism. It is not the least bit surprising, in this regard, that these intellectuals have been so widely supported and promoted within the capitalist world. To shore up the compatible, non-communists left over and against the threat of actually existing socialism, what better tactic than to champion scholars like these as some of the most important and even most radical thinkers of the contemporary world? Critical theory, as well as Marxism, can thereby be redefined as a kind of anti-communist radical theory that is not directly connected to class struggle from below. Instead, it freely criticizes all forms of domination, including so-called authoritarian socialism, and it thereby ultimately sides with capitalist-controlled societies over and against what figures like Adorno and Horkheimer described as the fascist horrors of powerful socialist states. In this regard, the compatible left theorists promoted by the imperial theory industry have played the role of radical recuperators in both senses of this expression. They occupy the left radical fringe of capitalist recuperation, and they help recuperate potentially real radicals who are seeking system change. What they have on offer, and this is one of the reasons why they have been so widely marketed, are discourses whose revolutionary symbology belies their counter-revolutionary substance. Under the guise of radicality, they ultimately work to recuperate potentially insurgent forces within the extant system by denying the existence of a real concrete alternative. Their purported radicality can take different forms. Some openly identify with the radically reactionary philosophies of Nietzsche and Heidegger, while others are insurgent anarchists or openly engage in communist cosplay. Still others are simply progressive liberals or social democrats who think they are radicals, due in large part to how far right the political spectrum is within the imperial core. Many of them combine elements from these orientations or shift back and forth between them based on the needs of the moment. What these extremes demonstrate is the instability of petty bourgeois ideology, which can quickly jump from one position to another. The petty bourgeoisie finds itself sandwiched between the bourgeois politics of capitalism and the proletarian politics of socialism, often dreaming of an enchanting but non-existent third way beyond this pitched class struggle. Fearful of proletarianization, but attracted to a bourgeois lifestyle, the petty bourgeoisie is sometimes resentful of its corporate overlords and capable of celebrating jacqueries, while nonetheless lacking a concrete, long-term collective political project of its own. Its members generally content themselves with promoting greater access to power for their social group while explicitly or implicitly rejecting system change because they do not want to undermine their privileged social standing. This is particularly the case for the imperial petty bourgeoisie. It is for this reason that they generally guide their followers towards symbolic, culturalist, or discursive solutions that ultimately maintain the status quo of extant material reality. It is here that we see that their ABS theory and their practical support for anything but socialism in the real world is ultimately BS theory aimed at preserving their class standing in the imperialist world. Theoretical practices. For use, value or exchange, value. The frivolous way in which some intellectuals who call themselves leftists and who, nonetheless, don't seem to give a damn about the masses, rush forth shamelessly to repeat word for word the same critiques of the socialist world proposed and promulgated by capitalism only demonstrates that they have not broken with capitalism as radically as they might perhaps think. Roberto Fernandez Retamar. The industry of compatible left theory maintains a specific logic of production, circulation, and consumption. If one concretely abstracts to the highest possible level, then it becomes clear that production is assumed to be driven by individual producers and is ultimately grounded in the liberal ideology of the free subject as the source of meaningful theoretical creation. In the most extreme cases, the producer is elevated to the status of a genius who transcends his or her historical context. The products of these individuals are, as cult objects subjected to collective worship, isolated from the overall social relations of production through a process of intellectual commodity fetishism. The connection between these products and their producer is diligently maintained through the legal and social framework of bourgeois intellectual property, which binds them together under the same trademark. Each brand, with all its various products, is circulated in the marketplace of ideas, where it competes with the other marques. Intellectual consumerism is thereby mediated, among other things, by brand identification and established canons of guaranteed values. Within this overall framework, the dominant form of theoretical practice is based on exchange value. The objective is to develop marketable theoretical products and, ideally, a unique brand that allows one to outshine one's rivals. This, at least, is what occurs at the pinnacle of the intellectual labor pyramid mentioned above. Most intellectuals, however, work at much lower levels, and they contribute to brand values and profit from them as members of a particular franchise or in other ways. If we only focus on those in the highest echelons of the radical theory industry, they are compelled to develop their own brand of thinking, replete with an idiosyncratic conceptual vocabulary, a unique theoretical framework, and their own referential basis among established trademarks. Their system of thinking has to be singular in order to differentiate itself from other markets, even if they can join forces on certain fronts for mutual brand enhancement. Another essential aspect of this exchange value-driven theoretical practice is discursive proliferation and an undying devotion to the cult of the new. It is imperative to get one's name out there by constantly sharing new and innovative work, or simply hot takes and blurbs. There is a specific symbolic economy operative in the forms of intellectual production analyzed in this book and the rest of the trilogy. A premium is placed on sophistication and what is presented as a higher order of thought that supposedly surpasses the ability of most people to even understand it. This is readily visible in the obscurantist language and convoluted phraseology of the authors who, very much like the clergy, implicitly communicate that only the initiated can fully understand their mysterious message. Clarity and science based on collective communication and the use value of ideas are generally scoffed at as beneath the high priest of theory. They adorn their discourses with endless references to the bourgeois canon, constructing complicated intertexts that can only be parsed by advanced scholars, and even that is uncertain. They also openly indulge in a cult of complexification where nothing is quite as it appears, and many of them have an unbridled passion for paradoxes. Although there are some at least partial exceptions to these tendencies, they generally avoid mobilizing dialectics to overcome contradictions, preferring instead to freeze dialectics at a standstill and regress to a pre-dialectical world of reified oppositions and metaphysical abstractions. They sometimes do indulge, however, in the doggerel dialectics of endless rhetorical inversions. And what if it was precisely the opposite? Which attempts to reduce dialectics to a sophistic device and a pseudo-intellectual show of sophomoric sophistication. Overall, this idealism for the initiated implicitly communicates the class standing of those who proffer it. They are members of the intellectual labor aristocracy and, more specifically, the high priests of the imperial theory industry. This idealism often goes hand in hand with subjectivism. The dominant theoretical practice within the theory industry is not oriented towards scientifically elucidating the objective world. It focuses instead on the subjective construction of personal conceptual systems and individual philosophies. Although there are many different variations and degrees of subjectivism, these discourses do not principally take their bearings from material reality, but rather from the bourgeois cultural canon and the marketplace of ideas. The value of one's philosophy in this regard does not depend first and foremost on its ability to adequately describe and potentially transform the world, but rather on its capacity to construct a singular system of ideas that resonates with the bourgeois canon, meaningfully contributes to its ongoing historical elaboration, and carves out a market niche as a unique theoretical contribution. The latter is sometimes celebrated for providing a new perspective or a novel way of thinking and speaking. However, the subjectivism of this theoretical practice, meaning the fact that it is developed at a practical level by subjects invested in their own individual projects rather than the collective elucidation of objective reality, reveals how profoundly undialectical it is. The world of subjective theoretical practice is primary, and it is severed from and operates separately from the objective world. The latter is either treated as secondary or ignored as non-existent. These subjectivist discourses are thus grounded in exchange value within the universe of bourgeois culture, rather than use, value for class struggle within the broader material world. They are, of necessity, doomed to scientific failure. Intellectual practices developed in the subjectivist bubble of bourgeois culture will inevitably be less capable of grasping the objective world than those practices undertaken by subjects dialectically engaged with the objective world, who are dedicated to collectively understanding and changing it. This is yet another reason why subjectivist discourses have recourse to obscurantism, namely, to create the illusion that their word webs magically reveal something special about the world when, in fact, they are largely disconnected from it. The obscurantism of these theorists, which comes in many forms, is not accidental. They are quite literally in the business of turning the world upside down by saying X equals non-X, so it makes perfect sense that they would be professionals in confusion. Socialism in practice, for them, is, with almost no exception, equivalent to slavery, not liberation. There is not a real-world alternative to capitalism, despite the fact that as much as 1/3 of the global population has lived under socialist governments. What drives the world is not the material forces of class struggle, but the realm of ideas and culture. These are but some of the examples of the ideological inversions that characterize the work of many of these thinkers. In methodological terms, they also suffer. to varying degrees, and in a manner that would need to be spelled out in each case, from what Georgi Lukács described as irrationalism. Irrationalism is merely a form of reaction in the double sense of the secondary and the retrograde, to the dialectical development of human thought. Its history, therefore, hinges on that development of science and philosophy, and it reacts to the new questions they pose by designating the mere problem as an answer and declaring the allegedly fundamental insolubility of the problem to be a higher form of comprehension. This styling of the declared insolubility as an answer, along with the claim that this evasion and sidestepping of the answer, this flight from it, contains a positive solution and true achievement of reality, is irrationalism's decisive hallmark. John Bellamy Foster has incisively drawn on Lukács' foundational critique in order to diagnose the persistent forms of irrationalism operative in the era of late imperialism. This includes the work of those directly inspired by the reactionary German traditions of thought studied by Lukács, namely post-Marxists, postmodernists, and post-humanists from Derrida to Deleuze to Latour. Instead of reifying the opposition between thinking and being like the irrationalists, a dialectical approach recognizes that objective reality is fundamentally richer, more diverse, and more intricate than the best developed concepts of our thinking can ever be, while at the same time it strives to improve our apprehension of the real through an ongoing process of scientific elucidation. Moreover, unlike the forms of market-driven brand thinking based on exchange value, dialectical and historical materialism as a theoretical practice is grounded in use value. It puts intellectual labor in the service of developing the best possible understanding of the world and optimal strategies for practically transforming it. This undertaking, even when constrained by the confines of a bourgeois world, is necessarily collective, and it is recognized as such. Instead of cultivating or supporting an idiosyncratic brand in order to market oneself, intellectuals in this scientific tradition strive to contribute to a common project that requires clear communication, collaboration, and the collective testing of hypotheses. In other words, they are invested in science. This should not be understood in terms of the bogeyman constructed by radical theorists, where science is ignorantly equated with positivism, or some naive and unmediated belief in being able to apprehend pure objective reality once and for all. Science qua Wissenschaft is an ongoing process of collective elucidation of the world. One of the strengths of the materialist approach is precisely that it dialectically situates subjects within a broader objective world and understands full well that the former cannot completely and absolutely grasp the latter. A system of natural and historical knowledge, embracing everything and final for all time, Engels insisted, is a contradiction to the fundamental laws of dialectic reasoning. These theoretical practices, one based primarily on exchange value and the other principally on use value, are largely incompatible. One is a product of the intellectual sector of the bourgeois superstructure. The other endeavors to develop a scientific apprehension of reality in order to transform it. In any case, it is essential to distinguish between these two modes of production. Actually, existing ignorance regarding socialism. Since benighted anti-communism has been so widely promoted within capitalist culture, and the imperial theory industry more specifically, major swaths of the population have been inculcated with the knee-jerk response of uninformed calumny, rather than rigorous analysis, when it comes to actually existing socialism. This ignorance has been industrially produced through the imperial superstructure, and it is an excellent example of its awesome power of ideological indoctrination. The intelligence services of the imperialist powers have played a central role in developing and disseminating anti-communist scholarship in the academy, as well as throughout the media. Indeed, an incredible number of leading experts on communism within the imperial corps have been revealed to have been working for the disinformation services of imperialist states. As a matter of fact, the premier institutions for studying the Soviet Union in the United States, as we will see, were established by the CIA with funding from the capitalist ruling class. It would thus be unwise to take the work of these imperial institutions and ideologues, which dominates the market, as objective scholarship devoid of an ideological agenda. Unfortunately, this is precisely what the compatible critical theorists have done. They have generally accepted imperialist propaganda regarding socialism as if it was scientifically accurate, while deriding communist scholarship as thoroughly ideological. Some of them have even gone so far as to maintain that this disinformation is undeniably and absolutely true, while regularly calling into question the very idea of being able to establish historical truths in other areas. Foucault, for instance, was famous for celebrating the Nietzschean view that everything is fiction, but he stalwartly dug in his heels regarding the historical truth inherent in the claims of anti-communist dissidents resolutely supported by the imperial powers. The so-called specificity of the question of the Gulag needed to be recognized as an absolute historical fact characteristic of every socialist society, which therefore needed to be condemned in the manner of André Drucksmann. This supposed verity, which Foucault did not even attempt to prove, could not be contextualized, mediated, or explained away in any manner, but instead needed to be recognized as a universal reality that stood as a total factual refutation of Marxism, a position he shared with Glucksmann, his fellow anti-communist regime change activist. Many Marxists saw through the promotion of dissident propaganda at the time, which demonstrates the superior practical applications of their theoretical framework. Now, however, it has been clearly demonstrated that the anti-communist disinformation accepted and produced by the compatible radical theorists has largely been manufactured and financially backed by imperialist states and the capitalist ruling class. In other words, it is part of the historical record that they were simply wrong and, perhaps even more important, that they were the ideological dupes of the capitalist spin doctors. What kind of critical theory are they doing if they are not even capable of being critical of the most fundamental aspects of imperialist propaganda? How could they possibly be trusted to elucidate the relationship between knowledge and power if they have been incapable of knowing how the power dynamics that have conditioned their own purported knowledge claims function? Moreover, since the imperial theorists who were alive at the time almost all celebrated the destruction of the Warsaw Pact countries, which many of them heralded as a liberation from slavery, we also now have a very clear understanding of what post-socialism looks like. Far from being a utopia of democratic freedom that the leftist intelligentsia should celebrate, it has been a fiesta for the ruling class, which unleashed a horrific juggernaut of destruction on the overwhelming majority of the population. If we judge theories by their use value for apprehending reality and thereby allowing us to gain traction over it, the theories of the compatible left intelligentsia did not grasp the true nature of socialism or post-socialism. Therefore, they are of a distinctly inferior value. Rather than providing us with a correct understanding of actually existing socialism, with all of its complexities and contradictions, they have proffered actually existing ignorance regarding socialism, care of the imperialist ruling class that funded the propaganda they peddle. For the purposes of the argument that follows, readers do not have to have strong convictions regarding the value of real socialism. They only need to be willing to question the dominant dogma and remain open to the idea that socialism in reality has not been an unmitigated disaster, but that it has, instead, at a minimum, had some positive effects in particular cases. The value of socialism, for those who would doubt it, should not be considered in absolute and non-dialectical terms, but rather relationally. Compared to the horrors of actually existing capitalism, with its boundless waste of human life and nature, is not socialism preferable for the overwhelming majority of people and the planet? According to David Michael Smith's calculations, the expansion of capitalism in North America and the imperial endeavors of the United States have led to the death of some 300 million people in an unending United States-American Holocaust. This, of course, is only one of the leading capitalist countries. Taking the others into account and analyzing how they function as a metabolic system, it would be very difficult not to concur with one of Ali Kadri's major contributions. Capitalism is an international regime of waste that systematically destroys human life and nature for the profit of a very small coterie of people. In approaching socialism dialectically, situating it in relationship to capitalism, it is important to look at the historical facts. In a major study based on what is likely the most comprehensive body of data, which is from the World Bank, and could not be suspected of communist sympathies, Shirley Cerecetto and Howard Waitskin found that socialism has far outperformed capitalism. They used the Physical Quality of Life Index, or PQLI, a composite indicator calculated from life expectancy, infant mortality, and literacy rates. The PQLI is used extensively in cross-national research because it provides a useful X-ray of a country's infrastructure and social services, as well as a general sense of what it is like to live there. Cerecetto and Watskin also distinguished between different levels of economic development so that the comparisons were coherent. What they found is that at the same level of economic development, the socialist countries showed more favorable outcomes than the capitalist countries in nearly all the PQL variables. The more favorable performance of the socialist countries was evident in 22 of 24 comparisons. In some cases, socialist countries outperformed capitalist ones by 2 or 3 times. Importantly, given how socialism has been a struggle against imperialist underdevelopment, differences between capitalist and socialist countries in PQL were greatest at lower levels of economic development. It is imperative to note, moreover, that socialism has played a leading role in lifting up the most exploited and oppressed of the global working class, women and national minorities or racialized groups. The socialist struggle has always been pitted, as Domenico Lusardo has powerfully argued, against exploitation as well as oppression, and communists have been at the vanguard of the fight to truly universalize the hypocritical liberal claim that all human beings are free and equal. The best elements of the dialectical and historical materialist tradition, from Marx and Engels to Lenin and beyond, have conceived of and acted on socialism as an anti-colonial and feminist struggle for universal human liberation. They have also been dedicated to overcoming the metabolic rift introduced by capitalism between human beings and nature. Imperialist identity politics and the theory industry more generally have disingenuously misrepresented these histories, but they have been well documented for anyone interested in informing themselves. Such work is anathema to the dominant ideology, however, and for good reason. It scientifically examines the evidence rather than relying on hoary tropes and uninformed ideological reflexes. It is grounded in the type of historical and materialist research, moreover, that has largely been overshadowed by the speculative forms of critical theory promoted by the imperial theory industry. This study is based on the recognition that socialism in the real world, not just in the thoughtscape of intellectuals, is of some value. This does not imply that it is perfect or has solved all problems. It also does not mean that there is one monolithic block of actually existing socialism that needs to be accepted or rejected in toto, as if there were not ongoing struggles between and within various socialist state-building projects. This overall history has not been easy, and there have been many setbacks, contradictions, and complications. It should always be remembered, moreover, that these histories have not unfolded smoothly due to the persistence of racist, misogynist, and homophobic ideologies driven by capitalism and sharp contradictions generated by the need to develop the productive forces to fend off imperialist onslaught. Major tactical sacrifices have had to be made along the way, and internal struggles persist. To understand these histories, they need to be approached from the point of view of the dialectics of socialism and the recognition that it is a complex historical process of transforming a capitalist world to make it more egalitarian and ecologically sustainable. It is not an ideal society based on a theoretical blueprint, but rather, as Lusardo cogently argued, a practical, collective, ongoing process of learning. This book does not, however, mount an explicit and systematic defense of actually existing socialism for three reasons. The first is that it would have required additional volumes above and beyond the two subsequent tomes that are forthcoming. The second is that significant elements for such a defense were incorporated into this study as fundamental correctives to the theoretical and practical positions taken by the compatible left intelligentsia. The reader will find, then, in every chapter, copious references to DHM analyses whose strengths are made evident in contrast to the unresearched and superficial accounts of Western critical theorists. If one checks the notes, there are numerous sources that provide rigorous material histories of socialist state-building projects, with all of their ups and downs, rather than mythological horror stories propagandistically constructed around a communist bogeyman. See, for instance, the work of Samir Amin, Attilio Buron, Radhika Desai, Chang Enfu, John Bellamy Foster, Georges Gastald, Bruno Guiguet, Ali Kadri, Annie Lacroix, Raisi, Torquia Loasen, Domenico Losordo, Ludo Martens, Carlos Martinez, Emeric Monville, Emmanuel Ness, Michael Parenti, Jacques Pauwels, Walter Rodney, Albert Zemansky, and many others who will be cited in the following pages. Finally, my methodology seeks to concretely demonstrate the superiority of DHM Bao by developing a counter-history of the Western intelligentsia, particularly its leftmost wing, whose explanatory power surpasses that of the standard accounts found in the bourgeois humanities and social sciences, as well as those of the Western Marxists themselves. It thereby lays the necessary groundwork for drawing on the rich tradition of DHM to account for the history of socialism, rather than blithely relying on the anti-scientific grand narratives and atrocity propaganda proffered by the imperial critical theorists. Ideologues of empire. I am a primordial anti-communist, since when one is a secondary anti-communist, it is too late. Michel Foucault. In 1966, it was publicly revealed that the CIA had been running an expansive global psychological warfare operation through the Congress for Cultural Freedom, or CCF, in order to clandestinely promote the non-communist left. As noted above, there was likely not a single Western European intellectual who was not, directly or indirectly, caught up in the CCF's web. Adorno and Horkheimer, to return to the figures discussed at the beginning of this chapter, have been actively weaving it, as we shall see. Foucault, the other figure invoked above, was known as a violent anti-communist at the time and was very much in line with the CCF's deeper agenda. Although there is no proof that he directly collaborated with it, he had just published The Order of Things in 1966, where he consigned Marxism to the 19th century and claimed that it was dead in the 20th. Internal documents reveal, moreover, that the CIA identified Foucault by name and French structuralism more generally as major allies in the intellectual world war on communism. How, we might wonder, did these critical theorists of the culture industry and knowledge and power react to the revelation that the theory industry of global knowledge production within which they operated was clandestinely driven by imperial power dynamics? Since this sparked such wide public debate at the time, across the bourgeois press, they were most certainly aware of the CIA's direct role in promoting the non-communist left intelligentsia, within which they occupied a very prominent place. The news clippings in the CCF archive include 8 folders across 2 boxes that are filled with articles from the most well-known outlets around the world, which published cascading revelations at the time. These included Le Monde, Le Nouvel Observateur, Die Welt, New York Times, Newsweek, New York Herald Tribune, Time, and many more. As world-famous critical theorists with a reputation for radical anti-establishment thinking, this was a prime opportunity for them to bring their theories to bear on a concrete contemporary problem and demonstrate their use value. The opposite, however, was the case. As far as I know, they did not so much as utter a peep about what was arguably the greatest knowledge and power scandal of their generation. Their fellow critical theorists of the imperial theory industry were equally silent. It was only those who were explicitly named as CIA collaborators, like Arendt and Aaron, who felt compelled to make a public statement. They denied any knowledge of the agency's role, which is laughable according to the leading agency man involved. For the others, there was nothing to be discussed, analyzed, or criticized, let alone changed. It was simply business as usual. This moment brings starkly into relief the social function and ideological orientation of the imperial critical theorists, as well as their position within global class struggle in theory. By acting as if nothing had happened, they ran cover for one of the CIA's greatest covert operations within the intelligentsia. Even years later, none of them mentioned that their knowledge networks had been so deeply infiltrated and manipulated by the agency. Pierre Bourdieu, who was Aaron's assistant and owed much of his academic career to his support, even left out any reference to the CIA in a rare mention of the CCF. Given their global prominence, it would have been sufficient for someone like Foucault or anyone else to mention it, even in passing, for it to have become common knowledge around the world, at least within the intelligentsia. Instead, their silence has been so systematic that to the ears of many intellectuals, it sounds conspiratorial to discuss what is actually just part of the public record. Refusing to speak out at the time and then running cover for the agency, intentionally or not, through their silence, the dons of the theory industry practically demonstrated the complicity between their forms of knowledge and the power of empire. Intermezzo Western Marxism, a product of the imperial superstructure. The expression Western Marxism is widely used to refer to the specific form of Marxism that has developed in the imperial core. According to Perry Anderson's well-known Trotskyist account, it was a product of defeat. The failure of the socialist revolution to move westward after 1917 led to a situation in which Marxists in the West tended to turn away from Communist Party organizing and the analysis of political economy toward an investment in the academic world and a predilection for cultural and philosophic issues. While these are indeed characteristics of Western Marxism, Anderson failed to situate its emergence in relationship to the totality of social relations of intellectual production, as well as production more generally. By tracing the division between Western and Eastern Marxism back to what Lenin referred to as the split in the socialist movement around the First World War, Domenico Losordo shed light on the socio-economic underpinnings of this ideological divide. Western Marxism emerged historically as a social chauvinist version of Marxism within the imperial core, which superciliously derided the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist Marxism of the East. Anderson's account, very much like the Western Marxists with whom he largely identifies, is primarily superstructural because it does not provide a coherent analysis of the economic base of imperialism out of which Western Marxism emerged. Losordo's approach, drawing on Lenin, centers the imperial system and thereby elucidates why it is that Western Marxists tend to accommodate imperialism and even capitalism, while rejecting the real-world socialist alternative. In developing a detailed materialist account of the inner workings of the superstructure of the world's leading imperialist power, this investigation seeks, among other things, to extend and further develop Losordo's work by providing a political economy of knowledge production, circulation, and consumption. It is precisely by foregrounding the dialectical play between the objective forces of the imperial superstructure, on the one hand, and the subjective agency of intellectuals, on the other, that we can bring more fully into relief the phenomenon known as Western Marxism, which would be better described as imperial Marxism. The second part of this book shifts its focus from the imperial superstructure in general to a particular development within it, which made a major contribution to so-called Western Marxism, the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. Chapter 4 examines the lives and careers of Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, who are widely recognized as its leading intellectual figures, in large part because they collaborated on a common intellectual project and directed the Institute for Social Research, the institution colloquially known as the Frankfurt School. Far from being Marxist revolutionaries, as we shall see, they opportunistically integrated themselves into the bourgeois order and curried favor with powerful elements of the capitalist class and leading imperialist states. Indeed, they rose to global prominence within the elite networks of the anti-communist compatible left, which was promoted by intelligence agencies like the CIA, with which they collaborated. By equating communism with fascism and defending at least certain acts of imperialism, the founding fathers of the Frankfurt School were precisely the kinds of Marxists that the imperialist ruling class and its state managers wanted to, and did, support as an ideological weapon of war against the anti-imperialist Marxist and actually existing socialism. Chapter 5 examines the integration of the Frankfurt School into the United States military-industrial academic complex in the 1940s, when no less than 7 Frankfurt School affiliates went directly to work for the United States National Security State and its propaganda agencies. Examining the intimate ties between the bourgeoisie, the bourgeois state, and the bourgeois academy, it situates these scholars within the broader world of weaponized research and soft power politics, to which they made a decisive contribution. One thing that becomes clear through the course of the analysis is that the Institute for Social Research's collaboration with the United States government, meaning its role as a veritable Washington school, functioned as a springboard for its national and international prominence after the war. Its version of Marxism served the interests of the United States empire, and the Frankfurt scholars' contributions to the latter catapulted them into prestigious academic positions, helped them secure major grants from the ruling class, and generally contributed to their fame within the theory industry. This chapter examines as well the complex cases of the Frankfurt School affiliates who had ties to Soviet intelligence and appear to have been playing a double game. Finally, it addresses the most widespread myth regarding the Institute's governmental work, namely that it was simply fighting fascism and was therefore contributing to a noble cause and beyond reproach. The last chapter studies the life and work of the figure who is reputed to be the most radical member of the Frankfurt School, Herbert Marcuse. It is a deep dive that begins with an examination of the most controversial aspect of his career, namely the 11 years that he spent working for the Office of Strategic Services, the predecessor to the CIA, and the State Department. By comparing the archival record to Marcuse's later misrepresentations of his career, an image emerges that calls into question his status as an anti-establishment intellectual who embodied what he called the Great Refusal. This leads to a broader reassessment of his work as a whole, including his extensive and persistent ties as a professor to the United States National Security State, his long and close collaborations with the capitalist ruling class in internationally promoting an anti-communist version of Marxism, his anarchist-inflected radicalization in the 1960s, his surveillance by the FBI, and harassment by conservative forces, and his promotion as the so-called godfather of the New Left by the bourgeois media. To understand the complexities of his case, a thoroughly dialectical approach is taken in order to sedulously track the nuances of his trajectory, while always situating his reorientations within the broader social totality. What will become clear is that although Marcuse's radicalization made him into an enemy of certain sectors of the United States government, he was simultaneously identified as a useful enemy by other elements because he remained a dedicated anti-communist until the end. Overall, the second part of this book should thus be understood as an examination of a specific field of intellectual production within the imperial superstructure that contributed to the development of Western or imperial Marxism. Although this section, and even individual chapters, can be read independently, the first half of this book provides the overall framework within which they need to be understood. In other words, the Frankfurt School can only be fully elucidated if it is situated within the social totality, and more specifically, the evolution of the imperial superstructure in the 20th century. Part 2. Compatible Critical Theory. Chapter 4. Anti-Communist Critical Theory. Adorno and Horkheimer. Foundations of the Imperial Theory Industry. Frankfurt School critical theory has been, along with French theory, one of the hottest commodities of the imperial theory industry. Together, they serve as the common source for so many of the trend-setting forms of theoretical critique that currently dominate the academic market in the capitalist world, from post-colonial and decolonial theory to queer theory, Afro-pessimism, new materialism, and beyond. The Frankfurt School's political orientation has therefore had a foundational effect on the globalized Western intelligentsia. The luminaries of the first generation of the Institute for Social Research, particularly Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, who will be the focus of this chapter, are towering figures of Western or cultural Marxism. For those familiar with Jürgen Habermas's reorientation away from historical materialism in the second and then third generations of the Frankfurt School, this early work often represents a veritable golden age of critical theory, when it was still, though perhaps passive or pessimistic, dedicated in some capacity to radical politics. If there is a grain of truth in this assumption, it is only insofar as the early Frankfurt School is compared to later generations that refashioned critical theory as radical liberal or even just blatantly liberal ideology. However, this point of comparison is setting the bar much too low, as is the case whenever one reduces politics to academic politics. After all, the first generation of the Frankfurt School lived through some of the most cataclysmic clashes in global class struggle of the 20th century, when a veritable intellectual world war was being fought over the meaning and significance of communism. To avoid being the dupes of history or of the parochialism of the Imperial Academy, it is therefore important to recontextualize the Institute for Social Research's work in relationship to international class struggle. One of the most significant features of this context was the desperate attempt on the part of the capitalist ruling class, via its state managers and ideologues, to redefine the left, in the words of Cold Warrior CIA officer Thomas Braden, as the compatible, meaning non-communist, left. As Braden and others involved have explained in detail, one important facet of this struggle consisted in the use of foundation money and agency front groups like the Congress for Cultural Freedom, or CCF, to promote anti-communism and lure leftists into taking positions against actually existing socialism. Adorno and Horkheimer were caught up in various ways in the CCF's global networks. Horkheimer participated in at least one of its junkets in Hamburg. Adorno published in the CIA funded journal Der Monat, which was openly sponsored by the United States occupying force in his home country, the Office of Military Government, United States, or OMG-US, and the High Commission for Occupied Germany, or HICOG. Der Monat was the largest review of its kind in Europe and the model for many of the agency's other publications. Adorno's articles appeared as well in at least two other CIA magazines, Encounter and Tempo Presente. He also hosted in his home, corresponded, and collaborated with the witting CIA agent who was arguably the leading figure in the German anti-communist Kulturkampf, Melvin Lasky. An employee of the United States military government in West Germany, Lasky was the founder and chief editor of Der Monat and a member of the original steering committee for the CIA's CCF. This powerful Cold War operative told Adorno that he was open to every form of collaboration with the Frankfurt School, including publishing articles and any other declaration as quickly as possible in his pages. Adorno took him up on the offer and sent him 4 unpublished manuscripts, including Horkheimer's Eclipse of Reason in 1949. Adorno also advocated for publishing his work and Horkheimer's simultaneously in Der Monat, since this would constitute an official statement by the Institute and position it in contemporary debates. Although he said in his private correspondence that he was not enthusiastic about the collaboration, and Horkheimer concurred, he immediately added that in the current circumstances, it is a very important relationship. Among other things, the intellectual duo wanted to publicly clarify their position on homeopathy, their term for Marxism dedicated to the East, meaning their hostility toward it. The CIA-backed prestige journal was not only there to serve them, but the agency point person, Lasky, running it personally, translated Horkheimer's texts and procured Adorno an official invitation by the Americans to present a lecture in Berlin. It is important to recall, in this context, that the Paris branch of the Institute for Social Research collaborated closely with Raymond Aron, who was in charge of overseeing which work was appropriate for a French audience and who was himself invited to lecture at the Institute. In the post-war era, Aron became the philosophic figurehead of the CCF and an indefatigable anti-communist ideologue whose public visibility was immensely enhanced by CIA support. He was so intimately connected with the agency that he even went on family vacations with the spook who directed the entire CCF operation from its Paris headquarters. Michael Josselson, one of the Institute's other research associates, Franz Borkenau, was also very active in the CCF. Adorno's name appears on a document, likely from 1958 to 59, that outlined plans for an all-German committee of the CCF. Indeed, he was not only connected with the German CCF, but Michael Hoschke-Schwender identifies Adorno as one of the most important contacts for the man put in charge of setting up the CCF in Frankfurt. Hans Schwab-Felisch. The latter was closely associated with the Berlin CCF office and Der Monat in the early 1950s, and he candidly described Lasky's United States-backed journal as an organ in the cultural struggle of the Cold War. It is interesting to note that Schwab-Felisch also worked as a journalist for Die Neue Zeitung, the newspaper published in the United States occupation zone in Germany, and then the Schorkamp publishing house in Frankfurt. Adorno, for his part, had an old friendship with Ruby Darschot, the secretary of the CCF's Arts Committee, and it was through her that he had signaled his willingness to collaborate with the United States-backed propaganda organization. What is more, even after it was revealed in 1966 that the CCF was a CIA front, Adorno continued to be included in the expansion plans of the Paris headquarters of the CCF, as it was business as usual in the part of Germany overseen by the United States. In perfect line with this orientation, Adorno published an interview highly critical of the student movement in the CCF's Encounter magazine in 1969, when CIA agent Melvin Lasky was still the editor. Since Lasky and Adorno had known one another personally for years, and Lasky had agreed to translate Horkheimer, It is highly likely that Adorno granted translation and publication rights directly to this agency operative, or if not, it was to one of his underlings. In the interview, Adorno openly eschewed practice in favor of theory, and he condemned Stalinism along with Nazism. He forcefully rejected the violence of the totalitarian states which he claimed were responsible for the murder of countless millions. He never, to my knowledge, publicly expressed regret or self-criticism regarding his role in directly contributing to the CIA's anti-communist propaganda, nor did Horkheimer. Perhaps this is unsurprising, since they both rose to global prominence within the elite networks of the anti-communist left, buoyed by the United States national security state and the capitalist ruling class. Intellectuals in the age of revolution and global class war. The Frankfurt School perpetrated a bourgeois sleight of hand by posturing as a Marxist institute while at the same time insisting that revolution could no longer depend on insurrection by the working class and declining to take part in the overthrow of capitalism. Bertolt Brecht. Although their early lives were marked by the world historical events of the Russian Revolution and the attempted revolution in Germany, Adorno and Horkheimer were aesthetes wary of the supposed morass of mass politics. While their interest in Marxism was piqued by these incidents, it was primarily of an intellectual nature. Horkheimer did become marginally involved in activities around the Munich Council Republic after the First World War, particularly by providing support for some of those involved after the council had been brutally suppressed. However, he, and the same is true of fortiori of Adorno, continued to maintain his distance from the explosive political events of the time and to devote himself primarily to his own personal concerns. Their class standing was far from insignificant in this regard, for it positions them and their political outlook within the larger objective world of the social relations of production. Both Frankfurt School theorists were from affluent families. Adorno's father was a wealthy wine merchant, and Horkheimer's was a millionaire who owned several textile factories. Adorno had no personal ties at all to socialist political life and systematically maintained a deep aversion to formal membership of any party organization. Similarly, Horkheimer was never an overt member of any working-class party or trade union. The same is generally true of the other Frankfurt School figures close to Horkheimer. None of those belonging to the Horkheimer circle was politically active. None of them had his origins either in the labor movement or in Marxism. In the words of John Abromit, Horkheimer sought to preserve the supposed independence of theory and rejected the position of Lenin, Lukács, and the Bolsheviks that critical theory must be rooted in the working class, or more specifically working class parties. He encouraged critical theorists to operate as intellectual free agents rather than grounding their research in the proletariat, which was a type of work that he disparaged as totalitarian propaganda. Adorno's overall position, like Herbert Marcuse's, was summarized by Marie-José Lavallée in the following terms. The Bolshevik Party, which Lenin made the vanguard of the October Revolution, was a centralizing and repressive institution which would shape the Soviet state in its image and turn the dictatorship of the proletariat into its own dictatorship. In an interesting, though debatable formulation, Leo Levitzul described the Institute's form of critical theory as one that rejected both the social democratic and the Bolshevik versions of Marxism in favor of continuing the radical Enlightenment tradition. Horkheimer became the director of the Institute for Social Research in 1930, even though he was a 35-year-old junior scholar who was an almost unknown philosopher at the time, with no credentials in the social sciences, to say nothing about Marxism and related topics. According to Bertus Mulder and Lowell Nauter, this was because he had the advantage of not being a communist, which would have provoked protest on the part of the university. The administration actually did initially refuse to accept Horkheimer, but not for his politics. It was because of his lack of training in the requisite areas of economics and political science. The Frankfurt School's wealthy patron, Felix Weil, convinced them, however, to greenlight his appointment by making them an offer they could not refuse. He would fund 2 chairs instead of 1, and Horkheimer would occupy the one in social philosophy. In the words of Gillian Rose, instead of politicizing academia, the Institute under Horkheimer academized politics. This was perhaps seen nowhere more clearly than in the constant policy of the Institute under Horkheimer's direction, which continued to be abstinence, not only from every activity which was even remotely political, but also from any collective or organized effort to publicize the situation in Germany or to support émigrés. With the rise of Nazism, Adorno attempted to go into hibernation, assuming that the regime would only target the orthodox pro-Soviet Bolshevists and communists who had drawn attention to themselves politically. They would indeed be the first to be put in the concentration camps. He refrained from public criticism of any kind of the Nazis and their great power policies. Critical theory, United States American style. There is a kind of dominant stratum in the East compared to which United States Secretary of State John Foster Dulles is an amiable innocent. Max Horkheimer. The refusal to overtly participate in progressive politics was intensified when the leaders of the institute moved it to the United States in the early 1930s. The Frankfurt School adapted itself to the local bourgeois order, censoring its own past and present work to suit local academic or corporate susceptibilities. Horkheimer had words like Marxism, revolution, and communism expunged from its publications in order to avoid offending its United States sponsors. Lowenthal, the managing editor of the Institute's Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, publicly admitted that we stylistically reformulated certain expressions that might have been misunderstood politically. In a telling example, when the Institute published Walter Benjamin's well-known article on the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, it changed the final sentence. Benjamin had written, "This is the situation which fascism is rendering aesthetic. Communism responds by politicizing art." In the Zeitschrift version, though, the totalitarian doctrine was substituted for fascism and the constructive forces of mankind for communism. Furthermore, any type of political activity was strictly forbidden. As Marcuse later explained, Horkheimer put his energy into securing corporate and state funding for the Institute, and he even hired a public relations firm to promote its work in the United States. Another émigré from Germany, Bertolt Brecht, was thus not fully unjustified when he critically described the Frankfurt Scholars as, in the words of Stuart Jeffries, prostitutes in their quest for foundation support during their American exile, selling their skills and opinions as commodities in order to support the dominant ideology of oppressive United States society. They were indeed intellectual free agents unrestrained by any working-class organizations in their pursuit of corporate and state sponsorship for their brand of market-savvy critical theory. Todd Cronin has argued that there was a palpable shift in the Frankfurt School's overall political orientation around 1940, the year Pollock wrote State Capitalism, as it increasingly turned its back on class analysis in favor of privileging race, culture, and identity. It often seems to me, Adorno wrote to Horkheimer that year, that everything that we used to see from the point of view of the proletariat has been concentrated today with frightful force upon the Jews. According to Cronin, Adorno and Horkheimer opened up the possibility from within Marxism of seeing class as a matter of power, of domination, rather than economics. The Jews were not a category defined by economic exploitation. And once that possibility was raised, it became the dominant mode of analysis on the left at large. In other words, the Frankfurt theorists helped set the stage for a more general shift away from historical materialist analysis grounded in political economy toward culturalism and identity politics. While there is certainly some truth to this, it is important to add that elements of culturalism were nonetheless operative earlier within the social chauvinism of the European left, so Adorno and Horkheimer were picking up on traditions that were already at work. It is highly revealing in this regard that the Institute undertook a massive study of anti-Semitism in American labor in 1944 to 45 under Pollock's stewardship. Fascism had risen to power with extensive financial backing by the capitalist ruling class, and it was still on the warpath around the world. Yet, the Frankfurt Scholars were hired to focus on the purported anti-Semitism of United States workers rather than on the capitalist funders of fascism or the actual Nazis who were fighting a war against the Soviets. They reached the remarkable conclusion that the communist-run unions were the worst of all, and that they thus had fascist tendencies. The members of these unions are less communist than fascist-minded. The study in question was commissioned by the Jewish Labor Committee, or JLC. One of the JLC's leaders, David Dubinsky, had numerous ties to the CIA and was involved, along with the likes of agency operatives Jay Lovestone and Irving Brown, in the company's expansive campaign to take over organized labor and purge it of communists. In fact, the JLC served as one of the conduits by which CIA funds were channeled to the Anti-Communist Free Trade Union Committee, or FTUC. By identifying the communist unions as the most anti-Semitic and even fascist, the Frankfurt School appears to have provided some of the ideological justification for destroying the communist labor movement. Some might consider the Institute for Social Research's collaboration with United States authorities and self-censorship justified due to the anti-communist and sometimes philo-fascist attitudes of the United States ruling class and its managers, not to mention the enemy alien acts and decrees. Indeed, based on a detailed overview of the Institute's history and activities on January 21, 1944, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI, mobilized numerous stool pigeons to spy on the scholars for about 10 years due to the concern that the Institute might be serving as a communist front. The informants included close associates of the Institute like Karl Wittfogel, other professional colleagues, and even neighbors. The Bureau found little to no evidence of suspicious behavior, however, and its officers appear to have been reassured when some of their snitches, who were personally close to the Frankfurt Scholars, explained to them that the critical theorists believe there is no difference between Hitler and Stalin as to purpose and tactics. Indeed, as we will see below, they would claim as much in some of their writings, including when they had settled in West Germany and were no longer under the direct threat of FBI surveillance and potential detainment or deportation. In anticipation, here is one of Horkheimer's claims in 1970. The Führer, whether he is named Stalin or Hitler, describes his nation as the highest. He claims to know what is absolutely good and the others are absolutely bad. This begs the question of the status of the leader of the Frankfurt School, since he here claims to know that Stalin is as absolutely bad as Hitler. Propaganda research for the robber barons. Adorno originally emigrated to the United States at the behest of Paul Lazarsfeld, a research associate of the Institute, in order to work for the Princeton Radio Research Project, or PRRP, funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. The PRRP study the effects of radio on society, with obvious implications for psychological warfare. It brought together major propaganda operatives who made prominent careers at the intersection of the United States national security state and the corporate media. Frank Stanton served as the co-director of the PRRP. He worked as a research director at the CIA, connected CBS, becoming its president in 1946, and he served as the chairman of the RAND Corporation, the Air Force's think tank. The other co-director was Hadley Cantrell, who became a consultant for Nelson Rockefeller's Office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs, or CIAA, the propaganda and intelligence agency overseeing Latin America. Lazarsfeld, who became and remained friends with Stanton, regularly collaborated with the United States government and the foundations of the ruling class, including on international projects. He was close to Fernand Braudel and helped set up, with support from the Ford Foundation, the Maison des Sciences de l'Homme in Paris. During the war, he served with other Frankfurt School associates in the Office of War Information, or OWI. The PRRP, to return to this key project, later evolved into the Office of Radio Research, or ORR, and the Bureau of Applied Research, or BASR, both of which were housed at Columbia University, where Lazarsfeld became a professor in 1940. There, he cooperated closely with Horkheimer, and they agreed on a common strategy for dealing with their financial sponsors. Indeed, during the Institute's period of exile in the United States, Lazarsfeld served as a mediator between it and the academic environment there. Lazarsfeld received substantial grants from the Rockefeller Foundation, and BASR worked so closely with the United States national security state and propaganda agencies that it was considered one of the de facto adjuncts of government psychological warfare programs. By 1950 to 51, some 75% of its annual budget consisted of contracts with United States military and propaganda agencies, including the Air Force, the Office of Naval Research, the United States Information Agency, or USIA, and Voice of America, or VOA Columbia's war documentation project, for instance, was funded by the CIA in 1954, and it was administered by BASR, a VOA project run by BASR. Involved surveys conducted in the Middle East, including in 2 countries that experienced CIA-supported coups d'etat while the study was underway. These were Iran and Egypt. The Frankfurt School's Leo Leventhal was the research director at the VOA, and he also worked for BASR and the OWI. It is not clear if he was involved in this specific project, but his job consisted in evaluating the effects of the Voice of America radio programs for a broad international area. He worked with his immediate superiors in the State Department on this, and his office employed many experts in the social sciences and maintained contracts with university institutes and commercial research firms. Lewenthal was very close to Lazarsfeld, whom he referred to affectionately as his ever-faithful friend, and the latter was responsible for getting him invited to work at Stanford Center for Advanced Studies. The Institute for Social Research, is worth noting in passing, contributed directly to this type of propaganda research by working with BASR at Columbia on a pilot study on reactions in Germany to VOA, BBC, and the major Russian broadcasting station. It was also involved in a number of other surveys and research projects with obvious propaganda, pro-business, or counterinsurgency implications. These included a radio study on the effectiveness of broadcasts, a Ford-funded Oslo project on reactions to threat, a public survey aimed at constructing a tension barometer that tells the government where there are likely to be trouble spots, a study for a big corporation of the attitude of its personnel towards its social welfare program, and a survey of the impact of democratic propaganda on the refugees from the eastern sector of Berlin. As Horkheimer explained in a 1952 letter to Professor Frederick Lane of the Rockefeller Foundation, which had provided the Institute with a grant of $5,000. Our real aim is to study conditions in Germany and their effect upon German ideology, with emphasis on the ultimate reintegration of Germany into the community of nations. The Frankfurt School was thus dedicated to the same fundamental objective as the capitalist ruling class and the bourgeois states that funded it, namely the dismantling of socialism in the East and the reincorporation of all of Germany into the capitalist West. Lazarsfeld's propaganda research at Columbia was so important that it came up, years later, in the correspondence between CIA Director William Casey and an unnamed contact. The former wanted to know the foremost practitioners of psychological warfare of the late 1940s and early 1950s, surely to learn from their techniques. His correspondent concurred that Saiwa was a prerequisite if democracy is to prevail over totalitarianism, and Lazarsfeld's group was the first he referenced. Your recollections are quite right. Back in the 1930s, there was a group of sociologists at Columbia University, led by Harold Lasswell and Paul Lazarsfeld, who were concerned with propaganda analysis. Here we have then, according to the archival record, the director of the CIAA, recalling the propaganda contributions of the research associate of the Frankfurt School, who served as a liaison between the Institute and United States universities, as well as the person responsible for arranging Adorno's first job in the United States. Adorno directed the music study for the PRRP for 2.5 years, with support from the Rockefeller Foundation. In his later description of his activities, he explained that this was about collecting data that was supposed to be of benefit for the planning agencies in the field of mass media, either directly in the industry or by way of cultural advisory boards and similar bodies. There were some methodological conflicts, and by the end of the project, Adorno became shareholders, which was in line with his general critique of the culture industry. There were also complaints about Adorno's obscure writing style, but Lazarsfeld nonetheless recognized that he had made important contributions, and he tried to keep Adorno in the project. However, Rockefeller refused to further employ him or fund him separately due to the reservations expressed about him by various people inside and outside the Rockefeller Foundation, as well as Adorno's own failure to come up with a final report after the 2.5 years working on the project. Nevertheless, the Rockefeller Foundation played an important role in supporting the Frankfurt School in the United States, as well as after it returned to Germany. Indeed, it funded Horkheimer's first trip back to Europe in April 1948 when he took up a guest professorship at Frankfurt University. The Rockefellers used their foundation as a tax shelter that allows them to mobilize a portion of their stolen wealth in the corruption of intellectual activity and culture. They were, moreover, directly involved in the national security state during the time of the Frankfurt School sponsorship. After serving as the director of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs, a federal propaganda agency whose work resembled that of the Office of Strategic Services and the CIA, Nelson Rockefeller became, in 1954, the Super Coordinator for Clandestine Intelligence Operations, with the title of Special Assistant to the President for Cold War Strategy. He also allowed the Rockefeller Fund to be used as a conduit for CIA money, very much like a large number of other capitalist foundations that have an extensive history of working hand in glove with the company, as revealed by the Church Committee report and other sources. As one of the world's major investors in soft power politics and propaganda, the Rockefeller Foundation clearly identified the Frankfurt School as an ally in the ideological war on communism. Bye-bye, blue skies. Leaving your Marxist friends to die. Bertolt Brecht's close friend, Walter Benjamin, was one of the Frankfurt Scholars' most important Marxist interlocutors at the time. He was not able to join them in the United States because he tragically committed suicide in 1940 at the border between France and Spain, the night before he faced near certain apprehension by the Nazis. According to Adorno, he killed himself after he had already been saved because he had been made a permanent member of the Institute and knew it. He was flush with funds for his trip, in the words of the famous philosopher, and knew that he could rely completely on us materially. This version of history, which presents Benjamin's suicide as an incomprehensible personal decision, was an exercise in mendacity for the sake of personal and institutional exoneration, according to a detailed analysis published by Ulrich Fries. Not only were the leading figures of the Frankfurt School unwilling to assist Benjamin financially for his flight from the Nazis, Fries argues, but they also ran an extensive cover-up campaign to disingenuously present themselves as his benevolent benefactors. Prior to his suicide, Benjamin was financially dependent on the Institute for a monthly stipend. However, the Frankfurt Scholars despised the influence of Brecht and revolutionary Marxism on his work. Adorno had no compunction about describing Brecht with the anti-communist epithet savage when explaining to Horkheimer that Benjamin needed to be definitively liberated from his influence. During the late 1930s, Helmut Dubiel notes in his dialogue with Lewenthal, the Institute in a sense blackmailed Benjamin ideologically, threatening to cut off funds in order to make him give up his allegedly strict Marxist course. It is not surprising, then, that Benjamin feared losing his stipend, which was due, in part, to Adorno's critiques of his work and refusal to publish a section of his Baudelaire study in 1938. Horkheimer explicitly told Benjamin around the same time, as fascist forces were closing in around him, that he should prepare for the discontinuation of his sole source of income since 1934. He claimed, moreover, that his hands were unfortunately tied when he refused to fund Benjamin's journey to safety by paying for a steamship ticket to the United States that would have cost under $200. This was literally a month after transferring an extra $50,000 to an account at his exclusive disposal. which was the second time in 8 months that he had secured an additional $50,000, the equivalent of just over $1.1 million in 2024. In July 1939, Pollock also obtained an additional $130,000 for the Institute from Felix Weil, the affluent son of a capitalist millionaire whose profits from a grain enterprise in Argentina, property speculation, and meat trading funded the Frankfurt School. At the moment of its founding, Weil had promised university officials in Frankfurt to pay for the cost of a new building and library himself, while guaranteeing that his father would cover personnel and other costs. The foundation they established for this purpose, Gesellschaft für Sozialforschung, received the equivalent today of $500,000 annually, and additional payments like the one mentioned above were sometimes made, including for the funding of various professorships. Hans Eisler summed up the political economy of the Frankfurt School with remarkable concision in a suggestion he made to Brecht for his Twee novel. A rich old man, Weil, the speculator in wheat, dies. Disturbed at the poverty in the world, in his will, he leaves a large sum to set up an institute which will do research on the source of this poverty, which is, of course, himself. It was political will, not money, that was lacking. Indeed, Ulrich Fries concurs with Rolf Wiggershaus that Horkheimer's cruel decision to abandon Benjamin was part of a broader pattern according to which the directors systematically placed the realization of their private life goals above the interests of everyone else, while propagating the false appearance of outstanding commitment to those persecuted by the Nazi regime. As if to put the last nail in Benjamin's coffin, his literary estate was later purged of its more explicit Marxist elements. According to Helmut Heisenbuttel, in everything Adorno did for Benjamin's work, the Marxist materialist side remains erased. The work appears in a reinterpretation in which the surviving controversial correspondent imposes his view. One of the other members of the Frankfurt School who was not able to emigrate and, like Benjamin, ended up dying in Europe was André Sternheim. Unlike Adorno and Horkheimer, he was of working-class origin. He was also deeply involved in the labour movement and was a member of the Dutch Social Democratic Labour Party. Bertus Mulder and Lol Nolte have described him as more practically oriented than his philosophically trained German colleagues. His reviews in the Institute's journal deal with subjects like unemployment and its social and psychological consequences, rationalization in industry, the role of trade unions in the different countries, the position of women in society, and the way the attainments of the labour unions are monopolized by fascist dictatorship. Sternheim directed the Geneva branch of the Institute from 1931 to 1938. Anticipating the war, he expressed interest in emigrating to the United States. However, he was not invited by the Institute, and its director refused to help him survive in Switzerland. In June 1938, Horkheimer proceeded to dismiss him as director of the Geneva branch on the pretext of the Institute's bad financial situation, which was disingenuous as we have seen. Sternheim therefore had to return to Amsterdam, where Horkheimer apparently thought he would be safe because he did not expect a war in Europe. After returning to the Netherlands, Sternheim and his wife were captured by the Nazis and sent to Auschwitz, where they were both put to death. Two intellectuals on the left end of the Frankfurt School's political spectrum, both of whom engaged in Marxist analysis, were thus left to die in Europe, despite the fact that the Institute had the necessary financial resources to save them. Instead of using the hundreds of thousands of dollars that had been gifted to them by a millionaire to help their colleagues avoid certain death, the leaders of the Frankfurt School used these unearned funds for personal enrichment. They managed to use Weil's money to fund a life of luxury over a very long period of time, starting with a house in the suburbs of Frankfurt in the 1920s to condominiums in Manhattan, a newly built bungalow in Pacific Palisades, and lastly, since 1957, residences in Montagnola in the Tessin region of Switzerland. Finally, Pollock married a cousin of Felix Weil, who did not donate money to any opaque enterprise, but rather enjoyed it herself. Based on the principle of the primacy of practice, these activities shed more light on their practical political orientation and their moral compass as human beings than their theoretical ruminations on politics and morality. Malign the East, defend, while in the payoff, the West. The Institute of Social Research at Frankfurt University was founded with the support of the High Commission for Occupied Germany and largely supported by American means. It is the aim of this institution to develop an integration of American and German research methods and to help in the education of German students in the spirit of American democracy. Theodor Adorno. In 1949-50, the intellectual frontmen of the Frankfurt School moved the institute back to West Germany, one of the epicenters for the intellectual world war on communism. In this milieu, writes Perry Anderson, in which the Communist Party was to be banned and the Social Democratic Party formally abandoned any connection with Marxism, the depoliticization of the Institute was completed. No less than Jürgen Habermas, who occasionally outflanked Adorno and Horkheimer to the left in the early years, accused the latter of opportunist conformity, which was at odds with the critical tradition. Indeed, Horkheimer continued his censorship of the Institute's work, refusing to publish 2 articles by Habermas that were critical of liberal democracy and spoke of revolution, daring to suggest the possibility of an emancipation from the shackles of bourgeois society. In his private correspondence, Horkheimer candidly submitted to Adorno that it is simply not possible to have admissions of this sort in the research report of an institute that exists on the public funds of this shackling society. This appears to be a forthright admission that the economic base of the Frankfurt School was the driving force behind its ideology, or at least its public discourse. It is important to recall, as we shall see, that 7 research associates of the Institute worked as analysts and propagandists, often alongside future foundation managers like the Rockefeller Foundation's Charles Farrs and its CIA-connected Chadbourne Gilpatrick for the United States government, which had a vested interest in the continuing loyalty of the Frankfurt School because a number of its members were working on sensitive government research projects. In 1954, Adorno met with the Estimates Group in order to discuss the possibility of doing contract research for the United States State Department. The Estimates Group at the time was a committee of division chiefs who contributed directly to strategic discussions at the highest level of the government. Marcuse began regularly attending the Estimates Group's meetings when he worked for the State Department. It is not clear what came of these conversations. What is known, as we saw above, is that Adorno did propaganda research for the ruling class and the Frankfurt School's principal academic liaison in the United States, Lazarsfeld, and was deeply involved in research for the military-industrial academic complex. With all of these ties to the capitalist class and the national security state, it is not surprising that the United States government supported the Institute's move back to Germany with a very significant grant of 236,000 DM for the building of the Institute and 204,300 DM in 1950 for its research work. The total of 440,300 DM, or $104,958, is equivalent to just over $1.3 million in 2024. These funds were administered by John McCloy, the United States High Commissioner of Germany. McCloy had worked as a jurist and banker for Big Oil and IG Farben before serving as the Assistant Secretary of War. After the end of hostilities, he granted extensive pardons and commutations to Nazi war criminals. Sometimes referred to as the chairman of the American establishment, he went on to become the chairman of Chase Manhattan Bank, of the Council on Foreign Relations, and of the Ford Foundation. In addition to the funds provided by McCloy, the Institute also received support from the German federal government UNESCO, the Society of Social Research, private donors, the government of Hesse, and the city of Frankfurt. The Rockefeller Foundation, surely enticed by Adorno and Horkheimer's claim to be on a mission as apostles of American empirical methods, also made a modest contribution to the Institute in the early 1950s. Professor Louis Wirth told a representative of the Rockefeller Foundation that Adorno and Horkheimer were carrying on a tremendous campaign to get support from the United Nations, UNESCO, the German government, American occupying forces, foundations, and everybody else, and that they were representing themselves as the last word in the latest thing in American social science. The representative shared with Wirth the view of associates like Philip Mosley, a high-level CIA advisor and Rockefeller consultant, namely that Adorno and Horkheimer nevertheless do know something about empirical research methods and are perhaps one of the very few potential avenues for developing interest and effort along these lines in the German social science scene. Another Rockefeller executive interviewed Professor Arnold Bergstresser about the Institute, asking him if it was still Marxist, as it had claimed to be in the pre-Nazi days, although without any implications of its being communistic. Bergstresser replied that he did not think it was Marxist and gave some examples. Vetted by multiple sources, the leaders of the Frankfurt School were thus identified as anti-communist intellectuals worthy of support because they were making a unique contribution to intellectual imperialism, and more specifically, the dissemination of United States-style bourgeois social science, which was being promoted as a weapon of ideological warfare against dialectical and historical materialism. The Institute for Social Research received support from the occupying force of its home country, the High Commission for Occupied Germany, for a study of political attitudes in Germany. It also cooperated with the Bureau of Applied Social Research at Columbia for a pilot study of reactions in Germany to the Voice of America, BBC, and the major Russian broadcasting station. As an intellectual subcontractor for government and business interests, it provided research with obvious propaganda and counterinsurgency implications. In 1954, the Institute even signed the research contract with the Mannesmann Corporation, which had been a founding member of the Anti-Bolshevik League and had financed the Nazi Party. During the Second World War, Mannesmann used slave labor, and its chairman of the board was the Nazi Wilhelm Zangen, the war economy leader of the Third Reich. Although Zangen was briefly imprisoned after the war for his reliance on slave labor and his role arming the Nazi regime, he only served 4 months of his sentence, and he continued working for Mannesmann. At the beginning of 1949, he even became chairman of the board of directors in one of his own former Mannesmann factories, where he immediately began to put the old corporation back together. He continued to climb the ranks and became the overall chairman of the board of Mannesmann from 1957 to 1966. The Frankfurt School's post-war contract with this company was for a sociological study of worker opinions, with the implicit implication that such an analysis would help management stall or prevent socialist organizing. This was not the only time that the institute financially benefited from Nazis and their collaborators. As Christian Fleck has demonstrated, the Weil Empire protected its investments under the Third Reich by establishing an anonymous container for its activities innocuously entitled ROBEMA, which was entrusted to two administrators. This entity not only sheltered their finances from Nazi theft, but it performed better than Pollock's catastrophic investments on Wall Street, which lost about $1 million in 1937 alone. In the final ROBEMA transaction, one of the administrators transferred several thousand German marks to Pollock in 1963. The money came from dividends for the years 1941 to 1944 from IG Farben, the famous business conglomerate that had been broken apart after 1945 because of its close collaboration with the Nazi system. IG Farben had relied on slave labor from concentration camps during the war and was involved in medical experiments on inmates. One of its subsidiaries produced a poison gas, Zyklon B, that was used in the gas chambers. The precise nature of these social relations of intellectual, and more specifically ideological, production, and how they relate to the Holocaust industry should not be lost on us. This industry has distorted the history of the Nazi Holocaust, and fascism more generally, by promoting a culturalist and exceptionalist misrepresentation of it that works to shore up imperialist interests, especially xeno-imperialism, while obscuring the actual history of fascism as an anti-communist project bankrolled by the capitalist class and deeply rooted in Western colonial traditions. The Frankfurt School, for its part, caught the rising post-war wave of the Holocaust industry under the forlorn banner of the impossibility of poetry after Auschwitz, while writing theory that was funded in part by investments in the corporation that produced the poison gas used at Auschwitz. The Holocaust industry, in both the Nazi and the Western imperialist meaning of this expression, played no small role in bolstering this school of thought within the imperial theory industry. Perhaps the clearest explanation of why capitalist governments and the corporatocracy supported the Institute for Social Research is to be found in the words of Shepard Stone. He had a background in journalism and military intelligence before going on to serve as Director of International Affairs at the Ford Foundation, where he worked closely with the CIA in funding cultural projects around the world. Described by Hugh Wilford as a psychological warfare expert with close ties to the CIA, Stone even became the president of the International Association for Cultural Freedom, which was the new name given to the CCF in a rebranding effort after its CIA origins had been revealed. Stone was initially recommended for the job by the agency operative who directed the CCF, Michael Josselson. In fact, many believed he was an agency man. When Stone was the Director of Public Affairs for the High Commission for Occupied Germany in the 1940s, he sent a personal note to the United States State Department to encourage it to extend Adorno's passport. The Institute of Frankfurt is helping to train German leaders who will know something of democratic techniques. I believe it is important for our overall democratic objectives in Germany that such men as Professor Adorno have an opportunity to work in that country. The Institute was doing the kind of ideological work that the United States state and capitalist ruling class wanted to and did support. Its members were contributing, albeit to varying degrees and with some minor exceptions, to pro-Western democracy promotion and propaganda efforts, the fulsome rejection of actually existing socialism, and the displacement of dialectical and historical materialism in favor of United States-style bourgeois social science. Meeting, and even surpassing, the dictates of ideological conformity to the shackling society that funded the Institute, Horkheimer openly expressed his support for the United States anti-communist puppet government in West Germany, whose intelligence services had been stocked with former Nazis. As has been well documented, there was deep continuity between the Nazi era and the period of Western patronage after the war, insofar as there was renewed control of German public, social, economic, and cultural life by forces which only partially and temporarily had been deprived of the influence they had exerted under the Nazi regime. We should add, at a minimum, military, intellectual, and educational life. While in the East a genuine denazification process did take place, explained Bruni de la Motte and John Green, in the West it was desultory to begin with and later non-existent. Many leading Nazis merely donned the new democratic clothing and continued to occupy or reoccupy influential positions. Anti-fascists in theory, collaborators with erstwhile Nazis in practice. Without the collaboration with German social researchers, some of whom had worked for Nazi organizations, the establishment of the Institute for Social Research as a renowned institution for social empirical research in West Germany would hardly have been possible. Fabian Link. When the Frankfurt School moved to occupied West Germany, Adorno and Horkheimer did, on certain occasions, resist specific cases of academic continuity with the Nazi regime. For instance, they lobbied to keep ex-Nazis from gaining leadership positions in the German Society of Sociology, and they prevented the appointment of former Nazi Arnold Gehlen as professor at the University of Heidelberg in 1958. At the same time, however, the Institute for Social Research collaborated with scholars who had worked under the Nazi regime, some of whom were ardent supporters: Heinz Sauermann, Ludwig Neuendorfer, and Gerhard Wurzbacher were all members of Nazi organizations and contributed sociological knowledge to National Socialist projects, including Heinrich Himmler's settlement policy in the case of Nazi-Neuendorfer. After the war, they worked with the Institute for Social Research, including on a common project with Neuendorfer's Sociographic Institute. The Frankfurt School also collaborated with other institutes that regrouped several sociologists who had been die-hard Nazis or had worked for Nazi organizations. One of these was the Institut für Demoskopie Allensbach. The think tank in Frankfurt cooperated with it in a planned project for the office of the Federal Chancellor in 1953-54, with the aim to recruit officials for a new West German army. This was in line with the general position taken by Adorno and Horkheimer, who advocated the establishment of the Bundeswehr, West German armed forces, emphasizing that the liberal West had to be defended against totalitarian attacks by force of arms if necessary. Horkheimer also later repeatedly defended Israel's military actions. Between 1950 and 1952, Adorno directed the Darmstadt study with Max Rolfes. He was a former scientific advisor to Heinrich Himmler, who had been conducting research in Alsace and Lorraine for Himmler's settlement politics during the early 1940s. This was a project of ethnic cleansing whose first wave of expulsions in Alsace in late 1940 led to the forced displacement of 105,000 people who were, according to a Nazi memo on the topic, in the main Jews, Gypsies, and other foreign racial elements, criminals, asocial and incurably insane persons, and in addition, Frenchmen and Francophiles. Since the Führer had given permission to cleanse Alsace of all foreign, sick, or unreliable elements, additional deportations followed, and the same is true of Lorraine. The Frankfurt School's collaborations with erstwhile Nazi researchers were, in the words of Fabian Link, based on shared political sentiments such as anti-totalitarianism. Both parties were invested in Westbindung. The alliance with the United States led West against the Communist East. Whereas leading Frankfurt scholars like Adorno and Horkheimer embraced the Western anti-totalitarian ideology that identified fascism and communism, the scholars who had pursued their careers under the Nazis exchanged their anti-Bolshevist views for anti-totalitarian attitudes, opposing the Soviet communist state and welcoming Western democracy. There was plenty of anti-communist common ground. Sociologist Helmut Schelsky, for instance, had been a fervent anti-Bolshevist and a member of several Nazi organizations, including the Stormtroopers and the Nazi Party. He also fought enthusiastically as a soldier in the Second World War. In the post-war era, he and his assistant Wurzbacher had several meetings with the leaders of the Frankfurt School, who invited them to conferences and workshops to exchange ideas, research results, and methods. In his well-researched 638-page book on the topic, Link provides a detailed account of all of the common ground, both theoretically and practically, between Schelsky's group, which included Arnold Gehlen and Adorno and Horkheimer's. His overall conclusion is that the similarities between these two groups clearly predominated in the early 1950s, though around 1960, the cooperative relationships and content-related agreements between the two intellectual collectives became fragile. Adorno and Horkheimer not only presented themselves as leading critical theorists of fascism, but their writings on the topic have been widely celebrated. Their conceptualization of fascism is notoriously rather obscure, but they had a tendency to privilege psychological and cultural factors over and against the collectively resourced analysis of capitalist crisis and global class struggle that was being developed at the time by the dialectical and historical materialist tradition. Lars Fischer, in a capacious review article on the Frankfurt School and fascism, highlights the looseness of its theoretical work, but nonetheless identifies a coherent unity of purpose. What all the contributions to the debates among the members and associates of the Frankfurt School had in common was the fact that they were meant to serve one purpose before all others: to facilitate the most effective possible opposition to Nazi Germany and its fascist allies. If this was the unifying goal of their theoretical work, there can be little doubt that they practically failed, particularly if one examines their post-war collaborations. In a revealing exchange, fellow émigré intellectual Günther Anders had the opportunity to ask Adorno how he, as a self-declared anti-fascist, could have concluded a truce with former Nazis like the philosophical anthropologist Arnold Gehlen. The Frankfurt School luminary replied that Gehlen's case was ambiguous and that he did not intend to defame him for his participation in the Nazi regime. Gehlen signed the University vow of allegiance to Hitler and the Nazis, joined the Nazi Party, and served in the Wehrmacht. It is quite indifferent to me with whom I shake hands, Adorno opined, as long as nothing of this remains sticking to the paper upon which I write. This is an obscure statement, but it appears to mean that practical collaboration with those who had sworn allegiance to the Third Reich was acceptable, so long as it did not sully his prose, thereby besmirching the reputation of his intellectual commodities. It is not only that major figures like Adorno, Horkheimer, and Pollock worked closely with German professors who were Nazi collaborators. The latter also came to occupy leadership positions within the Institute for Social Research. Boris Wojcicki, a member of the board of the Institute's foundation and its legal representative, was a former technical sergeant in the stormtroopers and member of the Nazi Party. As university rector, his support was essential for the re-establishment of the Institute for Social Research in Germany. Lawyer Helmut Becker, a one-time member of the Nazi Party, proved to be absolutely loyal to the Institute for Social Research as a lawyer and advisor, attending almost every meeting with potential clients and linking Horkheimer and Adorno to industrialists and politicians. Since a genuine denazification did not take place in occupied West Germany, connections to quondam Nazis facilitated the financial, political, and social success of the Institute. According to a 1951 Rockefeller Foundation overview of the work being done by Adorno and Horkheimer, they wanted to recruit Ludwig von Friedeberg to the staff of the Institute. The Rockefeller report mentions that von Friedeberg's father was the supreme commander of the German Navy. Hans Georg von Friedeberg was, indeed, the deputy commander of Nazi U-boat forces and the last commander-in-chief of the Navy of the Third Reich. He was the only co-signatory of both Wehrmacht surrender documents, and he committed suicide soon thereafter. His son, Ludwig, had the distinction of serving as the youngest submarine commander in the Second World War, and he became a first lieutenant in the Navy. This is the man whom Adorno recommended in glowing terms only 6 years after his service to the Nazi cause, claiming that he was the most talented of the young people who have studied at the Institute. In 1949, Ludwig von Friedeberg attended the Salzburg Seminar, which was, in part, a scheme on the part of United States intelligence veterans to foil the communist bid for ideological hegemony. He began coursework at the Institute for Social Research in 1951, and Adorno successfully recruited him in 1954. He received Rockefeller support at the Institute. Friedeberg became an assistant to Adorno and then director of empirical research at the Frankfurt School. Having lost the High Commission for occupied Germany as its main donor in 1953 and facing stiffer competition for contracts from politicians and industry, as well as for research grants from the major foundations, the Institute responded by shifting its research focus. Its empirical social researchers henceforth tailored their projects more closely to regional politics and industry-related topics. It is for this reason that two proven social empiricists were appointed as co-directors of the Institute, von Friedeberg in 1954 and Rudolf Gunzer in 1956, who became the second director of the Institute 3 years later. Gunzer had joined the Nazi Party and was given a teaching position at the University of Heidelberg by the Reich Ministry of Science, Education and Culture. This allowed the Frankfurt School to more successfully develop the kinds of anti-communist, empirically driven social scientific research that served the political and business interests of occupied West Germany, as well as those of its imperial overseers in the United States. Friedeberg's first task was to bring the management study to a successful conclusion. This means that a former Nazi was put in charge of doing institute research for a Nazi-connected corporation, which contributed, at least potentially, to the company's forestalling of socialist organizing. The erstwhile fascist first lieutenant became so integral to the Institute's leadership that one of the major historians of the Frankfurt School states that he more or less independently kept the day-to-day business of research going. Although Friedeberg temporarily left for Berlin in 1962, he returned to Frankfurt in 1966 to become one of the directors of the Institute for Social Research, as well as of the Associated University Seminar, together with Adorno and Habermas. The latter had, like Friedeberg, served in the Hitler Youth. As Friedeberg later averred, "It was my close friendship and solidarity with Adorno that determined my basic relationship with the Institute for Social Research." In an ironic twist of fate, this one-time Nazi published and wrote the preface to the 1973 German edition of Adorno's contribution to the Frankfurt School's classic study of fascism, the authoritarian personality, and he also served as Adorno's literary executor after his death. Given Friedeberg's high-caliber Nazi pedigree, which contrasted sharply with Adorno's Jewish heritage and Marxian intellectual interests, these two were a peculiar post-war pair. Friedeberg had joined the Hitler Youth at the age of 12 and voluntarily embarked on a military career 4 years later, whereas Adorno went into exile during National Socialism. In 1942, the year in which Adorno and Max Horkheimer began their work on dialectic of enlightenment, Friedeberg cheered Hitler at the Sportpalast. When Adorno later lambasted, in a text ironically titled "The Meaning of Working Through the Past," the idiocy of those who shift the responsibility for the atrocities of Hitler onto those who tolerated his seizure of power and not to the ones who cheered him on, had he forgotten about the past of his close friend and collaborator who had enthusiastically supported the Führer. By the time Friedeberg was hired and then began moving into leadership positions at the Institute, he had spent more years of his life, 11, being a Nazi, then a former Nazi, 9. Adorno was actually fully aware of his friend's past, but he relied on a doggerel version of dialectics in a deplorable effort to convert a vice into a virtue. In a report penned by the critical theorist, he explained that Friedeberg is certainly not one of the many people who, having grown up in the specific atmosphere of the Hitler dictatorship, have freed themselves from it out of genuine inner strength. Instead, the world-renowned philosopher went on to write, it was the qualities that developed in the officer milieu, such as loyalty, a sense of duty, and a collective sense of responsibility that had evolved in Friedeberg to such an extent that they allowed him full emancipation. Nazi discipline, it seems, is what permitted him to free himself from Nazism. It would be interesting to compare this statement and more generally the Institute's collaboration with fascists to the famous fascism or F scale developed by Adorno in the authoritarian personality. This scale was part of a questionable endeavor to identify psychological variables that were likely to foster a potentially anti-democratic personality. Conventionalism and authoritarian submission are the first two variables on the F scale, which appear to be what Adorno was emphasizing in his description of Friedeberg as a loyal officer. He was a Nazi after all, so he presumably would have ranked rather high on the F scale, like the Institute's other collaborators. This begs the question, however, of how a high ranking on the F scale would have helped him or others overcome fascism when the opposite is supposed to be the case. Was the F scale used to vet collaborators with the Frankfurt School, and if so, to what avail? It is a remarkable fact, then, that the Institute renowned for anti-fascist critical theory not only collaborated with erstwhile Nazi researchers after the war, it also integrated several of them into powerful leadership positions within the Institute, including its legal representative, members of its board, and its directors. Rather than an established anti-fascist directing the Institute after Adorno and Horkheimer, it is highly revealing that the man put in charge was an intellectual who had received 11 years of well-disciplined training by the Third Reich. Friedeberg became, in fact, the longest-serving managing director of the Frankfurt School, a position he held from 1975 to 2001. These close collaborations with former Nazis and their recruitment into leadership positions in the Institute were integral to the economic, political, social, and intellectual success of the Frankfurt School during its post-war integration into occupied West Germany. Imperial critical theory. Horkheimer expressed his support for the Imperial Project in Vietnam, which he judged necessary to stop the Chinese. Speaking at one of the Amerika-Häuser in Germany, which were propaganda outposts in the anti-communist Kulturkampf, he solemnly declared in May 1967, "In America, when it is necessary to conduct a war, and now listen to me, it is not so much a question of the defense of the homeland, but it is essentially a matter of the defense of the Constitution, the defense of the rights of man." The high priest of critical theory is here describing a country that was founded as a settler colony, whose genocidal elimination of the indigenous population seamlessly merged with a project of imperialist expansion that has arguably left the bloodiest footprint, as Martin Luther King Jr. had just publicly argued in April 1967, on the history of the modern world. This included some 37 military and CIA interventions between the end of the Second World War and 1967, when Horkheimer broadcast this ignominious claim via a United States propaganda platform. As Domenico Losordo pointed out in his insightful critique of Horkheimer, he framed the Cold War as a battle between civilized and totalitarian states, and he argued for the defense of the former against the barbarism of the latter. Losordo also drew attention to Horkheimer's assessment of the black liberation struggle in the United States, since the critical theorist maintained, based on an anecdote about his Negro friend and his experience on a panel with United States American scholars, that Negroes are angrier at other Negroes than at whites, claiming that the terror of Negro activists against other Negroes is much fiercer than one suspects. Although Adorno often indulged in the petty bourgeois politics of complicit passivity, avoiding public pronouncements on major political events, the few statements he did make were strikingly reactionary. For instance, in 1956, he co-authored an article with Horkheimer in defense of the imperialist invasion of Egypt by Israel, Britain and France, which aimed at seizing the Suez Canal and overthrowing Gamal Abdel Nasser, an action condemned by the United Nations. Referring to Nasser, one of the prominent anti-colonial leaders of the non-aligned movement, as a fascist chieftain who conspires with Moscow, they exclaimed, "No one even ventures to point out that these Arab robber states have been on the lookout for years for an opportunity to fall upon Israel and to slaughter the Jews who have found refuge there." According to this pseudo-dialectical inversion, It is the Arab states that are robbers, not the settler colony working with core imperialist countries to infringe upon the self-determination of Arabs. We would be well served to recall Lenin's trenchant rejection of such sophistry, which is characteristic of much of what counts for dialectics in the imperial theory industry. Not infrequently have dialectics served as a bridge to sophistry. But we remain dialecticians and we combat sophistry not by denying the possibility of all transformations in general, but by analyzing the given phenomenon in its concrete setting and development. Such concrete materialist analysis is precisely what is lacking in idealist inversions by Adorno and Horkheimer. Marcuse, renowned for his later radicalization, also expressed his support for Israel's settler colonial imperialist project. It is true that he made very critical comments regarding its founding, and he even condemned what he called the Jewish fascists in Israel. However, in a debate a few weeks after the Six-Day War of 1967, he asserted, "I feel in solidarity and identify myself with Israel for personal reasons." He described Israel's assault on Egypt, Jordan, and Syria as a preventive war that could and must be understood and justified. Such a conclusion, as Losado pointed out, was entirely based on the assumption of a war of annihilation that the Arab states are scolded for. It was sorely lacking in rigorous materialist analysis. Indeed, one of the Israeli commanders in the 1967 war, General Matityahu Peled, made the following candid admission to the Israeli newspaper Haaretz on March 19, 1972. The thesis that the danger of genocide was hanging over us in June 1967 and that Israel was fighting for its physical existence is only a bluff, which was born and developed after the war. Adorno and Horkheimer published one of their most overtly political texts in 1956. Rather than supporting the global movement for anti-colonial liberation and the building of a socialist world, they celebrate, with only a few minor exceptions, the superiority of the West, while repeatedly disparaging the Soviet Union and China. Invoking stock racist descriptions of the purported barbarians in the East, whom they describe using the overtly subhumanizing vocabulary of beasts, they flatly proclaim that they are fascists who have chosen slavery. Adorno even chastises Germans who mistakenly think that the Russians stand for socialism, reminding them that the Russians are actually fascists, adding that the industrialists and bankers with whom he identifies already know this. Everything the Russians write slips into ideology, into crude, stupid twaddle. Adorno brazenly asserts in this text as if he had read everything they wrote, even though, per usual, he does not cite a single source. Nor did he even read Russian, as far as I know. Claiming that there is an element of rebarbarization in their thinking, which is also to be found in Marx and Engels according to him, he unabashedly proclaims that it is more reified than in the most advanced bourgeois thought. As if this was not enough disingenuous grandstanding, Adorno has the chutzpah to describe this writing project with Horkheimer as a strictly Leninist manifesto. This is in a discussion in which they affirm that they are not calling on anyone to take action, and Adorno explicitly elevates bourgeois thought and what he refers to as culture at its most advanced, above the supposed barbarism of socialist thinking. Moreover, it is in this context that Horkheimer doubled down on their social chauvinism by averring, in a world, historical conclusion that provoked no rebuttal on the part of his Leninist collaborator. I believe that Europe and America are probably the best civilizations that history has produced up to now as far as prosperity and justice are concerned. The key point now is to ensure the preservation of these gains. In 1956, it is worth recalling, the United States was still largely racially segregated, was involved in anti-communist witch hunts and destabilization campaigns around the world, and had recently extended its imperial reach by overthrowing democratically elected governments in Iran in 1953 and Guatemala in 1954, while the European powers were waging violent struggles to hold on to their colonies or convert them into neo-colonies. Fascism and communism are the same. In the East, they have chosen slavery. We have to reject Marxism, Max Horkheimer. One of the most consistent political claims advanced by Adorno and Horkheimer is that there is a totalitarian equivalence between fascism and communism if it manifests itself in socialist state-building projects, anti-colonial movements of the Third World, or even New Left mobilizations in the West. In all three cases, those who think they are breaking out of the shackling society are only making things worse. The patent fact that Western capitalist countries offered no significant bulwark against fascism, which arose within the capitalist world, and that it was precisely the Soviet Union and communists, including in China, that did the lion's share of the work to defeat it, does not seem to have caused them to reflect on the viability of this benighted and simplistic thesis. Which is to say nothing of the importance of socialism to anti-colonial movements and the uprisings of the 1960s. In fact, for all of his moral opining on the horrors of Auschwitz, Adorno appears to have forgotten who actually liberated the infamous concentration camp, the Red Army. Horkheimer had formulated his version of horseshoe theory with particular clarity in a limited circulation pamphlet published in 1942, which broke with the Utopian language of many of the Institute's other publications. Directly accusing Friedrich Engels of utopianism, he averred that the socialization of the means of production had led to an increase in repression and ultimately to an authoritarian state. The bourgeoisie earlier held the government in check through its property, according to this millionaire's son, whereas in new societies, socialism simply did not function, except to produce the mistaken belief that one was, through the party, honored leader, or the supposed march of history, acting in the name of something greater than oneself. Horkheimer's position in this piece is perfectly in line with anarcho-anti-communism, which is a widespread ideology within the Western left. A classless democracy is supposed to emerge spontaneously from the people through free agreement without the supposedly pernicious influence of parties or states. As Lacerdo insightfully pointed out, the Nazi war machine was ravaging the USSR in the early 1940s, and Horkheimer's call for socialists to abandon the state and party centralization therefore amounted to nothing less than a demand that they capitulate before the Nazis' genocidal rampage. Whereas there are vague suggestions at the end of Horkheimer's 1942 pamphlet that there might be something desirable in socialism, later texts would bring into full relief Adorno and Horkheimer's unequivocal rejection of it. For instance, when they were considering making a public statement on their relationship to the Soviet Union, Adorno sent the following draft of a planned co-authored piece to Horkheimer. Our philosophy, as a dialectical critique of the overall social tendency of the age, stands in the sharpest opposition to the politics and doctrine that emanates from the Soviet Union. We are unable to see anything in the practice of the military dictatorships disguised as people's democracies other than a new form of repression. It is worth noting in this regard, given the overwhelming lack of materialist analysis of actually existing socialism on the part of Adorno and Horkheimer, that even the CIA recognized that the Soviet Union was not a dictatorship. In a 1955 report, the agency clearly stated that the Western idea of a Soviet dictatorship was exaggerated because there was collective leadership in the USSR even in Stalin's time. In 1959, Adorno published a text titled The Meaning of Working Through the Past, in which he recycled the shameful truth of Philistine wisdom referenced in this earlier draft, namely that, in complete conformity with the dominant Cold War ideology, fascism and communism are the same because they are two forms of totalitarianism. Openly rejecting the vantage point of political economic ideology, which distinguishes these two warring camps, Adorno claimed to have privileged access to a deeper social psychological dynamic that unites them. As authoritarian personalities, he asserted ex cathedra, fascists and communists possess weak egos and compensate by identifying themselves with real existing power and great collectives. The very idea of an authoritarian personality is thus a deceitful notion aimed at synthesizing opposites via psychologizing pseudo-dialectics. It begs the question, moreover, of why psychology and particular ways of thinking appear, at least here, to be more central to historical explanation than material forces and class struggle. Given Adorno's collaboration with erstwhile Nazis, particularly in the case of his close friendship with future Institute director Ludwig von Friedeberg, one might wonder whether they were diagnosed with weak egos. Was it for this reason that, after dutifully serving the Nazi cause for 11 years in Friedeberg's case, they pursued Westbindung or alliance with the West via the Frankfurt School after the war? Did they simply, like so many other Nazis, identify with the real existing power of the world's leading imperialist force, which was militarily occupying their country, as well as with the great collective of the Imperial West, which was pursuing an anti-communist agenda like its Nazi forebears? Does the Frankfurt School, and Adorno more specifically, have a better way of explaining this shift in allegiance, if one is to rely on his psychologizing forms of explanation? Why finally did so many Nazis ally with the West after the war, like Friedeberg, rather than with the communists whom they continued to fight? In spite of this attempt to psychologically identify fascists and communists through an idealist amalgamation, Adorno nonetheless suggested in the same text that the Nazi assault on the Soviet Union could be retrospectively justified due to the fact that the Bolsheviks were, like Hitler himself had said, a menace to Western civilization. The threat that the East will engulf the foothills of Western Europe is obvious, the famed philosopher proclaimed, and whoever fails to resist it is literally guilty of repeating Chamberlain's appeasement. The analogy is revealing because, in this case, it would mean appeasing the fascist communists if one did not directly fight against them. In other words, as obscure and convoluted as his phraseology is, this appears to be a carrion call for military opposition to the spread of communism, which is perfectly in line with Horkheimer's support for the United States Empire's war in Vietnam. Adorno's fierce rejection of actually existing socialism was also on full display in his exchange with Alfred von Rethel. The latter asked him if negative dialectics had anything to say about changing the world, and if the Chinese Cultural Revolution was part of the affirmative tradition he condemned. Adorno replied that he rejected the moral pressure from official Marxism to put philosophy into practice. Nothing but despair can save us, he asserted with his signature panache of petty bourgeois melancholia. Adding, for good measure, that the events in communist China were no cause for hope, he explained with memorable insistence that his entire thinking life had been resolutely pitted against this form, and presumably others, of socialism. I would have to deny everything I have thought my whole life long if I were to admit to feeling anything but horror at the sight of it. Adorno's open indulgence in despair and simultaneous abhorrence of actually existing socialism are not simply idiosyncratic, personal reactions, but are common effective ideologies within his class position. The representatives of the modern labour movement, Lenin wrote in 1910, find that they have plenty to protest against but nothing to despair about. In a description that anticipated Adorno's petty bourgeois gloom, the leader of the world's first successful socialist revolution then proceeded to explain that despair is typical of those who do not understand the causes of evil, see no way out, and are incapable of struggle. Adorno also pursued this line of thinking, or rather feeling, in his criticisms of anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist student activism in the 1960s. He agreed with Habermas, who had himself been a member of the Hitler Youth and studied for 4 years under the Nazi philosopher, his description of Heidegger, that this activism amounted to left fascism. He defended West Germany as a functioning democracy rather than a fascist state, as some of the students argued. At the same time, he quarreled with Marcuse over what he judged to be the latter's misguided support for the students and the anti-war movement, explicitly claiming that the answer to the question, what is to be done, for good dialecticians is nothing at all. The goal of real praxis would be its own abolition. He thereby inverted, through dialectical sophistry, one of the central tenets of Marxism, notably the primacy of practice. It is in this context of turning Marx on his head that he repeated, once again, the ideological mantra of the capitalist world. Fascism and communism are the same. Even though he referred to this slogan as a petit bourgeois truism, apparently acknowledging its ideological status, he unabashedly embraced it. Idealism is the hallmark of Adorno and Horkheimer's reflections on actually existing socialism and, more generally, progressive social movements. Rather than studying the projects that they denigrate with any of the rigor and earnestness with which they sometimes approach other topics, they rely on stock misrepresentations and anti-communist canards devoid of concrete analysis, although they occasionally reference a few of the anti-communist publications, like those by the rabid Cold Warrior Arthur Koestler, which were amply funded and supported by imperialist states and their intelligence services. This is particularly true in the case of their vilification of socialist state-building projects. Their writings on the topic are not only remarkably devoid of references to any rigorous scholarship on the matter, but they proceed as if such serious engagement was not even necessary. These texts genuflect to the dominant ideology, stalwartly insisting on the anti-Stalinist bona fides of their authors, without being concerned with any of the details, nuances, or complexities. They thereby attempt to provide intellectual credibility to the dogmatic propaganda that was aggressively being promoted by Western intelligence agencies like the Information Research Department. One of its key themes was precisely equating communism with Nazism, while intentionally ignoring any positive contributions made by the communists. The Information Research Department had several hundred propagandists pushing out this line in their expansive network of media assets, and it came to work closely with the CIA and train its operatives in the dark arts of psychological warfare. Given how directly Adorno and Horkheimer parroted the Western propaganda being put out by agencies like this, one cannot help but wonder, then, if the students were not correct when, in the late 1960s, they circulated leaflets asserting that these Frankfurt scholars were left idiots of the authoritarian state who were critical in theory, conformist in practice. Hans-Jürgen Krahle, one of Adorno's doctoral students, went so far as to publicly besmirch his mentor and the other Frankfurt professors as shit-critical theorists. He voiced this lapidary critique of these stalwart defenders of anything but socialism theory when he was being arrested, at the behest of Adorno, for a university occupation related to his involvement in the Socialist German Students' League. The fact that the author of Negative Dialectics called the police to have his own students arrested is a standard reference point among his political critics. As we have seen, however, it is only the very tip of the iceberg. Far from being a bizarre anomaly, it is consistent with his politics, his social function within the intellectual apparatus, his class standing, and his overall orientation within global class struggle. Although it is rarely mentioned, Adorno was not alone in summoning the police to arrest his students. He was joined by none other than his close friend and colleague, the former Nazi First Lieutenant Ludwig von Friedeberg. The latter was at the time one of the 3 members of the Institute's board, along with another quondam Nazi, Rudolf Gunzert. The irony of this situation should not be lost on us. The students accused of left fascism by the leaders of the Frankfurt School for their opposition to fascism in West Germany were arrested at the behest of a former Nazi and his longtime collaborator and supporter, both of whom were co-directing the Institute for Social Research alongside yet another one-time Nazi, the 2S of Western Marxism. If those who have plenty were to hand some over to the needy, they would ultimately find themselves overwhelmed by them. Max Horkheimer. Brecht proposed the neologism tuist to refer to intellectuals who, as subjects of a commodified culture, get everything backwards. He had shared his ideas for a TUI novel with Benjamin in the 1930s, and he later wrote a play that emerged out of his earlier notes, Turandot, or The Whitewashers' Congress. Brecht returned to the German Democratic Republic after the war to contribute to the socialist state-building project, unlike the Frankfurt scholars who settled in West Germany with funding from the capitalist ruling class and imperialist states. He wrote Turandot, in part, as a satirical critique of these Western Marxists. In the play, the Tuis are presented as professional whitewashers who receive handsome salaries for making things appear the opposite of what they are. The whole country is governed by injustice, Sen states in Turandot before providing a concise summary of anything but socialism theory. And in the TUI Academy, all you get to learn is why it has to be that way. TUI training, like the work of the Institute for Social Research, teaches us that there is no alternative to the dominant order, and it thereby forecloses the possibility of system change. In one of the most striking scenes, the TUIs are shown preparing for the Whitewashers' Congress. Nushan, one of the teachers in the academy, operates a pulley system that can raise or lower a basket of bread in front of the speaker's face. In training a young man named Shimi to become a TUI, he tells him to speak on the topic, why Kaiho's position is false. Kaiho is a revolutionary resembling Mao Zedong. Nushan explains that he will raise the bread basket above his head when Shimi says something wrong and lower it in front of his face when it is correct. After much raising and lowering in relation to Shime's ability to conform to the dominant ideology, his arguments crescendo to the point of shrill anti-communist slander devoid of rational argumentation. Kaiho is not a philosopher at all, but just a loudmouth. The basket sinks, a troublemaker, a power-hungry good-for-nothing, an irresponsible gambler, a muckraker, a rapist, an unbeliever, a bandit, and a criminal. The basket is hovering just in front of the speaker's mouth, a tyrant. This scene presents, in microcosm, the relationship between professional intellectuals and their financial backers within class societies. The former earn their bread as academic free agents by providing the best possible ideology for the latter. It is a matter of literal food for thought. What the Frankfurt School had to offer the bread givers of the shackling society was by no means insignificant. Mobilizing pseudo-dialectical sophistry, they defended in highfalutin academic language the propagandistic idea that communism is indistinguishable from fascism, even though some 35 million Soviets had given their lives to defeat the Nazi war machine, to mention but one of the most blatant forms of opposition between communism and fascism, although there are of course many others since they are mortal enemies. Moreover, by displacing class struggle in favor of an idealist critical theory severed from practical political engagements, they shifted the very foundations of analysis away from dialectical and historical materialism toward a generalized theoretical critique of domination, power, and identity thinking. They also made significant contributions to the West's imperial project of democracy promotion, the development of imperialist propaganda, the whitewashing and integration of Nazis in occupied West Germany, and the displacement of Marxism in favor of United States-style bourgeois social science, along with idealist speculation unmoored from material reality. Adorno and Horkheimer thus ultimately played the role of radical recuperators. Cultivating an appearance of radicality, they recuperated the very activity of critique within a pro-Western, anti-communist ideology. Like other members of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia in Europe and the United States, which formed the basis of Western or imperial Marxism, they publicly expressed their social chauvinistic disgust with what they described as the savage barbarians in the East who dared to take up the weapon of Marxist theory a la Lenin and use it to act on the principle that they could rule themselves. From the relative comforts of their capitalist-funded professorial citadel in the imperial core, they defended the superiority of the Euro-American world that promoted them against what they referred to as the leveling project of the Bolshevized barbarians in the uncivilized periphery. Giergy Lukács, who had participated in the preliminary seminar out of which the Institute for Social Research emerged, notoriously implied that the Frankfurt scholars' pessimistic resignation and complicity with imperialism was the price they paid for their luxurious lifestyles as leading Western luminaries. He described them as having taken up residence in the Grand Hotel Abyss, a beautiful hotel equipped with every comfort on the edge of an abyss, of nothingness, of absurdity. And the daily contemplation of the abyss between excellent meals or artistic entertainments can only heighten the enjoyment of the subtle comforts offered. When Helmut Dubiel asked Leuwenthal about this criticism in a long dialogue in which the latter discussed his experience in VIP hotels and is described as living in a very pretty house in one of the most attractive areas of the United States, the professional propagandist, who spent 6 years as research director of Voice of America, explained where things stood for the Frankfurt scholars. We were always of a different opinion. Luxury is not an evil. The proletarian resentment of the upper strata is not productive for theory. As his interlocutor struggled to articulate his next question, Leuwenthal clarified what he meant. I do not sympathize with the proletariat. Furthermore, the Frankfurt School's generalized critique of domination is part of a larger embrace of an anti-party and anti-state ideology, which ultimately leaves the left bereft of the tools of disciplined organization necessary to wage successful struggles against the well-funded political, military, and cultural apparatus of the capitalist ruling class. This is perfectly in line with its overall politics of defeat, which Adorno explicitly embraced through his anti-Marxist defense of inaction as the highest form of praxis. The leaders of the TUI Academy in Frankfurt, amply funded and supported by the bourgeoisie and imperialist states, including the United States National Security State, were thus ultimately global spokesmen for an anti-communist politics of capitalist accommodation. Wringing their hands at the infelicities of consumer society, which they sometimes described in remarkable detail, they nonetheless refused to do anything practical about them because of the bedrock assumption that the socialist cure for such misfortunes is much worse than the disease itself. The Washington School of Critical Theory. The Frankfurt School's integration into the United States military-industrial academic complex. During their wartime and immediate post-war exile in the United States, the majority of the core members of the Frankfurt School were not working as professors or full-time researchers with the Institute for Social Research. Instead, they were in the employ of the United States government, serving various state agencies for years on end, including the Office of Strategic Services, which was the wartime predecessor to the Central Intelligence Agency, the State Department, and propaganda agencies like the Office of War Information and Voice of America. They were thus intellectuals and purported Marxists who labored in the service of the capitalist state that would emerge from the war as the leading imperialist power. Although some have raised questions regarding this performative contradiction, the Frankfurt scholars themselves have tended to defend their record of government service and, in certain cases, they have even proudly pointed to it as one of the major attempts to put Frankfurt School critical theory to work in a practical political struggle. What they have in mind is the fight against fascism. Within the Imperial Academy, this has led to a relative consensus that their efforts were for a noble cause and therefore beyond reproach. Such justifications are often expletive, however, and they generally do not dwell on any of the details or situate these intellectuals within the social totality through materialist analysis. They are usually motivated by brand management within the theory industry. Is not it a remarkable fact, though, and one worthy of critical scrutiny, that what is arguably the most famous school of Western Marxism was very largely integrated into the intelligence and propaganda agencies of the United States government? As we will see, 7 affiliates of the Frankfurt School worked for the world's leading imperialist government for a combined total of over 50 years. They formed a veritable Washington School at the time, so their governmental work is by no means a marginal or minor aspect of the history of the Frankfurt School. What is more, their service to the United States cannot be arbitrarily severed from their scholarly careers and international notoriety. As a matter of fact, Washington was, in many ways, their career springboard because it financially supported the development of their research agendas, launched them into prestigious positions in the academy, gave them access to major soft power operators who doled out ruling class funds for the correct kind of research, and connected them to some of the most powerful figures in the military-industrial academic complex and, more generally, the financial state intellectual nexus. In other words, serving as the Washington School helped make the Frankfurt School into what is arguably the most internationally renowned school of Western, or rather, imperial, Marxism. It is important, therefore, to resist the standard account of their work within the capitalist academy, which tends to be reductive, simplistic, and undialectical, while skating gingerly over the complexities of the archival record. In delving into the intricacies of their government work, a more nuanced picture emerges. It becomes clear, to begin with, that the relationship between the United States government and institutions of higher education is so intimate that a lot of the orientation of post-war social science was actually forged in the crucible of wartime intelligence agencies. Rather than understanding the university as an ivory tower insulated from the realm of state power and, moreover, the economy, the image that emerges is one of a veritable military-industrial academic complex. The bourgeois state and big capital work together with universities in an organic system of knowledge production and dissemination. The Frankfurt scholars in question work for state agencies, benefited individually or collectively via the institute from foundation grants offered by the capitalist ruling class, and pursued research at major universities. Rather than separating their governmental work from their later academic scholarship or severing both of these from the capitalist interest driving them, they all need to be seen as part of the organic totality within which these scholars operated. At its highest level of generality, it makes sense to describe it as a financial state intellectual complex. Prior to their intelligence and propaganda work, the Frankfurt intellectuals were rather marginal figures in the United States Academy, with a single enclave at Columbia University, where they originally worked in German and were generally cut off from broader Anglophone academic debates. Max Horkheimer, as we know from his correspondence with Herbert Marcuse, saw collaboration with the United States government, at least in his case, as an opportunity to advance the Institute and its agenda. Pollock also urged Marcuse to begin working for the Office of War Information. I am convinced that this time, working for the Office of War Information and Office of Strategic Services, Horkheimer wrote to Marcuse in 1942, will not be lost with regard to our common philosophical work both under practical and theoretical aspects. Indeed, when the Frankfurt scholars supposedly returned to civilian life after the war, they not only secured premier positions at elite United States institutions on both coasts, but they continued to collaborate with many of the same people, organizations, and financial backers. This intricate network of the financial state intellectual complex needs to be brought to the fore to fully understand the material history of the Frankfurt School, as well as the reasons why its particular version of Marxism, which served the interests of the world's leading imperialist state while introducing communism, became so prominent in the United States and the world. This more nuanced dialectical approach will also allow us to be attentive to struggles within the Frankfurt School and around its relationship to the United States government. As we will see, not everyone was playing the same game. Many of the Frankfurt intellectuals involved were anti-communists aligned on the United States side of the Cold War, but they were generally more progressive than some of their colleagues, and they tended to oppose crass forms of right-wing anti-communism. Moreover, there were significant differences within the Frankfurt School itself, and the individuals involved were not all on the exact same ideological page. Their intellectual and political trajectories differed in various ways, and it is not the goal in this chapter to advance a reductivist interpretation of their work. In many ways, each one of them is deserving of a fine-grained analysis to bring out these differences, which is one of the reasons that the next chapter will do precisely this for the most prominent among them. In describing their work here then, the focus is on general tendencies, with the full understanding that there are sometimes exceptions or additional nuances that would need to be added in individual cases. Among these complexities, we will see that a few of the Frankfurt intellectuals were playing a double game, at least to some extent. They had connections to Soviet espionage networks, the Washington School. An intellectual partnership between scholars and spies is the best formula for successful intelligence collection and evaluation. Ray Klein, former deputy director of the CIA. The Office of Strategic Services, where many Frankfurt scholars found employment, served as the model for the CIA. It was founded in 1942, along with the Office of War Information, the psychological warfare agency that also hired many of the Institute's researchers. These two organizations resulted from a split in the Office of the Coordinator of Information, the intelligence and propaganda agency established in 1941 by President Roosevelt. The man named at its head, William Wild Bill Donovan, was a millionaire Wall Street lawyer and a Republican admirer of J. Edgar Hoover. Roosevelt apparently enjoyed his blend of capitalist orthodoxy and nationalism. However, his enthusiasm for sub-rosa operations and military intelligence, as well as his anti-New Deal political orientation, created conflicts with Robert Sherwood, the liberal playwright who headed the Office of the Coordinator of Information's propaganda service. Hence the split, in 1942, of the Office of the Coordinator of Information into two agencies, the Office of Strategic Services and the Office of War Information, which was responsible for propaganda, a task relayed by the United States Information Agency from 1953. The Office of the Coordinator of Information's Research and Analysis branch was integrated into the Office of Strategic Services, and it was conceived as the heart of the intelligence organization. The Office of Strategic Services' other principal branches, secret operations and special operations, were to function as veins and arteries, feeding into and supplied by it respectively. In 1941, the Germanist Walter Dorn, first chief of the Europe, Africa Division's Central European section of the Office of Strategic Services, had taken the initiative of requesting from the exiled scholars of the International Institute for Social Research at Columbia a list of experts on Germany to be found within the refugee community. Franz Neumann, who offered to share the Institute's research materials with Donovan, recommended Horkheimer. Adorno, Pollock, Marcuse, Otto Kirchheimer, Leo Lewenthal, and Arkadij Gerland. Horkheimer supported himself with funds from the Institute, which was sustained by Wall Street investments and donations from its wealthy patron Felix Weil. Adorno had been employed in a joint appointment at the Institute and the Rockefeller-funded Princeton Radio Research Project. Neither of them required additional employment. However, due to Horkheimer's budgetary cuts, the others were in need of work. In the months following Neumann's recommendations to Dorn, the Frankfurt scholars bombarded the Office of Strategic Services with applications, manuscripts, and research proposals. Marcuse, for instance, sent to the chief of the Psychology Division manuscript he had written on the new German mentality and private morale in Germany. They actively wanted to collaborate with the United States government, and their entreaties eventually bore fruit. As early as 1942, 5 affiliates of the Frankfurt School had begun to supplement their incomes with part-time consulting jobs for various of the new war agencies. Marcuse and Lewenthal with the German section of the Office of War Information, Neumann, Gerland, and Pollock with the Board of Economic Warfare. Marcuse, Neumann, and Kirchheimer then began working regularly for the Office of War Information. Before accepting the job, Marcuse told Horkheimer that his function would be to make suggestions on how to present the enemy to the American people in the press, movies, propaganda, etc. The Institute's director encouraged Marcuse to take the position, saying that they would continue to collaborate and that Marcuse could use his government position to advance Institute projects. Marcuse not only concurred, but he explained to Horkheimer that he would serve as the Frankfurt School's semi-official liaison in the United States government, making invaluable connections and developing the state intellectual nexus so as to assist the Institute. Even in my position in Washington, I would have plenty of opportunities actually to function as a member of the Institute. Not only because of the connections I will make, but more specifically because I could regularly turn to you for advice, suggestions, etc. The nature of my work there would be such that this collaboration could be very close, very logical, and even to some extent official. I feel strongly that I would be of much compensating service to the Institute in many respects. I would be a kind of liaison man between various offices, particularly between the Office of War Information and the Office of Strategic Services. In both, we are well known, and I would like to develop and utilize this asset. One small indication of how this direct collaboration between the Frankfurt School and the United States government bore fruit is that one of the Institute's manuscripts that Marcuse shared with the Office of Strategic Services, The Elimination of German Chauvinism, received feedback from the state agency in 1942. Horkheimer found it most interesting and referred to the Office of Strategic Services input as the first really valuable and substantial advice we received in this matter. He indicated his support for further work on the project along the lines suggested by the predecessor organization to the CIA. The point person in the Office of Strategic Services for their exchange, Edward Yarnell Hartshorne Jr., later became the primary education officer in charge of the reopening of German universities in the United States occupation zone after the war. Wild Bill Donovan soon recruited Marcuse, Newman, and Kirchheimer into the Research and Analysis branch of the Office of the Coordinator of Information and Office of Strategic Services. Pollock was hired by the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice and was an advisor for the War Production Board. Leuwenthal found a job at the Office of War Information alongside the famous anthropologist Ruth Benedict, and then at Voice of America. Those working in research and analysis all moved to the State Department when it was relocated there. That makes 5 Frankfurt School intellectuals in government service out of the 8 whom Thomas Wheatland identifies as part of Horkheimer's primary circle. As for the other 3, Erich Fromm was in New York with Horkheimer and Adorno before the latter two settled in well-to-do areas of Los Angeles. Siegfried Krakauer, whose life and work intersected with the Frankfurt School in various ways, worked at the Museum of Modern Art in New York and was supported by Guggenheim and Rockefeller for his research on German film. Arkady Gerland, an associate of the Institute, also worked at the Office of Strategic Services. Rolf Wiggershaus summarized the situation as follows. In 1943, 6 more or less full associates of the Institute were in full or part-time government service and were in this way visibly contributing to the war effort. Neumann as Deputy Chief of the Central European Section of the Office of Strategic Services and consultant at the Board of Economic Warfare. Marcuse as Senior Analyst at the Office of Strategic Services. Kirchheimer and Gerland also as members of staff at the Office of Strategic Services. Leuwenthal as a consultant at the Office of War Information, and Pollock as consultant at the Department of Justice's Antitrust Division. The only ones who were spared were Horkheimer and Adorno, the 2 principal theoreticians. Paul Lazarsfeld was also one of the Institute's research associates, and he served in the Office of War Information. Depending on how strictly one defines the Frankfurt School and its networks, that makes 7 affiliates working for the United States government. Even Franz Neumann's wife, Inge, who would marry Marcuse after her husband's death, worked for the Office of Strategic Services. Strictly speaking, therefore, it is not true that the Institute spent its wartime and immediate post-war exile in New York and Los Angeles. The real refuge for the Frankfurt School at the time was Washington District of Columbia, and more specifically the United States National Security State and its propaganda agencies. The Frankfurt School, at least at the time, would have been more appropriately named the Washington School, the wartime crucible of post-war social science. The Office of Strategic Services Research and Analysis branch was, in Raffaele Lordani's opinion, the biggest American research institution in the first half of the 20th century. It was in many ways, he claims, the birthplace of post-war United States American social science. This is hardly an exaggeration, since an incredible number of scholars who served in the Office of Strategic Services went on to become, after the war, major figures in their disciplines and preeminent power brokers at elite institutions, occupying leadership positions in academic associations and across the university system and publishing industry. Even for those who were renowned before the war, their careers were generally bolstered by their governmental service, which provided them with political backing as well as extensive contacts, including within the academic creme de la creme employed in Washington. This was very much the case for the Frankfurt scholars, whose long sojourn in the United States capital was integral to their post-war academic success. With an unlimited budget, which rose to several $100 million during the war, according to former CIA officer R. Harris Smith, Wild Bill Donovan invested in the construction of a gigantic research center to put the intellectual world at the service of the war state. In a global and totalitarian war, Wild Bill opined intelligence must be global and totalitarian. The principal recruiting ground for the research and analysis branch was the American university establishment, as Bernard Katz explained. Indeed, research and analysis was, according to Smith, the first concerted effort on the part of any world power to apply the talents of its academic community to official analysis of foreign affairs, and the branch resembled a star-studded college faculty. With the help of the American Council of Learned Societies, the Social Science Research Council, and dense networks of academic association, research and analysis hired between 1,000 and 2,000 professional researchers. This means that it was one of the largest agencies in the intelligence apparatus with its 12,000 employees. Moreover, even the spies and technical experts in the Office of Strategic Services describe research and analysis as the heart and soul of the intelligence service. The research atmosphere was highly interdisciplinary, bringing together some of the most eminent or promising historians, economists, sociologists, political scientists, literary scholars, philosophers, and other academics. In the interest of space, let us briefly consider a few examples. The list of historians at the Office of Strategic Services, to begin with, reads like a roster of the cream of the crop of the discipline. 7 of them would later serve as presidents of the American Historical Association. One of them, Professor Crane Brinton, wrote with 2 other Office of Strategic Services historians, John Christopher and Robert Lee Wolfe, the influential textbook, A History of Civilization, which became one of the 2 that dominated the market for the immediate post-war generation of undergraduate students. Reflecting the synoptic worldview developed by these authors during their time at the Office of Strategic Services, it would not be totally revised until 1983. This state-backed approach to history was by no means exceptional, and we can point as well to Office of Strategic Services Director William Langer's History of United States Policy during the Second World War, which was closely coordinated by the State Department and funded by a substantial 4-year grant that the Council on Foreign Relations had secured from the Rockefeller Foundation. The model for this project was a collective war history in Britain, overseen by the acclaimed academic Arnold Toynbee, who was employed by the Intelligence Department of the Foreign Office and was later financed by Rockefeller to work on this history in coordination with the Foreign Office. It is remarkable, moreover, the extent to which historians trained in intelligence agencies were involved in writing some of the major historical encyclopedias and multi-volume works on history and civilization that were published by prestigious presses and widely circulated during the Cold War. These included Brinton, Langer, and Toynbee. At the same time, and unsurprisingly, research and analysis has been overlooked by professional historians. This pattern of governmental service followed by an ascension of the academic ladder to powerful leadership positions is also visible in other disciplines, as is the revolving door between Washington and elite universities. While some of this is surely due to the fact that many academics in the Office of Strategic Services already had prestigious positions before the war, the contacts they developed in the government, including with other influential intellectuals and foundation operatives, certainly contributed to enhancing their career trajectories in many cases. The economists in the Office of Strategic Services, for instance, included 5 future American Economic Association presidents and a Nobel laureate. In the field of English literature and American studies, Norman Holmes Pearson worked for the Office of Strategic Services and became head of the X2 branch, the Counterintelligence Service, in London during the war. After the armistice, he returned to Yale, where he co-founded and headed the New American Studies program, which promoted United States American interest during the Cold War, and he served as one of the university's most important CIA recruiters. He twice won the prestigious Guggenheim Fellowship, became the president of the American Studies Association and chancellor of the Academy of American Poets, and served on committees for the National Book Awards. To cite a final example, Everon M. Kirkpatrick became the first full-time director of the American Political Science Association in 1954, serving until 1981. He had just come off a decade of leadership positions in the United States National Security State, including serving as the Assistant Director of Research and Analysis in the Office of Strategic Services and, within the State Department, Chief of External Research Staff, Chief of Psychological Intelligence and Research, and Deputy Director of the Office of Intelligence Research. These governmental connections were not abandoned as he moved into academia. 13 years into his 27-year tenure as the executive director of the American Political Science Association, it was revealed that he had been simultaneously serving for a decade as the executive director of Operations and Policy Research Incorporated, an organization established to help the United States Information Service, the government's propaganda arm, distribute more persuasive broadsides and magazines and books both in this country and abroad. He employed more than 100 professors in this propaganda effort, many of them members of the American Political Science Association, and the funding came from the United States Information Service, the United States Information Agency, the Pentagon, the State Department, and other government agencies, as well as from foundations revealed to be CIA conduits and the agency itself. It is not surprising, given his work as an academic subcontractor for the United States National Security State, that Kirkpatrick corresponded with the director of the CIA regarding the American Political Science Association activities. In 1977, for instance, he wrote to the head of the agency on behalf of the officers and staff of the American Political Science Association to invite him to attend the association's annual meeting, sharing the program and encouraging him to bring it to the attention of others who might be interested. In any case, the CIA's academic relations staff has a history of producing a quarterly calendar of scheduled meetings of professional organizations that may be of interest to its analysts. Between January and October 1977, agency operatives attended 150 conferences, conventions, and symposia, and more than 30 analysts presented scholarly papers as panelists at these meetings. Office of Strategic Services. Oh, so socialist in the service of capital. It was as if the left Hegelian Worldgeist had taken up temporary residence in the Central European section of the Office of Strategic Services. John Herz, a colleague of the Frankfurt Scholars in the Office of Strategic Services. Also socialist was one of the nicknames given to the Office of Strategic Services because of the number of leftist intellectuals like Marcuse, Neumann, and Kirchheimer in its ranks. Although there were many liberals, Donovan thought it was important to put socialists to work as well, as long as their research bore fruit. He even personally hired a young economist suspected of being a communist by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Paul Sweezy. As Tim Muller explained, the objective was to have multiple perspectives, including from the socialist or even communist left, in order to confront them and maximize input. Research and analysis activities were very collective, in any case, so the individual contributions of leftist scholars were part of a larger mix of vantage points. Moreover, the United States was ostensibly allied with the Soviet Union during the war, and Marxists are renowned for their rigorous materialist analyses, so having them involved made sense for multiple reasons, not least of which was the ongoing war on communism. A veritable think tank, with an emphasis on the military meaning of the second term, the Office of Strategic Services Research and Analysis Branch was chaired by two Republicans, James Baxter, the president of Williams College, and William Langer, a Harvard historian. Forging an alliance between the state, the capitalist class, and the university in a military-industrial academic complex, Donovan, a wealthy Wall Street lawyer himself, peppered the Office of Strategic Services Administration with business magnates and corporate lawyers. The esprit de corps of the executive offices was nearly identical to that of company boardrooms, and major corporations lent their executives and often their funds, be it Goldman Sachs, Standard Oil Company, Paramount Pictures, or J. Walter Thompson Advertising Agency. Members of the wealthiest families in the United States also worked in the administrative offices of the Office of Strategic Services, including the sons of Andrew Mellon and J.P. Morgan, and members of the Vanderbilt, DuPont, Archbold, and Ryan families. The Rockefellers were notably absent, but they had their own propaganda and intelligence agency in Latin America. Nelson Rockefeller headed the Office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. Intelligence agencies cannot be understood, nor can the inner functioning of the bourgeois state, without grasping the central and powerful role played by the capitalist ruling class. Leadership of the intelligence agencies, as can be seen, was not simply indirectly in the hands of the leading capitalists since, in many cases, they took direct control. The military-industrial academic complex is not a level playing field since the state is controlled by the ownership class and the intelligentsia, in this case, is in the employ of the bourgeois state. If the order of determinations was more clearly spelled out and it was described at its highest level of concrete abstraction, it would be referred to as the financial state intellectual complex. All of this means that the socialist researchers mentioned above were employed by the bourgeois state and overseen, directly or indirectly, by the bourgeoisie. It is important to note that the CIA, founded in 1947, is in many ways the mirror image of the Office of Strategic Services. It was established based on the same fundamental model and structure, triangulating and hierarchically organizing elements from the financial, state, and intellectual sectors. The CIA. took over the intelligence and covert psychological warfare activities of the Office of Strategic Services, meaning that it merged, like the Office of Strategic Services, secret intelligence and clandestine operations in the same organization. Intellectuals and researchers thus remained just as important, and extensive recruitment from elite universities continued as before, as well as the revolving door between the academy and Washington. In fact, many of those who served in the Office of Strategic Services later continued their work for the CIA. For instance, the Frankfurt Scholars boss, William Langer, who was the Chief of Research and Analysis at the Office of Strategic Services, helped set up the Office of National Estimates for the CIA in 1950 and served as its assistant director for its first year. He was seconded in this endeavor by Yale history professor Sherman Kent, who was also a veteran of the Office of Strategic Services Research and Analysis branch, and who then became the director of the Office of National Estimates. Langer continued to work as a CIA consultant in later years, including serving on the board panel on covert operations and participating in meetings 4 times a year to collaborate on national intelligence estimates with Kent, the powerful Office of Strategic Services, and CIA operative Allen Dulles, and a group of professors. There was thus deep continuity, and much of what has been outlined regarding the Office of Strategic Services equally applies to the CIA, since the Office of Strategic Services was the direct lineal ancestor of today's Central Intelligence Agency. Denazification as renazification. What were the Frankfurt School intellectuals doing in the Office of Strategic Services? They wielded the main intelligence weapon, according to the CIA's David Phillips files. They prepared reports on Germany from the rise of Nazism to its collapse and the reconstruction of the country in the post-war period. They analyzed various aspects of German society, the consequences of the defeat of the Third Reich, internal political opposition, and the new so-called threat of communism. Involved in denazification and the preparation of the Nuremberg trials, they drew attention to the responsibility of industrialists and business leaders. Rather than a denazification focused primarily on the upper echelons of the Nazi Party and the military, they advocated a broad program to denazify the political, economic, administrative, and military spheres. Donovan's team did the lion's share of the American trial preparation, and Franz Neumann was Donovan's right-hand man. As head of the War Crimes Unit of the Office of Strategic Services, with people like Kirkheimer and Marcuse working under him, Neumann played a central role in the collection of evidence and the constitution of the legal case for the main Nuremberg war crimes trials. Marcuse later expressed regret that the United States government did not follow their advice. In an interview in which Jürgen Habermas asked him if his recommendations for denazification had any consequence, he retorted, "On the contrary, those whom we had listed first as economic war criminals were very quickly back in the decisive positions of responsibility in the German economy." John H. Herz, a German-born academic who served alongside the Frankfurt Scholars in the Office of Strategic Services and the State Department, where he also took part in the Nuremberg trials, drew the following conclusion in an academic article published in 1948. Denazification began with a bang, but died with a whimper, because it opened the way toward renewed control of German public, social, economic, and cultural life by forces which only partially and temporarily had been deprived of the influence they had exerted under the Nazi regime. In 1951, laws were passed to officially end any legal prosecution of former Nazis, while the persecution of communists continued, with arrests and imprisonment of around 10,000 suspected communists by the mid-1960s. In 1956, the Communist Party of Germany was outlawed, as it had been in 1933, along with a number of communist and anti-fascist organizations. This trajectory differed starkly from that of the German Democratic Republic, where a genuine denazification process did take place and communists were empowered in society. To return to the immediate post-war and the Frankfurt Scholars' recommendations to the United States administration regarding the future of Germany, Herz explained that Marcuse and his associates advocated a social democratic reformist position and not so much a Marxist one. They inclined toward a democratic, in the broad sense, constitution in Germany, which was first of all to eliminate the effects of authoritarian, illiberal tradition at all levels in German life. It was a position with which I, as a non-Marxist, could agree. A kind of Anglo-Saxon democracy, but one from which socialist measures could arise when conditions were right. The Federal Republic of Germany was indeed bequeathed, on the surface, with a Western-style democracy and the possibility, but not the guarantee, of social welfare measures. Konrad Adenauer, who had before the war called for a coalition government with the Nazis, became the first Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. He was financially supported and controlled by the CIA, as former agent Philip A.G. and others have explained in detail, and he packed his government with other right-wing and conservative Catholic figures as well as high-ranking former Nazis. The Office of Strategic Services and CIA also set up and controlled the Federal Republic of Germany's post-war intelligence service. They put Nazi Brigadier General Reinhard Gehlen in charge, and he hired some 4,000 agents, of which 100 at least had clear ties to Nazi atrocities. Moreover, the United States National Security State funded, trained, and equipped fascist subversives to run brutal terror and destabilization campaigns against the German Democratic Republic. Additionally, the Office of Strategic Services and CIA recruited Nazis into secret fascist stay-behind armies as part of a broader strategy of tension in the West, which included committing acts of terrorism against civilians that were blamed on communists. Horkheimer, the director of the Institute for Social Research, defended the Adenauer government and aligned himself with it. Along with Adorno and Habermas, and likely some of the other Frankfurt scholars, Horkheimer maintained, against the left critics, that the Federal Republic of Germany was a democracy, rebuffing in particular the students who accused it of complicity with fascism. In fact, Habermas would even later assert that the Bundesrepublik was one of the 6 or 7 most liberal countries in the world. The real fascists, for these leading Frankfurt scholars, were not in the West German state, but rather in the left movements critical of the Federal Republic of Germany, as well as in socialist states. Habermas infamously derided the students for engaging in left fascism, an oxymoronic expression that Adorno proudly embraced. Marcuse was insightful enough to reject this fallacious assertion. However, even in one of his most radical books, An Essay on Liberation, he clearly distinguished West Germany from the fascist and semi-fascist countries. These were some of the practical consequences of the world-renowned theorization of fascism in the writings of figures like Adorno and Horkheimer, though often with echoes in the work of some of the other Frankfurt intellectuals. Fascism was readily visible to them in left-wing movements and communism, which had been responsible for the wartime defeat of fascism, but not in bourgeois pseudo-democracies stocked with actual Nazis. Their ideological lens perfectly inverted the order of things. This positioned them very well for receiving United States government and ruling class funding, as well as support from the West German government and private donors, in order to re-establish the Frankfurt School in the Federal Republic of Germany. It became an anti-communist outpost in the battle of ideas, and was part of a broader network of European institutions supported by the United States ruling class in its ideological war on communism. The Washington to academic fame pipeline. Many of the Frankfurt scholars continued to work for the state after the war. Neumann, Marcuse, Kirchheimer, and some 900 other veterans of the defunct Research and Analysis branch were integrated into the State Department's Interim Research and Intelligence Service. However, the critical theorists did eventually find university positions, particularly as McCarthyism gradually came to grip the government. In 1948, Neumann became a professor of political science at Columbia University, and Marcuse began working there in 1952. Pollock returned to Frankfurt in 1950 to re-establish the Institute for Social Research. Kirchheimer landed a professorship in political science at the New School for Social Research in 1955. Lowenthal began teaching at the University of California, Berkeley in 1956, after a year at Stanford. Government service and contacts in Washington not only eased their way into the United States Academy. In many ways, their intelligence and propaganda work was a springboard for their intellectual careers at some of the most prestigious universities, which have ample ties to the political elite. They had spent years working with many of the most renowned academics on a common ideological project by doing research, analysis, and psychological warfare. Their connections to major academic power brokers could not have been better, and it is thus not at all surprising that they landed such prominent positions. Horkheimer was right, therefore, when he opportunistically encouraged Marcuse to accept his first job at the Office of War Information because it could be used to help advance the Frankfurt School's projects. Here is how Marcuse described his colleagues and the overall setting in the Office of Strategic Services. Our division in the Office of Strategic Services was the best assembling of intellectuals ever gathered under one roof. Every single one of them has become a full professor of reputation, a writer, or whatever. The connections made in Washington were not only to powerful academics, but also to members of the political and media establishment, and they included direct or indirect ties to the managers of the major capitalist foundations. The latter tended to have prestigious academic training, and many of them worked for intelligence services during and sometimes after the war. Shepard Stone, the longtime director of international affairs at the Ford Foundation, who was deeply involved in its collaborations with the CIA and supported the Frankfurt School, was active in wartime intelligence work. Office of Strategic Services veterans, as Francis Stonor Saunders explains, were recruited to the Rockefeller Foundation in droves. In 1950, Office of Strategic Services veteran Charles B. Farrs became head of the Foundation's Division of Humanities. His assistant was another Office of Strategic Services veteran named Chadbourne Gilpatrick, who arrived there directly from the CIA. These two were the principal liaisons for the Congress for Cultural Freedom and responsible for dispensing large Rockefeller subsidies to Michael Jolson's outfit, the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Fass had become the chief of the Research and Analysis Division, Far East, of the Office of Strategic Services, and then followed Marcuse, Neumann, and Kirkheimer to the State Department after the war, before moving on to the Rockefeller Foundation in 1950. He also served on a secret CIA consultants board at Princeton alongside Marcuse's two greatest academic supporters, Philip Moseley and William Langer. Edward Dahms, who worked as the Assistant and Associate Director of Humanities for the Rockefeller Foundation from 1947 to 1957, and then the Ford Foundation, had earlier worked in the United States Army and then its Civil Affairs Division. It is not clear if the Frankfurt scholars met these foundation operatives during their sojourn in Washington. However, they ran in similar circles and were connected through the networks of the financial state intellectual complex. Even if these connections were distant in certain cases, the fact that the Frankfurt scholars had so dutifully served Washington was a reliable sign of their political bona fides. We do know, to take one example, that Marcuse interceded on the Institute's behalf by meeting and corresponding with Dahmes from the Rockefeller Foundation and connecting him with Horkheimer, who already knew him. This was in 1953, when Marcuse was still officially a member of the State Department. Although he did not succeed in securing this particular grant, these overall connections certainly served the interests of the Frankfurt School, which continued to be supported by the United States government and its ruling class. Whereas the members of the Institute for Social Research had been on the fringes of academic life and in search of work during their early exile after their loyal service to the state, the Institute boasted an impressive national network of professors at the country's leading institutions: Columbia, Berkeley, the New School, Stanford, and Harvard. In Lewenthal's case, we know that it was Lazarsfeld who was instrumental in securing his invitation to Stanford's Center for Advanced Studies. Marcuse unsuccessfully beseeched Paul Baran, an Institute affiliate who served in the Office of Strategic Services, to help him obtain a teaching position at the same university. Lazarsfeld was an Institute associate, propaganda maven, Columbia professor, and a major academic subcontractor to the state and capitalist class. Marcuse, as we will see, was relocated to Columbia and Harvard, while initially still under contract with the State Department, to work at institutes created and controlled by the national security state, thereby launching an Ivy League academic career directly through his intelligence work. With its research associates securing such high-status positions, as well as with the corporate and state grants secured by Horkheimer, not to mention the public relations firm he hired to promote the Institute's work in the United States, the Frankfurt School was well positioned to become a dominant academic force in the world's leading empire. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Frankfurt School, insofar as it became the premier representative of Western Marxism, was to a certain extent the scion of empire. Many of the Institute's researchers later defended their governmental service and claimed that they had no qualms about collaborating. Discussing Marcuse, Kirchheimer, and Neumann, Raffaele Lodani makes the following important point. These thinkers never demonstrated any particular embarrassment in connection with their past government service. Rather, on more than one occasion, they proudly defended their participation as one of the few attempts to make the Frankfurt School's critical theory a practical tool in the fight against fascism. Indeed, for a school of thought renowned for its defeatism and quietism, here was a moment of clear, practical political commitment on the part of the Frankfurt School. Leuenthal took a similar position, and he testified to the lack of scruples on the part of the other Frankfurt intellectuals. He spent 6 years, from 1949 to 1955, as research director of Voice of America, the governmental propaganda outlet under the control of the Office of War Information, from 1943 to 45, and in the State Department from 1945 to 53. He said in an autobiographical dialogue that he never had the feeling he was working for an imperialist power because he simply was not really conscious of it, meaning United States imperialism. He was only, on his account, fulfilling a specific function, namely directing a department within the American propaganda apparatus, without making the political decisions himself. He was not interested in posing as an ardent critic of American foreign policy. The fact that Voice of America had a special ideological warfare unit which develops master scripts to show how immediately current news items can be interpreted to the embarrassment of communist doctrine did not seem to bother him in the least. Indeed, the director of Voice of America, broadcast since 1949, Foy Kohler, publicly celebrated the achievements of his propaganda agency for its contributions to the anti-communist Saiwa. I think it is clear that the Voice of America can take a considerable share of the credit for fostering the growing strength and determination of the free world, for the votes in the United Nations strongly condemning communist aggression in Korea, for the declining strength of communism throughout the free world, and particularly in such vital countries as France and Italy. Leuenthal understood that he and his Frankfurt friends were contributing to this ideological world war, and he maintained that they were justified in doing so because they were on the right side of history. Helmut Dubiel asked, if you, Marcuse Pollock, and Neumann had no scruples as intellectuals to work for the American government during the war, you were probably also motivated by the belief that this was also a war of ideologies. Leuenthal replied, certainly. Although Dubiel here references their wartime activities, Lewandowski showed no signs of regret throughout the dialogue for his work in psychological warfare after the end of the Second World War. This included his service to empire during the Korean War in the early 1950s, to take but one example. The United States allies in South Korea, bent on ridding the country of communists, carried out mass executions of at least 300,000 people in the first months of the war, and General Douglas MacArthur oversaw a ruthless bombing campaign that flattened North Korea, ordering the use of incendiaries to burn to the ground every city, every village, and every factory. The Frankfurt School's alignment with the United States empire in the Battle of Ideas positioned it to be promoted as the source of some of the most innovative and cutting-edge forms of Marxism. What a novelty, and how remarkable, to develop a version of Marxism that would openly fight an ideological world war against communism while fulfilling the academic and intelligence needs of the world's leading imperialist power. Here was, indeed, a Marxism that had overcome the supposed limitations of those old-school Marxists invested in breaking the chains of imperialism and building socialism. This newfangled Marxism was radical enough to turn things around, via a doggerel version of dialectics, by accommodating capitalism and even imperialism while traducing communism. As a servant of empire, the Washington School developed a commodifiable imperial version of Marxism that gained global prominence, in part because it was feted by the capitalist ruling class and supported by bourgeois states. Were critical theorists Soviet spies? Psychological warfare is not propaganda, it is politics. Franz Neumann. The Washington School critical theorists were not all faithful to the agenda of the United States national security state. A few of them had connections to Soviet espionage networks and shared information with the Soviet Union. Richard Sorge, to begin with, was an early research associate of the Institute. He was also a Soviet military intelligence agent, and he connected Hedy Massing to his networks. Her husband, Paul Massing, was a sociologist who worked for the Institute for Social Research with Adorno and Horkheimer at Columbia University. The two most prominent intellectuals of the Frankfurt School even wrote a preface to Paul Massing's book, Prehistory of Political Antisemitism. Paul Massing also became involved in working for Soviet intelligence, and he was the one who introduced Franz Neumann to a spy in his circles. Neumann, as we shall see, was apparently integrated into these networks and shared information with his handler, although some of the details regarding his involvement are at least partially shrouded in mystery. Neumann was among the first émigrés to be recruited in Washington. He had supported the German Revolution of 1918 and later worked as a lawyer for trade unions. However, a Federal Bureau of Investigation confirmed his political reliability and loyalty to the United States. Efforts were even made to expedite his naturalization process. He was then hired by the government, and he rose through the ranks to become head of the Central European section of the Office of Strategic Services Research and Analysis branch, gaining access to secret information. In the 1990s, select Soviet intelligence service archives became accessible, and the United States made its Venona project public, which was the massive operation run by the National Security Agency aimed at intercepting and decrypting messages from Soviet intelligence. This fragmentary information allowed researchers to identify the person behind the codename Ruff, who was mentioned in Venona telegrams, Franz Neumann. According to Alexander Vasiliev and Alan Weinstein, Ruff was recommended to the Russian spy services by one of his good friends, Mary, as well as by Noah and Git. They described him as pro-Soviet and leftist, with no affiliation with émigré organizations. He was contacted in 1942, and he apparently agreed to give all the information he had to Elizabeth Sarabina, also known as Vardo, a Russian secret agent he had met through his friends Paul and Hedy Massing. Alexander Vasiliev, a former KGB officer turned journalist and historian, was granted access to KGB archives for a book project, and his notes on what he read there are publicly available. In them, there is a list of the secret information provided by Ruff, then an undated note that simply states, Ruff does practically nothing. His excuse is that there is not any important information. The other day, he became a United States citizen. Bit of a coward. Mary was given instructions to put pressure on him. Then there is a note dated September 1st, 1943. We have taken an interest in Herbert Marcuse in view of his work at Cabin, a close friend of Ruff's. The exact nature of his work in the Office of Strategic Services is unknown. No one knows Marcuse through Germany and thinks that although he did not belong to a party there, he was very close to the fellow countrymen. It is not clear, however, whether the Soviet intelligence service decided to contact Marcuse. According to at least one source, Neumann did recommend his colleague Donald Wheeler to the KGB, describing him as talented and progressive, and he later became probably the KGB's most productive source in the Office of Strategic Services. According to a note from January 6, 1944, Ruff, that is Neumann, reaffirmed that he would pass on all really important information, explaining that 90% of what he learned came out a few days later in the newspapers. Then came the revelations of May and June 1944, when Neumann warned the Soviets that Office of Strategic Services operative Alan Dulles, who would later become the head of the CIA, was discussing with prominent Nazi military officials and businessmen the possibility of a peace deal with the West that would give the Nazis the freedom to operate in the East in order to continue the war against the Soviet Union. The Kremlin did not fully trust Neumann, and it took time to verify this story by confirming it through other sources, concluding in a note dated April 4, 1945, that it was quite reliable. This is precisely what the Soviets feared, namely that their supposed allies were traitors who were ready to sign a peace agreement with the Nazis behind their backs. Hitler had made his intention of destroying the Soviet Union perfectly clear, and this had been the project of 14 capitalist countries during their brutal, but ultimately unsuccessful, invasion of 1918 to 1920. Dulles, who was explicitly named by Neumann, was not a minor figure. He was running what some have described as the most important United States intelligence outpost in Europe. From the end of 1942, he received leaders of the Nazi regime to confer about the possibility of a peace agreement, which would allow Germany to intensify its war against the communists. In addition to the two Nazi contingents identified by Neumann, General Walther von Brauchitsch, Commander-in-Chief of the German Army for the first 2 years of the war, and a group with Colonel General Kurt Zeitzer, Chief of the Army General Staff for the Wehrmacht, Dulles met with Max von Hohenlohe, an envoy of Heinrich Himmler, and Walter Schellenberg, the Director of Intelligence of the SS, to discuss a United States-German rapprochement. Germany would inevitably become a factor of order and progress in Europe following a settlement of the present conflict, Dulles indicated, and should be permitted to keep Austria and several other territories that Hitler had already claimed. He added, due to the inflamed state of public opinion in the Anglo-Saxon countries, Hitler could not serve as the post-war leader of Germany, but it might be possible to replace him with another powerful Nazi such as SS Chief Himmler. Alan Dulles and his brother John Foster Dulles, the future Secretary of State, became two of the more influential advocates of separate peace tactics in elite United States circles. Although this plan did not materialize, the future Director of Central Intelligence maintained that the Nazis shared the same fundamental values, nard as the United States, and they were therefore fighting the wrong enemy. The Nazis were, unlike the godless communists, Christians, Aryans, and capitalists. On the United States side, there were also fears of a peace agreement between Germany and the Soviet Union. This was one of the reasons why Colonel Carter Clark, head of the United States Army Special Branch, which oversaw the Signal Intelligence Service that would later become the National Security Agency, started the Venona project to crack the secret codes used by the Soviets. Although the project did not succeed before the end of the war, the discoveries from 1946 did not reveal attempts to negotiate an independent peace with the Nazis. Rather, what Clark and his team learned was how successful the Soviet Union had been in placing spies in almost every department and agency of the United States government. The Venona project, which was able to decipher only a small portion of the messages, identified 349 individuals in the United States with secret links to Soviet intelligence, but almost 200 remained hidden behind their code names. Among the spies discovered, there were a significant number of high-ranking officials like Lachlan Curry, a personal assistant of President Roosevelt, and Maurice Halperin, the director of the research service of the Office of Strategic Services. There was also the infiltration of the Manhattan Project by Julius Rosenberg and others, which allowed the Soviet Union to develop atomic weapons more quickly. Important doubts have been raised about Neumann's work as a double agent. First of all, Vasiliev's notes from the KGB archives were the result of a book deal with Crown Publishers, a subsidiary of Random House, which provided him and his co-author Weinstein with exclusive access to Soviet documentation. More needs to be known about this agreement, which was part of a larger project in the wake of the destruction of the Soviet Union of publishing 5 books based on Soviet archives with obvious propaganda potential. Unfortunately, an independent verification of Vasiliev and Weinstein's findings has not been allowed. Permitting other researchers to read the files would obviously be necessary, not simply to verify the validity of their claims, but also to explore alternative explanations for the rather fragmentary evidence that is available. According to Tim Muller, the Massings, who were purportedly responsible for connecting Neumann to Soviet intelligence, had already broken away from the Soviet intelligence service networks in 1938 and sought cooperation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Is it possible, as he suggests, that Neumann was simply sharing information with the Massings as friends, who then perhaps reconnected with their former Soviet contacts to help an allied nation that was bearing the brunt of the war? Moreover, Vasiliev and Weinstein's project has some complicated aspects to it that merit greater scrutiny. To begin with, Weinstein was a professor who had become deeply involved in anti-communist destabilization efforts at least since 1980, when he joined Soviet dissidents in organizing a citizens' committee to monitor the Helsinki Accords on human rights. He was one of the driving forces behind the Center for Democracy, which he ran from 1985 to 2003, when it was folded into the National Endowment for Democracy, and he became its co-director. In describing the National Endowment for Democracy, he candidly explained, as we briefly saw above, that a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. Indeed, Weinstein was directly involved in supporting Boris Yeltsin's anti-Soviet coup d'etat. He was, according to his co-author Vasiliev, friends with CIA Director James Woolsey and a suspected CIA agent who some presumed was allowing the agency to use the Center for Democracy as a cover for secret operations. Vasiliev, a former agent in the KGB Intelligence Directorate, was fearful of the communists coming back to power in 1996, so he remained in Britain after the British Foreign Office organized his second trip there in 1993. All of this raises serious questions about the reliability of Weinstein and Vasiliev's co-authored book. Were they providing a faithful transcription of the archives as well as a reliable framing of the facts, or is it possible that they were trying to bad jacket Neumann, disingenuously presenting him as an informant in order to discredit him, and thus one of the more Marxist scholars of the Frankfurt School as a communist collaborator not to be trusted? This would not explain, however, why his name surfaced in the Venona telegrams. Unfortunately, more information is necessary in order to resolve these questions. Miller draws the following conclusion, which appears to be the most prudent, given the extant state of research in the field, though more information could come to light requiring this to be revised. It seems certain that Hide Massing and Paul Massing received Office of Strategic Services documents from Neumann in 1943. The Massings forwarded these documents to the NKGBB and established a brief contact between Neumann and a Russian agent. Neumann provided the NKGB agent with information about secret negotiations of the German opposition with the Americans. He broke off contact in July 1944. Even Weinstein and Vasiliev cannot help but describe Neumann as a problematic and ambivalent source for the Soviets. In spite of these qualifications, Mueller nonetheless concludes, it cannot be ruled out that Neumann was active as a Soviet spy for a short time. Neumann died in a car accident in 1954, before history could catch up with him and shed light on his possible secret dealings. If anyone was aware of his activities, it would likely have been his wife, Inge Werner, who also worked for the Office of Strategic Services, or his close friend Herbert Marcuse. The latter had moved in with the Neumanns and lived in a trio with them after his wife died in 1951. When Franz was killed 3 years later, Herbert married his widow, Inge, the following year. Nobody in their circles was more intimately connected than these three. I am unaware, however, of any time when Marcuse or his new wife publicly discussed Neumann's possible role as the Soviet agent known as Ruff. It is interesting to note, however, that some have attributed Marcuse's radicalization to his relationship with Inge. Many of their friends have testified that it was Inge who first pressured him to become more actively allied to the political movement taking shape in the 1960s. Whatever the case may be, it is widely recognized that Marcuse moved further to the left, beginning around 1965. This is illustrated by publications like An Essay on Liberation in 1969 and Counter-Revolution and Revolt in 1972, as well as by his public support for the student, anti-war, ecological, feminist, and anti-racist movements. Can you seriously fight fascism while combating communism? In assessing the Frankfurt School's collaboration with the United States government, it is of the utmost importance to highlight different levels of complicity. The Frankfurt scholars needed employment. Like many intellectuals, their employers had questionable reputations, to put it mildly, but this must be contextualized and situated within an overall calculus of scholarly survival. The simple fact of working for a particular organization does not automatically disqualify someone intellectually or politically. Within the Office of Strategic Services, for instance, there was a wide spectrum of political orientations, and some researchers were open to, or even supportive of, certain aspects of socialism. The agency itself was highly compartmentalized, with a clear distinction between the analytic and action arms, although the former fed into and provided cover for the latter. Moreover, some intellectuals made a significant portion of their career out of their government service, while others only served for a rather brief wartime stint. Several of them went on to produce important scholarship that was not simply an expression of the dominant ideology. Paul Barron, Arno Mayer, and Paul Sweezy are three such examples. A dialectical approach, which examines the social totality and all of the nuances of individual orientations within it, as well as how they changed over time, is necessary in order to avoid reductivist accounts. Much of the academic debate on the Frankfurt School's involvement with the government has unfortunately been framed in terms of what historian Jacques Pauwels insightfully diagnosed as the myth of the good war. The principal claim is that the members of this school were fighting fascism, and their valiant contributions to this cause are therefore beyond criticism. Marcuse intoned in perfect harmony with this orientation. If critics reproach me for that, it only shows the complete ignorance of these people, who seem to have forgotten that the war then was a war against fascism, and that, consequently, I have not the slightest reason for being ashamed of having assisted in it. There is some truth to this, insofar as a number of the critical theorists, including Marcuse, provided important studies of Nazi Germany, and lobbied for more serious forms of denazification than were actually implemented. They were invested in anti-fascist politics within the confines of bourgeois democracies, which can be a laudable tactic, even though it is not a viable long-term strategy. In any case, one cannot simply analyze this phenomenon at a subjective level by looking at the thoughts, motivations, and actions of individual scholars. These need to be situated within the objective system in which they participated. One of the principal interests that the United States national security state had in hiring German researchers with some knowledge of Marxism was that it was beneficial to have people who knew the European left from the inside. Non-communist Marxists were particularly useful because their expertise in Marxism could be mobilized to understand and fight the enemy, while their anti-communism helped guarantee their ultimate fealty to the bourgeois state, although there are some exceptions. This was not only true in the case of the Frankfurt School, but more generally, so much so that some scholars talk, with plenty of evidence to support this claim, of a Trotskyism to CIA pipeline. One of the objectives of the United States national security state was to wage a highly sophisticated intellectual world war on Marxism, driving a wedge between its supposedly authentic and respectable Western forms on the one hand, and its purported perversions in the East, where it became a material reality instead of a pristine system of ideas. The Frankfurt School, like the dominant forms of Trotskyism in the imperial core, played an important role in this war. Another key aspect of the United States national security state, and more specifically, agencies like the Office of Strategic Services, needs to be highlighted. It was far from simply being anti-fascist. It is worth recalling that the country was racially segregated at the time, and lynchings were still taking place, as well as racist police terror. The Nazis had, in fact, diligently studied the United States prior to the war because they considered it to be at the vanguard of racial apartheid. Moreover, Uncle Sam engaged in violent wars of imperial conquest and repeatedly refused, including during the Spanish Civil War, to fight the spread of fascism around the world. There was also ample fascist support on the home front, including by mainstream leaders and the media. During the Palmer raids of 1919 to 20, state forces arrested thousands and deported hundreds of suspected radicals with complete disregard, in most cases for due process. In 1934, it was revealed that a group of powerful capitalists, including the Morgan, DuPont, Rockefeller, Pew, and Mellon interests, had conspired to overthrow the New Deal government and establish a fascist dictatorship, although none of the conspirators were held accountable or punished for it. The Smith Act of 1940 made it a criminal offense to advocate for the communist overthrow of the government. The proposed Munt-Nixon Bill of 1948 explicitly presented itself as an effort to combat communism by requiring members of the Communist Party to register with the Attorney General, and Senate liberals proposed establishing concentration camps to intern potential troublemakers. Although it did not ultimately pass, many of its provisions were integrated into the 1950 McCarran Act, which authorized the detention of any person suspected of being a potential threat to internal security. This is precisely what had been done to some 120,000 denizens of Japanese descent, the majority of whom were United States citizens, beginning in 1942. German and Italian nationals were also interned in smaller numbers. They were forcibly relocated to what President Roosevelt and other officials openly called concentration camps at the time. These were not death camps like in Germany, but they were prisons on a grand scale that indiscriminately trammeled the rights of a large number of people. They only came to be described as internment centers after a post-war propaganda effort to distinguish them from the Nazi camps. All said and done then, when the Frankfurt scholars were working as the Washington School, the United States was a racially segregated state with an established history of anti-communist fascistic practices at home and abroad, which had established concentration camps to detain perceived threats to national security. While it was obviously not an open fascist dictatorship, it is important to approach this issue dialectically in order to bring out all of the dimensions of governance, rather than being trapped within the metaphysical opposition between a supposedly pure state of bourgeois democracy and another of outright fascism. As forms of capitalist political management that are intricate processes with different dimensions, bourgeois democracy and fascism often overlap, intersect, coalesce, and mutually support one another in complex configurations that cannot be reduced to the simplistic opposition between two radically distinct forms of governance. The day after the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, Harry Truman said, "If we see that Germany is winning, we ought to help Russia, and if Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and that way let them kill as many as possible, although I do not want to see Hitler victorious in any circumstances." When the United States finally opened a second front in 1944, it was largely in reaction to the fact that the Red Army had been marching west, and the United States administration did not want to see Western Europe fall under the liberating influence of the communists. Moreover, on the Eastern Front, the United States became the only country to use atomic weapons against the civilian population during war. This wanton act of destruction was not at all a military necessity, however. It was, instead, a gruesome message to the real enemy of the United States empire, the communists. Even before the official end of hostilities during the Second World War, the same organization that many of the Frankfurt Scholars worked for, the Office of Strategic Services, began recruiting fascists from around the world and integrating them into a veritable fascist international for the so-called Cold War. Alan Dulles and James Angleton, who were working for the Office of Strategic Services and would later become leading figures in the CIA, were involved in whitewashing and repurposing tens, if not hundreds, of thousands of fascists, including from Nazi Germany, Italy, and Japan. In many cases, they were put right back in power, but sometimes blowback required that they be exfiltrated or redeployed in other ways. Over 10,000 Nazis were brought directly to the United States. In Europe, the CIA integrated them into fascist stay-behind armies that were later activated to commit acts of terrorism that were blamed on communists. Many fascists were also sent to other places around the world, such as Latin America, to serve the interests of United States imperialism. Much more could be said about this particular context, but the idea that the United States was simply an anti-fascist beacon of democracy is an ideological illusion, as is the assumption that the Office of Strategic Services was only invested in the noble cause of fighting fascism. The same is true of the State Department, of course, where some of the Frankfurt Scholars worked as well. It is certainly the case that much of this information about the integration of fascists was not as readily available during the early Cold War as it is today. However, Marcuse candidly admitted in an interview that he knew that Nazi officials were being hired by the United States government while he was working there. Given his close friendship with the other Frankfurt intellectuals, it is safe to assume that they must have known as well. Marcuse was asked, "At the same time you were providing intelligence on the Nazis, were not Nazi officials already working with the United States government against the communists?" He replied, "Not so much early on, they were lying low. But they came in gradually. There were two trends within the Office of Strategic Services. One was to disarm and destroy the German war potential completely. Two, there was a fear of the Soviet Union. That was until 1950. And then, more and more, the Office of Strategic Services worked on communism. Since the Office of Strategic Services was officially terminated in 1945, Marcuse must have been referring to the Research and Analysis branch where he worked, which was integrated into the State Department. He was employed there until 1953, becoming the State Department's leading authority on communism. He therefore had plenty of time to see the Nazis trickling gradually to fight communism alongside him. What is more, it was in Frankfurt, the capital of the United States occupation zone, that former SS officer Hans Otto turned himself in and declared that he was serving in a secret fascist army, providing first-person testimony regarding its operations. This was in 1952, and it led to widespread debate in the mainstream press in Frankfurt and around the world. It was revealed at the time that the Nazi terrorist network was trained, armed, and overseen by the CIA. I am unaware of any public statement that the Frankfurt critical theorists made about these revelations regarding a Nazi militia in their hometown. Perhaps this is because, as we saw in the last chapter, the Institute for Social Research was working with erstwhile Nazi scholars and integrated several of them into leadership positions, including as directors of the Institute. In any case, in contradistinction to the silence and complicity of the Frankfurt Scholars, many communist intellectuals were fully aware of United States support for fascism at the time, which they spoke out against. When assessing the scientific validity of Marxism and critical theory, these historical facts should be at the center of the discussion, since the Institute intellectuals did not fully grasp, or they conveniently ignored, fundamental aspects of the material reality in which they lived. The communists, it is worth recalling, are the ones who deserve the most credit for rooting fascism. Some 35 million Soviets and 20 million Chinese died in the war against it, compared to approximately 400,000 United States soldiers. In openly embracing the anti-communist war waged by the United States, the Frankfurt Scholars also contributed to the fight against the real anti-fascist, not the opportunist ones. This explains why the supporters of fascism saw them as natural partners, following the adage that an enemy of my enemy is my ally. The fundamental distinction at the end of the day is not between bourgeois democracy and fascism, which are two forms of capitalist political management that often work in tandem with one another. The real opposition is between capitalism in whatever form, bourgeois democratic or fascist, and socialism. In positioning themselves in the former camp, the Washington School of Critical Theory was objectively contributing to pro-capitalist anti-communism. This means, in conclusion, that even if they subjectively considered themselves to be anti-fascists and, more important, worked to uproot fascism through bourgeois democratic means, which, again, is a laudable tactic, they remained accommodationist toward the capitalist system, the seedbed of fascism, while fighting the truly anti-fascist communists. Their subjective ambitions, particularly the desire to fight fascism, were certainly praiseworthy, and some of them did make commendable contributions within the bourgeois democratic struggle against it. At the same time, their subjective understanding of the bourgeois democracy they worked for in this endeavor misconstrued its fundamental nature, since, objectively speaking, it was complicit with maintaining and even strengthening certain fascist forms of political management. Moreover, in opposing actually existing socialism and directly contributing to the ideological war against communism, the Washington School intellectuals were, at an objective level, foreclosing the definitive strategic defeat of fascism and contributing to the maintenance of the very system, capitalism, that generates fascism. This more dialectically nuanced historical materialist assessment is necessary to avoid the facile assumption that they were beyond reproach because they were contributing to the United States' supposed fight against fascism. It allows us to see that if the Frankfurt scholars in Washington were subjectively anti-fascist, in the sense that they were individually dedicated to fighting fascism as they understood it, they were, nonetheless, objectively speaking, accommodating and sometimes supporting the socio-economic system driving fascism while condemning the one that eliminates it. Chapter 6. The Radical Piper of Western Marxism. Marcuse. Was Marcuse an agent of empire? Herbert, tell us, why are you getting paid by the CIA? Daniel Cohn-Bendit. This epigraph is from an animated exchange that purportedly took place between the enfant terrible of the 1968 student movement and the figure widely promoted as the so-called godfather of the New Left, Herbert Marcuse. It occurred in June 1969 during a student-led interruption of one of his lectures in Italy. "I've been accused of being paid," retorted the Frankfurt School scholar. "By the Kremlin, by Beijing, by capitalism, by Wall Street." Marcuse's sarcasm was likely entertaining, perhaps even distracting, for some of those present, but shrewd observers surely registered the most important aspect of his witty reply. He did not actually deny the accusation. The allegations that Marcuse was a CIA agent were first made in 1968 in the communist press, with the direct support of Moscow. Highlighting his intelligence links, Yuri Zhukov denounced him in Pravda on May 30th as part of a counter-revolutionary offensive that was attempting to undertake a decommunization of Marxism to divide and bring internal quarreling to progressive forces, and thus carry out the quite explicit social imperatives of the enemies of the working movement. Zhukov further emphasized that, in the bourgeois press, Marcuse was advertised like a movie star, and his books just like the latest brand of toothpaste or razor blades. In the following months and year, similar denunciations of this long-time intelligence operative being commercialized as a non-communist radical were published by the Italian communist Giorgio Amendola, Gus Hall of the Communist Party United States of America, and the Progressive Labor faction of Students for a Democratic Society. Hall decried, for instance, the petty bourgeois radicalism and anti-working class orientation of Marcuse's New Left politics. He even claimed that the author of Soviet Marxism was part of a plot by the American government to drive young people to cultural radicalism and thus divert them from a political revolution. Similar allegations continued to circulate widely in the coming years, and the tenor of the critiques is reflected in the titles of some of the articles, such as Herbert Marcuse and his philosophy of cop-out, Marcuse, cop-out or cop, and Herbert Marcuse, the ideologue as paid agent of United States imperialism. L.L. Matthias likely went the furthest in accusing Marcuse of being a CIA agent involved in constructing an anti-Soviet spy center in Frankfurt that collaborated with the Gehlen organization, the post-war anti-communist intelligence agency established and overseen by the CIA and headed by the notorious Nazi general Reinhard Gehlen, who filled its ranks with fellow Nazis. Matthias even asserted that Marcuse served as the principal intermediary between Gehlen and the CIA's Frank Wisner. He also relayed the National Observer's claim that Marcuse had been the mastermind behind the 1968 riots, declaring that he succeeded in splitting the revolutionary student movements from the workers' movement and thus prevented a merger that was feared in Washington more than almost any other event. Marcuse publicly rejected Matthias's assertions as rubbish spread by bankrupt persons and groups of the old left, who avoid argumentation, adding that they were aimed at discrediting the new left, and particularly the student movement. Matthias responded with the following. Marcuse had already been described or characterized as a CIA agent and agent provocateur by two American magazines in 1968. A man with a name to lose would have sued the two magazines for libel. Herbert Marcuse has not done so to this day. Moreover, my statements were confirmed in a letter by a former CIA agent, so a former colleague of Marcuse's who now lives in Philadelphia and has read my article. Is it possible, then, that Marcuse was a CIA agent, and perhaps even the liaison officer that Reinhard Gehlen mysteriously referred to in his memoirs as Colonel M? Unless I am mistaken, he was never publicly known to have achieved the rank of colonel, nor was he overtly employed by the CIA. However, Jürgen Habermas revealed that Marcuse did return to Germany as an officer of the United States Army, and in 1948 he moved up the ladder at the State Department, taking over responsibility for Europe from Stuart Hughes, who had been state's top authority for Western, Central, and Eastern Europe. This was after having served along with Otto Kirchheimer and Felix Gilbert under Franz Neumann, who directed the German section of the Research and Analysis branch until 1947. Originally housed in the Office of Strategic Services, research and analysis was transferred to the State Department after the war. Since Marcuse's mother tongue was German, and he was the State Department's leading authority in intelligence regarding communism, not unlike Gehlen, who had directed Nazi intelligence against the Soviets before continuing his anti-communist espionage for the CIA, it seems unlikely that their paths would not have crossed either in person or via intermediaries and overlapping projects. In fact, in 1951, Gehlen was given a VIP tour of the United States to meet the leaders of the United States national security state and develop their plans for a common war on communism, which was one of Marcuse's fundamental tasks. Gehlen met William Donovan, the chief of the Office of Strategic Services and Marcuse's boss during the war, as well as three major figures in the CIA, two of whom had served in the Office of Strategic Services, whom Marcuse almost certainly knew in some capacity: Walter Bedell Smith, Alan Dulles, and Frank Wisner. Marcuse himself, it is worth recalling, had a clearance for the security level top secret. More research clearly needs to be done in this area, since there is no hard evidence, as far as I know, regarding connections between Marcuse and Gehlen, outside of Mathias's claim that a CIA agent confirmed his statements in this regard. Many Western academics, particularly those who have a direct stake in the critical theory franchise, have ignored or rejected out of hand all of the allegations mentioned above, contending that they are little more than scurrilous slander unworthy of scholarly investigation. Marcuse, after all, is well known for being the most visibly radical theorist of the Frankfurt School. This became particularly apparent during the mobilizations of the late 1960s when, to take but one example, the magazine Concrete lauded Marcuse as the only representative of the Frankfurt School who supports those who wish to realize the claims of critical theory: the students, young workers, persecuted minorities in the metropolises, and the oppressed in the Third World. The same year this article was published, 1969, 16 representatives of the New Left, including Rudi Dutschke and Oskar Necht, issued a public letter defending Marcuse against what they called the revival of Stalinist practices and celebrating the New Left for fighting the traditional party bureaucrats and the authoritarian social state. In it, they asserted, whoever describes Marcuse as an agent of the CIA, or as an agent of the bourgeoisie and thereby attempts to silence him, has abandoned the terrain on which the New Left works politically. More recently, Raffaele Lordani, in his introduction to Secret Reports on Nazi Germany, the Frankfurt School contribution to the war effort, flatly stated that the accusation that Marcuse was CIA was inaccurate. The German philosopher did not in fact have any collaborative relationship with the controversial American agency. Lordani likely had in mind Marcuse's own response to these allegations. For instance, this is what he replied to Jürgen Habermas in an interview where the latter asked him to talk about his return to Germany as an officer of the United States Army. Marcuse: at first, I was in the political division of the Office of Strategic Services and then in the Division of Research and Intelligence of the State Department. My main task was to identify groups in Germany with which one could work toward reconstruction after the war, and to identify groups which were to be taken to task as Nazis. There was a major denazification program at the time. Based on exact research reports, newspaper reading and whatever, lists were made up of those Nazis who were supposed to assume responsibility for their activity. Later it was said that I was a CIA agent, Habermas. Yes, Marcuse. Which is ridiculous, since the Office of Strategic Services was not even allowed near the CIA. They fought each other like enemies. Are these simply specious allegations spread by bankrupt figures and groups of old leftists who avoid argumentation, seeking instead to discredit Marcuse and the New Left through slander? What are we to make, then, of the fact that the Office of Strategic Services was officially terminated in 1945 and the CIA was not established until 1947? How could they have fought each other like enemies if they never existed at the same time? Since Marcuse was a state operative for at least 11 years, if we count his first year of contract work, he surely knew this. So was he being disingenuous in making such a claim? Perhaps, to be fair, he just misspoke because he was thinking of the Research and Analysis branch where he worked, which moved from the Office of Strategic Services, the predecessor of the CIA, to the State Department when the former closed. Was it the State Department and the CIA that were not allowed near one another, at least in the case of Marcuse's Research and Analysis? If this is what he meant to say, he must not have read his job description very closely. According to the Register of the Department of State, 1948, on the same page where Marcuse is listed as the acting chief of the Central European branch, his agency is described as being responsible for planning and implementing a program of positive intelligence research pertaining to all of continental Europe to meet the intelligence requirements of the Department of State in the formulation and execution of foreign policy and the intelligence requirements of the Central Intelligence Agency and other authorized agencies. Marx's branch was part of the Office of Intelligence Research, or OIR, which was responsible for coordinating its work with those of the other federal agencies, so that the Department of State will be provided with the intelligence concerning foreign countries necessary for the formulation and execution of United States foreign policy, and so that the National Intelligence Authority and Central Intelligence Agency will be provided with studies pertinent to the national security. Among the OIR's four functions, the second is that it provides positive intelligence research in regional and functional fields of study, and prepares or participates in the preparation of intelligence studies and spot intelligence for authorized recipients in the Department, the Central Intelligence Agency, and other federal agencies. According to his job description, there can be no doubt. Marcuse collaborated with the CIA and other government agencies in producing intelligence reports that guided United States foreign policy. To give Marcuse the benefit of the doubt, perhaps this was just a general description that did not adequately capture the specific nature of the work he was doing. However, this would not explain, to take but one example, why we have internal documents in which Marcuse demanded of his employees in the State Department that they pursue research into the ideological and political differences in the communist world with the highest degree of urgency because the P sector and CIA were absolutely dependent upon it. The P sector refers to propaganda agencies. Tim Muller, whose 736-page book on intellectual Cold Warriors is based on one of the most extensive engagements with the extant archival record to date, explained the relationship as follows. Research and analysis was the link between the other American intelligence services and the State Department, the military agencies, as well as the new CIA. On behalf of the National Security Council, these intelligence agencies jointly produced the National Intelligence Estimates from 1950 onwards, the final editing of which was the responsibility of the CIA. Herbert Marcuse was also involved in this process. Someone, it seems, was being rather sly in his attempted self-exoneration. Marcuse, the CIA, and anti-communist destabilization. What is completely unknown is that Marcuse provided advice and assistance to the leadership of the intelligence apparatus and wrote national intelligence estimates for the United States of America. Tim Muller. In a 1954 internal State Department survey, Frankfurt School scholar Otto Kertheimer reported that he worked closely with the CIA, to whom he sometimes supplied templates for national intelligence estimates, which were strictly regulated by the CIA. As Tim Muller explained, Marcuse's bureaucratic position was higher than Kertheimer's, his position in the apparatus much more important. Given Marcuse's disingenuous claims regarding his ties to the world's most infamous spy agency, what does the archival record reveal concerning his relationship to the CIA and, more specifically, the anti-communist destabilization efforts undertaken by the United States National Security State? As briefly mentioned, Marcuse had a top-secret security clearance, and he was, according to Muller, the leading authority on communism in the State Department in 1951. He served as the head of the Committee on World Communism, which reported directly to Alan Evans, the director of the Office of Intelligence Research. When the Office of Strategic Services was disbanded in 1945, its research and analysis branch was integrated into the State Department, and it was officially renamed the Office of Intelligence Research in 1947. The State Department, we should recall, was represented on all intelligence committees and worked with the other agencies. The Office of Intelligence Research's research, in addition to being shared with the leadership of the State Department and the policy planning staff, had as its main customers the President's National Security Council, the psychological warfare agencies, the military, and the CIA. The Eisenhower administration had renamed the Psychological Strategy Board the Operations Coordinating Board. The Office of Intelligence Research did not limit itself to scientific exchanges with the Office of National Estimates, the agency charged with developing national intelligence estimates for the Director of Central Intelligence, which brought together intelligence professionals, military and political officials, and academics. As Muller explains, operations support for the CIA's Director of Plans was one of the tasks of the Office of Intelligence Research. It provided the CIA with the knowledge it needed to carry out secret operations. Local knowledge, for example, economic and biographical data or information about organizations and political movements. Marcuse's Committee on World Communism within the Office of Intelligence Research was involved, like the other sectors of the state intelligence apparatus, in the planning of psychological warfare. It amassed a treasure trove of information on the global communist movement, and the most important customer of this enormous knowledge storage and production site was demonstrably the CIA. As the chairman of the Committee on World Communism, Marcuse, and later his pupil and fellow professor Bernard Morris, reported to the director of the Office of Intelligence Research, Alan Evans. He was thus only one administrative step away from Richard Bissell of the CIA, the Yale economics professor turned spy, who embodied the dark side of the agency and oversaw some of its most sordid covert operations. Although these clandestine activities were compartmentalized and carried out on a need-to-know basis, the Office of Intelligence Research and, within it, Marcuse, was in permanent contact with the other side of the CIA. During his time in the State Department anyway, meaning the wing focused on research and analysis. In fact, in 1951, the notorious master of the dark arts, longtime CIA Chief of Counterintelligence James Angleton, worked with Marcuse's boss, Evans, on developing more coordination between the Office of Intelligence Research and the CIA. Marcuse was, in the words of Mueller, Evans' right-hand man. The Psychological Strategy Board, the high-level interagency committee formed to centrally coordinate and plan psychological operations, used the memoranda of Marcuse's Committee on World Communism as one of its most important sources of information. The CIA's Office of Current Intelligence, which provides information on a daily basis, collaborated directly with the Committee on World Communism and, at least in 1951, was entirely dependent on Marcuse's Committee on World Communism for its education and intelligence regarding communism. The same year, Marcuse and Morris founded a secret magazine, Communist Monthly, that provided the latest information on communism and how to fight it. There was thus a common epistemic community where information was shared and different state agencies coordinated their work. Marcuse's activities were not limited to heading the Committee on World Communism, which worked directly with the CIA, since he was considered the State Department's resident expert on communism. He provided intelligence leadership with advice and assistance, and he was even involved in drafting at least 2 national intelligence estimates for the United States. In collaboration with the CIA, national intelligence estimates are classified documents that were produced by the Board of National Estimates and officially published by the CIA. According to former agency officer Victor Marchetti, they were considered the highest form of national intelligence. They expressed the coordinated judgments of the United States intelligence community, bringing together the assessments and forecasts of all intelligence services on central strategic issues into a uniform and binding form. They assisted political leaders in making policy decisions, and they formed the intelligence bases that could serve covert operations. For instance, when Professor Calvin Hoover described his work as a CIA consultant on a secret academic panel tasked with contributing to national intelligence estimates, he recognized that they could be used as background for clandestine activities and even referenced Iran's Mossadegh as an example, suggesting that national intelligence estimates played a part in the CIA's 1953 coup d'etat. Marcuse began regularly attending the estimates group's meetings as a specialist on Soviet intentions and capabilities. Moreover, both Marcuse and Morris were involved in revising National Security Council 68, the top-secret National Security Council policy paper that the State Department's Office of the Historian refers to as among the most influential documents composed by the United States government during the Cold War. Although Marcuse was a proponent of détente, as we will see, National Security Council 68 argued that, due to the pressing threat of the Soviet Union's purported hostile designs, the best course of action was to respond in kind with a massive buildup of the United States military and its weaponry. Thanks to Tim Miller's sedulous archival research, it has now been proven that Marcuse was a major State Department operative who regularly collaborated with the CIA and the larger United States intelligence community, playing a central role in the imperial war on communism. The fact that he later flagrantly misrepresented his past, a tendency continued by many of his followers, suggests that he knew full well that the history of his decade or so in Washington would discredit at least certain aspects of his work. If he had simply been involved in gathering intelligence to fight Nazism, why would not he have told the truth about the extent of his work for the United States national security state? Is there a left wing of the United States State Department? If we synthesize the complex set of relations outlined above, a clear picture of Marcuse's collaboration with the United States government emerges. He worked for over a decade in the national security state, including as a top-secret intelligence operative who headed an important State Department committee involved in psychological warfare, the Committee on World Communism, whose principal client was the CIA. He also served as the right-hand man to his boss, the head of the Office of Intelligence Research, who closely collaborated with the agency, which he did as well, notably by working directly with the CIA's Office of Current Intelligence. He contributed to drafting national intelligence estimates, which can serve as the basis for covert operations and are the United States intelligence community's most authoritative and coordinated written assessment of a specific national security issue. The idea that he had no relationship to the CIA can now be put to rest as a disingenuous claim made by Marcuse and his followers in an obvious endeavor to whitewash his reputation. This leads to the all-important question of the positions that Marcuse took and his recommendations to the United States government. He occupied what might be euphemistically referred to as the left wing of the State Department. It is important to note in this regard that he was not tightly controlled from above, but rather was allowed to more or less freely articulate positions that differed from others in the same organization. His subjective contributions therefore need to be situated within the objective system of knowledge production, which permitted and even encouraged multiple vantage points. He primarily served as a form of left correction, in the sense of occupying a position that could adjust the system from the left, thereby allowing policymakers to see problems from different perspectives. In this regard, he rejected the totalitarianism thesis and the forms of base anti-communism found, for instance, in McCarthyism. He also advocated for détente rather than an aggressive attack on the Soviet Union, and he argued for a subtler approach to destabilization. This consisted in fostering internal divisions and liberalization within the communist camp, as well as splits between Moscow and national parties. He encouraged a climate of defections and recommended that clandestine financial aid be provided to dissident communist groups. He also supported non-alignment and neutralism as a way of minimizing Soviet influence. At the same time, given the broad appeal of Soviet social policies, he asserted the need to develop social democracy in the capitalist West as a means of fostering hegemonic rule. He was a stalwart supporter of the Marshall Plan, which sought to integrate Western Europe into the capitalist camp overseen by the United States. Finally, he supported decolonization in places like Vietnam, and he advocated for improving social and economic conditions in the global South through massive development aid. Overall, Marcuse understood the relationship between the capitalist West and the Soviet sphere to be one in which it was necessary to materially demonstrate the superiority of the former, while seeking to isolate and splinter the latter by baiting targeted groups into turning against communism. He thereby contributed, along with close allies like Philip Moseley, Isaiah Berlin, and Siegfried Landshut, to what is known as the Bohlen Line of United States strategy. Instead of seeing the Warsaw Pact countries as a totalitarian monolith that needed to be toppled from the outside, this orientation held that divisions within the system could be exploited to foster liberalization and revisionism, thereby cultivating an internal counter-revolution. Marcuse Shared thus pointed to a possibility of overthrowing the Soviet order from within by ideological means, Miller explains. This was one of the objectives identified by the Special Ideological Warfare Panel of the Psychological Strategy Board in 1952. Our task is to deepen these ideological rifts within communism to strengthen the heretical forces. Since this panel consulted with outside authorities engaged in rebutting communist philosophy, it is very possible that its members sought input from Marcuse. In the long run, in any case, this is precisely one of the key strategies of the United States national security state that eventually bore fruit during the presidency of Ronald Reagan. It encouraged anti-Stalinist alternatives, as well as a rapprochement with Eurocommunism and Western social democracy, and it lent strong support to anti-communist dissidents, among many other things. All of this helped foster a counter-revolution from above, as David Kotz and Fred Weir demonstrated in their co-authored book with this title. Marcuse advocated for the promotion of the non-communist left, along with the demonization and isolation of the Soviets. In the strategy paper titled Conditions Engendering Defections, which was an official document requested by the CIA, Marcuse and his employees in the Committee on World Communism explained that the goal was to marginalize communism in Western Europe that was loyal to Moscow and to increase the independence of communists in the Third World from the Soviet Union. At the core of this project was the endeavor to drive a wedge between social democratic Marxism, which was respectable, and Eastern communists influenced by Stalin and others of his ilk, who were cast as perversions of Marxism. This clever strategy was thus explicitly revisionist, and it consisted, among other things, in attempting to reclaim authentic Marxism for the West. The latter was presented as both free from ideological indoctrination and more faithful to the canonical texts, as Müller explained. To get to the heart of the core idea that Marcuse had reinforced, what young Chilean or Indian academic would still look to Moscow if it were proven that Marxist research in the West was ideologically unhindered, philologically and historically more accurate, and was unsurpassed in its textual fidelity to the revolutionary thinkers? And if, at the same time, the poverty of Eastern philosophy, its stereotypical repetition of Marxist formulas, issued from the most recent political course, had become obvious, Marcuse was thus directly involved in the psychological warfare campaign that consisted in depicting Eastern Marxists as orthodox ideologues and Western Marxists as freethinkers and serious scholars who were much more advanced than their indoctrinated counterparts. The robber barons' patronage of Western Marxism, the bourgeoisie and the opportunists in the labor movement concur in this revision of Marxism. They omit, obliterate, and distort the revolutionary side of its doctrine, its revolutionary soul. They push to the foreground and extol what is or seems acceptable to the bourgeoisie. Vladimir Lenin. Through his work for the United States national security state, Marcuse also became one of the major operatives in the soft power anti-communist propaganda projects funded by the capitalist ruling class. The bourgeois state and the bourgeoisie were and are involved in the same war on communism, and Marcuse's dutiful service to the former made him a reliable investment for the latter. His contributions to the intellectual world war, therefore, need to be situated within the broader framework of the financial state intellectual complex. The Rockefeller Corporation, working hand in glove with the United States national security state, provided ample financial support for the development of the form of anti-communist Marxism that would later become widely known as Western Marxism. In the early 1950s, Rockefeller began funding the program in legal and political philosophy, which sought to recapture the larger context of political thought and usher in a profound and long-term reshaping of the scientific landscape. In the course of a decade, it invested $1.7 million in an overall project of transforming political and legal theory, which is the equivalent of some $20 million in 2024. Its grant recipients included Marcuse, Kirkheimer, and Neumann, as well as figures like Hannah Arendt, Alan Bloom, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Henry Kissinger, and Leo Strauss. The Rockefeller interests also launched the Marxism-Leninism project, whose roots can be traced back to a 1952 proposal made by Lebanese ambassador Charles Malik, who had studied with Heidegger and Harvard philosophy professor John Wilde. They offered to rejuvenate academic philosophy by promoting existentialism and vitalism over and against Marxism, and they requested $1 million of the Rockefellers' stolen wealth to do so. Although the project was ultimately rejected, Wilde was encouraged to take stock of Soviet philosophy, and the Rockefeller Foundation initiated a search for a well-founded and comprehensible philosophical answer to dialectical materialism. Wilde did receive $2,000 for preparatory work on dialectical materialism. The influential Rockefeller advisor Philip Moseley argued that Wilde's project should be repurposed as a philosophical criticism of dialectical materialism, and he recommended that Marcuse be recruited to Harvard's Russian Research Center to accomplish this task. This is precisely what happened. The entire international Marxism-Leninism project, with its source editions, historical and sociological studies, and philosophical investigations as well, began in 1953 to 54 with a fact-finding mission to Harvard University. In the summer of 1953, the Rockefeller Foundation also recruited Isaiah Berlin to collaborate with Marcuse on the projects. Berlin had been working in the service of the British government since 1940. He wrote weekly political reports that reached the top of the foreign and information ministries, and Winston Churchill himself read them zealously. For much of the war, he worked at the British Embassy in Washington District of Columbia, where he carried out intelligence gathering for both the Ministry of Information and the Foreign Office. Berlin shared the same basic tactical orientation and ideological horizons as Marcuse and their common capitalist benefactor. Fanatical anti-communism was excessive and counterproductive. The best approach was to rescue Marx from the clutches of his Leninist and Stalinist descendants. According to Berlin, whose social chauvinist racism was on full display, the founder of Marxism was too European and too influenced by the liberal, humane Enlightenment tradition to accept, as Lenin and his followers purportedly did, the brutal disregard for civilized morality in the name of coercion, violence, executions, the total suppression of individual differences, the rule of a small, virtually self-appointed minority. Karl Marx liked violence, Berlin opined, but he did not advocate mass murder. This is a new idea in the West. The true author of this is Lenin. Under Lenin, more innocent people were exterminated than in any previous revolution, many more than in 1789 or 1848 or 1870. This was real terror, not on the scale of Stalin, but real terror which hit out right and left. It was on this that Leninism was based. Rockefeller invested $165,200 in the Marxism-Leninism project by 1960, the equivalent of approximately $1.7 million in 2024. It established an international research group, funded 9 global conferences between 1957 and 1964, supported scholarly exchanges and meetings, set up a research program in New York, supported dissertations, and funded numerous publication projects, one of whose goals was to make purportedly authentic versions of Marxist texts available that had not been perverted by Moscow's influence. The scholars involved in this network received thousands of dollars for their research projects, and many of them were also provided with paid research assistance. They included Werner Philipp in Berlin, A.J.C. Reuter in Amsterdam, Thomas Bottomore in London, Joseph Boszewski in Switzerland, and Lucien Goldman in Paris, among many others. Rockefeller support led to the publication of a long list of monographs, unpublished manuscripts, new editions, bibliographies, journal issues, and articles. The Rockefellers' Marxism-Leninism project also set up a collaborative network between participating institutions across Europe, whose backbone was formed out of the Institute for East European Studies at the Free University in Berlin, the Amsterdam International Institute of Social History, and the University of Freiburg in Switzerland. Importantly, the sixth section of the École pratique des hautes études, a bastion of French structuralism, was also involved in this Rockefeller-funded anti-communist network, with Fernand Braudel and Clemens Heller playing leading roles. As Rockefeller executive Edward F. d'Armes recounted in his diary, the CIA connected organizational man at the center of the Marxism-Leninism project, Philip Moseley, is very favorably impressed by the leadership which Fernand Braudel has given to area studies in general and Slavic studies in particular, and would like to see continued support and encouragement for the program. Moseley, as other documents make clear, oversaw the vetting of participants and reviewed the backgrounds and political orientation of the major leaders of the program to guarantee their ideological alignment. When the Institute for Social Research, also known as the Frankfurt School, was moved back to West Germany after the war with the financial assistance of the United States government and the Rockefellers, it also became part of this anti-communist institutional framework. For the Rockefeller robber barons, as Miller explains, the central idea of the war of ideas was to wrest Marxism from the Soviets and to strengthen the socialists against the communists, which was both the line of the European specialists in the Office of Intelligence Research and the policy of psychological warriors like Allen Dulles, or the intention behind the Congress for Cultural Freedom support of left-wing intellectuals. One need not even refer, as far as the State Department connections were concerned, only to Marcuse's past or Moseley's contacts. The State Department was on board from the very beginning, even if it was not obvious to everyone. Moseley kept the Intelligence Department, Marcuse's Office of Intelligence Research, which had been operating as the Bureau of Intelligence and Research since 1957, up to date. The Bureau of Intelligence and Research took an interest in what was happening in the Marxism-Leninism project. In fact, Marcuse's disciple in the Bureau of Intelligence and Research, Bernard Morris, ran a parallel project as a continuation of Marcuse's Committee on World Communism, demonstrating the continuity and synergy between the Saiwa operations undertaken by the bourgeoisie and those carried out by the bourgeois state. Moreover, archival records demonstrate that Moseley continued to receive financial support from the Office of Intelligence Research for research projects at Columbia University. Marcuse himself was a key player at the center of all these networks. He made a decisive contribution from the beginning via the pilot project with Berlin, and he was regularly sought out as a collaborator who was trusted by the Rockefeller interests and the intelligence world. The Russian historian Robert F. Burns, who had served in military intelligence and then the CIA, recommended Marcuse's writings as basic text for international Marxist education within the Marxism-Leninism project. This made perfect sense, since the fundamental purpose of the operation, according to one of the scholars involved, was to foster a non-communist interpretation of Marx and Lenin, thereby promoting Western Marxism as social democratic and purportedly humanist over and against what was condemned as its supposed dictatorial perversion in the East. If Marcuse was in many ways the intellectual godfather of the Marxism-Leninism project, then Philip Moseley was the Cold War's organization man who managed much of the operation. They were close personal friends and their families got together frequently. They were both scholars and State Department operatives, and Moseley was the founder in 1946 and the director from 1951 to 55 of the Russian Institute at Columbia University. He also worked for many years as a consultant to the CIA with a clearance for the security level top secret, and he advised 2 Army think tanks. He served for years on an important secret board of CIA academic consultants that met 4 times per year at Princeton with CIA Director Allen Dulles and Sherman Kent to work on intelligence assessments for the agency's Office of National Estimates. Since the national intelligence estimates he was collaborating on were the highest form of intelligence, potentially serving as the basis for covert operations, this clandestine committee, described by Dulles as part of our organization on which I rely highly for all sorts of purposes, constituted a major and central project of academic collaboration for the CIA. Moseley served as well on the National Security State Panel to study psychological aspects of future United States strategy, which was overseen by Nelson Rockefeller. He also collaborated with the American Committee for Liberation from Bolshevism, a CIA front, and was a foundation's consultant and research director of the Council on Foreign Relations. In this capacity, he corresponded with Dulles, who was kept informed and attended their meetings. It was Moseley, moreover, who made Marcuse a member of the Honorable Foreign Policy Society of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is yet another sign of how well ensconced Marcuse was in the power-knowledge networks of the imperial elite. According to Muller, for Marcuse and his friends, the path from the State Department to academic fame passed through philanthropic foundations. It was the financial backing of the capitalist ruling class that facilitated their transition from intelligence operatives to academics, and, although their conditions changed, their actual work, collaborators, and backers remained nearly identical. The transition from the world of the intelligence services to the world of foundations and universities was a smooth one. The framework conditions changed, but the personnel remained the same. The foundations made it easier for some of the protagonists to enter or re-enter the academic world. The careers of these scholar intellectuals rested on a solid material foundation. In summary, a high-level CIA advisor and long-time collaborator originally recommended Marcuse, the State Department's leading specialist on communism, for an anti-communist research pilot project lavishly funded by the capitalist ruling class. He was seconded in this endeavor by another intellectual, Isaiah Berlin, with an established history of serving in imperial states' intelligence services. This led to a long-term collaboration in a Rockefeller-funded intellectual world war on Marxism that sought to subtly break up the communist understanding of Marxism via imminent critique and promote, through well-funded knowledge networks, a version of revisionist social democratic Marxism that could be championed in the West, with no serious threat to the capitalist interests that were funding and promoting it. When Marcuse finally left Washington in 1952, after his close friend and CIA collaborator Moseley recommended that he be recruited to his institute at Columbia University, it was by no means to do independent research in an ivory tower disconnected from his earlier work for the United States national security state. On the contrary, it was a continuation of the exact same research agenda, and his collaborators and supporters were largely identical. He was simply pursuing his intelligence work under academic cover. When he began his academic career, he was actually still officially a member of the State Department. His temporary leave from it only became permanent in September 1953. The dark foundations of the ivory tower. Marcuse's transition from the bourgeois state to the bourgeois university, far from being a radical break, constituted a shift from one nodal point of the financial state intellectual complex to another. Since all three of these are so deeply connected, and he had already been working with so many academic subcontractors for the state and big capital, he continued to collaborate with many of the same people on similar projects and with the same backers. Marcuse claimed in his book of interviews with Karl Popper that he remained in Washington so long because of his wife's illness. When she died in 1951, he took a position as a senior fellow at the Russian Institute at Columbia University in 1952 to 53, and then moved on to the Russian Research Center at Harvard in 1953 to 54. A Rockefeller grant supported his work at both of these prestigious institutions on his book, Soviet Marxism, a critical analysis published in 1958. The acknowledgements in this book clearly situate it as a continuation of his research for the United States national security state. Marcuse emphasizes, in the first place, his great debt to William Langer, the director of the Russian Research Center, and the center's deputy director Marshall Schulman, who ceded the publication rights of the second part of his project to Columbia University Press. Langer had been Chief of Research and Analysis at the Office of Strategic Services from 1942 to 1945 and became Special Assistant to the Secretary of State in 1946. A proponent of clandestine operations since at least 1947, he organized, along with Sherman Kent, the CIA's Office of National Estimates in 1950 and worked as its assistant director from 1950 to 51. He then became the director of the Russian Research Center at Harvard from 1949 to 54 and president of the American Historical Association in 1957. However, he continued to collaborate closely with the CIA and served on its Princeton Consultants Group for years. He was also on the board panel on covert action operations, which oversaw black ops around the world, and he took leave from his academic duties to work for the CIA. This powerful intelligence operative, along with Philip Moseley, was Marcuse's most important supporter from the academic establishment. To be clear, this means that Marcuse's two main academic promoters were major intelligence operatives who cut their teeth in the Office of Strategic Services and the State Department, respectively, before becoming top-level CIA consultants and collaborators. They were not minor players, but occupied major leadership positions and worked for years on national intelligence estimates, the highest form of intelligence for the United States government. These activities were not restricted, moreover, to the war effort or the immediate post-war. Langer's CIA collaborations continued until the end of his life in 1959, and Moseley's persisted at least into the 1960s. Russian Research Center Deputy Director Schulman, like Langer, spent his life between universities and Washington, working for the State Department from 1949 to 1953 and serving as Special Advisor on Soviet Affairs to the Secretary of State from 1977 to 1980. In the acknowledgements for Soviet Marxism, Marcuse also expressed his gratitude to his close friend Barrington Moore for reading and commenting on his manuscript. They had served together as researchers in the Office of Strategic Services, and Moore worked with leading figures in the CIA like Dulles and Richard Bissell on the Soviet Vulnerabilities Project. This was run as a collaboration between Columbia, Harvard, and MIT, and it brought together academics and intelligence operatives, following up on the work of Project Troy, a flagship academic intelligence research project on psychological warfare involving Harvard, MIT, and the RAND. Corporation. In sum, of the 6 principal individuals thanked by Marcuse in his ostensibly academic publication, at least 3 were major CIA collaborators, and the others circulated in similar networks. I am not counting the 7th person, Maud Hazeltine, who, as a graduate student at Brandeis University, prepared the index. Those familiar with this history might object that 2 of the CIA-connected individuals thanked by Marcuse were only acknowledged for granting him publication rights. This is true, but it misses the bigger picture. When Marcuse moved from the United States national security state to the university, he largely continued to do the same job with the same people for the same bosses and financial supporters. His acknowledgements are thus just one tiny indication that he was working for an academic cutout overseen by the CIA. The CIA's predecessor organization, the Office of Strategic Services, had already begun, as early as the fall of 1942, to subcontract research projects to specialized institutes at various universities, including Stanford, Berkeley, Columbia, Princeton, and Yale. Representatives of the Carnegie Foundation visited the Office of Strategic Services Research and Analysis Chief William Langer and raised the question of whether some similar system might not be introduced in our universities. Toward the end of the war, Langer established a committee on relations between the intelligence services and the university. One of its reports explained that scholars who often traveled abroad and spoke foreign languages could quietly but effectively transform their academic knowledge into intelligence. The area studies programs at Columbia and Harvard, where Marcuse was relocated after Washington, were a joint project backed by the capitalist ruling class and the state. Funded by the Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Ford Foundations, as well as by the government for more than 20 years through the National Defense Education Act of 1958, these programs aim to produce experts specializing in specific regions of the world. They therefore offer an interdisciplinary education that ranges from geography and foreign languages, astronomers and knotted to history, economics, religion, and sociology. Given their emphasis on holistic knowledge about specific locations, these programs are particularly well adapted to training future CIA officers and other governmental officials. Indeed, the model for these programs was the Office of Strategic Services, according to George Bundy, who served as Army Intelligence Officer during the war and National Security Advisor in the post-war period, as well as President of the Ford Foundation. He explained that the first great center of area studies in the United States was not located in any university but in Washington, in the Office of Strategic Services. In very large measure, he added, the area study programs developed in American universities in the years after the war were manned, directed, or stimulated by graduates of the Office of Strategic Services, a remarkable institution, half cops and robbers and half faculty meeting. The 2 most important area study centers in the United States set up after the war and based on the model of the predecessor agency to the CIA were the Russian Institute at Columbia and the Russian Research Center at Harvard. At Columbia's Russian Institute, the war-related research department of the Office of Strategic Services and the foundation-financed academic world of the post-war period merged. Gerald Robinson, who had served as the head of the Soviet Union division in the Office of Strategic Services Research and Analysis branch, was the driving force behind the project and the Institute's first director. According to Bernard Katz, in 1945 plans were secure to relocate the Soviet Union division in Morningside Heights, which is precisely what happened the following year with the official opening of the Russian Institute at Columbia. The continuity of personnel and the continuity of the epistemological premises were remarkable, and it was Robinson who invited Marcuse to join his team. The Rockefeller Foundation provided $250,000 to launch the United States' first Center for Soviet Studies, and its contributions over the first 15 years of its existence added up to $1.4 million, the equivalent of some $16 million in 2024. The Russian Institute can justifiably be described as the continuation of research and analysis by academic means, Muller concludes. It served to train Soviet experts to work in the government, the military, intelligence agencies, the diplomatic corps, the university, and the media. Officers from all branches of the military were sent there, and the student body was often a combination of governmental employees and civilians. Many of the latter were recruited to agencies like the State Department. In fact, Robinson wrote to CIA Director Walter Bedell Smith in 1951 to suggest that 50 CIA, armed forces, and foreign service officers enroll in a 1-year comprehensive training program. Invited speakers to the Russian Institute included intelligence operatives like the Director of the Psychological Strategy Board and the Chief of Air Force Intelligence. The CIA and the State Department both drew on Russian Institute research, very much like they did with Marcuse's earlier work for the Office of Intelligence Research. Moreover, as CIA Director Robert Gates noted in a 1986 speech at Harvard regarding academic research on the Soviet Union, the CIA's cooperation for nearly 40 years has remained both close and constant. In short, it is safe to say that Columbia's Russian Institute was founded as a government and intelligence cutout, funded by the capitalist ruling class as part of its intellectual war on communism. The Russian Research Center at Harvard, the second Soviet Studies Institute established in the United States, was even more closely interlinked with the state apparatus. The initiative to found it came out of exchanges between the Carnegie Foundation, Harvard, and Washington. Indeed, the president of Harvard, James Conant, took part in discussions with the CIA and gave his consent to its involvement. The provost of Harvard at the time, Paul Buck, bluntly stated that the model for the Russian Research Center, as well as for the Harvard Social Relations Department, was the Office of Strategic Services. The first deputy director of the Russian Research Center was none other than Mark Hughes' friend and collaborator in the Office of Strategic Services, as well as his former boss at the State Department, Stuart Hughes. In addition to the State Department, the Russian Research Center had close ties with the military, CIA, and Federal Bureau of Investigation. A 1955 memorandum on the Russian Research Center reports that 6 of the 55 persons who had worked at the center had gone into government service, including the CIA. 40% of the graduates of the Regional Studies program had gone into government, and 40% continued graduate work. The Regional Studies program had 2 people a year from the CIA for the last several years and trained 8 Foreign Service officers during 1950 to 51. The Russian Research Center also regularly performed special services for the United States government, such as a 2-day conference with representatives from Harvard, MIT, and the American Committee for the Liberation from Bolshevism. The Carnegie Foundation provided the initial capital for the Russian Research Center by contributing $1.5 million in the first 4 years. Carnegie was dominated by powerful men with close ties to the bourgeois state and the world of intelligence. Its presidents have included Nicholas Butler, president of Columbia University, John Foster Dulles, Secretary of State and brother of CIA Director Allen Dulles, and Harvey Bundy, a special assistant to the Secretary of War and the father of George Bundy, the United States National Security Advisor, and William Bundy, a CIA chief. The same is true of the other major foundations. For instance, from 1952 to 1961, Dean Rusk was the president of the Rockefeller Foundation after having served in the State Department and before returning to Washington as the Secretary of State. The Federal Bureau of Investigation was also involved in the Russian Research Center and had very close ties with Harvard. A June 29, 1950, memorandum from the Boston Bureau to the Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation confirms that an arrangement had been finalized to establish the most cooperative and understanding association between the Bureau and Harvard. Hoover's agency had informants like Charles Baroque and numerous contacts in the administration, faculty, and staff. As for the Russian Research Center, a Boston Special Agent memo dated December 12, 1947, states that it will be funded by the Carnegie Foundation to provide information to government agencies prior to release by the university. The Bureau, which compiled dossiers on student associations and professors, closely followed everything that happened at the Russian Research Center. It is likely that it opened files on all the people associated with it. The Ford Foundation, which has a long and dark history of working hand in glove with the CIA, was involved in funding both the Russian Research Center at Harvard and the Russian Institute at Columbia. It notoriously collaborated with the agency in funding the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which it continued to finance after it was publicly revealed that it was a CIA-run organization. It also supported other knowledge networks infamous for their intelligence ties, including St. Anthony's at Oxford, a well-known den of spies, and Harvard's Salzburg Seminar, the brainchild of predominantly wartime intelligence veterans intent on foiling the communist bid for ideological hegemony. These 2 intelligence cutouts at Columbia and Harvard, funded by the capitalist ruling class Big Three, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Ford, trained the first generation of professional Sovietologists. It is not an exaggeration to say, then, that at least post-war United States Sovietology was an intelligence product. Pravda was not overstating its case when it assailed the Russian Institute, and much the same could have been said about the Russian Research Center as a hotbed of American slanderers, spies, and diversionaries, headed by arch-reactionaries who are systematically poisoning students' minds with slander about the Soviet Union. There is nothing extraordinary about this kind of collaboration, which is integral to the inner workings of the military-industrial academic complex, or, more generally, the financial state intellectual nexus. Consider, for instance, another example. While a student, Henry Kissinger established the Harvard International Summer School in 1950 with the help of his teacher, William Elliott. This grandee of the Department of Government at Harvard went once a week to Washington to see his friends in the CIA and the State Department, where he also worked, and he was the one who obtained funding from the Office of Policy Coordination of the CIA for the summer school, then a grant from the Ford Foundation in 1954. The Rockefeller Foundation will contribute that same year to the launch of the journal Confluence, directed by Kissinger as an extension of the summer program. According to a 1967 report in the New York Times, Harvard admitted to receiving $456,000 from the agency between 1960 and 1966, including $135,000 allocated to this Center for Spiritual Resistance to Communism run by Kissinger, who also served as a government informant at Harvard, where he opened other people's mail. To take a different example, the professor of economics, Max Millikan, who had worked as the assistant director of the CIA, returned to MIT in 1953, where he established a network of exchange of expertise between agency researchers and scholars at the Center for International Studies, which was funded by the CIA. Similarly, the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars at the Smithsonian Institution was directed by the CIA's James Billington, who had been a student of Isaiah Berlin. The Kennedy School of Government at Harvard regularly received CIA officers, normally with university approval, and Daniel Golden identified 6 who were affiliated in 2017 with the Kennedy School's Belfer Center or its journal International Security. This pattern can be seen internationally as well. The Institute for the Study of the Soviet Union in Munich was founded in 1950, and it was secretly funded by the CIA. The case of Marcuse, where an ostensible Marxist moved between the bourgeois state and the bourgeois university while performing the same basic function in both cases with the same politico-financial supporters, should not therefore be understood as an anomaly. The revolving door, or rather the breezeway, between power politics in Washington and ideological production in the university is a general phenomenon characteristic of imperial knowledge production. If Marcuse stands out in this regard, it is primarily because of his role as the radical Pied Piper of Western Marxism, who played a central role in the intellectual world war on actual Marxism, meaning the Marxism invested in the practical project of developing socialism in the real world. State Department anti-communism outsourced to the Academy. To ascribe to an opponent an obviously stupid idea and then to refute it is a trick practiced by none too clever people. Vladimir Lenin. While he was still officially a member of the State Department, Marcuse published a major study of Soviet ideology, which was subsequently released as a book in 1958. As we have seen, the project was supported by the CIA. Connected leadership of the Russian Institute at Columbia and the Russian Research Center at Harvard, and it was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. In Soviet Marxism, a critical analysis, Marcuse developed a form of immanent critique that sought to demonstrate that the Soviet system was a betrayal of the authentic revolutionary spirit of Marxism, by contrasting the supposedly high ideals of the Marxist tradition with the purported reality of Soviet practice. He provided a sophisticated intellectual justification for the Western rejection of actually existing socialism. The strategy of immanent critique allowed Marcuse to present himself as a more authentic Marxist than the communists in the East. He argued that the Soviet Union had turned Marxism into a rigid, dogmatic, and repressive ideology that served the interests of a new ruling class of bureaucrats. In contrast, he proposed a Western Marxism that was critical, open, and dedicated to individual liberation. This version of Marxism was, of course, perfectly acceptable to the capitalist interests that were funding and promoting his work. It offered a way of being radical without posing any real threat to the established order in the West. Marcuse's study was not simply an academic exercise, it was a contribution to the psychological warfare campaign aimed at delegitimizing the Soviet Union and splitting the international communist movement. By reclaiming Marx for the West, he helped provide an intellectual foundation for the non-communist left, which the United States national security state sought to cultivate as a bulwark against the influence of Moscow. It is highly revealing in this regard that Marcuse's book was praised by none other than Arthur Koestler, the prominent anti-communist writer and CIA collaborator. Koestler, who had been a leading figure in the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom, recognized the value of Marcuse's work for the anti-communist cause. In a review of Soviet Marxism, he lauded Marcuse for his incisive critique of the Soviet system and his attempt to rescue Marxism from its communist practitioners. The transition from the State Department to the university allowed Marcuse to continue his work as an anti-communist operative under the guise of scholarly independence. As a professor at Brandeis University and then at the University of California, San Diego, he became a global celebrity and a leading figure of the New Left. His fame was in no small part due to the promotion he received from the bourgeois media and the academic establishment, which recognized his value as a radical recuperator. Soviet Marxism. A critical analysis. Soviet Marxism is a major contribution to the intellectual world war on communism. In it, Marcuse develops a sophisticated form of revisionism that seeks to undermine the legitimacy of the Soviet Union by presenting its ideology as a perversion of Marxism. The book is structured around an immanent critique of Soviet theory and practice, which aims to show that the system is fundamentally inconsistent with the revolutionary soul of Marxism. Marquis starts by acknowledging the achievements of the Russian Revolution, but he quickly shifts his focus to what he describes as the subsequent betrayal of its ideals. He argues that the Soviet leadership turned Marxism into a tool of state power and social control, thereby creating a new form of oppression that was in some ways even more effective than capitalism. According to Marquis, the Soviet system was characterized by a totalizing and repressive ideology that left no room for individual freedom or critical thought. One of the central themes of the book is the idea that the Soviet Union had become a mirror image of the capitalist West. Marquis argues that both systems were driven by the same logic of industrialization and technological rationality, which led to the creation of a managed and manipulated society. He claims that the Soviet Union, like the United States, was a control society that sought to integrate and neutralize any potential opposition. Marcuse's critique of Soviet Marxism is deeply idealist. He focuses almost exclusively on the realm of ideas and culture, while ignoring the material reality of class struggle and imperialism. He presents the Soviet Union as a monolithic and static system, without any consideration of the internal and external challenges it faced. He also ignores the positive contributions made by the Soviet Union to the fight against fascism and the struggle for anti-colonial liberation. Ultimately, Soviet Marxism is a work of capitalist accommodation. By presenting the Soviet Union as a horrific and failed experiment, Marquis implicitly suggests that there is no real alternative to capitalism. His brand of radical theory leads to a politics of despair and inaction, which leaves the established order in the West unchallenged. The radical Pied Piper of the New Left. Marcuse's role as the godfather of the New Left was established in the late 1960s when he became a symbol of the student and anti-war movements. His fame was in large part due to the promotion he received from the bourgeois media, which recognized his value as a non-communist radical who could lead young people away from the influence of Moscow. Marcuse's popularity among students was based on his call for a great refusal of the established order. He argued that the advanced industrial societies of the West were totalizing and repressive, and that the only way to achieve liberation was through a radical break with their values and institutions. He celebrated the student and anti-war movements as the vanguard of a new revolutionary force that could challenge the status quo. However, Marcuse's radicality was more apparent than real. His Great Refusal was a symbolic and culturalist project that did not pose any serious threat to the material foundations of capitalism. He explicitly rejected the leading role of the working class and the need for a revolutionary party and state. Instead, he promoted an anarchist-inflected politics of individual liberation and lifestyle radicalism. Marcuse's role as a radical recuperator is evident in his support for the non-communist left and his constant vilification of actually existing socialism. By presenting communism as a form of totalitarianism that was even worse than capitalism, he helped recuperate potentially revolutionary forces within the established system. He provided an intellectual justification for anything but socialism, which ultimately served the interests of the capitalist ruling class. The fact that Marquis was a long-time operative of the United States national security state and a beneficiary of ruling class patronage should not be forgotten. His work was part of a broader strategy of anti-communist destabilization and psychological warfare. As the radical Pied Piper of Western Marxism, he played a central role in the intellectual world war on actual Marxism. Conclusion. Imperial versus anti-imperialist Marxism, or the scourge of Western Marxism. Dialectics of critique. If the designing of the future and the proclamation of ready-made solutions for all time is not our affair, then we realize all the more clearly what we have to accomplish in the present. I am speaking of a ruthless criticism of everything existing, ruthless in two senses. The criticism must not be afraid of its own conclusions, nor of conflict with the powers that be. Karl Marx. The second part of this book has been highly critical of the Frankfurt School and Western Marxism more generally. The purpose of such a critique is not primarily destructive, but rather constructive, or rather reconstructive. This is the case at multiple levels. To begin with, the argument is not that we should completely disregard everything that has been written by the Frankfurt School or Western Marxists. This book has primarily focused on its leaders and the most well-known figures, Adorno, Horkheimer, and Marcuse. It has not provided an exhaustive account, particularly of more marginal or left-leaning scholars. Moreover, even if we limit ourselves to these key thinkers, we should learn anything that we can from them, while being vigilant about the pernicious influence that they can have. This orientation is precisely the one found in Marx, Engels, Lenin, and so many others in this tradition who insisted on learning from thinkers with whom they did not agree politically, while also situating them in history and class struggle in order to shed light on their underlying presumptions. This process of learning is not restricted then to their internal arguments, but it also includes, crucially, how they function within the social totality. The task of materialist contextualization has been at the core of this book, insofar as it has examined the life and work of individual subjects, but also the objective social world within which their theoretical practice is developed. This is a unique feature of dialectical hermeneutics, which considers both subjective theoretical practices and objective socio-economic conditions, as well as, most decisively, the relationship between the two. This is what has allowed us to cultivate a deeper understanding of the Frankfurt School, not simply as a group of individual thinkers or isolated texts, but as an intellectual tradition that took on specific forms within a precise socio-historical conjuncture. In other words, the dialectics of critique is never satisfied with the decontextualized and reified analysis of theory, which is so widespread within the bourgeois humanities. Instead, it always situates people's ideas within the material realm of practice and the social totality. In the case of the Western Marxists, it is important to examine what they said and did while situating their activities within the overall social relations of intellectual production and global class struggle in order to elucidate the general practical impact of their contributions. From the point of view of the primacy of practice, this is the most important issue. Western Marxists have significantly contributed to shoring up the compatible left over and against the socialist alternative, thereby promoting a version of Marxism that is not at all incompatible with capitalism and imperialism. As we have seen, the leading Frankfurt scholars focused on here are, in more ways than one, imperial Marxists. They are, to begin with, a product of the imperial core. They have been bolstered and supported by the imperial superstructure, including both the bourgeois state, where many of them worked for years, and the bourgeois cultural apparatus. They have also been directly funded and supported by the capitalist ruling class, and their extensive promotion has led to their work being widely consumed by the intellectual labor aristocracy and their comprador allies in the periphery. Situated at the apex of an international pyramid of knowledge production, their writings have been promoted around the globe as some of the most advanced and sophisticated. These objective realities are, in part, a result of their subjective orientations. With the partial and limited exception of Marcuse in his late phase of radicalization, they have tended to support or at least accommodate imperialism. They have also aggressively fought against the anti-imperialist Marxists and their practical projects of socialist state building. Both objectively and subjectively, they are imperial Marxists. It is crucially important to recognize, moreover, that these two planes are dialectically enmeshed within one another. It is the imperial superstructure that encouraged and cultivated the types of theoretical practices willfully engaged in by the Frankfurt scholars. This is why they have earned a place in the bourgeois pantheon of great thinkers. It is the anti-imperialist Marxist perspective that brings this into view and offers a dialectical and historical materialist account of Western Marxism and its principal function within the objective social world. This approach is more rigorously materialist and dialectical because it does not naively assume, for instance, that the Frankfurt School is simply an autonomous theoretical tradition whose ideas have evolved independently of material reality or only within the naturalized parameters of bourgeois historical narratives. Instead, it is a product of the social totality of international class struggle, which needs to be understood to fully elucidate the history of the Institute for Social Research. Anti-imperialist Marxism, which is ultimately just Marxism in its universal form, at least as it manifests itself in our era, thereby has the distinct advantage of being able to situate the particularity of Western Marxism within the International World War on Communism and the history of intellectual imperialism, thereby elucidating its fundamental contributions to the world historical struggle between capitalism and socialism, making an imperial commodity out of Marxism. What is now happening to Marxist theory has, in the course of history, happened repeatedly to the theories of revolutionary thinkers and leaders of oppressed classes fighting for emancipation. After their death, attempts are made to convert them into harmless icons, to canonize them, so to say, and to hallow their names to a certain extent for the consolation of the oppressed classes and with the object of duping the latter, while at the same time robbing the revolutionary theory of its substance, blunting its revolutionary edge and vulgarizing it. Vladimir Lenin. The capitalist class and the imperial superstructure have contributed to the development of the commodified version of anti-communist Marxism known as Western or cultural Marxism. Severed for the most part from practical progressive political struggles, it significantly alters some of the fundamental tenets of Marxism in becoming little more than a consumer product of the imperial theory industry, meaning an ideologically infused commodity for the professional managerial class stratum in the imperial core and their comprador collaborators in the periphery. This is one of the most important features of Western or cultural Marxism, which includes but also far surpasses the Frankfurt School by concretely abstracting from specific discourses in order to identify their overall ideological orientation. In spite of some partial exceptions, we can identify additional characteristics. To begin with, as a theoretical practice, Western Marxism is founded on the primacy of theory rather than practice, and it generally shuns organized progressive politics and repudiates socialist states in favor of engaging in theoretical debates and the analysis of bourgeois cultural products. The point for the Western Marxists is not to change the world, but to interpret it, or sometimes even just to interpret texts or other cultural products instead of having to deal with the real world. Their theoretical practice is oriented primarily toward exchange value, not use value, in the sense that they are engaged in the symbolic economy of the academic world and the so-called marketplace of ideas, not in a collective, practical project of social transformation. As a result, they are invested in brand management, and their discourses are replete with idiosyncratic conceptual vocabularies, extensive bourgeois cultural references, trendy rhetoric, theoretical obscurantism, and intellectual eclecticism. Methodologically, Western Marxists are revisionists who attempt to transform some of the fundamental tenets of dialectical and historical materialism. They generally reject Marxist materialist ontology and the dialectics of nature, and they focus on cultural criticism at the expense of political economy. This severely limits the scope and depth of their analyses, and there is a widespread tendency to assume that culture and the world of ideas constitute the driving forces of history, not class struggle. This idealism often goes hand in hand with utopian, rather than scientific, socialism. In other words, if they actually defend revolutionary socialism in any form, it is almost exclusively socialism in theory, not in practice. The bourgeois idea that only art, culture, or theory can save us, not revolutionary class struggle, is one of the leitmotifs of their discourse. This overinflation of the superstructural expresses a self-aggrandizing assessment of the role of professional intellectuals like themselves and reflects their petty bourgeois class standing. Unsurprisingly, given the inability of art and culture to save us, they simultaneously insulate themselves against revolutionary social transformations that would shake the foundations of their class position within the imperial core. Instead of orienting their readers towards social change, then they indulge in a self-fulfilling prophecy of defeatism, often accompanied by left-wing melancholia. When they do try to identify a political exit to the quagmire of consumer capitalism, which they bemoan and sometimes incisively criticize, they generally engage in third-way politics, meaning the classic petty bourgeois belief that there is a magical third way beyond capitalism and actually existing socialism. This can come in the form of a new idea or a messianic opening of the heavens, on the one hand, or on the other, in more terrestrial form, a popular movement or jacquerie that rejects the status quo. However, they eschew the disciplined forms of hierarchical organization and strategic planning identified with communism. This helps guarantee that their defeatist convictions will be confirmed. You will never be able to change the world if you think this only requires a newfangled theory, or you are waiting on divine intervention. Nor will you ever succeed politically if you assume that an unorganized popular revolt can magically win against extremely well-funded, highly organized and militarized imperialist states with extensive expertise in counterinsurgency, as well as the most powerful propaganda network in the history of humanity to back them up. The specific ideological coordinates of Western Marxism include, first and foremost, a rejection of actually existing socialism. Many Western Marxists are opposed to organized revolutionary politics across the board, which includes the party form and the very idea of seizing state power. If they are not simply liberals, they tend to be, in practical terms, very close to anarchists. They often fall back on simplistic moralizing approaches that naively advocate for horizontalist democracy and criticize all forms of domination, rather than thinking in politically strategic terms about how to structurally modify society over the long term in order to make democracy truly universal and substantive. They thus tend not to be strategic thinkers who recognize that the dialectics of socialism sometimes requires tactics that might appear to contradict the overall goal, but are the only way of advancing socialism in the real world. Finally, if given the choice between communism and capitalism, Western Marxists practically side with the latter over and against the former. Despite their criticisms of capitalism, some of which are well-founded, they tend to be anti-communist, capitalist accommodationists. The overall effect of Western Marxism has been the global promotion of a petty bourgeois cultural commodity with little use, value for practical struggles over and against the collective and innovative science of liberation known as dialectical and historical materialism. Since the latter has proven its ability to practically transform the world by breaking the chains of imperialism, it is clearly, from the vantage point of the ruling class, the most dangerous theoretical weapon of class struggle. Because it has not been able to eradicate it outright, the bourgeoisie has worked with elements of the bourgeois state and the bourgeois cultural apparatus to cultivate a commodified version of Marxism that can spread the virus of anti-communism under the cover of a red-colored pill. This has produced an imperious industry of ineffective academic discourses that are promoted around the globe as the vanguard of Marxist theory, but which, practically speaking, serve to misdirect, confuse, or simply alienate those in search of a rigorous, theoretical guide to understanding and transforming the world. The primary purpose of undertaking an extensive dialectical critique of Western or cultural Marxism, thereby demonstrating that it is ultimately imperial Marxism, has been to provide people with the knowledge necessary for them to orient themselves in the intellectual world war, figure out what side they are on, and advance in the most coherent direction. Since this has been more of a subtext throughout the analysis, let us conclude, then, by indicating that direction by briefly outlining the principal features of anti-imperialist Marxism. Aim: anti-imperialist Marxism. Anti-imperialist Marxism has not been promoted by the imperial theory industry, which has instead demoted and often demonized it, or at least repackaged it to try and make it look like something different. It is oriented first and foremost toward changing the world, instead of merely interpreting it. In this regard, it maintains what Lenin referred to as the revolutionary core of Marxism, which revisionists of various stripes have tried to gut. In this sense, anti-imperialist Marxism is Marxism tout court, or Marxism in the era of imperialism that is unaltered by those who have tried to eliminate its essence. It might also be said, more generally, that whereas Western Marxism is a particular cultural permutation or perversion, which would best be described as imperial Marxism, indicating both its source and its ideological orientation, the Marxism dedicated to anti-colonial and anti-imperialist emancipation is universal Marxism. Dialectical and historical materialism of this sort developed in opposition to the capitalist class and bourgeois states, through popular struggles and the fight from below. As Lenin insightfully argued, drawing on Marx, revolutionary politics requires that segments of the bourgeois intelligentsia commit class suicide and ally with the working class, thereby contributing developed forms of scientific analysis that require training and expertise beyond what the working class is generally given access to under capitalism. However, the class basis of dialectical and historical materialism is in the working and oppressed peoples of the world, and particularly those that have been the most exploited in the colonial periphery, not the intellectual labor aristocracy a la imperial Marxism. Dialectical and historical materialism is firmly grounded in the primacy of practice. It is an evolving, collective tradition of analyzing and intervening in the world, and it is therefore, of necessity, a practical process of learning. Rather than exchange value, it is use value that guides it insofar as it strives to provide the most rigorous, coherent, and systematic understanding of concrete reality and how to change it. What is often fetishized in imperial Marxism is theoretical innovation for its own sake, and practical Marxism is commonly denigrated for being reductivist, dogmatic, orthodox, and so forth. Although there have sometimes been elements of this sort operative in particular movements, many of which have been correctly criticized and practically overcome by anti-imperialist Marxists, the expansive international history of dialectical and historical materialism has been one characterized by significant innovations, impressive levels of creativity, highly refined and dialectical analyses, extremely perceptive strategic and tactical calculations, savvy practical solutions, and, in general, a successful charting of uncharted territory. This does not mean that there have not been major mistakes and setbacks, as well as conflicts and disagreements. The path to developing socialism in the real world has been tortuous and complicated, to say the least. However, this is the price one has to pay if you are not operating in the purportedly pristine world of pure ideas. When you are developing socialism in the real world, you are tasked with creating something that has never existed before, and you have to do it under conditions of constant imperialist aggression. There has never been a single instance where socialism has been allowed to develop on its own. We have only known socialism under siege, as Michael Parenti emphasized, never socialism set free. This has meant that socialists have had to be extremely innovative and open to an ongoing process of practical readjustment, as well as, when necessary, honest and humble self-critique. Let us cite a few examples using the names of individuals with the full recognition that they are figures who embodied the collective struggle of the masses. Lenin is such a titan in the world socialist movement, not only because he led the first successful socialist revolution, but also because he situated the anti-imperialist struggle at the very heart of socialist state-building projects, by recognizing that the class struggle, in an imperialist world, primarily takes the form of a national struggle of liberation from imperialism. Drawing on Lenin, Mao Zedong adapted this lesson and others to the specificities of underdeveloped agrarian China, with its large peasant population. Ho Chi Minh incorporated Lenin's insights into the liberation struggle in Vietnam, which was woefully underdeveloped by colonialism, and then became a major target of imperialist warfare for decades, bringing a whole series of additional problems that needed to be dealt with through a protracted people's war. Fidel Castro and Ernesto Che Guevara drew on these lessons and others to engage in guerrilla warfare, organize the peasantry, and bring socialism to the Western Hemisphere on an island just 90 miles from the United States Empire. Thomas Sankara, operating in a very different context, organized radical elements of the military to coordinate a takeover of the state in Upper Volta, backed by a popular uprising. In all of these cases, and many more that could be cited, there was not a blueprint for revolution or an orthodox doctrine to be applied. Instead, there was a rich collective tradition that provided a holistic worldview and an archive of experience to draw on, but everything concrete needed to be invented in each case and adapted to new and changing situations. Innovation was of the essence, but not for its own sake or in a theoretical vacuum, but rather to solve practical problems and chart new territory. This is the real task of dialectical and historical materialism, to construct a new world out of the ruins of the old. The practical orientation of dialectical and historical materialism has led to a refined understanding of the relationship between tactics and strategy in what we can refer to as the dialectics of socialism. Lenin provided one of the most succinct and insightful metaphors for understanding it. He described a scene in which a mountain climber, seeking to access a summit that had never before been attained, was forced to turn back, descend, seek another path, longer perhaps, but one that would enable him to reach the summit. At a safe distance, people below watched his movements through a telescope and maligned him for failing to attain his goal. Some gleefully celebrated his lack of success and denounced him as a lunatic, hoping he would fall, whereas others concealed their joy and feigned sorrow over the fact that the poor soul had not awaited the completion of their well-thought-out plan for scaling the mountain. They all agreed, however, that what they saw before their eyes was a clear case of failure. The onlookers in this metaphor rely on sense perception to arrive at their conclusion. What they saw was a mountain climber turning back from the summit and descending. What they lacked was understanding. Since the climber could not advance on the chosen path, the only possible way of making it to the summit was to descend and find another way forward. This text was written 11 months after the promulgation of the new economic policy in March 1921, which temporarily introduced a free market and capitalism, both subject to state control. As becomes clear in the final paragraph of Lenin's article, the climber he described was a metaphorical representation of the Soviets who had enacted the new economic policy, which Lenin described as our retreat, our descent. The leader of the Russian Revolution thereby provided us with a metaphorical depiction of the dialectics of socialism. What appears to sense perception as a step backward is, at the level of the understanding, simply a necessary maneuver in order to successfully advance toward the overall objective. Sense perception is the lowest level of socialist consciousness. It simply consists in looking at the world and comparing it to a picture in one's mind, without necessarily understanding the nature of the world or the struggles at hand. This reductive approach is characteristic of imperial and imperious Marxists, and their analysis of socialism usually consists in comparing a preconceived image of socialism or communism to what they perceive in the world, which is powerfully mediated by the ideological propaganda that they consume via the bourgeois media and academic world. The dialectics of socialism requires that one moves to the higher level of understanding, which necessitates making a clear distinction between tactics and strategy. Tactics are the short-term maneuvers necessary to advance toward the strategy or the ultimate goal. As Lenin made clear, tactics sometimes appear to contradict the strategy. After all, if someone sees a mountain climber descending, why would they assume that this is a tactic for attaining the summit? In the same manner, if someone perceives socialist countries that introduce market elements under state control in order to foster necessary development, why would they think that this is the path to communism? The answer is to be found at a higher level of socialist consciousness than sense perception. At this level, it becomes clear that the material nature of the world is such that certain tactics, which appear to amateur eyes to be forms of retreat, are actually necessary steps backward in order to make leaps forward. The faster socialist countries can establish their sovereignty and develop their productive forces, the quicker they are going to be able to, if they stay on the socialist path, move to the next level and work through these contradictions because they are no longer simply struggling for survival. This does not mean that one has to simply accept any and all tactics that wave the flag of socialism. It is important, in this regard, that social struggle continues under socialism and that socialist projects have engaged in different tactics for dealing with imperialism and responding to the need to develop. We can and should critically assess the relative successes or failures of specific tactics, which is part of the ongoing collective process of practical learning. The apex of socialist consciousness is not understanding, but applied practical reason or praxis, which goes hand in hand, of course, with the recognition that practice is the ultimate arbiter of truth. This is what will clarify what works or does not. In the case of the mountain climber, did his apparent descent lead to his practical success in scaling the mountain, or at least making it to the next plateau? In the case of socialism, have these apparent steps backward allowed socialist countries to advance toward the strategy over time, even if it takes decades? If not, what can be learned from this backtracking, and what other viable paths forward exist? There are no perfect blueprints for producing socialism. There is only an archive of experience and a practical process of learning that advances, in part, through trial and error. This is one of the reasons that it is so important for socialists to learn from their mistakes or those of others, in order to collectively figure out how best to scale the mountain, thereby accomplishing practical tasks that have never been done before. For such a gargantuan undertaking, the holistic, scientific, innovative, and practically oriented approach of dialectical and historical materialism is necessary. By contrast, imperial Marxism has remained woefully underdeveloped. It lacks practical knowledge of how to build socialism, and it does not grasp the dialectics of development. Instead, it traffics in the most simplistic and reductivist accounts of actually existing socialism, and it dogmatically adheres to its own, ideologically conditioned, theoretical assumptions. It remains duped, moreover, by the propaganda pumped out by the imperial superstructure, to which it makes its own academic contributions. The choice between the two is stark because dialectical and historical materialism leads to the difficult collective project of building the preliminary forms of socialism out of the ruins of capitalism, whereas imperial Marxism seeks to reinforce these ruins, thereby consolidating the class standing of those intellectuals supported by them while attacking those on the other path. Class struggle in theory is so polarized because these two positions are ultimately grounded in two different practical orientations in a historical conjuncture where the stakes of class struggle are arguably higher than at any point in history. As discussed in the introduction to this book, imperialism has driven us to the age of exterminism, where it is now undeniable that its continuation will lead to the end of humanity and possibly the entire biosphere. If human beings and life on Earth are to have a future, it is necessary to develop a socio-economic system that breaks with the one that is leading to annihilation, which is the one that is ultimately supported by imperial Marxism. There is no doubt that this is an extremely difficult task, one that requires heightened levels of creativity, intelligence, hard work, practical ingenuity, self-critique, sacrifice, humility, collaboration, strategic thinking, and much more. Everyone has their role to play, wherever they are in the world, and whatever contribution they might be able to make, regardless of how small or large. It is the greatest struggle of our times, for it is the fight for our collective future. We are all situated in it, whether we choose to be or not, and we need to bring as many people over to our side as possible if we are going to win. The intellectual world war is but one of the skirmishes in this overall class struggle for the future of the world and for the path of humanity's development, or not, on planet Earth. Nevertheless, it is extremely important because its outcome determines the horizons of people's consciousness and how they orient themselves in the world. If one conclusion can be drawn from this book, it is that, in relationship to the commodified forms of Marxism promoted by the imperial superstructure, we have nothing but our intellectual chains to lose, and we have a world to win.